Chapter 3302, Different Life. With the progression of his design philosophy, Vase could easily make a living product if he wanted to. In fact, the instinct of bestowing life to his creations was so ingrained these days that he consciously had to mess up his own work if he wanted to produce a lifeless object. While he was glad of his improvement, he sometimes felt lonely. As the pioneer of this new field in mech design, Vase had to rely on himself to invent all of the theories and methods that allowed him to make better living products. This inevitably led to a lack of diversity and perspective. Because every living product or mech design came from him, the forms they took inevitably conformed to a single monotonous pattern, his pattern. It was like baking an old-fashioned cake with only one type of mold. If Vase only became exposed to a circular mold in his career, all of the cakes he baked would come in the same shape without any meaningful variety. This was why Vase was so pleased with encountering Katiz's work. She had clearly inherited some of the concepts of living products from him, but she did not possess a domain that was oriented towards life. Nonetheless, she managed to develop her own means to create a living product that fit her own talents. The outcome was similar, but the approach was different. The mold she used to bake her unique cakes was different. Hers was rectangular, which resulted in cakes that looked substantially different. Yet as long as someone tasted a slice of their cakes, that person would find that the ones baked by Vase and Ketiz had a lot in common. Vase was intrigued by the similarities and differences between their works. The decapitator was almost entirely designed by Ketiz and represented her unique strengths the best. At this distance, he could clearly sense that the decapitator was alive in some way, but it was different from what he was accustomed to. While it did possess a spiritual foundation like his own work, it was configured in a radically different form than he was accustomed to. There was much less life and a lot more purpose, for a lack of a better word. It was like the difference between an animal cell and a plant cell. Both types of organic cells possessed different traits that ultimately produced different lifeforms. An ordinary animal cell was flexible and morphable, allowing for the emergence of creatures that could move with ease. An ordinary plant cell was lined with cellulose, which caused it to become more solid and rigid. This produced plants that were stiff and unmoving. Yet no matter whether Vase was looking at an animal or a plant, both of them were alive. They just worked in different ways. Did this mean that Vase, who was accustomed to designing mechs like animals, suddenly thought it was a good idea to design mechs like plants? Not necessarily. He knew what he was good at and what he wasn't good at. Creating an exceptional sword character on products like the decapitator was something that only Ketiz and possibly her inheritors could master. At best, Vase could attempt to imitate her approach, but without her domain along with her passion and obsession for swordsmanship, his copies would probably be only a tenth as effective as hers, and that was just a generous estimate. Vase possessed his own strengths, and it was much better if he continued to develop his own approach on living mechs. His products shouldn't be any weaker from that of Ketiz. They just possessed different strengths. It was up to the customer to decide which one met their needs and solved their problems better. That said, it was still helpful for him to broaden his perspective by exploring different takes on living products. The new remote energy channeling method that Vase had added to his toolbox was directly inspired by Ketiz. After all, this was actually a rare case where he was able to apply the same method as hers without needing to make any substantial changes. Vase even wondered if he could obtain even more solutions once he passed on his teachings to more students. Though Michael and Xanthar were a bit too far away from becoming journeymen themselves, he had high hopes for their future. "What do you actually mean when you say your swords are singing to you?" he asked with obvious interest in his tone. "I've tried to hear this supposed song many times, but I haven't even heard a peep from the decapitator." Ketiz smirked. "That's because you perceive them in a different way from mine. You're not a swordsman or even a warrior, so you don't understand how people like myself treat their weapons. A good weapon is more than a tool. It's a partner who you entrust your life with. When you spend so much time mastering and getting to know your weapon, you will find that it will sing to you at one point. At least, that's the way that I experience it. My weapons sing to my soul instead of my ears." Vase looked confused. If he wasn't wearing his unending regalia, he would have scratched his head by now. "It sounds like we perceive life in different ways. I mostly perceive it by feel, though in practice I imagine the life that I am working with on a visual level. To me, living products are a wonderful tapestry of art that is constantly evolving." While Vase continued to talk shop with Ketiz, he completely forgot about his wife. Gloriana looked increasingly upset. The two were completely ignoring her. She didn't understand anything about what they were talking about. Her exposure and comprehension to living mechs was much shallower than theirs, so she lacked the background that could allow her to participate in the discussion as an equal contributor. Seeing that Vase and Kedis weren't about to stop anytime soon, she simply threw her hands up and decided to complete the remainder of the expert mech survey by herself. "Let me ask you a question," Vase said. "Did you gain the ability to hear this singing when you advanced to journeyman and became a swordmaster?" His student hesitated. "I'm not sure." "You're not sure? It's difficult to say. I like to think that I have always been able to hear the songs of my swords. I just experienced it on a more intuitive level back then. I don't rule out the possibility that was all happening in my imagination, but I think I was truly working towards something. After my breakthroughs, I can hear the singing a lot more clearly. It's unmistakable, especially for my Bloodsinger and the Decapitator. Those two stand out from the rest." Vase hummed for a second. "Can you hear singing from other swords or mechs?" "Not that well, to be honest. The first sword sings a different song from that of its sword, and it is also a lot weaker to me. I think I would be able to hear its song a lot better if I designed it by myself." "That's interesting. We'll need to work on that in our future projects. If the interference from other mech designers keep producing incompatibilities between different design philosophies, then that will make it less worthwhile to collaborate on mech design projects. Do you think this is the reason why the first sword failed to become a masterwork while the mech sword you were working on succeeded?" "Maybe. It's just a guess. It sounds logical, but I don't think it's that simple. There are many possible reasons why the first sword didn't match the quality of the Decapitator. I don't think there's anything fundamentally wrong with the expert mech, though. It's a good fit for Venerable Dice and it has proven its worth in the last battle." Vase wasn't satisfied with this, though. If there was a potential problem with collaborating with Kedis, then any subsequent swordsman mechs they designed in unison would fail to reach their greatest potential. That sounded like an enormous waste. "I think we may have put you to work on expert mech design projects too soon," he theorized. "The timing of your breakthrough to journeyman happened just as our design department decided to embark on a batch of expert mech design projects. This has pulled you away from a normal trajectory. Properly speaking, you should spend your first years as a journeyman working on the basics. You need to know what you are capable of and develop a set of theories and methods that you can use as the foundation of your unique design approach. I've been doing that, though. I learned a lot and came up with many different things while I was working on all of the expert mech design projects. I know that, but the expert mechs are too high-end for a journeyman who is just at the starting line. The complexity of mechs like the first sword are exceedingly high compared to a more regular mech model such as the Bright Warrior. Many of the solutions that Gloriana and I employ on our expert mech designs are all derived from the ones that we have developed for our standard mech designs. This smooth progression from low-end to high-end allows us to implement our respective design approaches with fewer mistakes and consistently high quality." Kedis frowned. "What are you saying? You wanted to design a swordsman mech all by yourself, right?" "Yeah, I already told you about the Monster Slayer. Even though it's just a landbound mech design, I'm confident I can develop something that is just as valuable as one of your living mechs. I think this is an excellent initiative. In fact, I think you should design a couple more mechs by yourself. Your mech design career is anything but usual, Kedis. You haven't designed a single mech by yourself that has been produced and is used by actual mech pilots. Have you tried your hand at designing virtual mechs?" "No, of course not. That's for amateurs," she huffed. "Hey, that's a little too harsh. While virtual mechs aren't as good as the real thing, they can still teach you a lot about what I'm talking about." Seeing that Kedis still showed disdain towards virtual mech design, Vase went back to his original point. "Much of the design work you have done since you joined the Larkinson clan went into collaboration projects. You learned how to adjust your own contribution to the work of others, but you haven't spent enough time learning on how to stand on your own. I think that might be the reason why your design philosophy hasn't fully taken hold in the first sword's design. You lack the maturity that a proper journeyman should possess." Kedis was not a weak-minded person. She held plenty of confidence in her design capabilities. Yet there was a part of her that did not dismiss this theory. As much as she put a lot of faith in how her status as a swordmaster provided her with a strong advance in relevant design projects, her progression so far was indeed unconventional. Unlike Vase, who designed a lot of mechs on his own before he started to collaborate with Gloriana, she never designed any serious mech during her novice and apprentice days. She began to buy into his suggestion. I won't say no to spending a couple of years exploring what I can do by myself, but will it be okay? My own designs will probably lack the advantages of our collaboration projects. I would hate to deliver mech designs to the Sword Maidens or any other client that turn out to be weaker than our collaboration work. Vase stepped closer and placed his armored hand on her shoulder pad. Believe in yourself, Kedis. Your swords sing to you, and so should your mechs. They're just as alive as my own work. Once we are done with this round of design projects, I intend to let you loose and handle your own schedule. You can start up as many projects as you like and design whatever mechs you want. This will be your time to show the Sword Maidens and everyone else what you can truly do with your talents. Her eyes shone as she thought about how she could prove her strength and capabilities. She felt gratified by his trust in her even though she never fully showed her individual design prowess at this time. Chapter 3303. The dead mech. Vase did not come up with the idea to let Kedis loose on an impulse. Even if he didn't suspect that Kedis had a problem with designing mechs in collaboration with others, he still would have wanted her to explore her potential without needing to compromise with fellow journeymen. In every mech design project where multiple capable mech designers were working together, no one was able to get their way all of the time. Even when someone like Vase or Gloriana made the final call, they could never completely disregard the contributions of others, especially when the work division ensured that the more capable contributors worked on design tasks that they were best at completing. However, the flaw that people like Master Willix warned about was that long-term work on many collaborations risked eroding a mech designer's ability to handle every aspect well. This was why Vase wanted her and the other journeymen of the design department to fly solo as well for the next round of mech design projects. Gloriana, Juliet and Vase himself all needed to go back to their roots and find out what they could accomplish if they weren't able to rely on others to prop up their weaknesses. There was also a more practical reason why Vase was thinking about letting every journeyman work on their own design projects by themselves. The Larkinson army needs way more specialized mechs. The well-rounded performance of the Feral Provincial Army's mech divisions showed that there were huge inadequacies in the way the different Larkinson mech units fought in battle. The shortage of mech models and the dominance of the rather plain and boring Bright Warrior model caused his mech pilots to lack sufficiently strong and distinctive tactical options. Vase was eager to make up for this shortcoming, but he knew that it would take way more than just a handful of mech designs to provide every mech legion with a fitting synergistic mech roster. So instead of making every journeyman work together, Vase thought it was more expedient for them to split up. In any case, the design department had already expanded in size. There were enough design teams to allow every journeyman to work on 3 or 4 design projects concurrently in a single design round. Maybe we can handle even more if I hire another batch of mech designers. He muttered. He knew that there would be one final opportunity for his clan to recruit a lot of skilled and talented personnel in the near future. The star systems where the Lesser and Greater Beander Gates were based had become hotspots for any ambitious person who wanted to go on an adventure to the Red Ocean. Billions of people who couldn't afford the expense had moved to the gate systems and tried to get hired by the pioneers that passed through. Of course, many of the people who wanted to get in on the Red Ocean were frankly rubbish. Still, with the sheer amount of manpower that piled up in the gate systems, there were gems everywhere as long as someone looked hard enough. Special hiring companies had also emerged that specialized in seeking out these brilliant talents. This way, pioneers like Vase didn't have to scour the personnel markets in person and could just pay a fee in order to get a list of potential hires that satisfied his demands. The only question whether Vase would be able to get enough high-quality personnel was whether his clan was attractive enough for them. He wasn't sure whether the most skilled and promising mech designers and other professionals were willing to get on board his drunken party boat. Well, the recent publicity will likely help with attracting more adventurous and open-minded personnel. Vase guessed. Our clan needs people with guts, not caution. There are plenty of other alternatives if people can't stomach any excitement. The personnel market in the Red Ocean was a lot worse than the ones in the Milky Way. Even though a lot of free passengers still managed to flow into the dwarf galaxy, the truly skilled professionals were all locked into long-term contracts. Perhaps this might change once the first colonies bloomed and a large population base began to emerge from those sites, but at this stage the children who were born in the Red Ocean weren't even old enough to study math. I should make sure our clan stuffs our capital ships with people. They're more than big enough to accommodate a huge amount of crew and passengers, so we shouldn't be stingy. Vase was sure that the chief ministers and other leaders in the clan had already made preparations for this, but he intended to check up on whether their recruitment targets were ambitious enough. In the meantime, he still had to address his current tasks. I almost forgot about that. Gloriana had already gone ahead and completed her survey of the damaged Larkinson expert mechs, but that didn't mean Vase was familiar with their current state. He read all of the reports and witnessed how much damage they accumulated over the course of the battle, but if he really wanted to understand their condition, he needed to examine them in person. What was important was that he did not just pay attention to their physical state, but also their spiritual state. What gratified him was that none of his expert mechs showed any problems in this regard. Even if a machine like the Riot looked like it was a few steps away from becoming a wreck, its spiritual character was still as strong and vigorous as ever. In fact, the influence of the unstable chaos essence had altered its character and added a touch of madness to the expert mech. When Vase initially bestowed the gem unto the Riot, Vase was quite fearful of the consequences. Now that he saw how much value it added, he no longer held any concerns. Lucky's gems were always geared towards helping mechs in some way. That was their basic purpose, so even if their descriptions sounded dubious, the Riot was probably fine. Vase was able to perceive the changes induced by the gems in the other expert mechs as well. The first sword gained a sharper vibe while the Amaranto appeared brighter to his senses. These clear differences made him feel better about using up his gems on them even if he didn't get any new masterworks. Then there's this, he said in a weary tone as he stopped in front of the remains of the Valkyrie Prime. The Prime mech was in a sad shape. If Venerable Joshua hadn't ejected his cockpit in the nick of time, the Burza Fens would have cleaved right through his body. The Valkyrie Prime's defeat not only dealt a mental blow to the expert pilot, but also caused his mech to gain a somber vibe. Vase could practically feel the sadness flowing from the broken machine. This was a strong contrast from his expert mechs, and he suspected he knew why there was a difference. You know what is going to happen to you, am I correct? He asked the ruined Prime mech. His living mechs weren't alive in a conventional sense, but the older and stronger machines tended to possess a greater personality than the younger and weaker ones. All 4 expert mechs were smart enough to figure out that they would remain in use for a long time. As long as they weren't totally blown to pieces, the living mechs could always count on the Larkinsons to take care of them and even upgrade their capabilities in order to keep them competitive. The Valkyrie Prime's was different from theirs. Venerable Joshua had been piloting it for at least a year and it had grown a lot in the process. Not only did it benefit from being used by a powerful expert pilot, it also happened to be paired with the one whose life domain was exceptionally suitable to accelerate a living mech's growth. Vase suspected that the latter factor caused the Valkyrie Prime's growth and maturation to exceed that of any other Prime mech by a significant margin. Venerable Joshua wasn't his favorite expert pilot for nothing. It's a pity that not all growth is good. He slowly shook his head. He slowly stepped forward and placed his armored hand on the surface of the Valkyrie Prime's broken torso. Though the contact wasn't direct, both his unending regalia and the exterior of the Prime mech were made out of unending alloy. The spiritual conductivity of this material was excellent, so the indirect contact allowed him to examine and feel the Valkyrie Prime's spiritual foundation to a much more intimate degree. A sense of death and malaise suffused the Prime mech. I see. Vase became enlightened. You've seen an inflicted death so many times that you have inadvertently become sensitive to your own demise as well. That's quite remarkable. I never knew something like that could happen. This made it all the more harder to go through with his decision to break down the remains of the Valkyrie Prime and recycle its materials. The Prime mech performed above and beyond what Vase demanded out of it. Together with Venerable Joshua, the Valkyrie Prime truly saved the clan with its fantastic capabilities. Yet that did not stop Vase from going through with his intention to take out of unending alloy so that he could use the recovered materials to construct the base form of the Chimera project. The Larkinson clan needed an expert mech. The performance increase was too great and Venerable Joshua also deserved to pilot a machine that better complemented his current strength. The Valkyrie Prime must have been aware of all of these considerations. After all, Venerable Joshua had been entertaining these thoughts as well when he interfaced with this mech. This direct exposure caused the Prime mech to show no objection to its final fate. Thank you, Valkyrie Prime. Vase sincerely said as he leaned his head forward until it touched the metal exterior. It's not right for you to suffer this fate when you have done everything right, but that is the way it works around here. I need to reuse your unending alloy so I have no other choice. I am glad you understand. The Valkyrie Prime might be a Hexer mech, but its lifelong partner had always been Venerable Joshua. The Prime Mech knew what its expert pilot needed and wanted the best for it as well. Even if that meant that the Valkyrie Prime needed to be replaced by a newer and better machine, it chose to support the course of action that was best for Venerable Joshua. The more he looked at this situation, the more it seemed as if the Valkyrie Prime loved Venerable Joshua. Of course, the love it exhibited towards its only pilot wasn't the kind of love that Kedis held towards her boyfriend. Instead, it was a more sisterly or platonic love. Vase found it difficult to find the right description for the subtle affection that the Valkyrie Prime held towards Venerable Joshua. This is the love that one family member holds towards another family member. Just like how his own mother did not hesitate to sacrifice everything for her son, the Valkyrie Prime also showed its willingness to embrace its own death as long as it benefited Joshua. Vase was speechless for a moment. The Larkinson clan's embrace of kinship wasn't limited towards its clansmen. Even its mechs had learned how to love the Larkinsons. This sounds too weird. He knew that if he told this to others, they would just look at him as if he was mad. What was next? Mechs marrying humans? How could that even be possible, and how would they even be able to reproduce? Well, modern human tech is able to solve many problems, so an issue like this might not be impossible to resolve. If that didn't work, then maybe Vase could truly design a biomech. It would be a lot easier for it to reproduce with a human. I bet a biomech designer has already pulled it off. He guessed. Chapter 3304. Recognizing reality just as predicted, the expeditionary fleet safely exited the Smiling Samuel Star sector without any further incident. Though the Golden Skull Alliance eventually declined to accept an escort from the armed forces of the Empire of the Lost, the exiled humans did not miss the upheaval that took place across the border. The Lost mobilized a lot of reservists and readied its mech armies and other military assets for anything that might happen in the coming period of turbulence. The spreading war tension also affected the other states that lived next to the Vulcan Empire. If the dwarves ever decided to lash out at its neighboring humans, the latter were determined to defend their homelands. Though many people didn't have a choice where they lived and where their hearts were rooted, even those who had the choice to emigrate to a different state still chose to remain loyal to their roots. Now, these brave and patriotic citizens were answering the call of duty and taking up arms in preparation for whatever the dwarves did next. It might be that this was just an overreaction and that the Vulcan Empire would eventually settle down again. That would have made these mass mobilization orders a huge waste of time and money. However, the threat posed by the Vulcanites was so great that few leaders wished to take the chance that their precautions were unnecessary. Slowly but surely, the drums of war began to beat in the Fermi Star sector. If the Crown Uprising wasn't enough, now a dominant element within the Vulcan Empire was actively agitating to attack the humans. No matter how foolish or ill-advised such a notion sounded, the fanatical believers in the true dwarven god were not known for their rationality. Even if declaring war against every tall folk in the star cluster was mad, the Vulcanites could still do a lot of damage with their large and well-equipped mech armies. It was in this troubling climate that the culprits that sparked this tension returned to the Amswick system. The Lost were already in the process of reinforcing the defenses of the strategic port system. Military vessels belonging to different mech regiments poured into Amswick on a constant basis. Multiple construction vessels were erecting defensive platforms and supply bases throughout the star system. The inhabited planets all went on a war footing as the cities were being transformed from commercial and industrial centers into hardened fortresses that were supposed to become strong enough to withstand orbital bombardment. A lot of foreign and neutral trading ships hurried to complete their business and leave this developing hotspot with great haste. Those crazy dwarves always talked about conquering the rest of the star cluster, but how was I supposed to know they're being serious? I'm sorry for breaching our contract, but I would rather lose my money than my life. The local economy underwent a huge upheaval as lots of traders changed their minds and pulled out of Amswick and the Empire of the Lost. Fortunately, the government anticipated that this might happen one day. The administration offered plenty of support to its local businesses and also provided large incentives for traders to supply essential war goods such as raw materials, ammunition and mechs. Where there was money, there was greed. The flow of trade no longer centered around consumer goods. Instead, luxuries such as organic food and toys made way for nutrient packs and spare parts. "It's all your fault, by the way," Gloriana commented as she and her husband enjoyed a sober breakfast in their grand stateroom. "If the Lost ever do something to us, I know who to blame." Meow, meow. Their two cats briefly lifted their heads above their food bowls to nod in agreement. Hey, How could I know the Vulcanites are mad enough to defy the MTA? No one in the galaxy ever does that. Vase defended himself. HMPH. Besides, have you looked at the news media lately? The Lost are celebrating us, not blaming us. We're the first humans in a couple of decades who have managed to beat the Vulcanites. We've managed to break their spell of invincibility. Even though the Larkinson clan showed a lot of impressive tricks that many powers wished to grasp, it was not worth the risk to force the issue. Just as Minister Sheddarin predicted, the Golden Skull Alliance turned into heroes. The huge civilian population of the Lost had become fans. The local humans thought that the Larkinsons, glory seekers and crossers deserved a reward for giving the Vulcan Empire a black eye. The foreign minister also went out of his way to warm the clan's relations with the Lost. Though Sheddarin still had to abide by his patriarch's desire to maintain distance, a friendship was not an alliance. The smooth operator managed to cultivate numerous new relations with individuals in high standing who have always obsessed about taking back the territories they lost in Smiling Samuel. Obtaining the backing of the war lobby of the Empire of the Lost was a huge step forward. The only price the Golden Skull Alliance needed to pay was to provide a detailed and accurate accounting of the Battle of Fortia Zentra. The Lost were highly interested in learning more about their potential future opponents, so they demanded a lot of information about the dwarven mechs and the tactics they employed. The more information the expeditionary fleet provided, the more gratitude it received from the local humans. Another guarantee of safety was the contracts the Golden Skull Alliance signed with a handful of large and reputable mercenary organizations. Each of them were large, trans-cluster security companies that could easily dispatch at least half a mech regiment each. They all signed on to protect and escort their clients for up to half a year or until they reached a gate system. It doesn't matter whether the thousands of mercenary mechs are reluctant to fight any large private organizations or government forces. Minister Sheddarin informed Vase, the presence of the mercenaries are meant to discourage fights from happening in the first place. The security companies they hail from are large, well-connected enterprises that enjoy powerful backing and maintain a lot of friendly ties to important institutions. Vase nodded in understanding. I've worked with security companies before, so I'm already aware of this dynamic. Do we have to sign so many expensive contracts at once, though? Chief Minister Raymond Billingsley Larkinson has already been complaining to me about the financial hole you've dug by spending hundreds of billions of hex credits. The foreign minister remained unapologetic. You wanted to prioritize safety over frugality, so we did as you instructed. The risk of betrayal or non-compliance is rather significant if we entrust our safety to just a single security company, but if we pull in half a dozen of them, the chance that all of these mercenary organizations are willing to collude against our best interests is virtually nil. I have carefully selected them to make sure that they are based in different regions and maintain different relationship networks. That also makes it more expensive to bring them over. Don't forget that you usually get what you paid for. I think a successful entrepreneur like you should understand this concept. You don't need to patronize me. Vase responded with a grim expression. Besides, I'm not sure how good I am at business after hearing how many times our financial position keeps growing weaker. Raymond became increasingly more concerned about all of the debt the clan was accruing. Certainly, the LMC was still as profitable as ever, but the lack of new commercial products and the lackluster sales of the Sanctuary Treatment editions resulted in stalling revenue growth. This was quite inconvenient as the Larkinson clan kept spending more money every month. Though all of these expenditures were necessary in order to start off his true grand expedition on a stronger footing, when Vase saw that the debt his clan owed to various creditors kept moving closer to the psychological barrier of 10 trillion hex credits, he began to get really concerned. Vase was not without his options though. If the clan truly required a short-term cash infusion, he could always adapt one of his exclusive mech designs such as the Ferocious Piranha IB to the commercial mech market. In fact, he was already planning to suspend his rule of not selling any of his second-class mechs once he reached the Red Ocean. No matter what storm he ignited in the Yena star cluster, Vase would already be hundreds of thousands of light-years away. He could even turn his former stomping grounds into his experimental playground once he became assured that none of his mistakes would come back to haunt him in the Red Ocean. Minister Sheddarin just happened to bring up their plans for the future. It would help my work immensely if you told us what you have in mind after our fleet has completed its repair and reorganization efforts. He said as he gazed at Vase right in the eye, whatever goal you intended to pursue in the Vulcan Empire is not attainable anymore. The Vulcanites do not welcome us and the growing war tension has increased the danger factor of this region by an order of magnitude. Our strength is minuscule compared to the main players. There is no rationale for us to get caught up in their game any further. The most prudent course of action is to resume our journey to the Beyonder Gate and leave all of our troubles from this old galaxy behind. This wasn't the first time someone advised Vase to forget about the Vulcan Empire and just move on with his life. I haven't made a decision yet. Vase slowly responded. I can't give up my goal just like that. Not yet. Our fleet isn't going anywhere until the emergency repairs on the graveyard have concluded, so I still have plenty of time to consider my options. I'll get back to you in a few weeks about this topic. You're leaving a lot of people hanging by remaining indecisive. The Pernusser warned. Our clansmen and our allies are all left with uncertainty while you keep weighing your choices. At some point, their patience will run out. Many of us chose to follow you because they believe you can lead them to prosperity. Once they believe that you are about to do the opposite, then, Vase irritatingly gestured his hand. You don't need to remind me. There are greater issues at stake here that are not convenient for me to explain. Let me just say that I will not choose to stay here any longer once I am certain that I have exhausted all of my options. The two separated after a fruitless discussion. Vase refused to give up on his goal even though his prospects of attaining it had shrunk to a minuscule possibility. He was aware that it wasn't logical for him to remain stuck at this juncture. Timpala steel had to be an extremely rare substance for it to be valued so highly by the Mech designer system, but he was pretty certain that there had to be other sources of this substance out there. Humanity definitely came in touch with it once for the system to refer to it with a clear human-sounding name. Years had gone by without any progress on his supply missions. Vase could easily wait a couple of years or decades more. The materials the system demanded were too high-end for a journeyman like him to get in touch with. He suspected he had to advance to master before he could even begin to inquire about them in the open. Vase crossed his arms. Am I being too hasty for my own good? Maybe I should learn to give up for once and just wait for another opportunity. It's impossible that the Smiling Samuel Star sector is the only place where I can find a chunk of Timpala steel. Human civilization was vast and it was about to expand even further. The Red Ocean concentrated so many powerful and well-connected pioneers together that he might be able to obtain what he sought through trading with their backers. Why should I go through all of this trouble to dig up treasure when I can just pay someone else to do the heavy lifting instead? This was how Mech designers truly obtained what they wanted. Vase just thought it was a pity to abandon this opportunity to complete a supply mission early, considering that the system went out of its way to set it up during his last mastery experience. Yet he couldn't deny the dangers were too great this time. The game had escalated to the point where individuals were no longer able to exert any influence anymore. Only the major factions and power players of the surrounding states were strong enough to play the game going forward. While Vase had thought about working together with them, the risk of getting used only to be tossed away was too great. His previous experiences with politicians and official institutions had burned him too many times for him to put any trust in the likes of the Empire of the Lost. Maybe it was best if he learned his lesson and acknowledged his current reality. He couldn't keep endangering others in order to satisfy his greed. His thoughts briefly lingered on his unborn daughter. Just the thought about dragging her in the middle of another battle caused him to feel pained. I'm about to become a father soon. Perhaps, I need to learn to let go, he whispered to himself. Chapter 3305. Stalling. The local news organizations keep requesting to interview you or any other member of our clan. Gavin dutifully reported during the daily briefing session. They still want to know how our mechs are able to unleash giant energy attacks and why our expert mechs are much more difficult to kill than normal. Vase leaned back on his desk chair and casually waved his hand. My answer to that hasn't changed, Benny. We're not talking and we're not answering any questions. They'll have to make do with the public footage of our battle. His assistant looked concerned. I highly advise you to reconsider, boss. By not saying anything, we are letting other parties define the narrative of the battle. Ugly rumors about breaking taboos, consorting with crown terrorists and other ridiculous stories keep spreading over the galactic net. Plenty of parties who harbor ulterior motives have taken action. It's all talk. No one will do anything to us, not with 6 mercenary fleets protecting us at the same time. I really don't care if we piss people off. We're only passing through the Fermi star cluster so we don't have to please anyone. A lot of people wanted the power displayed by the Larkinson clan, but Vase already thought about it. He worked with Shedderin to come up with a plan that relied on 2 measures. First, as long as the Larkinsons kept saying nothing, the stories would slowly die down. Once the expeditionary fleet definitively left the star cluster, it was likely that the repercussions of the Battle of Fortia Zentra would be buried in the archives. Human space was too big and technology offered endless possibilities. This was not the first time that someone came up with a trump card that was able to deal massive area damage. The biggest difficulty in obtaining this power was to master the requisite high technology or alien technology. To that, Vase proposed a simple solution. The Larkinson clan simply published a statement that its expert mechs were designed in partnership with Master Moira Willix of the Mech Trade Association. That pretty much shut any direct demands to sell, trade or share his battle formations. Even though Master Willix had no involvement with battle formations, others didn't know that. By truthfully stating that Master Willix collaborated with Larkinson mech designers on developing expert mechs for private use, the clan essentially insinuated that Willix or the MTA was on its side. The truth was a bit more complex, but as long as Master Willix didn't go out of her way to clarify her complex relationship with the Larkinson Patriarch, the public's imagination would surely go wild. Though Vase felt rather mixed with the decision to use the MTA's reputation as a shield, he was willing to perpetuate any fiction as long as it worked. The emissaries from the Empire of the Lost also insist on meeting you in person. They wish to discuss ways to cooperate with each other. My answer to that is also the same. Vase frowned. We don't cooperate with states and we have no intention of committing to anything in the Fermi Star sector. We are simple travelers who only wish to complete our peaceful journey to the Red Ocean. If they really want to talk to someone, then they should get in line until they get their turn with Minister Sheddarin Pernis. He's our only authorized spokesperson and they can answer all of their questions. Gavin twitched his mouth. Minister Sheddarin has been doing everything but answering questions lately. He's gained a reputation for being vague and intractable as of late. Good. Vase grinned. That means he's doing his job. He's not supposed to clarify anything. He's only there to buy time and stall all of those petty bureaucrats and representatives until we are ready to depart from this messy star cluster. He would have become a lot more troubled by this issue in the past, but all of that had changed now that he had hired a slick and competent diplomat. Minister Sheddarin could wear different coats as needed. If the Larkinson clan needed to forge a new partnership, then he could come across as friendly, sincere and persuasive. If the Larkinson clan needed to rebuff other people and organizations without offending them, then he could smile and keep saying empty words. Whatever Vase wanted, Sheddarin or his capable and well-organized staff took care of it without needing the clan patriarch to take action in person. Vase couldn't be more thankful for himself that he took the risk of bringing the Pernis family on board. Do you have something that is actually new and interesting to report? He impatiently asked. Well, there is one more issue. His personal assistant said. Have you decided? No. Okay. Once Vase was done with dealing with these routine matters, he left his office and headed over to the personal workshop, moving much more freely than before now that he had gone back to wearing his uniform. The alertness level within the Larkinson fleet had relaxed now that the clan had safely returned to the Amswick system. With almost a mech division's worth of mercenary mechs on guard, no one should entertain any ideas of messing with the Larkinsons. The mood on the Spirit of Bentheim had also recovered. Though the vessel along with every capital ship had become a lot more crowded than before due to transferring so many people from the sub-capital ships, the clan administration had already done a lot of work in resettling them so they could get on with their lives. Once he reached his personal workshop, he went through the mandatory security check before entering his personal workspace. One of the more interesting spoils of war he obtained from the previous battle was the remains of several dwarven expert mechs. A couple of them had already been transferred over the graveyard in order to break them down and recycle any usable materials, but some merited further study before they contributed to the strategic material reserves of the Larkinson clan. The Paravod was the most valuable and interesting out of the dwarven expert mechs that the Larkinsons managed to salvage. It was a mid-tier expert mech that the Vulcanites expended a lot more time, effort and creativity to design than the more generic low-tier expert mechs. Even though it was a dream for many mech designers to receive the opportunity to develop an expert mech, there weren't as many opportunities for them to express their creativity when they were limited by cramped budgets and limited availability of resonance materials. This was why Vase and Gloriana quickly dismissed most of the wrecks such as the Morka Mark II or the 2-Slug Ranger expert mechs. Compared to the Larkinson expert mechs, the general expert mechs fielded by the Feral Provincial Army didn't possess much depth. What a beautiful mech! Vase sincerely expressed his admiration. The Paravod was a different expert mech from what he was accustomed to. Not only was it designed by dwarven mech designers who possessed distinctly different ideas on mech design, it was also an avian machine. Due to his origin and background, Vase hadn't been exposed to many bestial mechs. His clan and many of the enemies it fought against usually employed humanoid mechs without a second thought, and that was not overly good. It wasn't a big deal if Vase intended to remain in this region, but he and his clan were about to venture into the Red Ocean. The pioneers over there came from all corners of human space. There were many star clusters in the galaxy where bestial mechs were much more popular than humanoid mechs. The people who utilized these types of mechs accumulated a lot of know-how and advantages when designing and fielding them. Anyone who was only accustomed to fighting against other humanoid mechs would surely suffer the consequences. In the last battle, our forces didn't fare so well against the bestial mechs of the Hive Roarers. He admitted, the Larkinsons needed to make up for this inadequacy as soon as possible. Vase wanted to understand the properties of bestial mechs like the Paravod in order to satisfy his professional curiosity and to learn how to deal with them in future. If possible, he didn't object to designing more bestial mechs himself, though the Larkinson army didn't have any mech legions that were able to make use of them. Without any mech pilots who were trained in the use of bestial mechs, Vase didn't feel the need to branch out at the moment. Well, let's just see what further gains I can make. Every expert mech was alive in some way. Even if other mech designers did a shoddy job and instilled this quality in them, the constant interaction between strong-willed expert pilots and their battle partners naturally generated an X factor. Over time, this hint of life evolved into actual life that Vase was familiar with. The older the expert mech, the more remarkable they became. It's just like aging nutrient packs. Vase smiled. He didn't even have to inspect the aging of the Paravod to know that venerable Merrick Bulfrin already piloted it for several years. According to the intelligence reports, the talented dwarven expert pilot received it as soon as he grew from a low-tier expert pilot to a mid-tier expert pilot. This was generally considered to be an important watershed in the careers of military expert pilots. Once these talented individuals showed that they still had further growth potential, their superiors were much more willing to invest in their development. Vase began to float above the deck in order to move closer to the exposed internals of the Paravod. Just as he was about to conduct a study on its novel internal architecture, he suddenly halted in place. That wasn't there previously. Several components were missing since the last time he inspected the dwarven expert mech. What was even worse was that there were many more parts that had shrunk in size. The small and distinctive bite marks immediately told him that Gloriana wasn't responsible for this unannounced tampering. Vase narrowed his eyes and immediately noticed something. He moved up to the open cockpit and entered it only to find a familiar cat gnawing on the neural interface system. Lucky, meow. The gem cat jumped in the air but did not forget to finish chewing his bite. What is the meaning of this? His cat arrogantly lifted his head and tail at Vase. He did not look guilty at all for using Paravod as his buffet. Meow meow meow. What do you mean, compensation? Vase responded with a disbelieving expression. This goes way past that. I can look past your actions if you just took a bite here and there, but the Paravod is missing entire parts. You've devoured half the power reactor and pretty much every energy cell. Several tons worth of alloys and exotics have literally disappeared into your stomach. Meow. Lucky proudly rubbed his belly with one of his paws. You bastard. Before Vase could make his displeasure known, Lucky cheekily blinked before he quickly phased through the interior of the Paravod. Damn it. Vase briefly thought about dispatching Blinky to chase after Lucky, but his companion spirit was not a match against the gluttonous cat. Forget about it, Vase muttered. Though the Paravod lost a lot of mass, there were still enough materials left to reinforce the Larkinson expert mechs. Vase and his wife just had to be a little more economical about using up the scarcer and more valuable exotics. In order to prevent Lucky from enjoying another buffet, Vase decided against examining the Paravod any further and ordered his staff to transfer what was left of the avian expert mech to the graveyard for processing. Maybe I should just hurry up and get on with completing the refits on my expert mechs. To be honest, he had been taking his time on this matter. The longer it took to restore and upgrade his expert mechs, the more time he gained to make his choice. I really don't know what to do. Chapter 3306, Ship of Theseus. Though the work was rather tedious and time-consuming, Vase and the other journeymen enjoyed restoring their expert mechs. Not a lot of time had passed since the powerful machines had been built, so everyone involved in the repair and refit operation were still familiar with their designs. This helped a lot with implementing targeted upgrades. Even so, the journeyman made sure to limit the scope of their revisions to strengthening the internals. Any other changes demanded a lot more modeling and simulation testing in order to make sure that none of them detracted from the performance of the important expert mechs. While Kedis spent most of her time on fixing up the first sword, the rest allocated their time as evenly as possible. The riot was in a particularly poor shape, so Vase, Gloriana and Juliet spent a lot of hours slowly putting the expert mech back together. They painstakingly designed a strengthened internal architecture that made express use of the high-quality exotics derived from salvaged dwarven expert mechs and slowly reconstructed Venerable Orphan's proud machine step by step. Vase sometimes had the illusion that he was building an entirely new riot. So much of the mech had to be reconstructed from scratch that it was hard to imagine that it was still the same expert mech that he had initially brought into this reality. "Ever heard about the ship of Theseus?" Gloriana asked as she petted Clixie while they took a break. Meow tilde, no. Lucky had been making himself scarce ever since he got caught eating portions of the Paravod, so Vase decided to push Blinky out of his mind and use his companion spirit as a petting object instead. Moreau, stay put, Blinky. Moreau. The ship of Theseus is a classic thought experiment. His wife explained when she predictably learned that Vase never heard of it. Imagine a small frigate called the Theseus that has been in use for an extended period of time. Her captain is an adventurer-explorer who often flies through hazardous regions. With each completed journey, the Theseus returns to civilization and undergoes repairs. Her hull plating, her propulsion system, her life support system, her FTL drive and every other ship part and system gets replaced over time. Let's say that 1 century after she initially went into service, not a single original component of the initial frigate is left. Every single part down to the keel has been replaced over the course of her service. Is she still the original Theseus? That was indeed an interesting thought experiment to Vase. He understood why it became a classic. Still, unlike many other people, Vase had a clear answer in his mind. He just needed to look at the current state of the riot to provide an answer that completely matched how he perceived his own work. I think the identity of something is more of an abstract notion than a material quality. He began. Think about the Shield of Samar. It initially started off as the first production copy of our old Aurora Titan design. Over the course of its service with Venerable Janzi, we upgraded it 4 times by my counting. You don't get to evolve a third-class mech into a second-class prime mech without replacing all of the cheap and weak parts that worked fine in the Bright Republic but are wholly insufficient to keep up with the battles we tend to fight these days. Gloriana looked thoughtful as she lifted Clixie up in order to rub her furry belly. Is the Shield of Samar truly the same mech to you, or are you just claiming that to fool Venerable Janzi? Vase shook his head. I don't joke around when it comes to matters like that. I'm a professional. In my judgment, the Shield of Samar is the exact same mech as before because its living element has always remained the same. I have witnessed it grow from just a regular mech to a formidable prime mech that feels more alive than any other machine. Only the Quint can give it a run for its money, but in terms of age and time progression the Shield of Samar is the undisputed champion. It is the oldest continuous mech in service in our fleet. His wife looked quite impressed with his statement. If the Shield of Samar is already this impressive, what will happen to it when it becomes 10 years older? 100 years older? Even I can't imagine how strong it will become. Vase carefully answered. One of the core principles of my design philosophies is that my living mechs all have an opportunity to grow and evolve into something greater than their initial state. It's the same for humans like us. When we are born, we're so small and vulnerable. Give us a couple of decades, and we can become so powerful and capable that we can lead entire organizations. He smiled as he gazed at Gloriana's stomach. His firstborn child was developing nicely and was growing spiritually stronger and firmer with each passing day. His future daughter's companion spirit was also developing vigorously. There has to be limits to growth. His wife countered. Humans can't live forever. It's not a leap to assume that mechs can't last forever. Where there is growth, there is also decline. You're right. I don't deny the possibility that living mechs only have a limited amount of life potential before they reach their respective limits. None of my mechs are old enough to ever come close to that point, though. I think they can easily last for at least a century as long as they are constantly taken care of, not that this will happen often. It's a lot easier to replace older mechs with newer ones than to expend an exponentially greater effort to renew the same mech all of the time. Even I don't think it is realistic to give the same treatment that the Shield of Samar enjoys to every mech in the Larkinson clan. His wife looked surprised at that. Don't you advocate for the use of sustainable mechs? You once told me that one of my ambitions is to change the way that owners and users treat their mechs. You wanted to move away from people replacing their old mechs and encourage them to stick with them year after year. I haven't changed my mind about that, but considering how mechs are used by many different people and organizations, this is not an economical choice for everyone. It costs a lot of money to constantly renew the same mech so that they can keep up with the pace of technological advancement. Every major leap in mech generation entails a thorough transformation in tech, materials and standards. It's a lot easier and cheaper for clients to just replace their last-in stock with the latest models. Vase never thought he could convince every single person to embrace his vision. This was also why he mainly set his sights on the premium segment of the mech market and up. Only those who were willing to invest in their mechs were the most suitable target audience for his products. If you truly intend to continue your investment in the Shield of Samar, I'd imagine that it will undergo so many physical transformations that it becomes increasingly harder to justify that it is still the same mech. Perhaps its personality and its character are the same, but its meaning to everyone else has become completely different. Is it still justifiable for it to be called by the same name in that case? This was a more ambiguous question, and one that Vase could not answer immediately. I think it becomes a definition issue at that point. However, even if everyone else truly thinks of a century-old Shield of Samar in a different light, what do the opinions of others matter? Its pilot and its closest partner will always regard it as the same mech, no matter whether it started off as an ordinary third-class mech or has reached the apex of what mechs can become. If the Shield of Samar has become a god mech, then it has become a completely different existence. Gloriana quietly said as she slowly scratched Clixie's ears. Gods and mortals exist on separate levels, you know. No matter who you used to be when you were still human, once you become a god, you embrace a different identity. Nobody knows who the superior mother was before she ascended to become a supreme. Her mortal name has become dust and forgotten. Vase snorted. That's not true. Her name is Cynthia and she used to raise me for a couple of years before she decided to leave me behind without finishing the job. Both Gloriana and Clixie stared silently at him after he said those words. Meow. The ship of Theseus was an interesting thought experiment, but Vase and Gloriana still had a lot of work to do. They stopped talking about useless philosophy and turned their attention back to what really mattered. After several weeks of diligent work, 3 of the 4 Larkinson expert mechs not only became as good as new again, but also acquired crucial internal defense upgrades. Though the revisions were a bit too rushed and modest for Gloriana's tastes, Vase insisted on prioritizing efficiency. The Bulwark project and the Chimera project need our presence. Our design teams can't keep working on them without our guidance. He told his wife. Venerable Joshua and Venerable Janzi can't wait much longer. Let's strive to finish their expert mechs in 2 months. Gloriana looked uncertain. That is cutting it close. It's doable, I think. The hundreds of assistant mech designers haven't been doing nothing all this time. They have performed more than enough prep work to accelerate our own design tasks. I'm quite eager to get back in the saddle and complete this design round. Now that the Dark Zephyr and the other Larkinson expert mechs had been fixed, it was time for Vase to make a decision about his future plans. Enough time had passed for the rest of the Larkinson clan and its allies to complete their own repairs. Many ships that had incurred major damage but managed to limp back to the Amswick system had received hasty and improvised repairs. Given that many of them were dispensable, their owners did not insist on bringing them back in peak condition. It was fine as long as the vessels lasted long enough to reach the gate system. Even a more critical starship like the Graveyard had to make do with jury-rigged repair work. The Larkinsons essentially prioritized haste by slapping makeshift plating onto the damaged hull sections. This caused the scrappy capital ship to look like an even messier patchwork vessel. Still, according to all of the calculations, the interim solutions should hold, so Vase was willing to trust that the repairs were sufficient enough for the Graveyard to travel onwards. Even if something goes wrong and she gets lost in the higher dimensions, at least it won't affect me. I'll be staying safe and sound in the spirit of Bentime. Vase smirked. Yet before he could think about resuming the expeditionary fleet's journey to the Beander Gate, he still had to take care of another matter. He left the spirit of Bentime and shuttled over to the Blinding Banshee. The odd, thin capital ship always weirded him out. Her hull was so long and skinny that he was always afraid that it would snap in half one day. When Vase stepped aboard the ship, Calabast and Arnold were already there to greet his arrival. You can spare the pleasantries, Calabast. he said as he briskly strode forward. You know why I'm here. Bring me to Brig. We have several brigs, Vase. The spymaster smirked. It might not look like it, but my ship can hold tens of thousands of prisons. We can even convert her into a hotel if you don't mind the lack of space. Vase gave her another measured look. This time, she no longer teased him and brought him straight towards his desired destination. They entered a large but narrow brig compartment. Small and barren cells lined both sides of a narrow hallway. When Vase walked up to one of the cells, he looked straight through the one-way energy screen to examine its current occupant. A listless dwarven mech pilot sat on his cot while he was bored out of his skull. Almost a month had gone by without anything happening. The boredom and isolation had long worn out his personality. Vase grinned at the sight. There were hundreds more dwarven soldiers locked in the other cells on the blinding banshee. That was plenty for what he had in mind. Chapter 3307. High-quality stock. Vase grinned so darkly that Calabast and Arnold both looked disturbed. The mutated beast shivered and used his 8 legs to crawl behind Calabast's boots. Squeak. After the clan patriarch finished indulging in himself, he quickly regained his composure. How many prisoners? He asked. We are currently holding 734 feral servicemen in our cells. Calabast answered. We used to hold several hundred more, but when our stealth shuttles and disguised rescue parties retrieved them from their broken mechs and ships, their condition was poor and our medical personnel failed to save them. The good news is that the survivors have all pulled through. Even the most heavily injured ones have returned to health after receiving intensive treatment from our lifer doctors. I'm not sure whether it was worth the expense to go so far, though. These dwarves, Vase smirked. Oh, it's worth it. I need them in their best condition. I don't have much use for half-dead dwarven prisoners. This is the first time that I have high-quality experimental test subjects at my disposal. These proud, ferocious, disciplined soldiers are far superior to the pirates and scum that I used to work with. The stronger they are, the better my test results. He turned to the reluctant-looking woman by his side. We've been cooperating for a long time, Calabast. I don't believe for a second that you don't know what I've been up to with my prisoners. Hey, you're no fun. Calabast shrugged as she dropped her reluctant act. As a matter of fact, I do have a good idea what goes on when prisoners enter your experimental chambers but never seem to come back out. I suggest that you keep me in the loop from now on. You don't have a security and intelligence background, so there are still gaps in the methods you use to prevent leakage of information. Vase thought about it and didn't immediately reject it. The people who worked alongside him for years already knew he was unusual. Even if he did his best to hide his secrets, people like Calabast weren't stupid. Very well, then. You can accompany me this time and take care of security matters. What I'm about to do next is probably going to be so controversial and impactful that I really don't want anyone else to know my intentions. After they established this agreement, Vase quickly returned to business. He moved over to another cell and spotted another listless dwarf. Tell me more about the prisoners. Of the 734 prisoners of the Feral Provincial Army, 212 of them consist of mech pilots and 522 of them are ship personnel. The mix of ship personnel is fairly even, but the majority of captured dwarven mech pilots hail from the Molten Hammer and Hiver Roarer mech divisions. Vase nodded in understanding. During the post-battle rescue operation, he had secretly ordered the Black Cats to go out and smuggle as many dwarven prisoners as they could underneath the noses of the enemy fleet. The Black Cat retrieval parties did not dare to travel too close to the intact enemy fleet. They could only scour the outskirts and the zones closer to the expeditionary fleet to fulfill their objectives. If the Black Cats didn't need to hide, then they could have easily captured double or triple the amount of prisoners. Do the Ferals know we have their men? Calabast gave him a sidelong glance. If you're asking whether we will suffer any negative repercussions for capturing these prisoners, then no. My Black Cats have been discreet enough to avoid direct exposure. I can reasonably guess that the Feral Provincial Army knows we took their men, but they shouldn't have any direct proof or they would have presented it already. After the end of the battle, the beaten dwarven mech divisions were too preoccupied with other matters to be on the lookout for anyone absconding with their own survivors. None of them expected that you would go after their own men. The unspoken implication was that Vase must be crazy to capture enemy prisoners when there was no apparent meaning to doing so. It was too bad that he didn't care. He had greater priorities in mind, and these precious dwarves would play an essential role in his next plan. As Vase and Calabast continued to walk through the narrow corridor, Vase continued to peer through the one-way screens that kept the dwarves locked in isolation. "Have you done what I've asked?" She nodded. "We did. As soon as we took them into captivity, we began to pressure them in different ways. Aside from putting them in long-term isolation, we also stimulated them by limiting their food intake, varying the level of artificial gravity at random times, cutting off their light sources for days on end and broadcasting irritating noise in their cells. Although we have carefully controlled the intensity of these measures to avoid too many breakdowns, a number of dwarves failed to endure our trials. See here for example." Calabast led Vase a few cells over. When they peered through the other side, they spotted a haggard-looking female dwarven mech pilot who was rocking on her cot like a bot whose programming had gone stuck. "I want to go home." When Vase inspected the poor dwarven soldier with his other senses, he could sense the despair had broken what little spirit she possessed. It would take a disproportionate amount of effort to restore her sanity. "A pity," Vase said with a touch of sadness. "She's not as valuable in this condition. Still, you can't make an omelet unless you break some eggs. Do you have dwarves who have managed to do well in resisting their treatment?" "Of course. I'm actually impressed with these dwarven individuals. Their hatred and defiance has reached the level of elite soldiers. The Feral Provincial Army has trained them well." Calabast brought him to another cell. The burly dwarven soldier with a beard that stretched to his knees looked completely different from the previous prisoner. Not only was he keeping himself in shape by performing push-ups, his eyes constantly burned towards the one-way screen. It was as if he was ready to escape at a moment's notice as soon as the restrictive barrier went down. Vase couldn't help but grin as he sensed the strong will and survival urge from this defiant Vulcanite serviceman. "This fellow over here isn't anyone special," Calabast explained. "He's an ordinary security officer who specializes in demolitions. One of our team managed to capture him when he was trapped aboard a crippled combat carrier that had drifted away from the main battlefield. He didn't catch our attention at first, but as our treatment continued to put pressure on the prisoners, he was one of a small group of dwarves who did not surrender to our attempts to break them down." Vase smiled. "This was a truly valuable test subject. How many unbroken dwarven prisoners do we have? Of the feral servicemen who have managed to endure all of our trials, only 34 mech pilots and 56 support personnel did not succumb to them. Their psychological states are still strong and it is unlikely that further deprivation will change that. These are the toughest dwarves that you can find." "Good." Vase grinned. "I need to examine and categorize all 734 prisoners in person. The data that you have on them is quite complete, but I need to make detailed observations in order to divide them into relevant groups." "Very well. The prisoners aren't going anywhere, so you can examine them at your leisure." Vase spent several hours moving from cell to cell. He already opened up a new database file in his implant to register the properties of each individual dwarven prisoner. The month in captivity had not been kind to them. None of the dwarves looked happy and comfortable after they endured the friendly hospitality of the Black Cats. However, there were still enough professional soldiers who relied on their heart and will to resist. These rare individuals were all gems as far as Vase was concerned. He eagerly studied them and paid special attention to their spiritualities. After he completed his survey, Vase tallied his results. It turned out that 17 of the 34 unbroken mech pilots possessed spiritual potential. Of the non-mech pilots, just 13 of 53 possessed spiritual potential. Vase wasn't surprised by these results. Those with spiritual potential possessed advantages that others did not possess. It was easier for them to condense their will and cling on to their existing identities. Mech pilots were especially good at this because they always received the most training resources. The defiance and strength exuded by these spiritually activated dwarves was impressive considering how little hope they received during their month of captivity. Vase grew more and more excited when he thought about how he could make use of their strength. He silently composed a list that classified the dwarven prisoners into different categories before transmitting the file to Calabast. "I need a large and absolutely secure experimental chamber to conduct some experiments. The blinding banshee will definitely be able to fulfill your needs," Calabast answered with a smile. "How much space do you need?" Vase thought about it for a moment. "I need enough space to hold the dwarven prisoners. I also need enough room to accommodate a mech with plenty of space if possible." Calabast frowned. "The former is doable, but the latter is more challenging. The blinding banshee is not designed to carry mechs or other large objects. We will need to empty a cargo bay and increase its security level." "Do that, then. In the meantime, I need your men to transport a number of high-value cargo from the Spirit of Bentheim to this ship to conduct my experiments. How long will this take? Calabast frowned. If you need several days to perform your activities, it will become harder to hide what you are doing. I don't intend to stay too long, so don't worry. According to my current experimental plans, I'll be done with the dwarves by the end of the day. Hopefully I can get back to the Spirit of Bentheim quickly enough to catch dinner with my wife. Calabast suspected that she wouldn't have to worry about bringing the dwarven prisoners back to their cells. Their current accommodation would no longer become occupied once Vase was done with his experiments. For a moment, she wanted to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel up and question what Vase was doing with the prisoners. Then, she thought about all of the success that Vase had achieved in the span of a couple of years and decided to remain silent. Power never came without a cost. Even if she harbored misgivings about her strategic partner's conduct, she couldn't argue with the results. From the moment she decided to hitch her wagon onto Vase, she already made a choice. It did not make sense to change her mind just because of her doubts. She had already gone too deep into the rabbit hole to go back. I will prepare the experimental environment according to your specifications and ready the prisoners with utmost discretion. Calabast promised to Vase. I'll be making use of as many secure and vetted systems as possible to minimize the amount of clansmen who get involved. It may take some time because I need to take action myself in order to secure the cargo bay to the best of my ability. You do that, then. Make sure that there is as much separation between the prisoners and my experimental area. What I am about to do will probably affect a wide area, so I don't want any of my test subjects getting exposed ahead of schedule. Vase spent a few minutes passing on detailed instructions and specifications based on the schematic of one of the cargo bays of the Blinding Banshee. Though the espionage ship was a lot more cramped than other capital ships, she was still a sizable vessel in her own right. Soon enough, Vase was able to commence his first experiment for the day. Chapter 3308. Repeat experiment. Controlling the dwarven prisoners aboard the Blinding Banshee was easy. There was no chance for them to pull off an escape when they had nothing but their bodies to resist their captivity, but just to be sure, they had all been fitted with mechanical limb locks. These devices looked like dumbed-down versions of exoskeleton suits, and they were deliberately made to be as modest and low-tech as possible. After all, it was much easier to prevent improper tampering when the programming of the devices was simple. Despite their lack of complexity, the mechanical limb locks were strong enough to force every dwarf to move their limbs according to whoever held the controls. Dozens of cell barriers dropped at once. Though the captive dwarves briefly had the illusion that they were free for the first time in a month, their mechanical limb locks forced them to march out and move down a corridor without any deviation. Their mouths were not restrained though, so plenty of them began to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel as they were being moved. Kill me. Thank you for answering my prayers, Vulcan. Captain Akora, you're alive. Wait, why are you here? We're free, we're free, we're free. You fool, we're all going to die. The tall folk are cruel and vicious people. Did you think they would extend any mercy to dwarves like us? Not even Vulcan can save us anymore. None of the dwarves knew what was going on, but many of them already suspected that their departure from their cells might not be a good change. Still, no matter what they thought or spoke, they could do nothing but march forward according to the instructions of the mechanical devices that had taken control over their limbs. Their resistance was futile and their pleas for help resulted in nothing. Vase and Calabast watched on as the closed holding chambers were being filled with dwarf after dwarf. The mechanical limb locks precisely positioned them into evenly spaced columns before keeping them in place. The lack of clues and eerie actions unnerved a lot of prisoners. They sought comfort in their fellow dwarves as they finally had an opportunity to interact with other people. Many of them exhibited strong emotions as they cried, laughed, talked or remained patient for what was about to come. It's time, Vase said as he took a remote control device from Calabast. No matter what happens, don't disturb me when I am conducting my experiments. I'll do my job while you do yours, the woman stated. Though she still had a lot to say, she possessed enough self-control to keep her mouth shut. Vase kept his secrets close to his chest and would likely respond adversely if she insisted on getting to the bottom of his experiments. It didn't matter. Vase trusted her enough to witness and guard over his experiments. Even if Calabast lacked the expertise to figure out what he was doing, she could still glean enough clues from what was about to happen. Vase slowly moved down to the deck as he approached the experimental stage that he prepared. He stood behind a control station and began to inspect all of the settings before he was satisfied that every device was working as intended. He briefly skimmed over the outline of his first experiment one last time in order to make sure he remembered every important detail. It was nothing special actually, as he conducted similar experiments in the past. The only actual difference was that his test subjects came from different stock. Now that I have a batch of tough and well-trained soldiers, let's see whether they will be able to succeed where their predecessors have failed. Vase grinned. He manipulated the remote control and brought forward his first test subject. The fellow he chose to begin this session was the same defiant dwarven security officer who specialized in handling explosives. When the mechanical limb lock forced him to march out of the waiting chamber and walk over to the experimental area, the dwarven captive glared at the only tall folk in sight. His shackles even began to rattle as he exerted as much strength as possible to resist his forced motions. "It's you," the dwarf angrily boomed. "You're the tall folk who dares blaspheme Vulcan. Let me out so that I can punch your face until your mother can't recognize anymore." Vase became more pleased at the spirit shown by his test subject. The feistier they became, the higher the chance of success. To that end, he deliberately chose to expose his appearance to his captives so that they had a target to stimulate their emotions. The anger and unwillingness radiating from the dwarven security officer tasted as sweet as wine to Vase. In order to push his first test subject's buttons even more, he drew out a hammer that instantly attracted the dwarf's attention. That hammer. Let go of that hammer. It doesn't belong to you. Return it to Vulcan or risk his wrath. He. Vase chuckled as he casually spun the hammer in his hand as if it was a toy. "This hammer is mine, little dwarf. Your imaginary god can't do anything to me and so can't you. If you truly want to rip this item from my grasp, then you need to become strong enough to break through your shackles. That will never happen, of course. Dwarves like you are stupid, pathetic brutes who only exist to slave away in mines." That was one of the worst things to say to a Vulcanite. "You blasphemer. Tall folk like you must die. Get me out of these locks so that I can @ and @ $. Vase ignored the dwarf's outburst as he activated a command that commenced his first test. The mechanical locks forced the dwarven prisoner to march forward until he crossed a clearly marked line. A large vertical container was placed a short distance away. It was large enough to accommodate a mech but didn't seem special in any way. Yet as soon as the dwarf was forced to come closer, a powerful external pressure immediately began to manipulate his emotions. His insults abruptly cut off as many of his emotions became dampened. Even his anger at the tall folk dialed down a bit, though the dwarven prisoner did his best to resist this strange influence. Only certain emotions escaped this effect. His desire to free himself and return to the Vulcan Empire became stronger, and so did his desire to gain strength. "I need to become stronger." The glow that affected the dwarf amplified these emotions and desires to such an extent that they quickly exerted a growing amount of pressure on his mind. Meanwhile, Vase was over the moon when he tracked the performance of the dwarven prisoner. "Yes, that's it. That's what I'm looking for. You're already lasting longer than my previous best test subject." The pirates and other prisoners that Vase had previously experimented on never lasted to this extent. He became fully confident that the quality of the individuals subjected to this experiment was a crucial variable to its success. Ha, I just knew I was on the right track this time. The stronger the test subject, the greater the likelihood that they will survive. The dwarven security officer finally couldn't endure the pressure any longer. His entire body exploded in a mist of red. If not for the energy screens containing the spread of expanding biomatter, the blood, flesh and other biomatter would have contaminated an even larger area. Soon enough, a couple of cleaning bots flew over to clean up the mess with remarkable efficiency. Despite this bloody outcome, Vase remained pleased as ever. He already expected the dwarf to blow up. The individual wasn't particularly exceptional aside from his strong will, so Vase chose for him to go first in order to obtain some initial results. He had made some progress, at least. The dwarven soldier already lasted 23 seconds longer than the previous best performer. This was such a substantial improvement that Vase could smell he was close to a breakthrough. "I still have plenty more defiant dwarfs," Vase muttered as he tried his best to rein in his enthusiasm. Accomplishing this much progress was already good news, but it was not the ultimate prize that he was trying to obtain. He only has a limited amount of chances to achieve true success. Let's continue. Vase continued to use up his strong-willed test subjects without mercy. Bodies after bodies blew apart as the aspect of transcendence continued to test their mettle. Each time the dwarves marched forth, Vase tried to prod them by insulting their people and showing off a hammer that looked as if it rightfully belonged to the dwarves. It worked every time. The more religious and fanatical believers of the dwarven god cult were especially easy to provoke. The only reason why he blocked the view to the aspect of transcendence was because he didn't want to break the minds of his test subjects. The aspect of transcendence looks so large and impressive that just looking at it might lead to unpredictable results. A good researcher controlled the experimental environment as much as possible. Dwarf after dwarf continued to march towards their moment of death or transcendence. So far, only the former took place, but Vase did not lose hope. He had controlled order so that the norms among the defiant dwarves went first. They were comparably weaker and less promising than the other strong-willed dwarves, so their chances of success were also the lowest. Still, as the fatalities began to rise, he began to wince. He had another experiment in mind where he had an excellent use of dwarves like these. Seeing their bodies explode over and over caused him to lament the increasing amount of losses he incurred. Test subjects were also assets. Still, as long as one of them is able to pull through, I will be able to earn a huge profit. Vase was essentially gambling at this moment. If he lost all of his high-quality stock without any success, then his chances of meeting his target in his subsequent experiment would likely drop. Come on, you can do it, dwarves. In the end, he used up all of the defiant dwarven support personnel who did not possess any spiritual potential. Though each of them exhibited a lot of emotions, they failed to transform their lives. Well, I can't say I did not see this coming. Vase sighed. He brought forward his next batch of test subjects. These ones weren't mech pilots either, but they differed from the last batch by possessing spiritual potential. If they were mech designers or traditional swordsmen, they had an opportunity to break through to journeyman or swordmaster. However, as far as he knew, none of these dwarves belonged to those known extraordinary professions. Vase wasn't sure what to expect for that reason, but he was willing to see what happened. Let's go. He only had 13 of these rare test subjects, so he paid a lot more attention to their mental states. Don't you want to kill me and take away this hammer? Vase taunted at a prisoner. Then do your best to grow strong enough. If not, I will trample upon your fellow Vulcanites and make sure to rob each and every one of them of their undeserved freedom. You filthy tall folk, I will kill you if it's the last thing I do. He. After sufficiently stimulating the test subjects, Vase subjected them to the aspect of transcendence's tender mercies. Initially, the outcome of these attempts was little different from before. The only noteworthy change was that the dwarves with spiritual potential lasted up to 30 seconds longer on average. This was a massive jump that signified that the mental resilience and tolerance of the latest batch was much stronger. A growing sense of anticipation built up as Vase continued to bring other dwarves forward. Eventually, the sixth angry dwarven prisoner managed to keep his body together for 87 seconds, which was an unprecedented duration. It was at this time that Vase sensed a spiritual explosion taking place in the dwarven individual's mind. The test subject's spiritual potential was experiencing a miraculous growth. Yes, he's breaking through. I knew this would happen. I finally have solid proof of my theory. A great moment had come to Vase. His experiment had finally succeeded. Chapter 3309. A brilliant plan. Now that he had achieved his first successful result, Vase quickly moved to preserve his first success. He quickly pressed a button that pulled the captive dwarf out of the danger zone. The strong gravity force only pulled the captive's body far enough to prevent the aspect of transcendence from continuing to exert its influence on the test subject. Vase did not want to take any risks. He needed his successful test subjects to remain alive. Though he was curious to know what would happen if an evolving test subject continued to be exposed to the aspect of transcendence's strong glow, that was an experiment for another time. Right now, he was more than happy that the dwarf succeeded where all of his other test subjects had failed. The breakthrough event did not drag on for long. Vase continued to remain in rapture as he eagerly observed all of the changes that took place in the dwarven serviceman's mind. Since the fellow wasn't a mech pilot, his will did not receive any exceptional empowerment. Instead, his previously inactive spiritual potential expanded in strength like a seed growing into a flower. The metamorphosis was unlike anything he had seen before. Neither mech designers, mech pilots nor swordsmen evolved in this manner. To be honest, Vase had no idea what he was looking at. Considering the dwarven captive used to serve as a warrant officer in charge of ammunition supplies aboard one of the derelict feral combat carriers, it was likely that the newly evolved dwarf did not gain any special abilities. Vase guessed that the boost the surviving test subject gained was probably general and unfocused. Perhaps he became a little smarter, a little faster and a little stronger. What little reality-defying properties he gained were unlikely to be exceptional either. Still, the dwarf had taken his first step on the extraordinary road by becoming the equivalent of an expert candidate. If he broke through one more time, then just the strength of an expert pilot or journeyman was enough to turn him into an exceptional individual. 87 seconds. This was how long the dwarf lasted before his spiritual potential ignited into a stronger and more real form. Vase had a hunch that this was a critical number and one that every other test subject had to attain in order to pass the aspect of transcendence's trial. Vase spent a few more minutes to check on the successful test subject's condition. His physical condition looks normal, but his mental condition is a lot more active than before. Interesting. In any other time, Vase would have dropped every other research project in order to study this dwarf's new properties. What had changed? What could he do? How had his personality shifted? Did he gain any new obsessions? What similarities did he share to other spiritual professions? Was he able to resist the aspect of transcendence's glow at his current stage? I don't have the time to seek these answers. Vase muttered as he shook his head. He had different goals in mind today. Now that he confirmed a number of key hypotheses and assumptions, he could perform more targeted experiments at a later date. I can make more test subjects like these now that I know what to look for. He grinned. In order to test whether lasting 87 seconds in the presence of the aspect of transcendence was the key to a successful breakthrough, Vase quickly used up the remainder of the current category of test subjects. Dwarf after dwarf screamed before their bodies blew up. Vase keenly paid attention to how well they endured the pressure. Those he thought were stronger managed to last longer than those with lower odds. None of them lasted all the way to 87 seconds. Vase disappointingly observed. The closest one came close. The female dwarf lasted all the way to 84.5 seconds while spending half her time insulting Vase before her body blew up like the rest of her colleagues. It wasn't until the second-to-last dwarf of this batch had her turn that the previous record was broken yet again. 88.2 seconds. The middle-aged female dwarf endured the pressure for a little longer before her spiritual potential ignited in a similar fashion as before. A gravitic projector quickly pulled her body away from the aspect of transcendence, allowing her to complete her breakthrough without any further risk. I can finally make comparisons. By collecting data on the second success case and comparing it to the first one, Vase was able to derive a lot of clues through comparative analysis. Still, he didn't spend too much time on these studies as his day was far from over. In the end, out of the 13 non-pilot dwarven prisoners with spiritual potential, 2 of them broke through. Although the survival rate was still abysmal, Vase was incredibly happy to achieve this result. A 15% success chance is much better than a 0% success chance. Though the 2 dwarves broke through at slightly different exposure times, Vase chalked it up to individual differences. The critical breakthrough point had to be around this range. None of the dwarves without spiritual potential lasted this long. Vase recalled. They only managed to hold on for 40 seconds or even 60 seconds before they succumbed. This was already a pretty good result compared to weaker-willed individuals. Much of the low-quality stock couldn't even hold themselves together for more than 20 seconds before their heads and bodies went poof. Now, let's see what the difference is between norms and mech pilots. He had to make some adjustments before he started with this phase of the session. A special cockpit was moved over, which was meant to simulate the act of piloting a mech. It was distinctly designed to be as harmless as possible. After all, Vase didn't want to become one of those cliché scientists who succeeded in creating a monster only to get killed by his own success. Alright, let's start. Just like before, he first went through the test subjects who did not possess spiritual potential. Of the 17 test subjects of this category, none of them survived. Their survival time was a little better than their non-mech pilot counterparts on average. Now, let's proceed with the most promising category of test subjects. Vase rubbed his palms before he began to subject the strong-willed dwarven mech pilots with spiritual potential to the aspect of transcendence. These captive dwarves were the most promising talents of their mech divisions. In another reality, they might have gone on to become expert candidates or expert pilots in their lifetimes. Now, Their only fate was to devote their lives and spirits to provide more experimental data to Vase. Whether they succeeded or failed, Vase would forever honor their contributions to science by making good use of their test data. All of you are heroes. Tears almost welled up in his eyes. I will forever remember the great gift that you have given to me. This will become one of the greatest experiments of my life. It was too bad that the dwarves were unable to share his jubilation. Many of them were dead while the survivors had every reason to kill him with their bare hands. From the moment he began to put the first dwarven mech pilots with spiritual potential in the simulation cockpit, he already had a feeling that he would experience something remarkable. 78 seconds. 83 seconds. 86.3 seconds. Success. A little sooner than expected, the third test subject of this promising category succeeded in breaking through. A strong outburst of will erupted from the simulation cockpit as it began to glow and resonate according to the force of will of the lucky new expert candidate. Die, you false prophet. The Vulcan Empire belongs to the dwarves. An amused smile appeared on Vess's face. Well, this test subject has spunk, all right. It was too bad the new expert candidate was piloting a mech that didn't actually exist. His breakthrough was completely meaningless if he was not able to resonate with anything that could actually pose a threat against his captors. Once the breakthrough event had passed, Vase unceremoniously forced the successful test subject out of the simulation cockpit and moved him over to another waiting room. Let's see how the remainder fares. Several more breakthroughs took place in the next hour. Though there were plenty of failures, Vase was gratified to see that most of the test subjects of this batch lasted the longest on average. Those who lasted shorter generally possessed poorer qualifications according to the data. They were mostly individuals who were older, possessed lower genetic aptitudes and performed worse during the Battle of Fortia Zentra. Makes sense. In total, 6 out of 17 dwarven expert pilots with spiritual potential successfully advanced to expert candidate. This was a remarkable result considering that none of them had broken through in actual battle. A 35% success rate is not bad. If the price of failure wasn't death, I feel tempted to immediately put my Larkinson mech pilots through the same test. These weren't ordinary test subjects, though. The ones that Vase had experimented on so far only consisted of the toughest and most strong-willed dwarven captives aboard the blinding Banshee. There were hundreds more test subjects that he didn't even bother to bring out this time. They're too weak, he sighed. I can only use them to make up the numbers in my follow-up experiment. As he began to study the results he obtained so far, he was able to derive some reasonable conclusions. Vase guessed that the main reason why the mech pilots held out longer was because they were especially trained to endure great stresses in battle. A military mech pilot always had to maintain control over themselves. Mech pilots also possessed more innate pride and confidence. Their profession was celebrated and honored in the age of mechs. It shouldn't be a surprise that they refused to bow their head and succumb to adverse pressure. It's not enough, though. The mental resilience of those with no spiritual potential was too weak compared to those that did possess potential. The difference was quite substantial as the pressure that people experienced from the aspect of transcendence was not constant and linear. Instead, it built up over time the longer they become exposed to the organic statue's glow. The difference in mental resilience from someone who lasted 80 seconds was much weaker than someone who lasted 7 seconds longer. This suggested to Vase that it was not easy to bridge this gap at the upper levels. It's probably impossible for most people to become strong enough to last 87 seconds in their lifetimes. Their resistance needs to reach a level that is beyond baseline human levels. Vase frowned. Of course, this only applied to artificially induced breakthroughs. Vase didn't think the conditions were so harsh for natural breakthroughs. Those were different circumstances that were much more normal. Using the aspect of transcendence to induce a breakthrough was a shortcut, so there were bound to be complications. Now that he used up his batch of strong-willed test subjects, Vase wrapped up this experiment and began to prepare for his next endeavor. He approached a large table and inspected all of the ingredients he prepared for his next experimental procedure. 1 complete vial of high-grade life-prolonging serum. Check. 1 unstable chaos essence gem. Check. 20 P stones that Blinky has completely filled with my spiritual energy. Check. 1 P stone that contains a minor spiritual fragment the Quint. Check. 1 P stone that contains a minor spiritual fragment of the Amaranto. Check. 1 P stone that contains a moderate spiritual fragment of the Unending One. Check. 1 P stone that contains a shard of Lady Aisling Curver's design seed. Check. Vase briefly directed his gaze towards the waiting rooms that held both the newly advanced dwarven test subjects as well as the hundreds of ordinary dwarven captives. 6 heavy gravity variant human expert candidates. Check. 2 heavy gravity variant human undefined preliminary transcendence. Check. 178 mundane heavy gravity variant human military mech pilots. Check. 466 mundane heavy gravity variant human military servicemen. Check. After confirming that all of his ingredients were present and in a usable state, he placed the final key object and catalyst on the table. Hammer of Brilliance. Check. The reason why this totem played a key role in his next experiment was because he harbored an ambitious plan. A devious grin appeared on Ves's face. Since you dwarves yearn for Vulcan so much, then let me give you what you want. He finally decided to make a design spirit based on Vulcan. The god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship did not exist. Not really. As far as Vase was concerned, he only existed in the imagination of the Vulcanites. Initially, Vase was fine in allowing the dwarves to stick to their false delusions. Everyone was entitled to their own beliefs as long as they didn't bother anyone else. It was too bad that the Feral Province decided to pick a fight with the Golden Skull Alliance. Did the Vulcanites really think that Vase wasn't going to retaliate for all of the Larkinsons they had slain? 1,400 Larkinson mech pilots and 6,000 other Larkinson servicemen have died at their hands. Ever since the Ferals took away those lives, Vase had always entertained thoughts of taking revenge. The difficulty was that the expeditionary fleet was no match against a dominant second-rate state. The Vulcan Empire was able to field so many mechs that the Larkinson clan would only drown if Vase dared to wage war against the dwarves. If he wanted to attack them and hit them where it hurt, he needed to undermine them in another fashion. In the past few weeks, he regularly talked with Sheddarin and Calabas to learn how to harm the Vulcan Empire. Both of them told him that religion was a clear fault line in their state. The division between the traditional Vulcan faith and the upstart dwarven god cult had only grown more tense after the latest controversy had erupted. Once Vase learned about all of this, his active imagination came up with a brilliant plan to mess up the Vulcan Empire and provide him with a path for him to travel to the Paramount Province without getting attacked. I'm just going to make another design spirit. A Vulcan design spirit. That wasn't all, though. A regular design spirit wasn't good enough for his liking. First, Vase had to make a choice whether he should turn Vulcan into a human or a dwarven incarnation. He couldn't decide, to be honest. That was why he came up with an unorthodox solution. I'll just turn him into both a human and a dwarven design spirit. Who said that design spirits needed to come in a single form? Couldn't they take on multiple forms or identities at the same time? Trisk didn't even have a defined shape. Aside from being a bird, it could be both male or female, colorful or colorless, and big or small. This example proved that design spirits didn't need to adhere to a strict definition. They were bound by fewer limitations than corporeal existences. However, as soon as Vase thought about creating a design spirit based around Vulcan, he recalled another goal. I always wanted to create a way for me to excel in craftsmanship. Ever since Master Willix lectured him about the importance of craftsmanship to mech designers, Vase yearned to improve his ability to create masterworks and even higher quality works. Though he knew that steady accumulation was the name of the game, Vase wouldn't be Vase if he didn't think of a method to cheat the process. When he thought about how he could gain an advance, he came up with an interesting thought. I've long been able to surpass my limitations by creating different spirits. An excellent example was Blinky. Before he created his own companion spirit, he didn't have an easy way to generate more spiritual energy. He was always wary of expending his own spiritual energy because it took too long to replenish it without the grand dynamo. Blinky's creation neatly solved this problem and expanded his own capabilities by a huge margin. Now, he was faced with a different problem. His success rate in creating new masterworks was too low. It was too difficult to produce a high-quality mech, and he was way too dependent on luck and serendipity to succeed. Though a journeyman like him was already far ahead of his peers in terms of creating masterworks, Vase wasn't satisfied. If he wanted to realize his design philosophy faster and increase his chances to become a star designer in a reasonable time frame, then he needed to go above and beyond in order to create his own success. I'll just make a design spirit that excels in craftsmanship. Not only that, I will become that design spirit. That was right. Vase wasn't willing to allow any entity to become the patron saint of excellent craftsmanship. That would mean that he would have to borrow someone else's power whenever he wanted to fabricate a high-quality mech. He wanted to master this power for himself. In essence, I want to add craftsmanship to one of my domains. There was a problem, though. His spirituality was already based around life and mechs on an equal basis. Vase did not want to alter this balance just so that he could add craftsmanship to the mix. Besides, I doubt it would work since my domain is already locked in a solid design seed. He muttered. His solution: create a design spirit that was a similar existence to that of Blinky. The Vulcan that he was about to create would exist both as a separate entity but also serve as an extension of himself. To put it in simpler terms, Vase wanted to create a design spirit incarnation of himself. Ha 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 ha, it's brilliant. I'll be able to get the best of both worlds. He clearly took inspiration from his mother's attempts to turn the superior mother into her incarnation, whatever that meant. Although Vase didn't have a clue about the mechanics of his mother's incarnation technique, that didn't stop him from going through with his plan. I'll just invent my own method of creating an incarnation. If my mother can pull it off, so can I, he confidently exclaimed. With all of these measures, Vase intended to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. First, I'll be able to improve my craftsmanship faster and allow me to invent new methods to consistently produce masterworks at a much more accelerated pace. Second, I can use my design spirit to mess up the Vulcan Empire and make them pay for killing my clansmen. Third, I'll become both a human mech designer and a design spirit at once. As a result, I can enjoy the advantages of both without giving up anything. Vase would truly be able to become the greatest mech designer if he succeeded in his next procedure. He cackled at the thought of all of the power he would be able to command. This is going to be brilliant. Chapter 3310, Diversification Strategy. Vase wanted to become a design spirit. He had been thinking about it for years, actually. From the time when design spirits like the Solemn Guardian and the Superior Mother began to show that they were not only able to affect reality through sheer power, but also displayed a capability to perform unique and useful spiritual abilities, Vase hungered to obtain the same advantages. Of course, it's not that simple to live as a spiritual life form. The more he saw the galaxy, the more he came in touch with incorporeal life. If he set aside his artificially created spiritual products for a moment, each of them were remarkable existences who all managed to detach themselves from their mortal coils while still clinging on to their lives. What all of them have in common is their strong spirituality. Vase surmised. A weak person's spirituality will eventually dissipate from the material realm and end up elsewhere. The only way to prevent this transit from happening is to become strong enough to resist this natural force. He theorized that this was the key factor that allowed previously living and mortal entities to retain their existences in the material realm after their greatest anchor, their physical bodies, had expired. However, Vase also guessed that it cost quite a lot of effort to hang on to the material realm. It's like trying to stay alive while being dumped onto an ice planet without clothes or heating. He muttered, if you don't do anything to warm yourself up, you'll die from hypothermia. There were several ways to stay warm. A shivering individual could find a rare zone where it was warmer and contained a natural source of heat. The Xianxia Gap was a good example of that. The barrier between the imaginary and material realms were thinner there, allowing his mother to expend less effort to maintain her existence in reality. The flaw of this method is quite obvious. Anyone who becomes dependent on a fixed source of warmth won't be able to leave without freezing to death. A person could generate heat by devouring food. This was not a solution for everyone, but Vase knew of at least 3 entities that could sustain themselves in this fashion. His mother, the Unending One, and Blinky could all grow and sustain themselves by devouring the spiritual energy of other entities without worrying about the heterogeneity of spiritual attributes. In an ecosystem, predators can only exist when there is a sufficient amount of prey within reach. If there isn't enough food around, the predators will begin to starve and die in droves. Someone who was freezing to death could also rely on another way to warm their bodies. He or she could stay warm by sharing the body warmth of other creatures. Although it sounded like an absurd solution in this analogy, this was the principal way in which the dark gods such as the Blinding One or design spirits like the Illustrious One maintained their power and existence. Anyone who learned about this method might mistake those spiritual entities as gods, but Vase didn't see it that way. To him, this interaction could easily be explained without resorting to superstition and religious claptrap. It's just a normal process of deriving spiritual feedback from a lot of living people who are aligned to the spiritual entity in question. A single human might not be able to provide a lot of spiritual tribute, but when there are millions of them, the influx becomes quite formidable. Each method of staying warm had its strengths and shortcomings, but Vase looked down on the last one the most. It was the simplest and most flawed method for a spiritual entity to stay alive. For example, the Superior Mother had quickly catapulted to become the strongest design spirit in Vese's collection due to the worship of trillions of fanatical hexers, but what would happen if those same people began to die in droves? What would happen if the Friday Coalition won the Komodo War and forced the defeated hexers to abandon their beliefs in the Superior Mother? The once mighty ancestral spirit would turn from a wealthy baroness into a begging granny on the streets. Well, it shouldn't be that bad for the Superior Mother. Vase estimated, even if the hexadric hegemony collapses, she can still rely on the diaspora to get her spiritual feedback. The Penitent Sisters, the Glory Seekers, and many other hexer groups had left the hegemony as of late. This provided the Superior Mother a strong form of insurance. Even if this didn't work out, Vase was not going to stand by and let Cynthia's incarnation wither to death. Still, the fact I need to worry about this problem at all is highly concerning. Apparently, the Superior Mother did inherit Cynthia's ability to devour spiritual energy. The two existed as separate entities who possessed different personalities, domains and abilities. Cynthia Larkinson possessed a primal, predatory life domain. The Superior Mother embodied and personified the 6 phases of existences. Yet it's exactly because they're different that they complement each other so well. After her supposed death, Cynthia apparently lived on as a spiritual ghost who had a lot of difficulty sustaining her continued existence due to lack of suitable prey. It was only by feeding on her own child that she managed to regain enough strength. This was why it was a brilliant idea to link Cynthia together with the Superior Mother. Even if this inseparable bond came about due to an accident on his part, Vase was still glad he managed to create a powerful incarnation for his mother. The Superior Mother's ability to derive spiritual feedback from normal humans granted Cynthia an alternate way to sustain her spiritual existence without needing to rely on Vase or other rare spiritual entities. Likewise, Cynthia was also capable of ensuring that her incarnation would never starve to death as long as she had enough surplus spiritual energy. It's unlikely that the Superior Mother will lose all of her influence, so my mother is the one that truly benefits from this relationship. Vase muttered. Even so, this relationship was quite flawed in his eyes, as there were scenarios where Cynthia might get burdened by the need to keep 2 spiritual existences alive. If Vase wanted to accomplish something similar, then he would be a fool to retain this flaw. Since he was planning to make a spiritual incarnation of himself, he tried his best to put his designer mentality to work. Only a weak and unambitious creator would think about imitating natural phenomena and existing products. A true designer always sought to surpass the competition. If the Superior Mother is version 1.0, then my own spiritual incarnation should become the equivalent of version 2.0. Vase did not want to joke around with his life and future prospects. There were many ways his experimentation could go wrong, but he was confident he could succeed in this ambitious endeavor. By gaining the power of an improved design spirit without giving up his personality and identity as a human, Vase would be able to augment his mech design career by leveraging the advantages of spiritual incarnation that was centered around craftsmanship. Vase insisted on setting a couple of terms when he came up with this bold plan. First, my identity as Vase Larkinson, the human mech designer, must always maintain primacy. I am Vase, not Vulcan. He did not want to make the mistake of creating a replacement for himself. What if Vulcan slipped out of control and decided to devour his own human maker? Vase would only have himself to blame if he screwed up so badly. Fortunately, he already had experience in this matter. Blinky was a successful implementation of a semi-independent spirit that was derived from Vase but always remained subordinate. With all of the precautions he set, there was no way that the spiritual cat would ever be able to take over. Second, Vulcan must be able to feed itself and sustain its existence through multiple means. It must never become vulnerable or beholden to a single source of feeding. The Superior Mother was always tied to hexers or those who adhered to her values, and that was a major restriction. Vase sought to address its flaws when he designed his own incarnation. Though Vulcan was supposed to be the god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship, it did not have to be the patron saint of all 3 domains at once. Vase didn't care about the dwarves, but they could form a convenient source of spiritual feedback if Vulcan failed to gain traction among humans. After all, the success of the Vulcan faith and the explosive rise of the Vulcan Empire proved the allure of a false god that Vase had casually invented. Dwarves are too gullible compared to normal humans. He smirked. There were so many different religions in human space that competition was harsh. The pushback received by religious movements such as Hexism or the Ilvanan faith taught Vase that reckless expansion of belief systems would inevitably provoke a war. He would be a fool to create a new religion in order to compete for the belief of other humans. Instead of diving in that muddy ocean, I'll just find a neglected lake instead. No ruling power in the galaxy cared about the dwarves. Neither the Big Two, the first-rate superstates or anyone else who held sway had ever shown genuine concern about heavy gravity variant humans. This made it a lot less riskier for Vulcan to claim their spiritual feedback. In fact, the Vulcan Empire is already a successful test case. Vase realized, since the dwarves were allowed to worship Vulcan without any response from other churches, the danger is obviously a lot less serious. Though the population of dwarves in human space was minuscule compared to normal humans, they still amounted to a huge amount in absolute terms. With this huge population base as a strong and stable source of spiritual feedback, the Vulcan that Vase intended to create was unlikely to starve to death. Of course, Vulcan's main source of spiritual feedback will always come from acting as a design spirit for my mechs. This was a proven method of gathering spiritual feedback without entering the muddy waters of religion. As long as Vase designed a few mechs with Vulcan involved in some way, he would be able to provide him with many channels of sustenance that had nothing to do with dwarves. This was his diversification strategy. By relying on multiple sources of spiritual energy, his incarnation would never be rendered helpless. Even if dwarves ever become extinct and if mechs are no longer in use, Vulcan can still keep himself alive by directly devouring other sources of spiritual energy. This was one of the few rare cases where Vase was willing to use a fragment of the Unending One as an ingredient. The only other time he did that was when he created Blinky. Both of them are extensions of myself, so I will always be able to control what they do with the power to devour and digest heterogeneous spiritual energy. He never thought about granting external spiritual entities this capability. It was too powerful and removed a limitation, making it more likely that his design spirits might go rogue one day. The scariest scenario that he could think of was if a design spirit began to prey on other design spirits. That would be incredibly bad for Vase, and it was something that he would never allow. The best way to remove a temptation is to deny the possibility of it happening in the first place. Vase muttered, "None of my design spirits have the power of the Unending One, and as far as I'm concerned it should stay this way." They were all herbivores, essentially. There was plenty of fodder for them to eat and enjoy. The spiritual incarnation that Vase had in mind was different. It was not a carnivore like Cynthia. Instead, Vulcan will become an omnivore, an adaptable design spirit that will never grow hungry. This was the basis of Vulcan's power. It not only ensured he would remain adaptable under vastly different circumstances, but also gave him the potential to surpass every other design spirit, including the superior mother. Vase grinned as he imagined how Vulcan would thrive in the future. "I'm sorry, Mom, but my incarnation will become better than yours. With Vulcan's help I'll eventually be able to surpass you in power." She would no longer be able to treat him like a kid once that happened. It would become his turn to dominate his mother. Chapter 3311, Means to an End. Creating an omnivorous design spirit was just the basis of creating the most spiritual incarnation for himself. Vase did not pursue power for its own end. That was useless and counterproductive. Vulcan is just a means to an end. I should always remind myself that my main identity is a human and that my main profession is a mech designer. If whatever I'm doing is not conducive to my mech design ambitions, then I should just forget about messing with this stuff. If Vase wanted to obtain a sustainable source of spiritual power, then he could already rely on Blinky for the most part. At best, Vulcan could serve as a reliable and loyal source of input for the spiritual cat if his other design spirits were unwilling or unable to donate their reserves. What truly mattered to Vase was how Vulcan could augment his mech design capabilities. Vase already knew what he was strong at. He was able to imbue his mechs and potentially other products with life, causing them to develop greater power that was controlled by an independent consciousness. However, his focus on this aspect did not provide him with any advantages in physical mech design. Though he was able to compensate for this shortcoming by borrowing Gloriana's specialty and relying on his increasing affinity for mechs, it was exponentially harder to create even better transcendent works. There are so many master mech designers in human space, but the number of known star designers only amount to 100 or so. Vase stated, The greatest implication of Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship is that the difficulty of climbing higher is unimaginably great. I don't even dare to bet that I am talented and capable enough to reach the third rung of the ladder by relying on my inherent talent and capabilities. If he assumed that one of the key requirements of becoming a star designer was to be able to create a grand work that qualitatively surpassed every masterwork, then Vase did not object to reaching this incredibly high standard through unorthodox means. This was how he always worked. Instead of following the crowd and hope that he was able to outperform everyone, he preferred to play his own game where he could easily skew the odds in his favor. This was the kind of lateral thinking that Vase had always relied upon to get ahead. He was confident in his ability to succeed not because he thought he was better than other mech designers, but because he was daring and creative enough to find alternative solutions to his problems. Perhaps other mech designers would think he had gone bonkers for coming up with an idea as radical as creating a spiritual incarnation of himself. This was also why he didn't bother to inform Gloriana of his ambitious plan. Other people are too confined by their own ignorance to understand my brilliance. The only way I can prove that I'm right is to succeed. To that end, Vase thought a lot about how Vulcan was supposed to express his power. Vase did not care about Vulcan's dwarf domain. He only included it because it was already a part of his existing portfolio and because dwarves were meant to serve as an extra source of spiritual feedback. A real god needs to take care of his flock because he will lose his source of spiritual sustenance if his believers forsake his belief. He smirked. My spiritual incarnation is different because he can just switch to other sources of spiritual feedback. It would be nice if more ignorant dwarves became hoodwinked into believing a false god, but it would never become a priority to Vase. This was why he placed a much greater emphasis on Vulcan's other two domains. A focus on both mechs and craftsmanship had the potential to synergize with his design philosophy. Vulcan could even replace the role that Gloriana played in his professional career. Of course, Vase loved Gloriana too much to push her aside if she ever became redundant. Vulcan and Gloriana contributions to his mech designs did not necessarily have to conflict. In fact, their effects can probably superimpose on each other, leading to even better results than if they are separate. Vase optimistically predicted, the main purpose that Vulcan was supposed to play in his mech designs was to increase the likelihood of copies turning into masterworks. He did not expect anything too unrealistic like a 100% success rate. However, if he was able to double, triple or quadruple the current odds, Vase would have a bit more assurances that the upcoming Bulwark project or Chimera project would turn into masterworks. My current odds of success are too low. Vase shook his head. The Amaranto is already a fluke. I'm not confident enough that I can replicate this success so quickly without enough luck and accumulation. The existence of a design spirit like Vulcan was supposed to replace or even exceed the role of luck and accumulation. Vase wasn't sure about the exact mechanics behind these variables, but he had implemented several creative solutions in his spiritual incarnation's design that should all contribute to this desired effect. The simplest way to describe Vulcan's role in creating masterworks was to consider the design spirit as an attempt to turn uncontrollable variables into controllable variables. Only when Vase was able to grasp more factors that determined the quality of a mech in production would he be able to accelerate his progression. Even if the ability to make more masterworks doesn't help with advancing or realizing my design philosophy, I can still derive a lot of benefits by making more of them. Each one is a treasure that I can use to empower my subordinates or trade away to others. He could boost Venerable Joshua's progression and provide him with a smooth ride to ace pilot by turning the Chimera project into a masterwork expert mech. He could receive the gratitude and protection of an ace pilot early by fulfilling Patriarch Reginald's request. There were countless other potential clients that would be willing to pay a fortune to obtain a masterwork mech tailored to their needs. His grand expedition in the Red Ocean would become a lot smoother if he was able to provide a valuable and indispensable service to all of the wealthy pioneers in the new frontier. Without a competitive edge, my clan and I will never gain a foothold in the Red Ocean. There are too many pioneers out there that are better than us in every other way. Whether it was designing mechs, harvesting phase water or starting up colonies, the most powerful and ambitious players of human civilization were at least 100 times better prepared than a journeyman in an upstart clan. This was why Vase planned to create a new entity like Vulcan even if he never came into conflict with the Vulcan Empire. Perhaps he would have chosen a different identity for his craftsmanship-oriented design spirit, but the role remained the same. As Vase continued to stand before his collection of ingredients, he calmly ran through all of the steps he needed to take to create his desired spiritual incarnation. He could not be sloppy this time. The difficulty of creating Vulcan was much higher than creating a regular spiritual product. In the latter case, even if he made a mistake, it wouldn't affect him directly. Different from normal, Vulcan was supposed to be another extension of himself, so Vase had to exert much more control over the creation process than normal. That's why I am using up so many ingredients at once. He sighed. I would never be so extravagant with an ordinary design spirit. He had to save the best for himself, after all. By raising the quantity and quality ingredients, he would not only be able to exert greater control over Vulcan's capabilities, but also ensure he would start off stronger and more powerful than any other newly born spiritual entity. Vase carefully picked up the vial of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum. I've never used up so much universal life energy at once. I wonder how far Vulcan can go with this much juice. There was a considerable risk involved with accelerating Vulcan growth to such a massive extent. In order to prevent his design spirit from breaking loose from his control, he implemented many other safeguards, the most important of which was to pass on more himself to Vulcan than ever before. In that way, even if the unending one came back from the dead again, Vase would be able to overpower the Dark God by relying on brute force. This was why he gathered a whopping 20 stones that Blinky had spent many weeks filling with spiritual energy. They contained far more spiritual energy than Vase could hold in his mind. All of its spiritual attributes matched his own, and they also carried his own spiritual imprint, which ensured his control over all of that energy. With this much raw strength, I don't believe that any rebellious strains can overpower my control. There were numerous other ingredients that played their own role, the most uncertain of which was his last unstable Chaos Essence gem that Lucky once produced in the Nixian Gap. Vase hesitated when he saw this gem. Its effects are unpredictable, but they can also be quite potent. Vase adopted a gambler's mentality when he thought about using it. The riot benefited a lot from unstable Chaos Essence, but that was when the gem was used for its intended purpose. This time, Vase thought about infusing at least a portion of the energies contained in the gem to imbue Vulcan with greater power. The problem was that Vase had no idea what that would look like. He couldn't rely on his theories to make a prediction, and his intuition wasn't able to help him out either. Still, he was reasonably certain that adding a bit of unpredictability and chaos to an overly structured design spirit would do some good. It fit with his character and might even loosen some barriers to Vulcan's future progression. No matter how Vulcan acts up, it will be fine as long as he remains under my control. Vase assured himself. The attraction of turning Vulcan into his strongest and most useful design spirit was too good to pass up. Vase just needed to possess enough confidence in his plans and precautions to go through with this risky choice. Well, enough stalling. I've already made my decision, so let's not waste any more time. With the dwarven captives and his successful attempt to convert some of them into expert candidates and other transcendents, Vase had all of the ingredients he needed to create the so-called god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship. Vase began to manipulate a number of controls that caused all of the dwarven captives to step out of the waiting rooms. Their mechanical limb locks forced them to move to the center of the cargo bay. Slowly, several expanding circles of dwarves stood still around a raised pillar. They looked as if they were about to take part in a sacred ceremony. The only problem was that their constant talking and shouting was ruining the atmosphere. "Free us, you dirty human! Death to the tall folk! Help me, I want to go home!" Vase didn't need to give away to channel their emotions anymore, so he activated a command that caused their mechanical limb locks to extend a mouth brace that gagged them shut. MFFFH. MFFFMFFFMFFF. That's better. Vase smiled. He picked up the hammer of brilliance and threw it in the direction of the center. The living totem automatically flew forward until it hovered right above the pedestal. The eyes of every muffled dwarf focused on the mysterious hammer. The most fervent believers of Vulcan all felt an irresistible allure to the totem. Seeing how much the dwarves desired to obtain the hammer of brilliance made Vase grin. If a simple hammer can already mesmerize these stupid dwarves to this extent, then the Vulcan that I'm about to make will become even more irresistible to these people. Chapter 3312. Dwarven Cooperation. Calabast continued to observe what Vase was doing from above. She became more and more disturbed when many of the dwarves that were forced to step forward spontaneously exploded. Yet when she witnessed several miracles taking place in a short span of time, she completely understood why Vase did not hesitate to conduct these experiments. Though the price of failure was great, the payoff was even greater. Is it that easy for Vase to make expert candidates these days? Calabast frowned. If my guess is right, his current results already surpass the best efforts of the MTA. Even if 2/3 of every mech pilot exposed to this experimental procedure will die in one of the most miserable ways that I have ever seen, it is still worth it if the remaining third successfully advance to the rank of expert candidate. It seemed that Vase had something else in mind, though. He hardly paid any attention to the dwarves who had successfully broken through. Instead, he spent a bit of time inspecting a lot of strange objects before setting a macabre-looking ritual. From the way Vase placed his strange hammer at the center to how he commanded hundreds of dwarven captives to position themselves in circles around a pedestal in the middle, Calabast began to develop a bad feeling about what her strategic partner had in mind. "Don't you know how this looks to other people?" she softly spoke. "If other people ever catch you doing this, there will be no place for you anymore in civilized space." Despite being more aware of the risks than Vase, Calabast didn't move to stop his clearly illegal and immoral experiments. She grinned. After all, it wasn't her committing these war crimes. If the big two ever caught on that Vase inhumanely slaughtered dwarves to achieve scientific progress, then their sights would solely be set on him rather than her. At worst, she would be deemed an accomplice to his crimes, which was much less severe than being branded a war criminal herself. Inventors don't necessarily get to reap the rewards of their own innovations. She crossed her arms as she continued observing. "You're accomplishing great feats, Vase, but it takes much more than that to get ahead." While Calabast was thinking how many crimes Vase was committing at the moment, the mech designer in question was finally ready to begin the creation process. He had moved to the center with his ingredients hovering behind him like a procession. The immobilized dwarven captives who were staring obsessively at the Hammer of Brilliance finally noticed the appearance of their captor and tormentor. MMFFF. MFFFFMMFF. Though their mouths were forced shut, Vase could easily sense their fury and indignation towards him. It would not be good for his creation process if these dwarves kept acting up so much, so he decided to address his prisoners. "I am Vulcan," Vase plainly stated to his audience. "I'm aware it is difficult for you to believe this absurd-sounding statement, but it is the truth. The Vulcan that you have always worshipped is none other than myself." In order to emphasize this claim, he temporarily took back the Hammer of Brilliance and began to channel Vulcan's aura. Though many of the dwarves refused to acknowledge him as their god, what they just experienced caused most of them to pause. Vase smirked and stopped his act in order to conserve his energy. "Now, as you can clearly see, I am human. I guess that most of you don't like that. That's fine. You see, my goal here today is to make a second Vulcan, one that is much more recognizable to you than my current form. You should all rejoice, because I intend to make use of each of you to form a dwarven version of Vulcan." What Vase just said shocked all of the dwarven captives. Though this claim sounded even more ridiculous to them, Vase had a very compelling way of speaking that appealed to their desires. They couldn't help but take the human seriously despite all of the ridiculous statements he made. Vase saw that he managed to hook the dwarves whose cooperation he needed to succeed in his upcoming process. "This is a unique opportunity for each of you. What you are about to take part in will become a part of dwarven history. The dwarven god Vulcan does not exist at this time, but once this is over, he will come into existence with the help of your sacrifice. Each of you will die today, but through your earnest efforts a part of you shall always live on as you impart the new Vulcan with a portion of your dwarvenness." Whether they agreed with him or not, the majority of the dwarves felt that they had no choice but to believe in this narrative. If the evil human was right, a true dwarven god might be born today, and they would have made a crucial contribution that gave their deaths meaning. In any case, it was a much better alternative than dying while feeling they accomplished nothing worthwhile in their lives. What you need to do now is to focus your thoughts on Vulcan and what he should ideally be like according to you. Vase instructed as if he was talking to a group of loyal subordinates. He is known as the god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship, so you must do your best to concentrate on these three domains. Do not neglect any of them. As long as your impression of Vulcan is good enough, the god you have envisioned will come to life. Several dwarves became so enraptured by this possibility that their faces showed traces of fanaticism. Now that the dwarves not only ceased to resist their captivity, but also began to look eager to help Vase accomplish his objective, he smirked. Hoodwinking these dwarves was too easy. After performing one final check, Vase no longer delayed any further and began to create his most ambitious design spirit. First, the ingredients. Since Vulcan was supposed to become his incarnation, Vase did not rely too much on powerful external ingredients. The base ingredient was his own spiritual energy, lots of it. This was his strongest guarantee that his upcoming design spirit would always be under his control. Shatter. Vase drew a large solidified spiritual fragment from AP stone and shattered it with the help of the Hammer of Brilliance. Even though the hammer was a material object, it also functioned as a totem, which allowed it to interact with spiritual energy. This is quite convenient, actually. As long as Vase channeled his spiritual energy through the Hammer of Brilliance, he could use it as a mallet to smash spiritual fragments. After breaking one spiritual fragment, Vase quickly repeated this process 19 more times. It was a tedious chore, but Vase tried his best to make haste in order to prevent all of the broken spiritual shards from drifting away. It already took a lot of concentration for him to keep them all together. Blinky, I need your help. Make sure all of my ingredients stay together. Muro. The purple spiritual cat emerged from his mind and already started working on manipulating all of the loose spiritual shards. His power and control over spiritual energy was excellent, and he easily kept the huge quantity of shards in place. Next, my secondary ingredients. Vase successively drew out the spiritual fragments of both the Quint and the Amaranto. Since he was able to derive spiritual fragments from living entities like himself or his design spirits, he knew it was possible to take them from his mechs as well. They were alive, after all. Their spiritual foundation was similar to the spiritualities of living entities. Though chipping away at their spiritual foundation inflicted serious damage to them, Vase tried his best to take as little away as possible. I only need a little bit to guide my new design spirit into centering around craftsmanship. If possible, he would have wanted to use up spiritual fragments derived from his other masterworks, but neither the Devil Tiger nor the Little Angel were within reach. Once he blended the shards from the Quint and the Amaranto into his invisible cauldron, he moved on to putting in a shard of Ashling Curver's design seed. I just need you for your networking ability. Vase whispered. Blinky was able to derive a useful ability from this same ingredient, so Vase held higher expectations for a more powerful spirit like Vulcan. He soon slowed down a bit when he brought forward his next two ingredients. The spiritual fragment taken from the remains of the Unending One was dangerous. Still, Vase had already instructed Blinky to thoroughly cleanse and purify it of all unwanted spiritual fragments. Only the elements related to devouring and digesting spiritual energy were left, so it should technically be clean. Ah well, I trust Blinky. Vase shattered the fragment of the Unending One with the Hammer of Brilliance without any further hesitation. He quickly threw the dark shards into the mix before turning his attention to another dangerous ingredient. This one is trickier. The unstable Chaos Essence gem was not as hard and tough as Lucky's other gems. However, as long as it broke apart, it was capable of unleashing a violent spiritual explosion that would serenely mess up his creation process. He already thought up a solution to this problem, though. Vase smirked and tossed the dangerous gem towards Blinky. Eat, Muro. Blinky caught the gem with his mouth and began to swallow it whole. For a moment, Vase thought about how absurd it was for one cat to eat the waste product of another cat. He quickly shook his head. I can't let myself be distracted. Vase focused carefully on Blinky. He did not dare to take direct control because he didn't know how Blinky was supposed to handle the unstable Chaos Essence gem. Fortunately, his cat did not encounter any hindrances. After a dozen or so seconds, Blinky suddenly glowed as a disorienting kind of energy began to leak from his incorporeal body. Muro www. Blinky looked so sick that he actually barfed all of the chaotic energy from his mouth. Like a fire-breathing dragon, the companion spirit continually disgorged the weirdest type of spiritual energy that Vase had ever encountered. He wasn't able to sense any coherent spiritual attributes or anything else, yet he also became impressed at the way this energy seemed to induce random distortions in the vicinity. Once it reached the other ingredients, the chaos energy immediately began to stick to the ingredients, merging with them without any conscious direction. Well, that saves me a lot of trouble. Once Blinky had emptied his entire stomach of chaos energy, he still looked sick. Muro, cheer up, I bet you'll like what I am using next. Vase picked up the vial of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum and commanded Blinky to slowly draw out its potent universal life energy. A small but incredibly potent stream of concentrated spiritual energy emerged from the previous vial and soon began to melt and empower all of the prepared ingredients. Each of the shards gained a massive infusion of energy that directly improved their quality. Let's put the shards together, Blinky. Remember to adhere to my design. Moreau. Though Blinky still had to feed the shards with concentrated universal life energy, he still had plenty of concentration left to begin with the most essential step of creating a design spirit. Since much of the ingredients were derived himself, Vase did not need to add any spiritual energy from himself to merge the shards together. He and Blinky were able to perform this process without exerting themselves. Though the huge quantity of ingredients was daunting, the ingredients weren't difficult to deal with. 10 minutes passed as Vase and his companion spirits slowly began to shape the largest and most powerful spiritual product to date. Though the captive dwarves who were forced to stare forward did not see anything, they slowly felt a grand presence taking shape at the center. If any of them possessed spiritual perception, then they would have noticed that the merged shards were being formed into a giant spiritual dwarf. With so much universal life energy pumping into this incomplete spiritual product, even the dullest dwarf was able to feel someone powerful coming into existence. Ves's ambitious design was actually coming to life. However, only Vase knew that if he continued on like this, the Vulcan that he wowed Mech would just turn into an independent design spirit. This is not enough, it has to be tied to me in order to become my incarnation. It also lacks an ingredient related to dwarves. The latter was easy enough to solve. While Blinky continued to merge the shards into a greater and greater spiritual amalgamation, Vase turned around while holding the hammer of brilliance in his grip. He approached the nearest dwarf, who happened to be one of his surviving test subjects who succeeded in breaking through to expert candidate. Let me do you a favor and allow you to be the first to sacrifice your life to your god. With one powerful swing, Vase slammed the hammer of brilliance onto the helpless dwarf's skull. Chapter 3313. Turning point. It seemed like a normal day. The expeditionary fleet resided in the outer system of the Amswick star system for several weeks without incident. The hundreds of starships of the Larkinsons, glory seekers and crossers recovered much of their condition after settling down in the port system. Though none of the vessels were sent to dry docks, as long as the space around them was calm enough, the repair crews could already perform a lot of external repairs without issue. The previous battle took a huge toll on the graveyard. The Larkinsons did not spare any expense to restore her spaceworthiness, but without access to existing starship repair facilities, the repair crews had no choice but to rely on lots of manpower and loaned industrial equipment from local companies. Thousands of technical workers crawled over the hastily patched hull of the graveyard. Few of them performed any manual work as the parts and materials they handled were too heavy for them to move around. Instead, they controlled and directed various machines to restore the defensive integrity of the defensive ship. None of the workers noticed that something special was taking place. They were just ordinary clansmen who did not possess any remarkable traits. Even the rare worker with noticeable spiritual potential had yet to detect any disturbances. They weren't alone. Many other Larkinsons in the fleet performed their duties and went about their day without realizing the significance of what was taking place within their midst. The first individuals to notice the growing fluctuations spreading through space were not actually human. Instead, a pair of powerful mechs stored in different places began to stir. "Ma'am, the Quint is activating." "What?" A chief technician dropped her multitool. "According to the schedule, Commander Ingvar's training session doesn't begin in 3 hours. Did anyone sneak into the cockpit?" "One of our bots just checked the cockpit. There is no one sitting in the piloting chair. The Quint isn't interfacing with anyone." Several systems began to come online as parts of the Quint lit up as if it was undergoing a twisted activation sequence. Due to its extremely dense glow, no human dared to get close to the spiritually enhanced mech, but the chief technician quickly pulled back all of the bots and remote instruments that were crawling around its frame for fear of incurring damage. A lot of confusion and even alarm began to spread. The possibility that a mech had gone rogue somehow was a nightmare scenario. The crew members didn't run around aimlessly, though. While they never encountered a situation where a mech without a mech pilot had gone rogue, they performed regular drills where accidents like this took place. The clansmen all moved out as isolating barriers fell into place. Numerous powerful mechanical arms began to extend from the deck and bulkheads and forcibly clamped the Quint in place. Half a minute later, a pair of unarmed bright warriors briskly walked over and stood ready to press the rogue mech down should it exhibit further erratic behavior. "Is the Quint doing anything?" "It doesn't appear to be moving for the moment. Please stand by and wait for our mech designers to arrive. Maybe they can tell us what is taking place." Aside from this masterwork mech, the Amaranto also exhibited similar behavior. Though the expert rifleman mech never fully activated on its own accord, the fact that it was halfway ready to move and fight alarmed many crew members serving aboard the Spirit of Bentime. While the relevant personnel tried their best to control the situation and figure out why their two prized masterwork mechs were going out of control, certain people were already beginning to sense something amiss. Venerable Joshua looked distracted and stopped paying attention to the drama being broadcasted in the living area of his grand stateroom. "What's wrong?" Kedis asked as she cuddled next to him on the couch. "There's something in the air, I think. Can't you feel it?" He frowned. "It's as if a storm is building up in the distance." Several moments passed by before the mech designer sensed something strange as well. "I think I know what you're talking about. There's something funny going around." Others began to notice the growing anomaly as well. Venerable Tusa, Venerable Dice, Gloriana, Juliet and so on all paused as they sensed a rising pressure in the distance. Even the expert candidates started to feel a hint of growing energy. As the Larkinson clan slowly realized that something significant was taking place, the blinding banshee turned into a wellspring of expanding energy. Calabast and many of the black cats serving on the espionage vessel started to slow down as a massive presence began to loom over their minds. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Arnold was exhibiting a lot of distress as he sensed something much more powerful and enormous coming into existence in the center of the cargo bay. "Damn it, Vase, what are you trying to make?" the spymaster said as she tried her best to keep herself upright. Even a spiritually dull woman like her had difficulty maintaining her wits in the presence of so much spiritual pressure. The dwarves who were locked into place had it even worse. They were all less than 100 meters away from the source of all of the invisible upheaval. If not for their mechanical limb locks holding them upright and in place, they would have collapsed or attempted to use their thick, stubby legs to run as far away as possible. MMFF, MFMMF, MFMMFMFMF, MMMMFFFFFF. The dwarves all tried their best to scream out and move their limbs, but their metal bonds and gags had robbed them of all control over their physical bodies. Their strong and dense muscles that were designed to resist heavy gravity did not avail them at all against the power of technology. Vase, the source of all of their suffering, completely ignored their distress. The average dwarven soldiers whose wills were already broken did not possess much value to him. They were completely expendable in his regard. It was already a great honor for these dwarves to be present in the same space where their god was about to be born. Whack, only my successful test subjects have value. Vase smiled as he cracked the skull of another dwarven expert candidate. The remarkable individual broke through just a short time ago, but already his force of will had bloomed to a remarkable degree. When Vase caved in the dwarf's hardy skull with his even harder hammer, the death of the test subject in question caused his spirituality and force of will to unravel. If nothing happened, the incorporeal elements of the deceased dwarf would dissipate within minutes. That was a huge waste of valuable ingredients to Vase. Since the design spirit he was making was not dwarf enough in his perception, he decided to sacrifice his dwarven captives to ensure that Vulcan would truly possess a dwarven character. Vase took control of the dwarven expert candidate's spiritual remains and ground it apart. He threw his latest spiritual ingredients onto the giant spiritual form that began to look more and more like a dwarven version of himself. The most uncanny aspect about the dwarf's appearance was its majestic black beard. The addition of traditional dwarven-style facial hair onto a smooth but broad version of Ves's face caused him to look almost unrecognizable. "Even I feel weird seeing myself like this," he muttered. Fortunately, the appearances of spiritual existences were a lot more malleable. Vulcan's current form was just one of its facets. There was no way that Vase actually wanted to create an incarnation that was 100% dwarf. "I can't inject too much dwarven essence in my developing spiritual product," he reminded himself. "The largest proportion of ingredients come from myself, so the human character of Vulcan is dominant. His dwarven form is just a secondary form." At least, that was what he hoped. He wasn't sure if his elaborate design for Vulcan would work out the way he planned. "Well, I need to quickly process these powerful dwarves and help Blinky complete the process." Blinky was doing a fantastic job at piecing the different shards together. As a spiritual life form that excelled at spiritual energy manipulation, the cat could pretty much complete this entire process by himself. It would be even better if Vase was personally involved as well. The combination of him and companion spirit working together delivered better results. In his earlier experiment, Vase managed to induce 8 breakthroughs. Their collective spiritualities and willpower had grown so strong in a short amount of time that they had become valuable ingredients. Whack! Vase quickly struck his hammer against 8 more dwarven skulls. He had to exert all of his physical strength to do so because the skulls he was caving in were much harder and tougher than that of baseline humans. He even began to heave at the end as he exerted himself more than he expected. Bashing in dwarven heads is a lot more difficult than I thought. The effort was worth it. He smoothly managed to harvest the spiritualities of the test subjects without incurring much loss. They all went on to supplement the design spirit that was supposed to be their god. Vase briefly lifted his bloody hammer and directed his gaze at the remaining dwarves before shaking his head. It takes way too much time to hammer them all to death. The spiritualities of these weak-minded dwarves were too negligible. Besides, the increasing spiritual pressure from the center was already killing them anyway. Vase had inputted way more spiritual energy in Vulcan's creation than he had done for any other spiritual product. Boom! At a certain point, the heads of the dwarven captives closest to the center failed to endure. The pressure and violently exploded. The headless bodies remained upright even as there was nothing left above their necks, causing the survivors to feel they were only moments away from suffering the same fate. Strangely enough, only a small number of dwarves died in this fashion. Many more managed to keep their heads intact, though their minds became increasingly more scrambled. Blood and other biomatter began to spray across the bodies of the surviving dwarves. In the end, only several dozen prisoners had lost their heads. If Vase bothered to sweep these dwarven captives with his spiritual vision, he would have noticed that they all possessed spiritual potential. The quality that made it possible for them to surpass their mortal limits had also caused them to be more susceptible to dangerous spiritual influences. As death began to color the cargo bay in red, Vase had returned to the middle and put the hammer of brilliance back onto the pedestal. He gazed at Vulcan's increasingly more defined spiritual form and began to feel as if he had reached a turning point in his life. If he proceeded with his original plan, then he would create a new incarnation that would become inseparable from his life. No matter how Vulcan turned out in the future, Vase would have no choice but to support the design spirit as best as possible, because their existences had to be intertwined. When Vulcan was close to coming to life, Blinky no longer infused the near-complete design spirit with universal life energy. Vase inspected the vial and noticed that it only had around 20% of its potent energy left. It will have to do. I don't think Vulcan can absorb any more. At this stage in its creation, Vulcan had become saturated with spiritual energy. Each and every part of his condensed shape radiated with power. Vase intuitively sensed that it was not wise to continue with injecting any further energy. His latest spiritual product had not experienced any growth over time and needed to evolve on his own in order to increase his capacity. Well, it's okay. I need to save the remainder of this energy for myself. Vase had reached the most crucial step of the creation process. It was at this time that he would make a profound change in his life. In order to transform Vulcan from an independent design spirit to an interdependent incarnation of myself, I need to make a sacrifice as well. Nothing comes for free. He directed his gaze at Blinky. Muro. Vase smiled and nodded. Do it before I regret this decision. Muro. Vase closed his eyes just as Blinky dove into his head and attacked his mind. Since Vase deliberately lowered his defenses, his powerful companion spirit was able to tear out a small but significant chunk of his spirituality, causing him to feel as if his concentration was literally being torn into half. Chapter 3314. Brute force surgery. What Vase had done was extremely risky. Though Vase had never figured out how his mother turned the superior mother into her incarnation, he could make a couple of guesses. The most likely theory he came up with was that Cynthia cut off a piece of her spiritual essence and transplanted it into the superior mother in a sophisticated manner. This was different from donating a portion of her free spiritual energy. Vase guessed that this technique was meant to establish a form of parasitism or mutualism between two different entities. Whether one side gained more advantages than the other was not entirely certain. All he knew was that the bond between the superior mother and Cynthia was not constantly active. The two largely existed as separate identities. Maybe it takes a lot of effort for my mother to descend upon the superior mother. Vase speculated. Regardless of what was going on, Vase believed this to be a flawed implementation of an incarnation. When he tried to invent his own version of this technique, Vase set a couple of goals for himself. First, Vulcan had to be completely under his control. Second, Vulcan needed to retain enough autonomy to operate independently. These goals largely contradicted each other. If Vase gave Vulcan too much autonomy, then he risked a scenario where his own incarnation might rebel one day. If Vase insisted on retaining too much control, then Vulcan would become a crippled design spirit that constantly needed someone to hold his hands. Neither of these scenarios were desirable. The ideal relationship between myself and Vulcan should resemble my relationship with Blinky. Vase concluded. He was highly satisfied with the way his companion spirit turned out. Although Blinky possessed an independent consciousness, the cat was also an inseparable part of himself because he originated from his own spirituality. To put it in simpler terms, Blinky was a split personality of Vase that had been injected with greater life. Since Blinky turned out so well, Vase wanted to form a similar relationship with Vulcan. It's too bad my capacity is already spent on accommodating my companion spirit. I don't have any room left for another spirit. Vase had already used up as much real estate in his mind as he could get away with. If he gave up anything further, he would likely impair his own consciousness and personality in a detrimental fashion. He needed to find a difficult solution to this problem. The model of a companion spirit was obviously not appropriate for someone who already possessed one. The incarnation that he had in mind must therefore be based on an independent, self-sustaining spiritual entity. That was enough to make for someone like Vase. The hard part was to ensure that the Vulcan he intended to create became an inseparable part of himself. He did not want to take any chances when it came to the loyalty of what would probably become a core part of his mech design capabilities. Vase was betting his future on the successful implementation of his Vulcan plan, and he did not want to open up any opportunities for his incarnation to disagree with its own progenitor. The only way that Vase came up with was to separate a core part of his spirituality and consciousness and implant it onto his ambitious design spirit. Only in this way would Vase be able to maintain solid control over Vulcan. The radical procedure was meant to give Vase an opportunity to assimilate the design spirit. If everything worked well, Vulcan would become a more powerful and independent version of a companion spirit. There was one huge flaw, though. Vase needed to transplant something truly important of himself in order to turn Vulcan into another part of himself. No matter how many solutions he came up with, he did not think that this gamble would work unless he bet something of great value. Much of the spiritual energy that Vase had injected into Vulcan so far was akin to his own blood. Blinky was an endless generator of this resource, so it was not scarce. Yet free-floating spiritual energy could not accomplish much by itself. What Vase needed to implant into Vulcan was a part of his core spirituality that formed the basis of his consciousness, identity, personality, design seed, and so on. This was a much more sensitive and crucial part of himself that could easily cause irreparable harm to himself if it got damaged. Cutting a portion of it away so that he could turn Vulcan into his incarnation sounded as crazy as slicing off a chunk of his brain matter only to graft it onto the brain of another human. There was no proof that this crazy idea could possibly work. However, Vase wasn't an average spiritual engineer. He created many design spirits and worked with all kinds of other spiritual phenomena. Even if his theoretical framework was still bare, he possessed a powerful intuition for life and could instinctively figure out whether an idea was viable. There were several reasons why he believed that this crazy step would yield success. He became so confident in his assumptions that he enacted his plan right away without even bothering to try it on other people. Vase couldn't bear to waste the ingredients needed to create an incarnation on other people. Just the price of using up an entire vial of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum was unbearable for any purpose other than empowering himself. He could only afford to perform this extravagant and risky procedure once, so he proceeded to pull the trigger without any second thought. "Og, my head is splitting." He didn't expect this step to be so painful, though. When Blinky tore a chunk of his spirituality from his mind, Vase felt as if he was dying. It took at least a dozen seconds for him to regain enough concentration to inspect his current condition. His mind and spirituality was in an awful state at the moment. Now that he had done the equivalent of slicing away a portion of his brain, Vase felt as if he had become incomplete in a way that could turn into a permanent impairment. This was the risk that Vase was afraid of. If he wasn't able to heal his spiritual injury, he would turn into a spiritual cripple. Not only would it become more difficult or even impossible for him to advance to master, he might even end up in a condition similar to that of his mother where he was constantly leaking spiritual energy. "I can't let that happen." Vase gritted his teeth. His current condition indeed looked bad. The terrible wound he inflicted on his spirituality caused him to feel as if he had shot himself in his head. Not only did he lose a portion of his brain, the hole in his head was also spurting out his lifeblood at a steady rate. Fortunately, the wound was still fresh and he was in his peak condition just a short moment ago. Vase predicted that he could remedy his injury as long as he acted quickly. While Vase was trying his best to resist the pain, Blinky was also affected by the damage he inflicted. The main reasons why the cat wasn't affected as much was because he was a different kind of life form and because Vase bore most of the burden. Moreau. Blinky knew he had a crucial role to play and did not delay in bringing the precious portion of Ves's spirituality to Vulcan. Once Blinky reached the design spirit, he began to launch another attack that sliced out a portion of Vulcan's head. After opening up a cavity, Blinky roughly pushed the spiritual essence taken from Vase into the hole and tried his best to merge it all together. Since Vulcan had not yet been born, this process went fairly smoothly. The reason why Blinky broke this crucial ingredient into shards was because it had to stay together in order to remain connected to Vase. Normally, it was not desirable for the sources of spiritual ingredients to maintain control over new spiritual products, but this was an exception. Even as Vase felt as if the missing portion of himself had found a new home, the constant pain caused him to feel as if 100 Glorianas were shouting in his ears at the same time. "Hurry up, Blinky! Moreau, Moreau!" Blinky quickly returned with a piece of Vulcan in his maw. He deftly entered Ves's mind and quickly inserted this piece into the gaping spiritual wound. Normally, this should never work. His spirituality should have rejected the foreign spiritual matter if it was strong enough. If it was weak, then the transplanted essence from Vulcan should have tried to take over its new host. Yet at this moment, the piece taken from Vulcan was not producing any of these reactions. Vase grinned even as his pain had intensified. "I knew this would happen." The reason why the foreign matter did not try to assimilate his spirituality was because Vulcan was not alive yet. He was on the cusp of being born, but he was still offline in his uncompleted state. The reason why his spirituality did not generate any rejection against Vulcan was because the overwhelming majority of ingredients originated from Vase himself. "I'm merely reclaiming my own stuff." Of course, much of it had also been blended with other foreign matter, but the proportion of the latter was small enough that it did not pose a major risk. At best, Vase was just contaminating his own spirituality a little bit. "Blinky, let's merge it all together. This is the last step." Moreau, Moreau, Moreau. The companion spirit knew how crucial it was to succeed at this juncture. The cat split his concentration in half and focused his attention on both Vase and Vulcan. At this moment, the spiritual pieces torn from each other were merging in their homes. This was not a smooth procedure and shouldn't even work. Vase had already thought about it, though. He hypothesized that it would be possible to force the merger as long as he employed brute force. "Use up all of the energy left in the vial, Blinky. Don't spare anything." The vial of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum only retained 20% of its potency. Now that Vase had issued the decisive command, Blinky did not hesitate in drawing out all of the remaining concentrated energy before allocating them equally to Vase and Vulcan. "Ah, it's hot." Life was good, but too much of it was not necessarily a good thing. Vase felt as if Blinky was pouring molten lava straight into his brain cavity. He collapsed on the ground while clutching the sides of his head as the extremely potent universal life energy merged into the damaged portion of his spirituality in its rawest form. Though Blinky possessed excellent control and was able to make sure that the universal life energy was being used to merge the transplanted spiritual essence into their new homes, the process was anything but natural. Since Vulcan was not alive yet, he did not experience any pain. The design spirit became more and more complete as the final piece of the puzzle was being set. As for Vase, his spiritual injury was being treated in the most crudest fashion possible. He almost blanked out a few times but tried his best to persist in order to make absolutely sure that the procedure was going as planned. By using up 10% of the energy left in the serum, the spiritual essence taken from an unborn design spirit successfully settled into Ves's spirituality. At the same time, an equal amount of highly potent energy successfully enabled a design spirit to integrate a human element in its spiritual makeup. Moreau, Vase and Vulcan both opened their eyes. From the moment they did so, two powerful spiritual eruptions exploded their positions and spread through the hull of the blinding Banshee. Everyone aboard the capital ship spontaneously lost consciousness. The twin waves continued to spread in space and engulfed the entire Larkinson fleet. The god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship had finally been born. Chapter 3315, Emergency Response. Vulcan. Vase shouted as an overwhelming surge of power ran through his body, mind and spirit. MROW. The twin eruptions that emerged from Vase and Blinky just spread out two overlapping waves of energy throughout the Larkinson fleet. The quantity of energy being released at once was much larger than a death wave attack released by a penitent sister battle formation. Though the eruption was not meant to be lethal, the heads of the hundreds of surviving dwarven captives in the cargo bay instantly exploded as their close proximity to the birth of Vulcan was too much for them to bear. Even as a huge amount of bloody explosions showered the center of the cargo bay in red, 3 different barriers quickly formed around the center and partially blocked the violent expansion. Nya. Goldie emerged from the Larkinson mandate that hung from Nyta's armor and tried her best to form a golden barrier that would hopefully prevent the black cats serving aboard the blinding Banshee from getting killed. xianxia emerged next to the ancestral spirit of the Larkinson clan and formed even a stronger barrier that bled away much of the dangerous energy. Finally, a giant human hand came into view and formed a barrier made out of hexagons. With the intervention of the 3 spirits, Calabast, the bodyguards and every other human in the vicinity merely lost their consciousness. The weakened energy eruptions only retained than 10% of their potency, which was enough to produce a lot of disruption but was no longer powerful enough to kill any Larkinsons. Once the 3 spirits had done their job, they both looked at Vase and Blinky's current state. Not all was well at the moment. The insane procedure that Vase had just completed had produced an unintentional reaction that caused Vulcan to pour an excessive amount of spiritual energy into his progenitor. Even Blinky became affected by the energies coursing through his body. The light trails running across his purple body glowed with so much power that it was as if the companion spirit was evolving into a higher state. If Vase still retained his awareness, he would have been able to figure out why he and Blinky were in this condition. When Vase turned Vulcan into his incarnation, an unbreakable spiritual channel had formed between the two. This had massive implications, and one of the most obvious ones was that a process of osmosis might ensue. It was like brewing a hot cup of tea. If the cup of tea was left on a table at room temperature, over time the heat levels of the tea in the room would equalize. It was impossible for the cup of tea to stay warmer than the rest of the room. Unless there was external intervention, then the heat contained in the tea would slowly warm up the room over time. Right now, something similar was happening to a lesser degree. Vase was a journeyman mech designer, which was a respectable amount of strength but still put him close to the starting line of his transcendent life. He was roughly equivalent to an experienced low-tier expert pilot in his own estimation. Vulcan had absorbed so much potent universal life energy that he had already come close to matching the superior mother's strength level from the moment he was born. This level of strength was analogous to a senior ace pilot. Since Vase was so much weaker than Vulcan in spiritual terms, the latter was automatically strengthening the former. Of course, there was a limit to this equalization process. Vase was still a journeyman and could not exceed his limits. On the other hand, it was impossible for Vulcan to sacrifice half his strength or more in order to feed a weakling. Due to these limitations, the influx of energy pouring into Vase was already slowing down to a more reasonable level. Blinky was no longer burdened with trying to convert an excessive amount of spirituality now that Vase had reached saturation. Even so, it was apparent that there were still a couple of flaws with this arrangement. Vulcan continued to lose spiritual energy as if he was a leaking boat. Meanwhile, Blinky was constantly glowing as he had no other destination for all of the spiritual energy he continued to produce. Goldie flew close to Blinky and began to sniff the purple cat. She turned back to xianxia. The giant hand and adopted a questioning expression. xianxia shook her head and began to dissipate her spiritual manifestation. The superior mother on other hand was not as helpless. The giant hand hovered closer and began to poke Vulcan's newborn incorporeal body. After a few seconds, the superior mother repeated the same move on Vess's head. Soon enough, all of the uncontrollable processes taking place in their bodies had died down. The giant hand stroked Vess's prone body one last time before disappearing. Goldie looked thankful and returned to the Larkinson mandate without any further concerns. Vase woke up a couple of minutes later. He wearily shook his head and stared at his companion spirit. I guess I succeeded. The procedure went exactly as planned. As soon as Vase began to recover his strength, he realized that he had won the gamble. Ha 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 ha, I did it. I pulled off my brilliant plan and gained the power of a design spirit. At the same time, his latest design spirit not only became his incarnation, but also gained a human element. This changed Vulcan's nature of existence in a fundamental way, but one that would hopefully allow him to surpass the limitations of other design spirits. Vase could already sense a strong connection to Vulcan, but he was not able to glean anything useful due to all of the excessive strain he endured. The condition of his mind and spirituality were terrible. The latter was especially concerning. When Vase inspected his own mind, he could see that the wound that Blinky had created and attempted to heal was still in a fragile and precarious state. If I overexert myself, I risk compromising the healing process, he determined. Even so, the spiritual essence taken from Vulcan had tentatively merged with his spirituality, just as he predicted. The huge amount of universal life energy had solved every compatibility issue through brute force. Even though this was a wasteful and inefficient way to perform a spiritual transplantation, Vase felt it was more than worth it to use up the remaining energy in the vial of high-grade serum. When Vase tentatively crawled to his knees and picked up the vial that had somehow dropped on the deck, he could sense that it no longer contained a scrap of life. "It's completely spent," he spoke with a bit of distress. One vial represented one opportunity to enable someone old to gain another century of life. I only have 3 untouched vials and 1 half-expended vial left. Though it sounded as if he still had plenty of universal life energy left to play around with, only a year or so had passed since he obtained them from the Life Research Association. There were so many different ways he could make use of this useful resource that he would probably run out in a couple of years at this rate. "I need to stop being so extravagant from now on," Vase depreciating said to himself. He did not regret using up all of the potential contained in an entire vial. The serum was precious, but the value he obtained by using it along with other precious ingredients was worth at least 10 times as much in his subjective opinion. After all, he and his wife were still young and spry. It would take several centuries before they even needed to think about relying on high-grade serum to extend their lives. By that time, they would probably become so powerful that they could easily earn enough merits to obtain several vials. Compared to saving up an entire vial for several hundred years, Vase vastly preferred to convert it into something of much greater value. A design spirit incarnation that complemented his mech design capabilities in several powerful ways was definitely worth the sacrifice. Vulcan. Once Vase directed his attention towards Vulcan, he felt as if he was looking at himself from another perspective. The two were definitely connected. Just as Vase was staring at Vulcan, the design spirit was also looking at his principal. When Vase raised his hand, so did Vulcan. Hey, this was weird. As Vase began to gain a bit of control over the bond he shared with Vulcan, he learned that design spirits were completely different existences. They did not possess regular human thoughts and emotions. They did not view reality in the same way as ordinary life. Their perception of the material realm was a lot dimmer than he thought. The more Vase tried to gain a sense of what Vulcan was experiencing, the less he comprehended. It's too weird. It was as if he was trying to talk to someone who spoke an alien language. Neither he nor his conversation partner possessed anything in common that could build up mutual understanding. The only way for him to figure out what the alien was talking about was to learn the latter's language. Vase had a sense that he needed to do something similar with regards to Vulcan. Even though he felt he could take direct control over Vulcan in the same way he could do with Blinky, it was pointless if he couldn't process the operation mode of his design spirit. Maybe the spiritual essence I've taken from Vulcan will help once it has fully merged with my spirituality, he muttered as he rubbed his head. Though Vulcan was immensely powerful in his current state, he was still a newborn as far as spirits went. Not only that, his sudden existence and his massively accelerated growth process had caused him to become a giant who wasn't even able to control his own body. Power was useless without sufficient control. Vulcan probably needed a long time to adapt and familiarize himself with his formidable strength and abilities. Vase was able to figure out that much through their unbreakable bond. Vase tiredly waved his hand. "You should settle down. I don't need to borrow your powers immediately, so do your best to acclimatize to your new life." The giant spiritual dwarf silently nodded before he entered the Hammer of Brilliance. As soon as he did, the entire totem made out of unending alloy reacted as if it had absorbed a huge amount of energy. It not only radiated a powerful glow, but also began to glow as if it was an expert mech that was under the influence of true resonance. Vase tentatively waded through all of the dwarven blood and other foul matter that had splattered over the deck before reaching the center. He carefully picked up the Hammer of Brilliance and felt as if he was handling a hot piece of lava. "I feel like I can create a masterwork with a single strike," It was just an illusion, of course. Vase soon reined in his exuberance and shook his head. He swept his gaze across his surroundings. The hundreds of dwarven captives had all lost their heads without exception. He frowned. What a waste of test subjects. I still have plenty of experiments in mind. Vase also noticed that Calabast and his honor guard had been knocked out as well. Only Arnold managed to maintain his consciousness. The chubby 8-legged exo-beast was distressingly poking his nose against Calabast's forehead. Squeak, squeak, everything seemed fine to Vase. He could tell that the unconscious Larkinsons had just experienced a moderate spiritual shock. They would naturally be able to wake up as if they had just taken a short nap. Well, it looks like all is well. Vase tiredly grinned. Now that I have made my new incarnation, I can finally take revenge against the blasted Vulcan Empire. Chapter 3316. Light Repercussions. The anomalous event that knocked out half of the clansmen in the Larkinson fleet could not be hidden. The shocking event had even triggered the highest level alert, causing the Larkinsons who were still awake to assume their battle stations and act as if they were under heavy attack. Thousands of mechs housed in ships that were stationed away from the blinding Banshee disgorged into space and began to sweep the nearby areas for any threats. The spontaneous activity also alarmed other organizations. The Glory Seekers, Cross-Clan and the numerous mercenary fleets that were hired to protect the expeditionary fleet scrambled their mechs as well. It took an entire hour for the confusion to die down. The Larkinsons who had been rendered unconscious by an unexplainable event eventually woke up and found they did not suffer any further maladies. Systems were being checked and spaces were being swept, but the befuddled clansmen found nothing suspicious. In fact, many Larkinsons already had an answer in their heart. The old-timers who had been with the clan since the early days didn't even need to make any further guesses. It's the Patriarch again. Weird things happen whenever he does something big. Just ignore it and move on. Stuff like this takes place every Tuesday. After experiencing so many odd shenanigans, the Larkinsons developed a tolerance for anomalies. In any case, getting hit by an invisible blast that robbed them of their consciousness was hardly more astounding than fighting against illegal warships or supposed dark gods. Some Larkinsons even speculated that their Patriarch had developed a new superweapon. It was not hard to figure out the origin point of the strange event. Since it propagated like an expanded sphere, the potency of the strange effect was subject to the inverse square law. The people situated closer to the blinding Banshee slept the longest. Those who were positioned further away only got a light tap. At a certain distance, the strange blast wave no longer possessed the strength to knock out anyone. Of course, once the clansmen figured out the origin point, they attempted to board the blinding Banshee which had fallen silent. The leaders of the clan still held a lot of concerns. What had happened on the capital ship? It's fine. Everything is okay here. Vase spoke to General Verl over the comm. It's all on me this time. I don't want anyone else poking around in the blinding Banshee. The black cats can take care of themselves. Vase, General Verl gritted his teeth. It was no surprise that he was upset with this situation. No one had any warning that this might happen. The least Vase could do was to warn him and other important clan leaders in advance. Since they were talking on a remote channel, Vase didn't dare say too much. The general understood this concern as well, so he did not waste any further time on attempting to pry more information. Having dealt with Vase for a long time, he knew that the clan patriarch would only divulge information if it was useful to do so. As someone who came from an intelligence background himself, the general was used to remaining in the dark. I will do my best to cooperate with others to clean up your mess. General Verl said, you don't need to supply any answers. Even if people have questions, nothing will come out of it if there are no further disturbances. Don't worry. Vase smiled at the man's unspoken question. I'm pretty sure we won't suffer a repeat of the earlier incident. Fine. Take care and don't do anything drastic. Vase had to spend more time than he thought to handle much of the repercussions. He was already weary and exhausted from his earlier ordeal, but he had no choice but to keep talking to different people in order to prevent them from bursting into the cargo bay and noticing anything untowards. While that happened, he commanded various bots to clean up the mess his creation process had generated. The entire middle of the cargo had turned into a charnel house as the headless bodies of hundreds of dwarves were soaked in blood, shredded brains and fragments of skull matter. Anyone stepping into this compartment would probably have nightmares once they laid their eyes on this horrible sight. Vase places his hands on his hips. A couple of cleaning bots aren't enough to remove this mess. Considering how bad it would be if anyone found out what happened here, Vase had already anticipated that he might have to resort to extreme measures. It was for that reason that he employed bots armed with flamethrowers to burn everything. Everything in the cargo bay was being scoured by hot and purifying flame. Every single piece of biological remains were instantly burned to such an extent that even the deck began to melt to an extent. Once Calabast woke up, she also assisted with the cleanup. She employed special solutions to sanitize and purify every single cell, compartment and corridor where the secret dwarven captives had been housed. Not a single hair follicle or dead skin cell was allowed to remain intact in case investigators came to search the blinding banshee. She even went as far as to destroy all of the bots and systems used to remove all of the evidence. "I've already prepared for the scenario in advance," she said to Vase after they were done with the cleanup operation. "I had a feeling you didn't intend to redeem our prisoners back to the Vulcan Empire, though I didn't expect that all of them would lose their lives in such a violent fashion. What in the galaxy were you trying to accomplish, Vase?" He could only shrug in response. "I can't explain it to you yet. I still have to explore all of the results I've obtained from this experiment. I can only tell you that I have gained a huge amount of power that will hopefully give me a powerful boost in my subsequent mech design projects. It's too early to tell what that will look like, and I will probably need a long time to adapt to all of the power that I have gained. The potential should be high, though. It has to be considering the extravagant amount of resources I've used to give myself this boost. Does it have anything to do with that glowing hammer of yours?" Calabast gestured to the hammer that Vase had attached to his toolbelt. "Its glow is a lot stronger than before." "Oh, what are you feeling from it?" Vase curiously asked. "It is difficult to explain." Calabast frowned. She raised her hands. "I feel the urge to do something with my hands. I'm thinking about going back to my office to fold origami paper or service my personal firearms. I even feel inspired to make my own gadgets despite not being good at it. This is one of the most unusual glows you've made. I can see why you claim that it can boost your work." Vase was intrigued by her description. Vulcan was supposed to have a combat application as well, but it wasn't obvious at the moment. This was no surprise to him as Vulcan's primary duty was to enhance his craftsmanship. Every other function was secondary as far as he was concerned. You're not involved in any production jobs, so Vulcan's effect on you isn't that compelling. He guessed. The effect should be stronger on mech designers, crafters and similar professionals. "Even I feel inspired to make something." He was subjected to the strongest degree of influence. Not only was he carrying the hammer of brilliance on his person, but he also possessed an unbreakable spiritual channel that directly connected him to Vulcan. At this moment, this new channel was constantly exerting a strange kind of pressure on his spirituality. The difference in strengths between himself and his new incarnation caused some kind of osmosis effect where his spirituality was constantly being stimulated to grow stronger. He had already obtained an immediate jump in strength since he created Vulcan. Not only that, he felt that he would automatically grow stronger even if he didn't do anything else except lie in bed all day. This was just one of the side effects of creating a new incarnation. Vase hadn't even explored the main functions that Vulcan brought to his life. He grinned. He already felt he had succeeded today. Though the gamble he made could have crippled him or endanger his life, he just knew that he could pull off his elaborate and ambitious plan. Calabast could clearly tell that he was reveling in his success, so she gave him plenty of time to process his euphoria. "What are your plans now that you have accomplished what you have set out to do?" she carefully asked. "From what I can glean from your actions, you don't appear to be in a hurry to move on and travel to the gate system." Vase smirked. "I'm not finished with the Vulcan Empire yet. I'm aware that our clansmen and our allies are sick and tired of the dwarves, but I won't leave until I have completed my mission." Calabast realized something significant. "Those discussions we held on how to undermine the Vulcan Empire, you were being serious. You actually plan to topple an entire second-rate state all by yourself." "Ha ha ha, exactly. I don't think it as crazy as it sounds. The Vulcan Empire is in its most precarious state in decades. It has a fearsome reputation, but its short heritage and flawed ideologies has produced a lot of fault lines. While it is not that easy for others to exploit these vulnerabilities, I'm different, because I'm Vulcan." Calabast didn't know whether to take his claims seriously or not. She could tell that Vase wouldn't be deterred unless he had an opportunity to pull off his scheme. If it worked out, then that was great. If his dubious plan fell through, then she and the other advisors would insist he move on and hurry up to the Red Ocean. Once Vase issued a couple of instructions to Calabast, he finally left the blinding banshee and returned to the spirit of bedtime. As soon as he returned to his grand stateroom, his pregnant wife was already waiting for him inside. "Hello, dear, how's our baby?" Vase tried to act as nonchalant as possible. It was too bad his act didn't fool Gloriana for a second. She walked over and grabbed the hammer on his toolbelt. "What's this? You created a new proto-god, didn't you? Why didn't you tell me? Is this Vulcan?" "Calm down, honey, I'll explain everything to you." Vase lied as he tried to calm her down. He gave her a basic story that skipped many details. He declined to tell her that he sacrificed a lot of dwarves for science and that he almost came close to losing his own life. He also hid the fact that Vulcan was his permanent incarnation. The only information that he truly passed on was that Vulcan was supposed to help them in their work. How, exactly, she wondered. That's what we'll find out. Vase smirked. I don't know what my new design spirit can do either, but I think he will definitely play a useful role once we fabricate the Bulwark project and Chimera project. Craftsmanship is one of Vulcan's strengths, remember? That caused her to become intrigued. She had already experienced how much help a spirit could bring during her work after Blinky made use of his networking ability. If Vulcan was able to provide her with a different form of utility during her design or fabrication work, then she would come closer to fulfilling her ambitions. Her eyes turned starry as she struggled to hold the dense and heavy hammer. Even though Vulcan was yet another a male proto-god, Gloriana already began to feel inspired by its glow. I feel like I can make a masterwork mech with this hammer. That was exactly what Vase thought as well when he came in touch with Vulcan's glow for the first time. Chapter 3317, Massive Potential. Once Vase enjoyed a good, long rest, he recovered most of his condition the next day. He was surprised by that. He would have thought that tearing out a portion of his core spirituality only to fill up the gap with semi-foreign spiritual matter would debilitate him for at least weeks. It looks like I can recover faster than usual. The crudely healed wound already looked a lot better than yesterday. He attributed this fast recovery to his life domain and Blinky's excellent spiritual control. Vase had a reasonable estimate of how much damage other people's spiritualities could endure. The threshold was quite low as most individuals easily became affected by distortions. His own resilience was higher because he already subjected himself to a lot of torment. He only realized now that his life domain had definitely strengthened his spiritual resilience and recovery rate. I can't use myself as a benchmark for others. He reminded himself. I can get away with a lot more shenanigans than anyone else. He had a hunch that if he wasn't as resilient as now, he would have never survived the act of breaking off a piece of his own core spirituality. He performed a thorough inspection of his current state. Though there were several unusual changes, nothing looked threatening. His spirit wound was healing nicely and his new spiritual channel to Vulcan did not unduly affect his mind. At worst, Vase gained a greater desire to create something with his hands. I need to figure out what Vulcan can do before I do anything else. He decided. When Vase picked up the hammer of brilliance and inspected his incarnation, he could sense the power and potential that Vulcan was exuding. Vase expended an entire vial of life-grade serum to create the dwarven design spirit. This allowed Vulcan to begin his life at a much higher starting point than other spiritual products. The downside to accelerating his growth to this extent was that there was a horrible lack of adaptation time. Vulcan gained a lot of strength and capabilities without ever exercising one of them. This was one of the biggest downsides to his artificial growth process. He's not like Trisk or Arnold who started off weak but get to practice and master their respective abilities as they grow over time. This was the most ideal progression for a design spirit. While their power level was not impressive at the beginning, over time they became more valuable as they grew in strength while developing their abilities in the directions that were most suitable to them. Different experiences and environmental stimuli made sure their evolution constantly adapted to their current needs. Vulcan missed all of that. The dwarven design spirit was like a clueless kid sitting in front of the helm of a capital ship. He understood nothing about what was going on. If he pulled a random level, he might cause the ship to pitch uncontrollably and crash into a planet or something. Therefore, Vase already understood that just because Vulcan had almost become as strong as the superior mother right after his birth, the latter could easily overpower the former because the Hexer ancestral spirit possessed a much higher mastery over her own strength and abilities. Vase was not upset by this. He already expected this to happen and that it might take years for Vulcan to familiarize himself with his prodigious capabilities. This doesn't sound much different from letting a design spirit start off weak but grow stronger step by step. This was the growth trajectory of many of his other spiritual products such as Trisk and his unborn daughter's companion spirit. The reason why Vase was willing to make Vulcan stronger straightaway was because he theorized that a high starting point would give his design spirit a higher growth ceiling. If my guess is correct, then Vulcan will have a much easier time breaking through his bottleneck than other comparable spirits. From what he could observe, it was not so easy for spirits to break through to the next level. All of his strongest ones had reached a height that Vase thought was comparable to that of a senior ace pilot. Though he had never seen an actual ace pilot in person, he did not think that xianxia and the Superior Mother had any chance against an actual god pilot. It was not without reason that many people thought that god pilots were able to defeat battleships. The scarcity of star designers and god pilots throughout the galaxy already told Vase that reaching this level of strength was difficult for every kind of existence, not just mech designers and mech pilots. If nothing special happens, then many of my design spirits will get stuck at the same ceiling for a long time. He could already deduce that entities like the Superior Mother who could no longer grow their raw strength spent their energies on refining their abilities. By developing new techniques and deepening their existing ones, they could accomplish more with the same degree of power. This was the only viable way to increase their effective performance. As for Vulcan, the difficulty of reaching that level is insanely difficult. Vase tried to temper his expectations. I shouldn't get my hopes up too much. Even if Vulcan has better prospects, it will still take decades or even centuries to notice the difference. However, if Vulcan succeeded, his power level would surpass that of any other design spirit. Vase even suspected that his incarnation's strength would become comparable that of a powerful spiritual sorcerer that he had once witnessed in person. Back during the battle against the Abyss, Vase had become terrified at the might shown by Temple Protector, Aramidista. The way he could knock everyone unconscious with his massive spiritual presence and his ability to fight against mechs and worse without relying on any mechs or external weapons was so mind-boggling that he had to have been comparable to a god pilot. If Vulcan advanced to that level ahead of me, then will my own chances of becoming a star designer be even greater? Vase wondered. The osmosis effect suggested that this might be the case. At least some of Vulcan's high-level energy flowed back to Vase through their permanent spiritual bond. It reminded him a lot of the interaction between high-ranking mech pilots and mechs of exceptional quality. Masterwork mechs and higher-quality mechs were able to promote the development of expert pilots to a drastic degree. Part of that was because a powerful mech had a tendency to lift a mech pilot up to their level. There's a flip side, though. If the quality of the mech was lower, then an expert pilot or an ace pilot would find it much more difficult to grow their strength and break through their bottlenecks. Vase feared that this might be the case with his relationship with Vulcan as well. I don't have to worry too much for now. He consoled himself. Vulcan will not form an anchor as long as he is stronger than me. At his current level, I would have to attain the rank of Master Mech Designer before this can even pose a problem to me. If Vulcan becomes comparable to a god pilot, then I will still enjoy an advantage. The major concern happened once he became a star designer. From what Willix alluded to, every star designer was trying to climb up to the mythical fourth rung of the craftsmanship ladder. This suggested that the MTA believed that there was a rank above star designer. It's highly likely that this applies to other transcendent professions and existences. There had to be a rank above god pilot. However, if Vulcan remained stuck at the god pilot level, then he might form an anchor that prevented Vase from surpassing the limitations of a star designer. At that point, Vase seriously needed to consider whether it was worthwhile to keep his incarnation. As long as Vulcan isn't useful to me anymore, I need to find a way to get rid of him. That's going to be troublesome. Vase and Vulcan's lives were intertwined. If one of them suffered, the other one suffered as well. This was one of the many prices that Vase had paid in order to obtain the power of a design spirit. Still, Vase was capable of accomplishing a lot of seemingly impossible feats. If he truly wanted to get rid of his incarnation, he predicted he could develop a method that wouldn't result in his own death. It will likely take centuries before I need to consider such solutions. By then, I can do much more than I can ever imagine at this time. Vase no longer thought about the long-term implications of gaining an incarnation. Instead, he was eager to explore his short-term gains. Even if Vulcan hardly knows what to do with his power, just a shallow application should be enough to yield a powerful effect. He held the Hammer of Brilliance and tried to attune himself to the artifact and the design spirit resting inside. The experience was quite deep and profound, especially since he was able to experience Vulcan's perspective as well. Even though the latter was so weird and alien that Vase couldn't understand anything, the combination of sensory experiences somehow gave him a couple of clues. I should start with making something. Vase moved to his personal workshop and immediately started off with a simple job. He grabbed a multi-tool and a few spare pieces of metal and quickly completed a handcrafted mug. His expression became mixed. There's hardly any difference. Mugs were simple objects by nature, and it was not that easy to increase their quality. Their complexity resulted in a lack of variables that Vase could manipulate in order to improve the fundamental nature of an object. I see. Vulcan's glow doesn't help me out that much if I engage in something simple. Then let's increase the level of complexity. Vase took out more tools and materials and spent an hour making a lovely mech figurine based on the Valkyrie Redeemer. This was not an average toy. Vase had made sure to incorporate more parts than scale models of this size ordinarily possessed. The challenge of putting this intricate puzzle together provided him with considerably more satisfaction than before. Is this one of the effects of Vulcan's glow? The quality level of the Valkyrie Redeemer figurine was quite high. Vase knew that it was possible for him to reach this level if he tried his best, but the odds were not high. Was this a fluke, or did Vulcan truly improve his craftsmanship? It was rather hard to figure out the exact cause and effect, considering that he wasn't able to perform detailed sensor readings on spiritual phenomena. He was already able to make a couple of preliminary conclusions based on his 2 crafting attempts. I don't think my work has magically gone up in quality because of Vulcan's presence. Vase speculated as he rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. It's much more likely that Vulcan's glow exerts an influence on my mental state that causes me to become more sensitive and attentive to details related to good craftsmanship. When I was making my mech figurine, I noticed that I was working slower and more meticulously than before. This was the most likely explanation of what was happening. It was a much more logical and realistic explanation of how Vulcan was able to promote people's craftsmanship. After all, the creator was the biggest variable in determining the quality of a product. This effect also matches my expectations. However, Vase had only scratched the surface of what Vulcan could do. His incarnation possessed a lot more potential that was just begging to be tapped. The problem was finding the right method to draw out Vulcan's massive potential. As Vase kept thinking, he suddenly came up with an odd idea. It didn't seem possible, but Vulcan was an existence that ought to be powerful enough to distort reality. He didn't know why he thought this might work, but his intuition hinted to him that something would definitely happen. Vase picked up the hammer of brilliance and lightly tapped the flat end onto the surface of his newly crafted figurine. A small amount of energy flowed from the hammer to the miniature Valkyrie Redeemer. Vulcan also instinctively took action, causing him to do something that caused the mech figurine to glow in the same bronze light as the hammer of brilliance. A connection had formed. Chapter 3318, Ida. S. Hammer Time. Chapter 3318, It's Hammer Time. Vase didn't know what was going on, but the light show didn't last long. Only half a dozen seconds had passed after he had tapped his hammer against the mech figurine before the strange glow disappeared. What has changed? The quality of the mech figurine didn't seem to have improved. The life it contained didn't grow any stronger either. Vase became more confused as he picked up the figurine and turned it around in his hands. What the hell did you do, Vulcan? His incarnation failed to supply him with an answer. Vulcan was so unfamiliar with his powers that he couldn't explain his instinctual action. Vase palmed his face. I think you've broken the record of being the stupidest design spirit at your strength level. This is embarrassing, you know that. I know you're just a day old, but how can you possess so little control over yourself? Maybe you need to go back to school. As soon as you stabilize your current condition, you should approach xianxia and the Superior Mother for lessons on how to utilize your power. Is the Superior Mother your mother? That's a good question. On one hand, Vase was inclined to say no, because Vulcan's ingredients did not contain any spiritual fragments derived from the Superior Mother. On the other hand, Vulcan was his incarnation while the Superior Mother was Cynthia's incarnation. This turned Vulcan into the Superior Mother's son in a twisted way. However, Vase had a feeling that his mother would not be amused if her son was a dwarf. That's not important. You're all on the same side, so the other design spirits will definitely lend you a hand. Vase remembered that Goldie spent a lot of time with xianxia in her early days to master her own capabilities. Spiritual products were different from natural spiritual entities who once existed as living mutated beasts. The latter developed their powerful spiritualities over a lifetime as real organisms. This kind of background provided entities such as xianxia with deep foundations that were closely anchored to reality. It also helped that xianxia was able to exercise her potent spiritual abilities for several centuries. None of his spiritual products could ever catch up to the big lizard in terms of accumulation. Yeah, you do that. Vase turned his attention back to the mech figurine. He had hoped that tapping it with his hammer would instantly increase its quality level in the same way as integrating it with a gem, but it turned out that he was being too optimistic. This isn't magic. The problem was that Vase still hadn't obtained any clues after inspecting his work for 20 minutes. He even disassembled the mech figurine in order to inspect the parts. When he reassembled the miniature Valkyrie Redeemer, he tried his best to do even better, only to find that nothing had changed. He scratched his head. What the hell? What did all of that energy do? Where did it all go? It shouldn't have disappeared without performing some kind of work. If tapping the hammer onto the mech figurine merely caused the spiritual energy released by Vulcan to go to waste, then Vase would have been able to notice all of it flowing away. That hadn't happened. Instead, Vulcan instinctively employed an unknown ability that caused all of the spiritual energy to be spent on accomplishing something. He eventually grew so frustrated that he tossed the mech figurine aside. This is a dead end. I should look at Vulcan's capabilities from a different angle. Vulcan should have been capable of doing so much more. Vase had programmed many different potential functions into his design. Though Vase didn't think that all of them became possible, his incarnation was designed to be versatile. He was similar to the superior mother in that regard. Vase invested a lot of different and powerful ingredients in both of them. This allowed him to provide them with multiple different ways to express their power. Vulcan was akin to another spiritual toolbox. While Vase already built up quite a formidable spiritual toolbox based on his own capabilities, it was always better to gain another set of tools, especially if they were different from his existing ones. It doesn't mean that I should always make use of these additional tools, but it is quite handy to have them at my disposal than otherwise. His current frustration stemmed from the fact that Vase hadn't deciphered any of the new tools in his new toolbox. He let out a breath in frustration and swung the hammer around in his hand. What can I do with you exactly, Vulcan? Perhaps he was being impatient and expected too much from an entity that was just a day old. It also wasn't wise to mess around with a powerful design spirit that had no control over his own power. Though Vulcan was not supposed to be a destructive design spirit, who knew whether an accident could prove fatal? Speaking of accidents, a strange idea popped up in his mind. Vase lifted the hammer of brilliance in front of his face and adopted a speculative expression. Should I? He struggled with his decision for a moment before he decided to just pull the trigger and see what happened as a result. Well, I'll use myself as a test subject this time. He raised his hammer above his head and slowly whacked the flat end against his head. As soon as the hammer made contact with his skull, its bronze glow flared as it spread to his entire head. Vase momentarily felt as if he was flooded by Vulcan's essence. A myriad of different sensations ran through his mind that caused him to feel much more active than before. As soon as the light show had passed, Vase looked around his environment in wonder. The way he looked at reality had become a lot more special than before. When he looked at his mech figurine, he suddenly felt displeased at its quality and thought that he could make something better if he made a couple of minor adjustments that aligned his design style better with such a small but intricate object. Vase retrieved another batch of raw materials and hungrily began to make another mech figurine. This time, he was making the same miniature Valkyrie Redeemer as before, but his state of mind was much different this time. Not only did he become a lot more invested in this trivial project, he also saw more than before and came up with numerous interesting ideas that he never thought of previously. When he finally finished his second figurine, he stopped and stared at it with a stupendous expression. It's a masterwork. Vase couldn't believe it. Although it was theoretically a lot easier to create a masterwork of a small and simple crafted object, he didn't think it was likely for him to make a masterwork mech figurine with his current capabilities. Though Vase created 4 different masterwork mechs which made it easier for him to produce subsequent masterworks, this was only a minor boost. At this level, the effect was still too slim. My odds of making a masterwork mech figurine under normal conditions shouldn't be high, especially because it is just a toy instead of an actual mech. Vase muttered as he rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. If I have to define the probability, then I would say that I only have a 0.1% chance of making a masterwork mech figurine. Did he happen to hit the jackpot this time, or did tapping his head with his hammer cause him to cheat? Vase thought back on the state he was previously in while he made his masterwork mech figurine. He felt so much joy and pleasure at the beginning that it reminded him of a highly precious state of mind that he had once experienced in his career. His thoughts went back on the days he fabricated the devil tiger. He committed so much love and effort to his first passion project that when he was finally able to realize his tiger mech design, something within his mind had burst, causing him to put together his mech with an unprecedented amount of desire and motivation. I recall now. His eyes lit up. My mentality just an hour ago is similar to that of the inspired state that I was in when I fabricated the devil tiger. This was a state of mind that he had always been chasing after since he created his first masterwork mech. Just the notion that whacking his head with his own hammer would enable him to enter an inspired state on demand was enough to change his life. His breath grew heavier as he greedily eyed the hammer of brilliance. Let's try again. Vase struck the hammer against his head a little harder this time. Perhaps applying more force would strengthen the effect. Ouch! My head. Unfortunately, other than giving him a new headache, the hammer didn't accomplish anything. Why not? After a bit of puzzling, Vase eventually came to the guess that there was a limit to this ability. Is it me or Vulcan? Maybe Vulcan had just expended a scarce resource that needed to be replenished first. It could also be that Vase had exhausted his potential for the day and needed time before he became receptive to this artificial mind state again. Limitations or not, this is still a powerful ability. As Vase began to spend more time on comparing the different times he was in an inspired state, he realized that the hammer-induced one was not as good as the real deal. It not only lasted shorter and tapered off sooner, but also provided him with less drastic inspiration. There were many possible explanations why this was the case. Vase had long assumed that inspired states represented a psychological breakthrough after a long period of work accumulation. If he forced himself to enter an inspired state while not building up much of an accumulation by performing his routine work, then he wasn't really qualified to enter this state of mind. It was only logical that the improvement wouldn't be so drastic. Perhaps the lesser boost was enough to turn a simple mech figurine into a masterwork mech, but he was much less optimistic about making a real masterwork mech. There are other potential explanations as well. It could be that Vulcan simply didn't possess enough proficiency to employ this capability in a skillful manner. Vase was able to sense that Vulcan completely relied on his instincts to perform his active abilities. According to this theory, as long as Vulcan exercised his skills and became more proficient with wielding the power he commanded, the artificial inspired state that he was able to induce upon people would become a lot stronger than now. The difference might be as great as night and day. When Vase thought about how many more masterwork mechs he could build with this capability at his fingertips, his eyes grew hot when he stared at his glowing hammer. I can't allow anyone else to use you like this, he concluded. You're too powerful to lend this ability to others. Aside from me and anyone I choose, don't empower them in this manner. You got that, Vulcan? Especially don't bless any dwarves. What do you mean? They're your compatriots. You serve me, not the Vulcanites. You're not supposed to be an actual god to the dwarves. That's just a fake title. As an incarnation, Vulcan still possessed a personality that deviated substantially from that of Vase. Due to using several spiritually activated dwarves as ingredients, the newly born design spirit somehow acquired some of the personality traits of Vulcanites. Fortunately, they weren't too strong. Vulcan possessed both a human and dwarven side, and it was up to the beholder to determine which form he took. Vulcan, come out for a second. A small spiritual manifestation of Vulcan emerged out of the hammer of brilliance. The dwarf looked like a short and stocky version of Vase. His muscles were large and thick, but not to a ridiculous degree. The design spirit's most notable visual trait was his long, bushy, braided and majestic beard that Vase had styled after the statues commissioned by the dwarven god cult. Vulcan also wore a leather blacksmith's apron and some other embellished articles that made him look like a down-to-earth god. An entire minute passed by as Vase kept staring at this warped version of himself. Why do you look like a dwarf to me? He eventually asked. You're supposed to look like a human. Hurry up and grow taller. What do you mean you can't? You lie. It's not because of me. It's your fault somehow. You're defective. Chapter 3319. Differences of opinion. I don't understand why we aren't leaving yet. Gloriana flatly said as she and her husband sat in the lounge of their grand stateroom. You'll see. Vase smiled at her as he reached out and rubbed her growing belly. Everything I do is for the sake of our future and our baby. It doesn't matter if we delay our journey into the Red Ocean by a couple of months. The advantages that I am trying to gain here far outweighs reaching the new frontier sooner. He had begun his revenge against the Vulcan Empire after he created his dwarven design spirit. Now that Vulcan had become a real entity, the dwarves in the Smiling Samuel Star sector were about to find out what it truly meant to worship a cruel and unforgiving god. Meow tilde. Clixie rubbed her head against Vase, causing him to rub her back as well. Meow. Lucky yawned as he floated over to Gloriana, prompting her to hold him against her chest and admire his sparkling green eyes. Despite their high workload, the wedded couple always tried to find time together. There was more to life than their jobs, and they needed to keep their marriage healthy over the long term. Once they started raising children, both of them had already decided to cut back on their work hours so that they could give their sons and daughters the attention that they truly deserved. It was not an easy compromise to make, but a child only grew up once. Vase also took the time to check up on the spiritual condition of his wife and unborn child. Having reached halfway of her pregnancy, his wife had undergone a subtle shift in demeanor. Vase had the impression that she matured in a few ways. She became calmer, became more considerate for others, and didn't raise her voice as much. Of course, Gloriana was still Gloriana. Her imperious personality and her high expectations still remained the same. Sometimes they even flared up. She spent more time planning out her future daughter's entire life trajectory than anything else. Do you think we should send our daughter to a first-class academy in the Red Ocean for a couple of years? She wondered as she kept pampering Lucky with her fingers. I've heard that the first-rate superstates have already set up affiliates of their renowned educational institutions at their most well-protected star systems. If anything happens to our fleet, our daughter would still be okay. Vase furrowed his brows. Her baby hadn't even left her womb and she was already thinking at least a decade ahead. Who knew whether they could afford the tuition and whether their daughter met the entry qualifications? It was notoriously difficult to enter into any of these elite galaxy-level schools. I think it's better to raise her within our clan, he softly replied as he scratched Clixie's belly. I'm sure those first-class institutions deserve their reputation, but if we send any of our children there, would they still remain a Larkinson when they come back? Schools aren't just passing on knowledge, you know. They also propagate specific cultural norms and values that will no doubt be different from what our clan believes in. I don't want to be confronted by a stranger when our kids return home. I want the best for our daughter, Vase. I want the best for all of them. If she can enter the first-class circle and make friends with future movers and shakers among the Terrans or Rubarthans, she will obtain a ticket straight to the top of human society. Something like this is unthinkable in the Milky Way, but since all of the old factions are so compressed in the human-controlled territories of the Red Ocean, it has become easier than ever to get in touch with the highest class of people in advance. This was one of the reasons why Gloriana didn't object so much to entering the Red Ocean. She was upset with remaining in a backwater like the Galactic Rim and yearned to stand equal to the same people who originated from the Galactic Center. All in good time, Gloriana, he said as he held her hand. The best way for us to be taken seriously is to earn it. We may be born on the wrong side of the galaxy, but as long as we become good enough at our jobs, all of those first-raters will respect us sooner or later. Until we are powerful enough to stand equal to them, I don't think it is wise to associate ourselves with such dangerous people. What about our daughter? Don't you want to give her a head start? If she's going to be as good as you think, then she doesn't need the help. He answered. Since he used her own logic against her, Gloriana couldn't refute his argument. Both of them thought highly of their daughter's future for different reasons. With the help of her parents, there was no way her future accomplishments would be mediocre. Maybe you're right, Vase. The Red Ocean is still in flux. So many colonies are being developed at the moment that it will look completely different after a decade. Maybe there will be more options available for our growing girl. I don't think it's a good idea for us to associate too much with the Terrans and Rubarthans to begin with. Vase cautioned. The two first-rate superstates are playing dangerous games. They're not only competing against each other, but also stand up to the big two. Approaching either of them will only turn our clan into a disposable chess piece. Preserving our sovereignty is one of our bottom lines. You're still insisting that we join the Red Ocean Union. Why do you make it sound so bad? Because that's exactly what it is. It offers the least benefits and there is little to no cohesion among its members. Without a strong guiding hand, the Red Ocean Union will certainly fall behind the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact. Vase shook his head. You're only looking at the downsides. To me, a lack of direction is exactly what I want. I don't want pompous leaders over my head who can force us to do what they say. I've been trying to avoid that since I founded our clan. There are still ways to get ahead in the Red Ocean Union. A lack of structure translates into greater autonomy. You just need to take the initiative and proactively seek out opportunities since no one is forcing them upon you. As long as we have choice, we can pick the directions that are most suitable for us and our clan. His wife didn't look convinced. Look, I admit that the demands of the Terran Alliance are too harsh, but the Rubarthan Pact offers us many advantages over the Red Ocean Union. Like what? We can obtain the backing of a powerful Rubarthan prince, which actually means something and will offer our daughter the greatest possible safety. We can gain immediate entry into the regional Rubarthan mech market and mech industry. This will not only allow us to conduct business at a greater scale, but also enable us to get in touch with and collaborate alongside some of the talented mech designers of human civilization. I can mention more advantages to you, but that will take all day. Vase scoffed. He reached out and squeezed her nose, which elicited an indignant shout from his wife. None of these privileges come for free. One of the biggest reasons why the Rubarthan Pact tries to solicit pioneers with these nice-sounding benefits is because it has to compete against the Terran Alliance. Do the Rubarthans actually care about the pioneers aligned to them? Nope. The only way for that to change is to show our value to them, and that requires us to become their foot soldiers in their competitions against their rivals. His wife sighed. Even as Lucky and Clixie wandered off after they received enough pets. I am not the only person in the clan who thinks it is wiser to shelter under a greater tree, Vase. The Red Ocean is a dangerous place, but we can mitigate a substantial amount of risk by aligning ourselves with the Rubarthans. From what I've heard about them in the Red Ocean, they're not as overbearing as the Terrans and they offer more channels for pioneers to stand out and earn their favor. Those first raiders are all the same. Vase stubbornly shook his head. As long as they hold a superior attitude towards their lessers, we will never become their friends. At best we'll turn into assets that they are not as willing to discard as their other commodities. I don't want to get under the thumb of someone who thinks we don't exist at the same level. I much prefer to work alongside equal partners who truly respect us and need us as much as we need them. The Red Ocean Union is full of pioneers like that who we can befriend without subjecting ourselves at their mercy. He thought that Gloriana was too naive to trust the Rubarthans. Though he had never interacted with them in person, he heard plenty of stories about them. They were not so different from their archrivals, and he happened to know exactly what the Terrans were like. Though Gloriana still insisted that it was best for the Larkinson clan to cozy up to the Rubarthan faction in the Red Ocean, she had no power to push this decision through. Vase still intended to go through with his original plan because he was confident that his clan would be able to navigate the waters of the Red Ocean Union. With an excellent diplomat like Minister Sheddarin Pernus at his disposal, Vase believed that they could slowly build up the Golden Skull Alliance into a modest but close-knit gathering centered around the Larkinson clan. The couple eventually moved on to discussing other matters. Gloriana exhibited a lot of curiosity towards Vulcan. You've been spending a lot of time tinkering in your workshop the last few days. She pointed out. What is so important to you that is making you spend less time in the design lab? The Bulwark project and the Chimera project still need your attention if we want to complete them in a timely manner. Vase casually waved his hand. I'm making something important. I've also been experimenting with my latest design spirit, although right now he doesn't actually function as one. Regardless, I'm doing my best to explore what Vulcan can do so that we can gain additional assistance when it is time for us to fabricate our remaining expert mechs. He did not dare to make any solid claims when he had yet to figure out the rules, mechanisms and limitations of Vulcan's productivity-oriented abilities. It was too tempting for him to boast about his latest accomplishment, but he refrained from doing so because he did not want to hype Gloriana up only for Vulcan to fall flat during a crucial moment. Though his wife had made a lot of guesses, as long as Vase didn't give her an answer, she wouldn't build up any unrealistic expectations. His current examinations and experiments already told Vase that Vulcan was not able to guarantee the creation of a masterwork on demand. Its effects were much more modest, especially when it came to larger and more complex creations, so Vase still had to perform a lot of trials in order to develop an accurate estimation on how much Vulcan could contribute to the projects that were truly important. I'm beginning to feel I'm missing out on these proto-gods that you are playing around with. Gloriana pouted. When will you give me a useful pet like Blinky? Please be patient. It's not that simple to make a cat like Blinky. Don't you love me, Vase? Oh, of course, he stammered. Why would you think I don't? Then give me a new cat. Chapter 3320. Two Vulcans. Were the Larkinsons truly yearning to align themselves with the Rubarthans once they reached the Red Ocean? Vase kept wondering about this issue. He thought he had already made the clan's future direction clear when he announced his intention to join the Red Ocean Union. Our people already have a taste of what it is like to exist without a strong government or organization protecting our rights. Gavin told him during a morning briefing. It turns out that not having a big brother watching over us is not that great. Sure, we don't have to abide by anyone's laws and directives except for the ones imposed by the Big Two, but that has also left us bereft from shelter when we need it the most. I bet the Vulcan Empire wouldn't have taken the initiative to attack us if we were aligned with a powerful state. Vase stared at the masterwork Mech figurine that he had placed on his display shelf in his office. The miniature Valkyrie Redeemer fit well with the Ilvanan nutrient pack wrapper and the blooming prosperity tree. You're making the same mistake as my wife, Benny. You only look at the upsides of such an association and never pay enough attention at the price we need to pay. If we join the Rubarthan Pact, we'll either be forced or advised to do something that we don't want. The danger we'll be subjected to will be at least as great as if we tried to make our own fortune. Doesn't that make this a better deal, boss? Look, if we happen to plunge to our deaths, then at least we should be able to pick where we jump from. As long as we retain enough control, we can still find ways to avoid these outcomes. It is a lot harder to do so when we are forced to take part in a war or intrigue action. It was all about control to Vase. The problem was that not every clansman lived through the same experiences as him. Many of the newer clansmen used to be loyal citizens of various powerful second-rate states. Even if those states weren't always well run, the people who lived there never thought about living without the backing of powerful governments. This was how most modern people lived. They were incapable of imagining any scenario where they had to stand up for themselves without the benefit of an existing structure to lean on. Vase found that rather sad. He expected better from his people. His assistant was one of the first followers of Vase, so Gavin understood exactly why his boss insisted on keeping the clan independent. On the other hand, he frequently got in touch with other people in the clan, so he had a pretty good grasp of the overall sentiment throughout the fleet. Not everyone is as successful and confident as you, boss. They're still average people in many regards. Their ambitions are not as great as yours and their risk tolerance is not as extreme either. The Battle of Reckoning and the Battle of Fortia Zentra have both brought us close to extinction. Even if we made it through somehow, there are still a lot of survivors who are having second thoughts about this whole, going it alone, business. The more painful battles we go through, the greater the amount of Larkinsons who think it isn't a bad idea to exchange control for protection. Fools. Vase banged his fist against his desk. From the onset, our clan has always been about trying to rise up through our own efforts. I am not going to change my mind just because we've encountered a couple of setbacks. The sacrifices we make in the early days shall pave the way to a glorious future where people will have to answer to us instead of the other way around. Despite his insistence, he could not change other people's opinions so easily. There was only so much Goldie and his propagandists could do without crossing some unsavory lines. Vase understood that the only way to prevent more people from losing their courage was to lead them to greater success. In particular, the Larkinson army needed to become a lot stronger in order to win its battles without being pushed to the limit. Well, I'll take care of that later, he muttered to himself. First, I have Vulcan business to take care of. The dwarves won't be enjoying their peace for long. Once he finished his morning briefing, Vase moved down to his personal workshop, which had become filled with various crates and materials. Vase reached one of his work benches and picked up a recently completed statue of Vulcan. It was a simple totem that Vase had designed for speedy construction rather than lifelike accuracy. Regardless, the statue was still a totem that bore a small amount of life. Though its glow was weak compared to his mechs, most of the dwarves never came into touch with this phenomenon. Vase was certain that this small statue would make an incredibly strong impression on the more devout worshippers of Vulcan. Vase grinned as he admired his own handicraft. As long as it is convincing enough to hoodwink a portion of the dwarven population, the Vulcan Empire will definitely turn into a mess. The reason for that was quite simple. The statue he currently held happened to be based on an image of Vulcan as a dwarven deity. The gunmetal gray object did not possess any ambiguity in that regard. Any dwarf who was convinced that Vulcan was like them would become completely convinced their beliefs were absolutely right. He put the dwarven statue down once he was satisfied with his inspection. Stoking the flames of fanaticism of the dwarven god cult worshippers was not the extent of his plan. He also prepared a counterpart. His hand reached out to pick up a taller, slimmer statue. The statue roughly shared his build but possessed a more ambiguous face. This was the traditional depiction of Vulcan among the dwarves. The statue exuded almost the exact same glow as the previous statue. The differences were relatively modest and mostly related to reinforcing the human or dwarven nature of their depictions. Vase had designed this human statue to give those affected by its glow the impression that Vulcan was unquestionably human. It also gave the impression that it stood for truth and that it would be blasphemy to mistake the god as a dwarf. Of course, the dwarven depiction of Vulcan made the opposite impression. The dwarven statue possessed a more aggressive character and made it seem as if mistaking Vulcan as a human god was an unforgivable mistake. The statues were never designed to convince non-believers and those from the opposite camp to their respective stances. Vase intended them to fall into the hands of those who were already predisposed to believe in one version of Vulcan or another. The more fanatical they are, the more they'll fall into my trap. He grinned. He continued to inspect more of his finished work. All of the statues he made came in either a human version or a dwarven version and came in different quality levels. The least valuable ones were relatively mundane that any traditional metal worker could make. The more notable ones were so high in quality that they had almost reached masterwork level. The surprisingly wide range in quality levels was due to his frequent attempts to explore Vulcan's abilities. Though Vase failed to sniff out a lot of new abilities, he at least figured out the rules behind Vulcan's more basic abilities. He brought out the Hammer of Brilliance and softly tapped it onto his best statue, which happened to depict a human version of Vulcan. Upon contact, the hammer's glow spread to the statue, causing it to glow as Vulcan's spiritual energy ran throughout its entire structure. Vase had figured out that Vulcan was analyzing the design and construction of any object that the hammer had deliberately tapped. He didn't have to worry about the hammer randomly trying to analyze a deck or table if he set it down somewhere. The design spirit responded to the intentions of the wielder and only analyzed inorganic objects. It was a lot easier for Vulcan to analyze smaller objects than larger ones. Once he analyzed a specific sample, he would store a permanent record of the design in his memories. Strictly speaking, Vase did not need to tap the statue with his hammer as Vulcan already possessed a record of its design. The reason why Vase tapped his hammer at the statue anyway was because he wanted to update its record so that Vulcan registered a higher quality version of this model. The strange thing about Vulcan is that he doesn't store designs. He stores impressions of real objects. This had several implications which made the Hammer of Brilliance a lot more useful when fabricating mass-produced mechs and less useful for fabrication custom mechs. Of course, even if Vase did not analyze an existing mech, he would still be able to employ the hammer's second functionality. It just wouldn't be as strong. Once the hammer finished its analysis, Vase did not hesitate to give himself a soft tap with the flat end. Bonk. He already learned the hard way that the amount of force he put into his blows did not make the effect stronger. His head began to glow as Vulcan began to act on his mind. Several new thoughts and impulses surged up, and he quickly put down his hammer in order to fabricate a second human statue. He let out a sigh though. I haven't entered into a false inspired state in 3 days. It appeared that Vase wouldn't be able to employ Vulcan's most impactful ability as often as he wished. He needed to cherish the opportunity and had to save it up until he truly needed the boost. That said, there is still some use to hitting myself on the head. The state he was in right now did not inspire him to develop new solutions, but it allowed him to be more mindful of existing details. Every material was a little different. His mental and physical state also differed from time to time. All of these variables and more affected the quality of his output. Once he finished his new statue, he put it alongside the reference copy he just used and compared them to each other. The quality of my latest work is higher than average, but it falls short of my best attempt. He did not look surprised at this result. He already sensed that this would be the case once he came close to finishing his new statue. The crafting-oriented insights provided by Vulcan were based on the specific set of circumstances in which the reference copy had been made. Merely transplanting all of these parameters onto another work did not yield an identical product. The variables were slightly different. For example, the time was different. Vase might be a little hungry and the batch of materials he used contained a little more impurities. If the input was different, the output would be different as well. It was impossible to replicate an earlier success. It's not completely useless, though. Vase felt that this function was a lot more useful to less competent and skilled craftsmen. If they were whacked over the head with his hammer, they would be able to learn about many new insights on how to produce a higher quality version of an existing work. It's a way of teaching them on how to reach the standard of quality that I have reached on my own. He realized, it is too impractical to teach other people all of the details they need to pay attention to. It's much better for Vulcan to dump all of that stuff directly into their minds. The only way to truly master work was to make crucial decisions on the spot. Vase couldn't accomplish that by relying solely on obtaining Vulcan's insights on an existing record. This is where inspired states can help. Of course, even that was just a crutch. The most certain and reliable way to make a masterwork was to develop his foundation to the point where he no longer had to rely on any gimmicks like serendipity or Lucky's gem to make a masterwork. That was something that Vulcan couldn't deliver. Chapter 3321. Fast shipping. Vase continued to spend much of his days making statue after statue. He stopped experimenting with Vulcan and the Hammer of Brilliance once he figured out their basic parameters. The analysis record and false inspiration abilities formed the bread and butter of Vulcan's productive capabilities. Vase was sure his incarnation could do more, but the current circumstances were not right. It appeared that he had to expose Vulcan to different situations in order to draw out his other capabilities. It's fine. Neither of the two known abilities provided much use to Vase at the moment. The statues he was making were so simple that he only needed to employ the analysis record a few times to understand most of the nuances he needed to take into account to maintain a consistently high standard of quality. The gap between good and masterwork could not be solved by following a checklist or formula. Vase still needed to rely on his own skill, judgment, intuition and luck to create a work that surpassed the physical limitations of a design. Miracles aren't called that way when they can be mass-produced. Vase depreciatingly observed. Aside from relying on occasional flukes, the few times where he was able to put himself in a false inspired state enabled him to figure out new insights that he had previously missed. Vase predicted that if he continued hitting himself in the head every 4 days or so while he constantly produced the same item, he could eventually master its creation to such an extent that he could pump out masterworks on a reliable basis. The only problem is that I have to hit myself in the head way too many times for that to happen. Based on the current pattern, Vase estimated he needed to put himself in a false-inspired state at least a dozen times before he figured out how to control for every variable. Was it worth it to do so for a single version of his Vulcan statue? Not to him. He also had to do the same for the other version of Vulcan's depictions, though the similarities between the two undoubtedly allowed him to borrow many of his previous gains. The issue here is that it takes a lot more wax for me to do the same for my mechs. A metal statue he could hold in his hand was much less daunting than a fully functional statue that could tower over him. The amount of variables that Vase had to take into account multiplied by at least 1,000,000 times, and that was only for the simpler products. The more complex ones such as expert mechs were even more finicky and complicated to fabricate. Of course, many of these variables and parameters weren't unique. In practice, mech designers and other technical professionals were able to condense them into a smaller number of groups or categories where a standard solution or formula was enough to account for most of the details. That doesn't make it much better, though. Given that each false-inspired state provided him with a relatively limited amount of insights per session, Vase would probably have to bonk his head with his hammer at least 1,000 times before he fully mastered a design like the Bright Warrior. This would turn into a long-term process that could stretch on for years before Vase attained his ultimate reward. Well, at least I will constantly see improvements over time. It's not like I have to wait until the end to notice the difference. Vase didn't see much point in employing this ability unless he had a mass-production mech model that held its value over the long term. As soon as he updated its design, so many parameters would change that he would have to start over at least part of the way. In that regard, the false inspiration that the Hammer of Brilliance was able to bestow was more useful as a learning tool. Vase focused less on Vulcan as he continued to make batches and batches of statues. He only stopped once he made 1,000 copies of each of the two versions. Now that I've made them, I need to put them in the hands of the dwarves. Doing that was fairly challenging, but the trade between the Vulcan Empire and the rest of the Fermi star cluster had never dried up. Even with the recent tensions, greedy trading companies found several ways to circumvent the blockade on foreign traffic. Vase had already instructed Minister Sheddarin to prepare a solution. The foreign minister did not spend his time in vain and contracted numerous courier companies on both the human and dwarven side of the border to ship the specialty products to numerous prominent destinations in the Vulcan Empire. "Are you sure the goods won't end up stolen or confiscated?" he asked. "We're not engaging in smuggling, sir." "Not technically," the old man calmly replied. "As long as the handover takes place in the border region, it is unlikely that the nearby patrols will step in. The Lost and the Vulcanites pay much more attention to the people moving through their territories. As for goods, simple inspections can easily warn them if there is anything wrong." That was a slight complication because the glows around the statues were quite noticeable at close range. Vase had to invent a simple spiritual mechanism where the glows of the statues remained inactive until they were taken out of their packaging. Once the recipients took his gifts out of their boxes, the statues would bloom to life and create an unforgettable first impression. Vase briefly checked the date. "I need to see quick results. We've been delaying our main journey long enough. I have contracted the fastest courier shipping companies that are willing to enter into business with us. I've even set up shell companies and acted under a different identity in order to gain the cooperation of dwarven companies. By the way, I have also signed a contract with the Persian Chamber of Commerce. The Persians are honored to ship our goods to the Paramount Province." "The Persians?" "Yes, the third-class dwarven traders we've met during our initial foray into the Vulcan Empire." Vase hadn't heard that name in a while. He still remembered the friendly dwarves that he exchanged with. If the crazier Vulcans didn't launch an attack on the expeditionary fleet, maybe he would have been able to forge a better bond with Director Olivier Persham. Unfortunately, history didn't progress this way. Vase had no stomach to befriend any Vulcanites after the Battle of Fortia Zentra. Though he still thought the Pershams were okay people, they might not like him anymore if they learned what he was attempting to do with the cargo they were commissioned to transport. Vase sighed. "You don't have to treat them differently. The next time we enter the Vulcan Empire, we won't need their guidance anymore." Well, those were certainly ominous words. As someone who helped Vase flesh out his devious plan, Sheddarin was aware that this was not an empty boast. "Well, regardless of who we've entered business with, you should be able to see the first results in little over a week. Since our cargo takes up relatively little space, we can put them in the cargo holds of the fastest courier vessels that are especially employed to transport small, high-value parcels from one region to another. The transportation infrastructure of the Vulcan Empire is still working normally with relatively few disruptions. Courier vessels designed for speed and reach instead of cargo capacity could cover much more distance than other starships. On a proportional basis, their FTL drives and propulsion systems were much larger than bigger ships such as combat carriers. Some were so extreme that it was not wrong to describe them as FTL drives wrapped in a metal shell. Even though these corvette-sized vessels were small, they were not exactly cheap. The operational costs were high relative to the small amount of cargo capacity they possessed, so the transportation fees could easily be hundreds or thousands of times higher than regulation transportation. There was plenty of demand for their services, though. Whether it was a CEO who urgently needed to travel to a distant company branch or a biolab transferring time-sensitive experimental materials to another lab, there were plenty of people and companies who were willing to pay the equivalent of millions of hex credits just to get a package delivered a week sooner. "Do you intend to ship out additional goods to the Vulcan Empire?" Sheddarin asked. Vase shook his head. "No, I've already made enough. I'm already sick and tired of the statues I've made. Even if I employed a bit of automation to speed up production, I can't keep making the same simple products over and over again." Perhaps he might hold a different opinion if he was stuck making mechs, but that was not the case at the moment. After making sure that the statues he made would ship towards their respective destinations, Vase temporarily put this issue aside. What happened next did not require any more actions on his part. He just needed to wait and enjoy the results. Vase decided to allocate all of his available time on completing his remaining expert mech design projects. Now that he wasn't distracted by his side projects anymore, he was able to make more refinements to the designs. It was a pity that the Hammer of Brilliance wasn't particularly useful in the design phase of a project. Vase tried experimenting with it by whacking it on the heads of different people. For some reason, no one appreciated receiving a tap from his glowing hammer. "Can you please put that thing away?" I'm afraid it will cave in my skull. An assistant mech designer begged. Don't worry, I have excellent control over my strength. I know exactly how much force is needed to break through a skull, and I'll make sure my tap is well below that threshold. Using the hammer on other mech designers achieved negligible results. Aside from not being assigned to any hands-on production work, inspired states simply didn't provide as much benefits to them because of their limited knowledge and experience. One day, Vase decided to try it out on Kedis. He nonchalantly walked up to her workstation and lifted his hammer above her head while she was engrossed in fine-tuning the sword-fighting capabilities of the Chimera project. As soon as his hammer came close to bonking his student on the head, Katiz's Bloodsinger suddenly surged forth and parried the attempted strike. Nice try, Vase, but I could feel you coming a long time ago. The woman smirked as she swiveled around her chair. Here's a tip for you. Never sneak up to a trained soldier. Others could have responded a lot more violently. Vase awkwardly coughed. It's not an attack, Kedis. I was just trying to help you out. You've seen me hitting other people with this hammer before, haven't you? They all gained something out of the experience. She still looked skeptical. She didn't look particularly impressed at the hammer either. It was too clumsy to function as a proper weapon, and it was too large and unwieldy to serve as a primitive work tool. Just give me a Shane. I just want to see what happens. Fine. Don't hit me over the head, though. Give me the hammer and I'll do it myself. Kedis was the first person who made this request. Now that Vase thought about it, he never attempted to see what happened if others used the Hammer of Brilliance. Here you go. Once Kedis received the artifact, she attempted to resonate with it. This didn't go too well as the hammer was not a sword. She even commanded Sharpie to leave Bloodsinger and see whether it could enter the Hammer of Brilliance. It turned out that he couldn't. Swish swish. It was worth a try. She shrugged. She gently lifted the implement and carefully controlled her strength so that she could hit herself with the lightest of taps. Her head began to glow bronze, but nothing else happened. Vulcan says you need to lower your mental defenses. He can't get in. Vase relayed. That's easier said than done, Vase. I don't normally like to make myself vulnerable. Just do your best. It took a bit of time, but Vulcan was finally able to exert his influence on Kedis. So, do you feel anything different? Vase said after a while. I don't think so. When I look back at my work, I think about the same things as before. I haven't gained any new ideas or anything. What? Vase became confused. Chapter 3322, Grand Regent Hobida's aid in a crisis raged in the Vulcan Empire. After the feral provincial army tried and failed to defeat a visiting human fleet that had obtained official sanction from the MTA, many dwarves were appalled at the consequences. The unprovoked attack would have led to an upheaval in Vulcanite space regardless of victory or loss, but the way it turned out failed to build up momentum for the Dwarven god cult. This left the two major religious factions of the Vulcan people in an awkward position. The Dwarven god cult had slowly achieved consistent gains over the last decade and was about to overtake the traditional Vulcan faith sooner or later. A victory against a notable human fleet should have proved to every Vulcanite that Dwarvenkind was superior to the tall folk and that it was their destiny to overtake the galaxy. Today, we take over the Fermi star cluster. Tomorrow, we'll sweep across the entire galactic rim. Those expectations were way overblown in hindsight. It turned out that Dwarven technology wasn't superior to human technology and that Dwarven skill could not single-handedly accomplish victory. A lot of radical and influential Dwarven god cultists had egg on their face. What was worse for the Vulcanites was that they had already released the arrow from their bow. They could not take back their egregious attack that affected the lives of not just the radicals, but also the traditionalists who never asked to restart their struggle against the tall folk in the first place. Do you know what you have just done? The humans will crush us all for what we have done. You fools. War isn't a game. For every glorious battle, there are 10 awful tragedies. The dwarven bodies that will stack up as a result of your mistakes will form a monument of your folly. Tensions between different groups of Vulcanites intensified. Radicals against traditionalists. The younger generation against the older generation. Militarists against pacifists. Second-raters against third-raters. Every division became more polarized and consensus was nowhere to be seen. The adherents of the traditional Vulcan faith who still clung to the stuffy belief of a human Vulcan had gained enough wind in their sails to form a proper resistance against the radical Dwarven god cultists. In the weeks that passed since the battle, this had led to numerous reversals. Far from providing greater momentum to the Dwarven god cult, the disastrous engagement stopped their progress entirely, forcing them to clash more openly against the old fogies who they long accused of holding back Dwarvenkind. What was even worse was that the Vulcan Empire stood to lose their hidden guarantee of independence from the MTA. The proof that the Vulcan Empire ignored the MTA's own rules was indisputable. This was not a minor slip-up such as implementing unsafe neural interfaces into mechs, but a direct attack against third parties that had been offered safe passage. It did not matter if the attack was launched by a rogue faction or a fringe group within the Vulcan Empire. The consequences of this action affected the entire Dwarven state, which was exactly what the attackers set out to accomplish. Grand Regent Hobitas Aiden, the leader of the Vulcan Empire, was beset with the gravest crisis of his life. A part of him already acknowledged that the Dwarven god cult would become the new truth to the citizens of the Vulcan Empire. Even if he didn't like the shift, there was little he could do to prevent this popular strain from attracting more believers. Yet the self-destructive attack its adherents had launched against a human fleet showed that the Dwarven god cultists weren't qualified to rule the Vulcan Empire. What do they know of responsibility? They will burn our Dwarven state if they keep provoking the tall folks. Many other Vulcanites of the old guard formed the same conclusion as well. Before, they just thought that the extreme statements of the Dwarven god cult was mere hyperbole. As long as their jingoistic behavior was confined to boasting, there was little harm in letting them talk. Yet now that they had actually taken action, a lot of traditionalists and those on the fence became abhorred at the direction the Dwarven god cultists wanted to take the Vulcan Empire. It was fine if the crazies in their state wanted to board a starship and commit suicide by flying straight into a star. The problem was that the starship accommodated other passengers as well. Many Vulcanites who remembered the rebellion or grew up hearing stories about it from their parents and teachers did not want to get implicated by the actions of their fellow dwarves. The Grand Regent had to confront two major challenges. The first was to help the Vulcan faith push back against the Dwarven god cult and inject some much-needed sanity in their great state. The second was to convince the Mech Trade Association not to revoke its guarantee of protection. Grand Regent Aiden personally presided over the official meetings with the representatives of the MTA. Though the powerful human organization had yet to make a final decision, the unofficial tribunal that happened behind closed doors was not going well for the dwarves. The association did not let the Vulcanites rely on the excuse that the unprovoked attack had been launched by a single rogue group that did not represent the greater will of the Vulcan Empire. "These are not terrorists, Mr. Aiden," an imperious and officious-looking woman declared as she sat on the other side of the long table. "The Feral Provincial Army is an official military institution of your state. Your lack of control of your attack dogs does not absolve your state from responsibility. The severity of your crime is even greater once I bring up the fact that Patriarch Vase Larkinson is a 10th-tier galactic citizen and a contributor of restricted technology. From our own investigations, these factors did not deter your men from attacking his fleet. On the contrary, your soldiers sounded eager to defeat an affiliate of our association. What do you have to say for yourself, Grand Regent?" The middle-aged dwarf whose majestic blonde beard was bedecked with exotic jewelry looked discomfited. There was no way for him to hide his difficulties. Hobitas Aiden did not believe the MTA had been unaware that elements of his own state were plotting to attack the human fleet. With the power the Mechers possessed, they could have easily employed 100 different solutions to prevent the attack from happening in the first place. Given these circumstances, why did the MTA refuse to step in and prevent the worst from happening? It was unfortunate that it was not wise for the Dwarven leader to voice this question out loud. The motives of the MTA were unfathomable, and Aiden was quite aware that the massive trans-galactic organization was divided into many factions. Who knew which one was in charge in this region at the moment? "We are more than willing to compensate the Golden Skull Alliance for all of the losses they have suffered, financial or otherwise." The Grand Regent spoke in a modest voice. "We are also prepared to pay a penalty fee to your association on behalf of the extremists who have attempted to plunge trillions of innocent Dwarven civilians into the abyss." The stern-faced human woman shook her head and tapped her finger against the table. The surface caved in as the fingernail dug straight through the hardwood material as if it was butter. "The act committed by your state is too severe to be made up with an ordinary fine. Actions have consequences, Mr. Aiden. Our association has a reputation to uphold." With the way these talks were going, the Grand Regent could already foresee the MTA revoking its support for the Vulcan Empire. The Vulcan Empire and the MTA had long maintained an implicit understanding. The dwarves were allowed to keep an entire star sector to themselves in exchange for serving as proof that the association was tolerant and supportive towards minorities. Even if the Vulcanites were not that pleasant in reality, the secret agreement was beneficial to the MTA's goal of maintaining their legitimacy as the guardian and hegemon of human civilization. However, now that the Vulcan Empire's extremism became more prominent, it became a lot less appealing to provide support for its toxic people. What the Grand Regent had been trying to do all this time was to convince the MTA's representative that the Vulcanites still possessed redeeming traits. As long as the Vulcan faith was able to take advantage of the dwarven god cult's embarrassment, the traditional and more conservative dwarves might be able to take back much of the gains made by the radicals. The only job the Grand Regent and his team of diplomats needed to do was to buy time. As long as the MTA had yet to issue its verdict, there was still a chance the Vulcan Empire could return to normal. In fact, the current crisis also caused many officials aligned with the dwarven god cult to waver. While their belief in Vulcan as a dwarf was still absolute, that did not necessarily mean they had to support all of the stances of the cult leaders. Flame Herald Uven Yellowshoe was known as a firebrand, much like his father who had laid the seeds of the cult's meteoric rise. Yet as one of the most powerful and influential dwarves of the Vulcan Empire, the burden of responsibility weighed heavily on him as well. Perhaps, we should not launch a war against the tall folk so soon. He had never doubted his cause and beliefs more at any point in his life than now. Though he frequently exhorted his flock to rid themselves of their fear against the tall folk, pushing the Vulcan Empire into a very real war against the tall folk at its current level of strength might not be as optimistic as he thought. As he rewatched the footage of the Battle of Fortia Zentra over and over again, he realized that the tall folk were not as feeble in battle as he thought. Their evil gods are too powerful, he privately exclaimed. Vulcan is the most powerful god in the galaxy, but, is he strong enough to resist all of the human gods at once? This was a blasphemous question, yet the footage provided clear proof that Vulcan's blessing could not grant his chosen the victory they deserved. As the highest authority of the dwarven god cult actually began to doubt the strength of the master he served with all of his devotion, one of his assistants urgently requested to enter his office. What is the matter, Deacon Ezek? Vulcan has blessed us with his great craft, the older dwarf in priestly robes shouted as he walked up to the Flame Herald's desk. 2 days ago, one of our local temples received a curious parcel from an unknown sender. When they opened it up, they encountered an artifact that had enlightened them to Vulcan's truth. The deacon did not spend much time explaining what happened afterwards. As more and more devout dwarven god cultists encountered Vulcan's gift, their convictions had all grown stronger. The incident attracted so much attention that Deacon Ezek eventually decided that the head of the cult needed to know about this miracle. A short time later, a humble but ecstatic-looking dwarf brought forth a small metal statue of their god. As soon as its glow enveloped Uven Yellowshoe, the leader of the dwarven god cult closed his eyes. 30 seconds passed before they opened up again. This time, the Flame Herald exhibited no more doubt. I see now. The truth has always been in front of me. Dwarvenkind is truly superior. Though our numbers are less and our territory is paltry, our people will always find a way. A single defeat does not determine that we are weak. As long as our cause is just, victory shall be ours. For Vulcan. Chapter 3323. The ultimate truth. Over the course of several weeks, many notable and influential Vulcanites received mysterious parcels. Word began to spread of the divine gifts contained within the untraceable packages. The first couple of recipients had already spoken of the blessings that they received. In fact, their claims sounded so exaggerated that most Vulcanites initially dismissed the news as idle rumors. More people started to receive the parcels, though. When they or a member of their staff all opened them up, they instantly became enlightened by Vulcan's glory. The dwarves had never experienced Vulcan's presence in such a direct and wondrous manner. It was especially amazing considering that every form of scanning and examination revealed that the statues were merely solid blocks of normal metal. Only Vulcan can bless these statues with his divinity. Our God has answered our calls in our darkest hour. Our deliverance is at hand. From generals to priests, those who held sway and those who commanded the attention of the dwarven people all obtained a much-coveted parcel with no return address. Word of mouth continued to explode throughout the Vulcan Empire. While there were minority of cautious dwarves who got spooked by the statues and had them destroyed, there were still well over 1900 statues that had each obtained a place of honor among their new owners. Many different Vulcanites reacted differently to these divine objects. The presence they exuded specifically appealed to their beliefs in a way that was more direct and personal than anything they experienced. The glow they exuded were not that strong compared to the mechs that Vase had designed. The glow also didn't actually compel the dwarves to do anything. All it did was to project the presence of a human or dwarven version of Vulcan depending on the specific statue. It did nothing else, and that was a deliberate choice. When Vase revealed his plan to Sheddarin and Calabast, the two advisors sternly warned him that he could easily cross a line and get on the bad side of the MTA. This was why he made sure to minimize his criminal liability. Perhaps the Vulcan Empire had to spend a lot of effort to trace where the parcels came from, but he was not stupid enough to assume the MTA was also clueless. Fortunately, Vase had interacted with the MTA enough times to roughly know what he could get away with. If Vase wanted to avoid an unwelcome visit from one of their representatives, he had to possess enough plausible deniability. This was why he refrained from inserting any specific values or emotions when he made his statues. He simply portrayed Vulcan in the most authentic manner possible. According to Minister Sheddarin, this was more than enough to achieve the desired effect. The Vulcanites are deeply flawed, more so than other humans. The old man explained one day. Many human states are more mature and better run because their citizens benefit from an enormous accumulation of societal development. From antiquity onwards, numerous advancements such as the abolition of slavery to the prohibition of the current taboos have all contributed to the common prosperity of many states. What makes the Vulcan Empire different, then? Vase curiously asked. The Dwarven state is not as connected to human civilization as other states. It is more insular than usual as its citizens explicitly reject the galactic consensus. They believe it is too human-centric, you see. While this has allowed the Vulcanites to build up their own pride and confidence in their culture, it has also produced severe flaws that have made them vulnerable to threats that would otherwise not work. Like what? Let me describe the Vulcan Empire's ailments in a manner that a mech designer like you should be able to comprehend. Think of a normal state like the Bright Warrior. It is a decent, modern and competitive state that is not excellent at anything but is stable, reliable and open. Vase twitched his mouth when he heard that description. Even a diplomat didn't hold the highest opinion of one of his works. Compared to a normal state, the Vulcan Empire is akin to a second-class mech that is 2 generations older than the Bright Warrior model. Maybe this other mech appears stronger to many people because it is more expensive and incorporates better materials, but its shortcomings cannot be denied. As long as a competent opponent can recognize one of these vulnerabilities, it takes less effort to defeat it than it should. Vase understood the analogy. The Vulcan Empire might look strong and powerful compared to its regional rivals, but its dwarven citizens were too insular and biased. This caused their cultural and institutional development to fall behind in many different aspects, which meant the dwarven state was vulnerable to an attack that targeted its weak points. It was clear to Vase and Sheddarin that religion was one of its major weaknesses. While there were many states where different religions were dominant, those that withstood the test of time always tempered their extremism to a degree. At the very least, they needed to recognize that the rest of the galaxy didn't always welcome their faith and that their forceful attempts at convincing others that they were spreading the truth might not be appreciated by their audience. This was a lesson that even the Hexer people had learned. Seeing that Vase understood his point, Minister Sheddarin wrapped up his explanation. The Vulcanites are too flawed and their society is too young. The rapid growth of their empire has caused them to become ignorant of their own flaws. After all, they only look at their own success and fail to see the dangers that they have yet to address. This is a rather common problem to many insular states. Always remember that a state or organization is strongest when it remains in touch with the rest of human society. Vase had the sense that Sheddarin was not just talking about the Vulcan Empire when he spoke those words. In any case, Vase sent out so many different statues that at least some of them should be able to yield the desired results. He simply kept working on his mech design projects while keeping a close eye on the regional news. He felt more and more gratified when the Dwarven news portal started to praise his work. Though the mass-produced totems were relatively trivial objects, Vase was still a creator and he always gained satisfaction when his customers enjoyed his work. Of course, he became extra satisfied this time because his customers happened to be Vulcanites this time. Hehehehe, Vase deviously grinned as he kept reading the headlines related to his work. Keep embracing my totems. Vulcan is truly on your side, just not your side. Hehehehe. Many dwarves who became exposed to the statues felt as if their questions had been answered and that their doubts had been resolved. Vulcan is a dwarven god. A leader of the dwarven god cult exclaimed as he lifted up the statue of a dwarf. The Grand Regent, the High Priestess and their lackeys have been wrong all of this time. No, their crimes are worse. They and their predecessors have covered up the truth all of this time. They knew that Vulcan was a dwarf but deliberately lied about it to deprive us of Vulcan's favor. The Grand Regent and his cabal of cowards and parasites are all liars. Tear them down and restore the truth. Restore the truth. A large audience responded. For the Dwarven God, many scenes such as this took place throughout the Vulcan Empire. The priests and the most devout Vulcanites all gained certainty in their beliefs. Each of them felt more connected to their god than ever and thought that their rivals and opponents were unquestionably wrong. It wasn't just the Dwarven God cultists that had become more righteous and fanatical about their cause. The older Vulcan faith that had failed to keep up with the times and risked losing relevance suddenly underwent a revival. The statues of the human god that ended up in the hands of various priests and respected leaders were no less effective in reinforcing their beliefs. Many of them felt as if they had been right all along. The cult that had managed to sway the younger generations was not just wrong, but outright heretical for claiming that Vulcan was a dwarven god. Our ancestors and heroes were right all along, a provincial governor concluded as her eyes fervently stared at the simple human statue. We have been too remiss in allowing the dwarven god cult to deceive our citizens and distort Vulcan's image. Even though we all want him to be a fellow dwarf, the truth must never be allowed to disappear. Under the influence of the statues, people such as this provincial governor did not just embrace their new certainty. They wanted to make sure that everyone else embraced their revelation as well. Let me issue a new decree. From tomorrow onwards, the dwarven god cult must cease to exist. The cult and its followers are no longer allowed to spread their false claims and ideologies within our borders. Our administration shall mobilize all of our policing and peacekeeping forces to enforce our new rules. Sir, you can't issue such a drastic decree. You're overreaching your authority, and I doubt our lawmakers will agree to pass a corresponding emergency directive. Even if we implement your new decree, over 30% of our population has already defected to the dwarven god cult. Many of them will not convert back to the Vulcan faith and will resist fiercely against any enforcement attempts. The truth cannot be denied. Schedule an emergency meeting with our senators. Make sure they come in person. They must witness Vulcan's glory up close in order to be enlightened to the truth. With scenes like this happening in many different provinces, it did not take long before the first incidents of open violence broke out throughout the state. These cultists have gone too far, a leader exclaimed as a mob of angry dwarves tried to invade the governor's mansion. This is no longer a protest. This is an act of rebellion. When the mob started to employ heavy weapons against the riot police, the latter received orders to respond as fiercely as possible. Gunfire and screams rang throughout the air as the well-armed peacekeeping forces tried to disperse and punish the deluded cultists in the clearest manner possible. To each of them, Vulcan was a human god, and it was blasphemy to claim otherwise. These ignorant cultists needed to learn that righteousness was not on their side. Of course, the opposition was not deterred by the government's response. Elsewhere in the provincial capital, an influential priest of the dwarven god cult prayed in front of the statue of the dwarven god. The totem's divine glow caused the priest to feel no guilt or loss at the suffering of his followers. Instead, the priest became more convinced that the corrupt officials were trying to maintain a falsehood so that they could keep exercising their power without having to answer to their god. If the governor thinks that he can suppress the truth and prevent Vulcan's rise, then he is sorely mistaken. The priest gritted his teeth as he turned to his followers. Call your men and get ready for battle. If our words cannot convince the corrupt politicians to recant their lies, then we shall force the truth down their throats with our guns and mechs. To arms, my brothers. For Vulcan, when one side began to resort to mechs, the other side quickly followed. Even though most battles ended one-sidedly due to regional differences in strength, a line had been crossed once the Vulcanes employed their weapons against their citizens. Take down the corrupt leeches. Suppress the deluded rebels. Though the bloodshed only affected a few hundred hotspots, the rest of the Vulcan Empire began to destabilize at a rapid tempo. Even the star systems dominated by one faction or another began to gear up for war. It became increasingly harder for the remaining dwarves to stay neutral. The schism between the two factions grew more violent with each passing day. Chapter 3324, Blind Old Men. When the more fanatical citizens of the Vulcan Empire began to clash against those they perceived to be their opponents, the public order in many parts of the state began to deteriorate. On some planets, the conflict was limited to groups of protesters yelling curses at each other. On other planets, the militants among the two factions had taken up arms. When the rivalry descended into violent actions, the fighting rarely stopped at the level of infantry combat. Damn these heretics. They've deployed way too many goons with guns. If that's how they're going to play the game, then let's bring in a couple of mechs and see how those peacekeepers like it when we've got the bigger guns for once. The rebels have escalated their insurrection. We can still control them when they gather in mobs, but we cannot protect the people if they begin to deploy mechs. Mobilize our riot mechs and stop the rebels from destroying our city. Of course, with each response, the scale of the fighting hadn't dropped. Instead, it kept growing larger and more intense. On some planets, even military units had taken action. There were many mech regiments and mech divisions that were largely composed of believers in one faith or another. The servicemen who aligned themselves to the dwarven god cult were much more fanatical and much less hesitant to break their neutrality and side with their fellow compatriots on the streets. Our time has come, Venerable Merrick Bulferin shouted in front of an unauthorized parade of hive roarers. Ever since we returned home in defeat, the generals stripped our honors and threw us in this remote field base. They thought to push our heads down and force us to recant our faith. I say no longer. Vulcan is a dwarven god and he has returned to reveal the truth to us all. The lies espoused by the conspirators at the top have been exposed, but still our corrupt rulers usurp the authority that rightfully belongs to our god. Is this justice? No. Venerable Merrick sneered as he rubbed his thick fingers against his smooth and broad chin. Our heretical commanding officers are afraid of us. Why else did they force us all to shave our beards? They can take away our hair, but they cannot deny our righteous cause. Fellow brothers, answer my call and take your mechs to the capital where we must fight to save the Vulcan Empire from the deception that has brought us further away from Vulcan's light. Let us barge our way into the governor's mansion and pull out the beards of everyone who is inside. Let's see how they like it when they lose their badge of honor. For the Empire, for the Empire, for Vulcan. With military units rebelling or taking action on their own accord, the dwarven state truly began to slide into civil war. Open conflict erupted on the surface of more and more planets as an increasing number of Vulcanites got caught up in the rising polarization between the two factions. It became increasingly harder for ordinary people to remain on the sidelines, not when their leaders and role models called them into action. Vulcan does not forgive those who remain silent. Show your devotion now or risk eternal damnation. If you do not donate to our charitable fund, you're a heretic and a traitor. A simple donation of 1,000 hammers is enough to absolve you of your sins. Donate now and support our freedom fighters on the front. Withhold your funds and be prepared to answer for your inaction. Of course, not every citizen of the Vulcan Empire fell under the sway of sectarian strife. There were plenty of dwarves who lived in quiet, rural planets who largely missed out on the struggle. There were also dwarves who were not as religious as others and did not get fooled by the conflict triggered by the strange statues. In one quiet mansion, General Iker Kebranor slowly walked into a peaceful garden. Several bots neatly trimmed the bushes and other plants while a trio of dogs ran around while chasing each other's tails. The disgraced general approached a dwarf who was sitting on a simple wooden chair built with dwarven proportions in mind. Orthox, Kebranor greeted with a respectful nod. I can't get used to seeing you without your beard. The high-tier expert pilot directed his gaze away from his dogs and rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. I do not mind my new look, to be honest. It's easier to lift my head these days. Our beards have weighed us down for so many decades that we have been looking in the wrong direction all this time. The old general, whose chin was also hairless, responded with a grim smile. I am glad to see you taking your suspension in good grace. I wouldn't call it that, sir. I am merely embracing the reality that I have grown too old to change anything. We are fossils, General. The expert pilot exuded a somber and listless vibe. He had not lost against Patriarch Reginald Cross, but he had failed to protect his fellow dwarven soldiers. The deaths of all of his comrades still weighed heavily on shoulders. The general slowly sat down on another nearby wooden chair. Maybe you're right, but I like to assume that the Vulcan Empire still needs our services. The people don't want to see us again. Venerable Orthox remarked. The people are in confusion and it is all because of our enemy. The expert pilot looked up to his friend and superior. What are you talking about, Kebranor? Let me show you, Orthox. With a wave of his hand, a bot flew over and deposited two different statues onto a nearby table. Both of them were clearly made in the likeness of Vulcan. The difference was that one statue interpreted Vulcan as a human while the other depicted him as a dwarf. As soon as the two statues came close, Venerable Orthox already felt the familiar sensations. His eyes sparked as he straightened his short but powerful back. This sensation, he recognized the vibe exuded by the two metal idols. The dwarven expert pilot grabbed the human statue and tried to compare the sensation he felt to those he experienced during his last battle. It's the same. It's exactly the same. The auras these statues possess are identical to the so-called glows of those Larkinson mechs. General Kebranor grimly nodded. While I have not had the pleasure of experiencing the glows of our opponents, I have already asked many of our fellow Molten Hammer mech pilots whether they recognize the effect of these statuettes. Their answers concur with yours. Every soldier who has fought against the Larkinson clan up close is able to recognize our enemy's signature tech in these deceptively simple objects. The alarmed, expert pilot began to think back on the news of the last few days. Statues identical to the two brought by General Kebranor had suspiciously ended up in the hands of many agitators who promptly gained divine inspiration from gifts that they believed came from Vulcan himself. Yet those who remained skeptical of Vulcan regardless of his form saw more from this sequence of events. If the statues were all made by a certain human clan leader who had good reason to hate the Vulcanites, then this was likely part of a dangerous conspiracy. It's a trap, Venerable Orthox gasped as his protective will came back to life. Our empire is under attack by outside human forces, but hardly any dwarf realizes we're being fooled. Do you see why I have come to you today? Disgraced or not, we cannot stand by and allow Patriarch Larkinson to cleave our state in half. The sabotage he perpetrated on our society must be dismantled, and the first step to doing that is to expose his conspiracy. What do you want us to do, sir? Come with me and convince our brothers to recognize that we are all being played. General Kebranor and Venerable Orthox left the mansion and sought out the soldiers that had already taken up arms. When they finally managed to meet with Venerable Merrick Bulferin, the two Molten Hammers tried to convince their battle brother to stop dancing to the enemy's tune. Open your eyes, Merrick. Orthox boomed as he slammed the two statues on a table in front of the other expert pilot. We're being manipulated by the human leader who we fought against. The glows these statues possess is similar to the ones carried by the human mechs we've previously met. You dueled against their expert swordsman Mech, so you should know that these items are made by the same enemy who claimed to be Vulcan himself. Venerable Merrick stared into Orthox's eyes for a moment before he settled his gaze onto the human statue. How dare you bring a representation of the great lie in my presence? Though I respect your contributions during the rebellion, you have obviously grown too senile for your own good. Both Orthox and Kebranor looked shocked at the Hiver Roarer expert pilot. Have you been listening to any word I've said, Merrick? Neither of these statues are authentic. They are both fake. Just look at them and feel how equal they are. Aside from their stature and their facial hair, they are identical. You're blind, Orthox. Pardon, I said you're blind. Merrick repeated. Your old war wounds have caused your senses to dull. They're not equal at all. One of them is authentic while the other one is clearly a pathetic attempt to deceive our people. What? How can you say that when the glows of the two statues are the same? You disappoint me, Orthox. I have told you several times that this dwarven statue is the correct one. The other one is a heretical piece of work that needs to be destroyed on sight. It eventually dawned on Kebranor and Orthox that their perception of the two idols differed from that of Merrick. To the latter, his strong belief in the dwarven god cult caused him to feel a lot of validation from the dwarven statue. In contrast, the human statue prompted him to feel disgusted towards it. Merrick simply couldn't recognize any similarities between this object and the one he admired the most. The two veterans of the Molten Hammers looked increasingly more appalled. They realized that this trap was much more sophisticated than they thought. To them, the two statues did appeal to them in some way, but did not find much purchase in their minds. Neither of the two possessed any religious tendencies and couldn't comprehend how any dwarf thought that one was clearly more authentic than the other. Yet with a fellow expert pilot exhibiting the same kind of bias even when they were able to make direct comparisons, it seemed that it was much harder to shake the believers out of their delusions. Venerable Orthox let out a frustrated grunt. Why can't you connect the dots, Merrick? Even if we ignore this human statue, you should at least recognize that this glow is the modus operandi of our most recent enemy. Our empire is being attacked by humans, but instead of recognizing this existential threat to our people, you're still thinking about fighting against Vulcanites. A restless air surrounded Venerable Merrick. Despite Orthox's best attempts, the Hiver Roarer expert pilot remained deaf to the older man's pleas. I used to look up to you. Merrick softly told Orthox. No longer. Please get out of my sight. I will not let myself be swayed by the tools of the corrupt liars who deny the true Vulcan. We're not on the side of the Vulcan faith. Venerable Orthox angrily roared. We're standing up on behalf of the innocent dwarves who are suffering and dying from all of the infighting that people like you are engaged in. Wake up, Merrick. I don't give a rat's beard whether Vulcan is a human or a dwarf, but if he is driving our fellow citizens to commit suicide, then I would rather tear him down myself. Boom. Venerable Orthox widened his eyes as his shield generator came to life and blocked a powerful kinetic projectile fired by the other expert pilot's Gauss pistol. What are you doing, Merrick? You just shot against your own. A hateful expression emerged on Merrick's face as his finger came close to pressing the trigger again. You are not my brother. Your blasphemy against Vulcan is unforgivable. You should thank our God that you are carrying a shield generator, Orthox. If you say one more word against Vulcan, I will make sure you will never be able to spread heresy again. You, General Kebranor looked outraged. You've fallen too deep into the trap. You don't even realize that you are dancing to the tune of our greatest enemy. Shut up, you failure. Both of you are lost in the glories of your past. Times have changed. Your fight is over now. Go home and stay put in your cages. Our people don't need your protection. Our people have to be protected against you. Venerable Orthox grew pale at this remark. Chapter 3325. Modern Tribalism. The rapidly escalating upheaval taking place in the Vulcan Empire did not pass by unnoticed. Many people outside of the smiling Samuel Star sector paid rapt attention to the news emerging from the powerful Dwarven Empire. Few humans expressed sympathy for the turmoil taking place in the Vulcan Empire. In fact, it was a lot more common to encounter expressions of glee and schadenfreude among the people who lived in fear next to the dwarves. The Empire of the Lost was particularly filled with humans who had either lost their homes and took great satisfaction in seeing the dwarves beat each other up over the silly question whether their god is a human or a dwarf. Who cares whether he is tall or short? As long as he doesn't show up, these crazy dwarves will keep killing each other. I don't think this will go on. No one is that stupid. Both sides believe in the same god. It's not worth it to kill anyone else just because they believe that Vulcan looks like them or their enemies. This is all a trap. The Vulcanites are just pretending to fight against each other so they can lure us all in. Don't fall for it. As soon as one of us shows up, the dwarves will stop with their charade and unite forces in order to get a win over us humans. Wait a minute, don't these strange statues have the same features as the mechs fielded by that traveling clan? Maybe it has taken revenge. A lot of speculation circulated throughout the star cluster. A lot of news portals who had previously paid attention to the Battle of Fortia Zentra and its participants soon connected the dots between the mysterious statues of Vulcan and the living mechs of the Larkinson clan. Those familiar with the infamous clan from the Komodo Star sector even knew that their clan patriarch had a penchant for getting involved with various religions. In fact, a lot of nosy journalists even dug up his notorious deeds in the Ilvain Protectorate. This guy has a track record of exploiting religion to his own advantage. Just look at the amount of states he visited that just happened to get ruined after his visits. Oh, he and his clan have currently been squatting in the Amswick system for quite some time. We need to get rid of him before he ruins the Empire of the Lost as well. Though Vase already attracted a fair amount of attention after the Battle of Fortia Zentra, the crisis he single-handedly sparked in the Vulcan Empire put a spotlight on him. People were either happy or horrified at his clear act of revenge against the dwarves. Just as expected, a lot of journalists and government officials really wanted to talk to Vase. If not, they at least wanted to obtain an explanation from the Larkinson clan. It's not me, Benny. Vase threw his hands up. I'm not at fault. His personal assistant looked skeptical. Really, boss? Then why do those two statue models work exactly like your mechs, your loyalty medallions, your various statues, your Larkinson mandate and most notably your new hammer? Anyone could replicate or imitate my glows as long as they have the necessary know-how. Vase lamely replied, there is an endless variety of technology available. Who knows whether a secret group used a fancy tech to make something that is similar to my glows? I'm being falsely accused here. Don't believe in the stories. It's all fake news. Gavin crossed his arms. I don't see why you need to perpetuate your denial. No one is accusing you of any crimes. The Empire of the Lost would be crazy to show any disapproval. Its citizens will skin their own leaders alive if that happens. I'm not worried about the Empire of the Lost. What I'm really concerned about is the MTA. I'm not responsible. just to be clear, but if the Mechers fell for the false narrative as well, I don't want to be taken into account. If you are responsible, you at least have a valid casus belli. You could argue that the Larkinson clan and the Vulcan Empire is unofficially at war since both of our military forces fought a frontal battle. Although the laws and such are probably a lot more tangled, no one will blame you for lashing out. The dwarves had it coming. Vase smiled. That's nice to hear, Benny, but it's not me. Don't get me wrong, I'm celebrating what is happening over there as well, but I'm just an innocent, uninvolved bystander. The only thing I can do is cheer and pat whoever is responsible for making and distributing those statues. You know, self-congratulation is a typical sign of narcissism. Only vain people keep patting themselves on the back all the time. That's an interesting but ultimately irrelevant curiosity. By the way, the amount of official and unofficial inquiries has gone through the roof. It is becoming increasingly harder for our press department to stonewall all of the requests we've received in the last couple of days. Do you know how many preposterous rumors are flying around due to a lack of clarification? We've found that a number of rumors are even spread as a deliberate attempt to discredit or besmirch our clan. As long as you hold a single official press conference, you can lay all of this unfounded gossip to rest. We urgently need to control the narrative. We don't need to do anything, Benny. Vase scoffed. We owe nothing to the public. Just remain silent. Don't confirm or deny any allegations. Ever since we've returned to the Amswick system, we have done nothing but sit around while we wait for our repair jobs to finish. That's all. There's no reason to poke into our business any further. Seeing that Vase stubbornly stuck to his denials, Gavin no longer pressed the matter further and addressed the next item on the agenda. Later onwards, Minister Sheddarin Purnis stopped by the same office. Vase was a lot less reticent this time. What are your thoughts on the current developments in the Vulcan Empire? Vase shiftily asked while he laid Blinky on his lap and started stroking his spiritual pet. Moreau Tilda, if Lucky was here, Vase would have pampered him instead, but Gem Cat had been wandering around more often as of late. The reactions exhibited by the Vulcanites so far have mostly matched my predictions. Sheddarin smugly smiled as he settled down on a chair. The traditionalists have started to crack down on the radicals while the latter have escalated their attempted takeover of the state. Everything would have gone a lot more peacefully if the citizens of the Vulcan Empire were more mature and capable of critical thinking, but these two traits are sorely lacking in insular states. What are the chances that the dwarves regain their sanity and succeed in toning down the infighting in their state? Without external intervention, the chances are low, the foreign minister brutally opined. What I have witnessed up to this point only reinforces my judgment that the Vulcanites are too immature to run a state. Their statecraft is too primitive and they have failed to maintain a proper separation between church and state. They already set themselves up for failure from the beginning. We are just the ones to push them over a cliff. Will the dwarves fall to their death, or will the more competent among them be able to deploy their anti-grav clothing? That's an interesting question. Sheddarin looked intrigued. There are certainly wise and clear-minded individuals in the dwarven state who are aware of the greater truth behind your statues and their effect on the Vulcanites. That does not mean that our plan will fall through. The defining trait of fanatics is that they are highly committed to their respective causes or camps. Think of the two sides in this internal conflict as tribes. No matter whether a tribe is wrong, evil, or at fault, its members will stand up for it and fight to the death to prove that they are right. Modern tribalism was one of the worst impulses of humankind. It distracted the population and encouraged people to treat their fellow citizens as enemies of the state instead of peers who just happened to hold a different opinion. Many states had met their downfall throughout the long history of human civilization. Whether the Vulcan Empire would join this long and ignoble list still remained to be seen. There were still factors that could hinder the dwarven state's collapse. I am paying attention to a number of actors, both Vulcanite and foreign. Minister Sheddarin mentioned. The decisions they make and the stances they adopt will decide the future of the Vulcan Empire. The most powerful and influential actor that can single-handedly stop or accelerate the dwarven state's collapse is the Mech Trade Association. In normal cases, the association does not intervene in the rise and fall of states. This is not a normal case, though. Vase pointed out. You are correct in that, sir. The Mech Trade Association has its rules, but you can never completely predict their response. That said, my read on the situation is that the Vulcan Empire has become more of a liability than an asset to the association. As long as that is the case, the Mechers do not have a reason to relieve the Vulcanites of a crisis of their own making. In other words, the dwarves were more trouble than they were worth. Their example showed that it was never a good idea to piss off a patron or guardian. As the days went by, it became more obvious to other people that the dwarves weren't easily able to disentangle themselves from their sectarian strife. Both sides believed in the same god, but they vehemently disagreed with each other on how to interpret him. Regular humans simply couldn't comprehend why such a detail was worth fighting and killing for. The escalating political and religious struggle in the Vulcan Empire seemed farcical if not for the fact that real lives were being lost with each passing day. Vase instructed Minister Sheddarin to pay careful attention to any news concerning the MTA's unspoken support for the Vulcan Empire. However, any mention of this topic was firmly left out of the public sphere. Though the charming old man had made a lot of friends during the time the Larkinson clan stayed in Amswick, his contacts mostly consisted of other humans. None of them had access to any insider news. All they heard was that the MTA and the highest levels of the Vulcan Empire's central administration held talks for many weeks. It appeared that the decision to preserve or revoke the MTA's guarantee was not a simple matter that could be decided by a single person on the spot. This implied that there were a lot more interests involved than expected. Vase could not conceive of many reasons why this was the case. He shrugged. Oh well, if they wanted to save the Vulcan Empire, they shouldn't have dragged on the talks for so long. The MTA's current behavior at least indicated that it was dissatisfied with the Vulcanites. Vase predicted that the ongoing religious turmoil taking place in the Smiling Samuel Star sector would only weaken the Vulcan Empire's case. Everyone knew that the Mech Trade Association took a dim view on religions. The science-oriented organization might not be able to stop space peasants from falling for superstition, but it would never go out of its way to encourage its spread. The sectarian strife that had engulfed the Vulcan Empire was one of the best examples why the MTA didn't want people to get caught up in religion. Warfare and conflict might be an intrinsic part of human nature, but there were far better things to fight about than trying to prove an imaginary point. If these dwarves have any brains, they should have realized that gods aren't always benevolent. Chapter 3326, The human cost. The infighting within the Vulcan Empire grew worse. Even with leaders such as the Grand Regent of the Vulcan Empire urging their fellow dwarves to take a step back in consideration of the greater good, the religious fanatics on both sides refused to take these calls seriously. In their opinion, they were already fighting for the greater good. It was just that their opponents happened to adhere to a different interpretation of what this actually meant. Since the followers of both the Vulcan faith and the Dwarven god cult believed that they were absolutely in the right, a compromise was out of reach. Due to doctrinal issues, it was unthinkable for the Dwarven fanatics to walk back their fervent opinions. With their friends, their peers and their leaders advocating for purity, any dwarves who showed insufficient piety would no longer fit in with the crowd. It was for this reason that even the less devout and more reticent dwarves were pulled into the conflict. Perhaps they originally didn't pay much attention to Vulcan in their daily lives, but when their entire neighborhoods and workplaces became swept by the same fever, there was no escape. More and more incidents, battles and tragedies took place under Vulcan's name. The news emerging from the Vulcan Empire got so bad that Vase no longer checked the news portals. A part of him felt troubled at what he had unleashed upon the state. Not every citizen had it coming. There were trillions of average dwarves who just lived a normal job and went about their day without bothering anyone. It was the influencers and decision-makers in their society who truly called the shots. Vase would have preferred to keep his revenge action more proportional. If he had the choice to target the leaders and cadre of the Dwarven god cult, then he would have chosen this option without a doubt. However, he didn't possess the power or ability to do so. His only means of attack required the cooperation of both the friendly dwarves and the unfriendly dwarves. After all, a civil war can't be waged if only one side is willing to fight. He muttered. Since the believers of the human Vulcan and the Dwarven Vulcan were both riled up at once, neither side was able to overpower the other. This was the best way to produce a damaging internal struggle where total strength of the Vulcan Empire was being consumed on a continuous basis. It became increasingly more difficult for onlookers to remain composed when they heard about the events unfolding in the Dwarven state. The Empire of the Lost accelerated its mobilization efforts. More reservists were being activated than ever and the budget allocated to the armed forces had jumped by 50%. Several mech divisions were being moved to the border every couple of days and regular consumer trade began to grow increasingly more scarce. The Lost were both afraid and eager at what was happening. They were ecstatic to see the Vulcanites beating each other up, yet they were also afraid at the possibility the dwarves would suddenly make up and direct their aggression outwards. While the humans in the star cluster geared up for war, the discussion within the Larkinson clan also became more heated. As the people who worked with glows on a daily or even hourly basis, the Larkinsons couldn't be more clear who had single-handedly messed up the Vulcan Empire. No matter whether Vase denied responsibility for what was happening, the clansmen knew better than to believe the Larkinson clan had nothing to do with what was happening over at the next star sector. Opinions differed on whether it was proper to retaliate this way. The dwarves deserved to get punished. They attacked us with the intent to wipe us all out. Why do they deserve leniency when we are simply returning the favor? You bigot, not every dwarf deserves to get killed. There are entire planets filled with innocent civilians who are losing their lives and the lives of their loved ones due to the expanding crossfire. Aren't we doing something illegal? From what I can tell, we've been brainwashing their leaders through the use of our glows. I don't know how you can justify such an act. There were many clansmen who began to develop a guilty conscience over what their clan was doing to the Vulcan Empire. Others were much less sympathetic towards the dwarves. Though Vase was able to avoid meeting with outsiders while this incident grew worse, he couldn't do the same to his own clansmen. Some of them insisted on speaking with Vase in person. Just as expected, Venerable Janzi managed to get a hold of him first. Vase, what are you doing? Janzi asked as she stormed into his office. I'm not in the mood to enter into a moralistic discussion with you. Vase tiredly said as he leaned back on his chair and began to throw a chunk of mineral in the air. Meow. Lucky darted upwards and caught the little snack with excellent skill. The gem cat eagerly enjoyed his prize as he continued to drift away. The female expert pilot ignored the cat and marched over to the desk before she pressed her hands on the surface. She leaned forward. Your vindictiveness is going too far. Do you even realize how much of loss of life your stupid statues have caused? The Vulcanites are our enemies, Janzi. Did you see them hesitate in trying to take down our ships? If we hadn't received advance warning and evacuated our civilian population to our capital ships, then thousands more clansmen would have died. If the Feral Provincial Army succeeded in defeating our Mech army, then I have no doubt that the dwarves would have killed every clansman they came across regardless of their threat. You can't stoop to their level. We're better than that. We're Larkinsons. Even if you care nothing about our reputation, our honor demands we do not unnecessarily endanger civilians. What you're doing right now is butchery instead of honorable combat. Vase sighed and shook his head. This is war, Janzi. We're not the ones who provoked this fight. We're not the ones who acted dishonorably first. Besides, this is the only way a clan as weak as ours can fight against a powerful second-rate state. Do you want us to commit suicide by heading back to the Vulcan Empire so we can fight a traditional battle again? We'll get crushed by superior numbers. The expert pilot looked frustrated. You didn't have to pick a fight against the Vulcan Empire to begin with. Look, it is true they attacked us, but that doesn't necessarily mean we should enter into a vendetta with them. It's best to let go and leave the dwarves behind. Prolonging our stay here will only lead to further avoidable bloodshed. Just look at what the Vulcanites have been doing to each other as a result of your actions. She activated her comm and projected some sordid news stories. Dwarven god cultists burned down a private school with students INSDE 600 children dead and counting. 16 mechs opened fire on a densely populated slum to destroy several hidden rebel bases. 12,000 dwarves have died from collateral damage. Passenger ship carrying senior priest of Vulcan faith has been hijacked and crashed, resulting in loss of life of all crew and passengers. Janzi not only showed him the headlines, but also ran some footage. My baby, a dwarven mother kneeled in front of a collapsed house in a random town. The fighting on that planet had not spread to the smaller towns, but the reason why the mother lost her infant was because a fight had taken place in orbit. A piece of space debris had fallen from the sky and crashed onto the woman's house, leading to a tragic loss that should have never occurred. This was the least impactful consequence that Janzi brought up. She also presented more disturbing footage. Look at what your actions have wrought, Vase. I'm not letting you get away with this by pretending that your actions are only hurting the bad guys. The next footage displayed a much larger tragedy. Hundreds of fallen mechs littered the streets of a major city. This was a large and densely populated region that was packed with urbanite dwarves. In its prime, the city was a bustling financial and creative center. Millions of dwarves either lived here or commuted to this city to go to work. Now, the gleaming skyscrapers had collapsed and entire apartment complexes burned into blackened husks. The collateral damage resulting from this unrestrained battle between two opposing groups that just happened to possess a lot of mechs had reached apocalyptic levels. Tens of thousands more parents were digging through the ruins or pleading to the emergency services to help rescue their loved ones from underneath the rubble. The fighting had been so intense that the entire city district was totally ruined. Few people and organizations based in this area had much relation with the ongoing struggle. Only a fraction of the citizens who lived and worked in this bustling metropolis consisted of militant fanatics. The overwhelming majority of dwarves who failed to evacuate to the underground emergency shelters in time were merely implicated because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. It was hard for Vase to remain indifferent when his least favorite expert pilot in the clan confronted him with the living cost of his far-reaching ploy. Tragedies like these aren't one-off incidents, she stated. They happen over and over at different planets because there are too many dwarves out there that are convinced that Vulcan is cheering them on, and they're right. Even now, I sense the smugness leaking from your body. You're going too far, Janzi. Vase barked back as he grew indignant at her judgmental behavior. We live in a complicated society and we can't always ensure that the innocents remain unaffected. I don't like what is happening, but the statues did not force the Vulcanites to turn their weapons against their fellow brothers. Those impulses came from themselves. If they weren't harboring thoughts about fighting against their own kind, the tragedies they caused wouldn't have been so enormous. He stared up at her. Janzi's will continued to press down on Vase in an attempt to make him acquiesce. It didn't work. Vase faced tougher circumstances before and his mental strength had grown since he gained his new incarnation. I can't tell you the full story, but there is a good reason why I've been trying to get into the Vulcan Empire. He softly replied, what I'm doing at the moment is meant to accomplish a specific purpose. As soon as I get what I want, I'll leave the Fermi star cluster and all of its stupidity behind right away. Janzi narrowed her eyes. Really? Hey, what do you take me for, a sadist? Do I look like a heartless bastard who gets happy whenever he hears the screams of parents who lost their children? Do you think that I am rooting for the Vulcanites to slaughter each other en masse until the entire Smiling Samuel star sector is depopulated? You're not going to change, are you? He shrugged. I have a plan. It's still on track. I see no need to change any details. The dwarves could have prevented all of this if they just let us travel through their space without plotting to kill us all. They can still prevent further tragedies from occurring if they just put down their extremism and accept that regular humans don't deserve to be killed. That's impossible, and you know that. You can't just make an entire culture turn its back on its traditions and sincerely held beliefs. Then maybe the culture in question shouldn't have existed in the first place. Vase retorted, not every state and culture are good. Some are so reprehensible that we would be doing a favor by wiping them off the map. And who gets to decide which ones get to exist and which ones need to be eliminated? I sure as hell hope it isn't you, because the galaxy will become a darker place if you are in charge. Chapter 3327. The statue war. Though Venerable Janzi gave him a lot of grief, she could do little else but rant in front of his face. She lacked the power and authority to hinder his plans. Her influence was not small, but her weight in the clan was not heavy enough to make him think twice. Of course, it was a mistake to dismiss her so easily. Even though Venerable Janzi didn't have any meaningful way to stop Vase from triggering a civil war within the Vulcan Empire, more and more Larkinsons learned about her principled stance and her noble opposition against an immoral and uncaring patriarch. She not only managed to take the high ground, but also blackened her opponent's reputation in the process. As long as several more incidents like these took place, Vase would see his reputation sink to the point where he had no credibility left. I can't let that happen. He frowned. The problem was that the only way for Vase to keep Venerable Janzi from gaining more influence was to maintain the respect and support of his clansmen. Ordinarily, that wasn't so difficult as he frequently made sure that their needs were taken care of in the clan. What truly put him at risk was when his decisions got Larkinsons killed or when he engaged in dishonorable acts. Most clansmen didn't want to die. They also didn't want to degenerate into butchers. Vase knew it was wrong at some level to implicate the entire civilian population of the Vulcan Empire, but he didn't let his conscience get in the way of his goals. The next phase will start soon, he whispered. Though he no longer looked up any specific news articles about the infighting between the dwarves, he was still aware of how the crisis was unfolding from a macro perspective. More and more planets and provinces were becoming engulfed in war. Though there were plenty of reasons for the extremists on both sides to back off, the militant dwarves had suffered too much and sacrificed too many lives to stop at this point. Victory was all that mattered to the radicals and traditionalists. The immaturity and lack of perspective that Minister Sheddarin had spoken about caused the dwarves to lack a crucial quality that could have let the calmer heads among them negotiate a compromise. As a result, a lot of mechs and war assets that were initially meant to fight against the tall folk were instead employed to kill shorties just like themselves. Neither side of the conflict was capable of showing any respect for their adversaries. They completely forgot about their true opponents and regarded their former neighbors and friends as their archenemies. The dwarves were too prideful to back out. The bravest Vulcanites were those who fought for their beliefs just like the rebels of old. Many believed that if the heretical beliefs of their enemies became dominant, then the true Vulcan god would forsake the dwarven state and turn its back on its own people. In the words of many fervent priests, this struggle was not just about setting the record straight whether Vulcan was a human or a dwarf. It was an existential crisis where the truth could save the entire state and where embracing the wrong version of Vulcan could literally cause their god to forsake his flock. With stakes this high, it was no surprise that the infighting unfolded into an outright civil war. A new rebellion had erupted as the massive state split into two different camps. Many provinces mostly fell into one or the other camp, but there were plenty of places where both sides were equally as strong. These battleground provinces turned into the hotspots of the sector-wide civil war as the traditional believers and the radical cultists sought to expand their territory and obtain enough superiority to suppress their opponents. When Minister Sheddarin stopped by in order to explain what was going on, he called up a map of the Vulcan Empire. The dwarven state is not a monolithic entity, as I have explained before. There are strong regional identities that are based around provinces. Each province is the equivalent of a small to medium state in any other star sector. Capturing them and keeping them is key to winning this civil war. Vase nodded in understanding as he inspected the map. I see that the rebel cultists have more provinces in their hands than the central authority. That is correct, sir, but don't let this map fool you. Sheddarin said as he switched the view to one that showed the GDP of every province. The dwarven god cult initially gained influence in the lesser provinces and planets of the Vulcan Empire. The majority of these provinces are less densely populated and are not as developed as the more central provinces. The Erebern province that is firmly in the grip of the Vulcan faith is worth at least 5 times more than the Feral province. Indeed, the provinces held by the central authority were much more developed in almost every criteria. The question was whether this was enough to keep the fight even. Who has the advantage? Vase asked. That is not an easy question to answer. The central authority that officially supports the Vulcan faith is still in charge of most of the military. While there are mech regiments and even entire mech divisions that have defected to the extremist dwarves, there is no denying that the rebels do not grasp as many military units. Doesn't that mean the central authority can crush the cultists? Sheddarin shook his head. There are many more factors that could even up this struggle. The dwarven god cult effectively controls the majority of the provinces. They can draw a large amount of mercenary or private forces under their banner to bolster their numbers. The combat effectiveness of these irregular troops might not be as good as their professional military counterparts, but the advantage of numbers is a powerful boon. Vase also figured out another difference. If my guess is right, there should also be an enthusiasm gap between the two sides. The dwarven god cult has always been good at poaching worshippers from the Vulcan faith, and that is not without reason. The cultists have a better story and they are much more enthusiastic about worshipping their dwarven god. The enthusiasm gap isn't as big as you think. The Vulcan faith has enjoyed a resurgence as of late due to your human statues. The extremists who have seen your work in person are just as fanatic about their beliefs as their enemy counterparts. However, you are correct that the largest group of supporters are less fervent on average. This resulted in an interesting asymmetrical matchup. The central authority had to rely on the abundant number of professional military units under its control to regain control over its provinces. The rebel cultists had the advantage of numbers and overall morale and needed to rely more heavily on its grassroots units to squeeze the territories of their enemies. As the civil war continued to heat up, this was exactly what happened. The mech regiments that remained loyal to the Grand Regent were able to defeat many forces that fought on behalf of the dwarven god cult. Unlike the Larkinson clan, many private armies and irregular forces didn't possess trump cards such as battle networks. There was also a distinct gap in the amount of expert pilots that both sides could field. However, the forces aligned to the dwarven god cult began to avoid frontal battles whenever possible. They still had plenty of military officers at their side who soon formulated a new strategy. The rebel forces began to gnaw at many different territories controlled by their enemies at once. They refrained from attacking the highly populated industrial strongholds and instead sought to sweep aside resistance on many different rural star systems. The military under the control of the central authority couldn't afford to split up its troops and send them off to all of the smaller sites. That would just dilute their strength and make them vulnerable to being defeated in detail. "We're getting attacked from 1,000 different directions," a traditionalist general stated. "We can't let these rebels take over all of our farming planets. Our urbanized planets are too densely populated to be able to feed themselves. Can't our urban population subside on nutrient packs for a time? Our stockpile of nutrient packs is enormous, but it was never designed to keep entire planets fed for years." That's not the only issue. The dwarven god cult has already taken over most of our peripheral provinces. If the cultists gain even more ground, they can form a blockade around the space that we effectively control, thereby squeezing out any trade that keeps our bellies filled and our industrial war engine running. This was indeed a grave concern. There were more factors at play that worsened the position of the central authority in the long term. The dwarves who inherited the belief that Vulcan was a human thought that they were in the right. They could not allow the upstart liars to erase the truth and rob Vulcan's glory from their proud state. Another general pointed at a core star system controlled by the opposition. "If time is on their side, then we will have to win the war before our window of opportunity is lost. I propose we launch an offensive on their strongholds and take the fight to their territories. The price is too big. It is easier to defend than to attack a location. We will bleed heavily if we wish to take over most of their core systems. Then what would you have us do instead? We cannot keep acting like turtles when there are ants drilling through our cavities. Given the current conditions, we cannot outlast the rebels. If we attempt to do so, we will only run our military units ragged." There were more arguments in favor of going on the attack than to maintain a defensive posture. Once the leaders had made the decision, their mech armies quickly launched massive offensives onto the major star systems controlled by the enemy. If the collateral damage was already bad before, now the amount of dwarven lives that were being lost had reached meteoric proportions. What surprised people like Vase about this civil war was how quickly it escalated. Unlike the Komodo War where the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric Hegemony each occupied different sides of the star sector, the Vulcanite Civil War was characterized by lots of immediate contact between the two sides. Provinces and star systems belonging to one side often burdened a territory that belonged to the other side. If possible, a mech unit stationed in one of these places only needed to make a single, direct FTL hop in order to launch an assault on an enemy position. Incidents like this took place in thousands of different conflict areas. Some local commanders didn't even wait for instructions from their higher-ups before they commanded their troops to barge into an enemy star system and fight the supposed heretics who believed in the wrong version of Vulcan. Hundreds of thousands of dwarven mechs were clashing against each other with little regard for self-preservation. The most celebrated soldiers were those who were willing to give it all and die for their righteous beliefs. Tear down the corrupt rulers. Wipe out the incorrigible rebels. The conflict that eventually became known as the Statue War started off so hard and so suddenly that neither side had made adequate preparations. Plenty of mistakes, misunderstandings and missteps caused the dwarves from both sides to blunder more often or collapse sooner than expected. The bloodshed that ensued from all of the chaotic battles could fill entire oceans. The entire Smiling Samuel star sector was dyed in red. To think that all of this came to pass because Vase mailed 2,000 of his own handicrafts to different dwarves. "It's not my fault," he insisted to himself. "The Vulcanites started this fight. I'm just finishing it. My response is definitely proportionate." Chapter 3328, Earnest Plea. The Statue War had engulfed the Vulcan Empire at a rapid pace. Just a month ago, none of the Vulcanites expected their state to descend into all-out warfare. How could they have known that one of their past actions came back to haunt them in the worst way possible? To outside observers, the most confounding aspect about this man-made disaster was that the scheme wasn't even that well hidden. Anyone familiar with the Larkinson clan's distinctive mechs could tell that the Vulcanites had been hoodwinked by one of their recent enemies. It didn't even matter if a significant part of the population and leadership were aware that Patriarch Vase Larkinson was playing them like a musical instrument. The most brilliant part about this devious scheme was that it worked even if its nefarious nature was exposed. As long as the most extreme firebrands among the two different religions got a hold of the mysterious statues, their belief in Vulcan intensified to the point of becoming an absolute, unshakable conviction. Even expert pilots weren't as intransigent as a believer who had personally encountered their deity. Inside a grand meeting chamber built to provide the representatives of the Vulcan Empire with the illusion of grandeur, the mood had grown heavy. Grand Regent Hobitas Aiden, blood kin to the greatest hero of the Dwarven Revolution, looked tired. The continual crises and challenges that had erupted in recent times had tested his patience beyond its limits. He was tired. Even though he delegated many crucial tasks to his capable friends and subordinates, the severity of the disasters unfolding in his empire demanded his attention day and night. No matter how this turbulent time eventually came to a conclusion, Hobitas Aiden did not want to be known as a ruler who slept behind the helm as his starship crashed into a moon. Regent, an older friend who sat at his side, whispered to him, "I fear that Vulcan's favor is not enough to shine a light on us today." The bearded ruler could not bring himself to summon any optimism from his tired mind and body. "Let us wait until we have heard the verdict from the tribunal. We have made our case to the best of our abilities. The last thing the Mech Trade Association want is to create an incident where dwarves are being subjugated by humans." The optics looked terrible. The Grand Regent had no doubt that the representatives of the same organization could hear exactly what he was saying. By his reckoning, they had long known what he and his representatives would say before every meeting. The correct procedures still had to be followed. They conveyed legitimacy, ensured that everyone was able to make themselves understood, and allowed him to impart emotion into the arguments he thought were crucial. Now, the time had come to see whether all of his efforts and the efforts of his staff yielded the desired result. "Mr. Aiden," a stern-looking human spoke from the other end of the conference table. 4 more humans like him hovered at his sides. "We have heard your arguments and conferred among ourselves on the merits of your pleas. We are aware that the lives of trillions of heavy-gravity variant humans will be affected by our verdict. To ensure we come to the fairest conclusion, we have kept our silence for more weeks than necessary because we are inclined to give your people a chance to redeem themselves." Hobitas Aiden's heart sank when he heard those words. "It is regrettable that your subjects have shown little redeeming features," the man announced with little emotion. "Your folk claim to be more superior than baseline humanity, yet their conduct reminds us of our worst traits. We have witnessed grand displays of ignorance, bigotry, racism, idolatry, and further undesirable behavior. Though we recognize that many of your citizens are sufficiently enlightened, your state does not give them the voice they deserve. Instead, your Vulcan Empire gives voice to the loudest speakers who claim to fight for their particular interpretation of their god." The man had not been kind in his description of the Vulcan people. It was all true, yet it obscured too much of the goodness the dwarves still possessed. If this were not the case, our conclusion may have taken a different direction. "We have waited for more weeks than necessary to see whether there are any redeeming factors in your state and people. To our great disappointment, we have continually observed that your most regressive elements have been allowed to silence the dwindling amount of reasonable voices in your state. We judge that your state will only grow more beholden to extremist individuals who are inclined to abuse their authority to spread even more ignorance and bigotry." The Grand Regent wanted to stand up and argue against the MTA representative's verdict, but his fear and despair kept him in place. Hobitas Aiden knew the character of the MTA. Once its representatives made up their mind, they were not open to any further persuasion. Their authority was absolute, and their official declarations were final. The MTA representative stared right into Hobitas Aiden's eyes. "Our verdict is as follows. We revoke our confidential agreement to guarantee the independence of the Vulcan Empire. Our association cannot in good conscience provide support to a state that has not only failed to guide its citizens to an enlightened future, but has instead brought them back to a past where humanity slew each other for the most illogical of justifications." The Dwarven delegation all looked defeated at the news. They had anticipated that this might happen, but they always held out hope that the Mechers would give them a second chance. The founding mission of the Mech Trade Association is to promote the advancement of humankind. The imperious representative stated in a lecturing tone, "We have taken charge of a fractured species that has barely overcome its darkest time, and we have succeeded in repairing the damage wrought by runaway technology and power-hungry despots. We do not look kindly to any state or group that seeks to reverse the gains we have made in the past 4 centuries. Humanity in the age of mechs does not require the existence of the Vulcan Empire in its current form. The Mech Trade Association emerged during the darkest days of the Age of Conquest to combat all of the scourges that threatened to make humanity undo itself. Despite the best efforts of Hobbit Aiden and his fellow dwarves, they had failed to convince the extremists from gaining more influence in the state. Too many dwarves didn't want to get saved by the MTA. The short-sighted fools who pledged their loyalty to Vulcan instead of their fellow citizens were utterly incorrigible and did not realize what kind of deals that leaders such as Hobbit Aiden had made to preserve their dwarven utopia. The MTA representatives did not provide any further clarification or any hint of remorse. To them, the galaxy was filled with so many different states and polities that the future of a single dwarven was only a mild curiosity to them. Each of these highborn dignitaries gave out the impression that their time was better spent on other matters. Their forms shimmered as they teleported directly from the grand meeting room. The dwarves who sat on the other side of the long table looked desolate and defeated. Grand Regent, the MTA has spoken. Hobbit Aiden slowly stood up from his short chair. Yet their voice does not speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel for our people. Remember who we are. We are dwarves, the sons of Vulcan and the undergods of the galaxy. Are we going to lay our feet at the judgment of the most high-handed tall folk in existence, or are we going to fight and prove them wrong? The dwarves around him perked up a bit as their leader roused them with his attitude. Hobbit Aiden tugged at his bushy blonde beard. Each of you must have thought I would have shaved my beard in shame by now, correct? Well, you'll have to wait, as I am not going to let this verdict put the nail in the coffin. The Vulcan Empire shall exist forever. Dwarvenkind must prove the tall folk wrong. That's the spirit. Hobbit grinned. Vulcan has not yet forsaken us. Though there are many dwarves who purport to speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel for our great god, make no mistake. These enchanted and bedeviled fools are unknowingly tearing our society down. Exposing them and persuading them to see reason is our highest priority. We cannot defeat our militant citizens head-on. We must persuade them to lay down their arms on their own accord, whatever it takes. I want to hear plans. What suggestions do you have that we might yet employ? An advisor spoke up. We must squash the dwarven god cult and stop their attempted coup. Though the adherents of the Vulcan faith are not much better, they are on our side, at least. As long as we have defeated the heretical cultists who actively seek to start a war against the tall folk, the remaining traditional believers will slowly put down their weapons as there are no enemies left to fight. Not everyone thought this was a good idea. The dwarven god cultists are awful, but that doesn't mean our own side is without fault. We need to rein in our own loyalists and bring them under our command. Their violent acts and their disregard for civilian casualties is putting us in a bad light. And how would you possibly rein in the militants by our side? They are being attacked on all fronts. Passive defense is not a solution. We must take the fight to the enemy and squash their power base before they can fully leverage their advantage in numbers. Hobbit grimly smiled. Though few of these suggestions sounded viable, at least his circle had shaken off their despair. There was still hope for the Vulcan Empire, though the window of opportunity was minimal. He looked up at the high vaulted ceilings and the decorative windows that depicted the greatest heroes of the Vulcan Empire fighting the great cause. The dwarves of old operated in much more barren circumstances than today. The original rebels of Dasala X had launched their first act of resistance with a band of ill-trained, ill-informed miners and with no mech in their possession. Their awful battle wagons could barely fight against the local guard mechs, while their sole mech pilot had to borrow a mech from the enemy in order to deliver the paltry resistance movement its first victory. The stories told by the survivors of this desperate, foolhardy engagement were mixed and contradictory. None of the dwarves back then were academically trained historians or chronicles, and their educational development was frankly abysmal. Yet their lack of existing constraints and their unique perspectives produced colorful stories that had turned into a collection of revered myths that guided the Vulcanites to this day. The subject of Vulcan was one of the most oft-spoken elements in those first-hand accounts. Each of the rebels vouched for the dwarven deity's existence and descent. Hobbit Aiden's grand-uncle was the first and only known dwarf to have served as a vessel to the god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship. Solid proof of his enlightened creations and influence left no doubt to the Vulcanites that their patron and protector had once blessed their folk with his guiding hand. Grand Regent Hobbit Aiden closed his eyes and pressed his strong and meaty palms together in prayer. Lend us your aid, Vulcan. Grace us with your wisdom once again. I am wholeheartedly willing to sacrifice my body and soul so that you may descend upon me in our darkest hour. The future of Dwarvenkind is at stake. Too many of your worshippers have gone mad with zeal due to a lack of guidance. If you can just appear before us once again and speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel. Through a willing vessel such as myself, you can save the Vulcan Empire and every dwarf who reveres you as our guardian. Please give us a sign. The Grand Regent failed to obtain a response. Vulcan, it appeared, was deaf to his pleas. Chapter 3329. Second try. Despite the best efforts of Grand Regent Hobitas Aiden, his influence was hardly felt in the state that had descended into insanity. Priests, not statesmen, were in charge these days. Devotion and purity were much more important qualifiers to commanding over people than intelligence and expertise. Even though many people recognized that the whole premise and motivation of the statue war was stupid and self-destructive from the onset, the two sides who claimed to fight for the correct version of Vulcan did not see it that way. To them, they were fighting for the true God. If they won, the Vulcan Empire would be saved. If they lost or did nothing, then their enemies would drown their great dwarven state in perpetual darkness as Vulcan's light left the forsaken dwarves. Against this kind of logic, the dwindling number of non-religious and moderate dwarves failed to persuade their militant brothers and sisters from seeking compromise. When certain high-placed members of the Dwarven Society received word of the MTA's resolution, they began to make their own moves, ones that did not involve their maddened cousins. Two beardless old dwarves looked through the window of a military space station. Several damaged and half-repaired capital ships including the Great Ram were docked onto the arms that stretched out from the orbital base like antennas. Numerous shuttles and transports flew in and out of the fleet carriers, bringing in cargo and personnel at an industrious pace. Many dwarven soldiers, of which the men all lacked their distinctive beards, were undergoing their final check-in procedures as they waited to board their respective vessels. The large amount of luggage bots carrying their bags and trunks signified that these disgraced feral soldiers were about to go on a long trip. General Kebranor and Venerable Orthox both looked grave, the latter more than the former. "I received my orders this morning." The dwarven general spoke. "High Command reactivated us in order to march against our own brothers." "Our mission?" the expert pilot gruffly asked. "The provincial governor wants us to assist the other mobs aligned with the dwarven god cult in raiding the rural star systems of the Erebran province. If we cannot hold the central authorities' territory, we are to burn and destroy any useful infrastructure that keeps the planets working and useful to the province. Think about destroying space stations, bombarding factories, taking out local government structures and so on. We even have orders to raise the farmland wholesale if we have the time. If the statue war drags on long enough, our superiors think that starving the opposition is a viable tactic." The more Venerable Orthox listened, the more he lost faith in the feral province. Most of the decision-makers had already fallen under the sway of the dwarven god cult. They took over its radical policies and ideology and stooped at nothing to gain an advantage over their opponents. He felt more and more powerless to prevent this maddening war from growing more destructive. His beardless state turned him from a war hero into a loser. Though there were still dwarves who respected his identity, the public had long dismissed his warnings and pleas because they did not align with popular opinion. The feral province along with many other provinces had completely fallen under the sway of the two polarizing religious denominations. Thinking about what had befallen his precious state caused Orthox's will to become more depressed. As an expert pilot, he was good at smashing powerful mechs. It did not turn him into a powerful politician or charismatic leader, though. Even at his prime, his influence only allowed him to command more attention than other expert pilots. The true players of the Vulcan Empire were much more capable of taking control of the population. At this time, Venerable Orthox would rather be a politician than a high-tier expert pilot. What was the use of extraordinary martial skill when he was helpless to stop his fellow dwarves from slaughtering each other? It was a dark irony that the dwarven authority figures who possessed voices that were able to sway a lot of people had fallen under the sway of a human enemy. "Devil tongue, indeed. How are the men?" Orthox asked with a touch of concern. "These are the last men that are still willing to listen to us. Are there any fanatics or cultists among them that can poison our remaining well? We know our people well enough to filter out the crazies." Kebranor answered. "It's the allies that we've invited that can pose a risk to us. I have no doubt that there are fanatics among our crew that have dedicated their lives to either the human or dwarven version of Vulcan. However, once we are on the move, we operate under a different environment. As long as our fellow compatriots are of the same mind as us, these fanatics will eventually give themselves away, allowing us to handle them as we see fit. The dwarven expert pilot looked resigned. I never want to fight against my fellow dwarves, especially when we are part of the same state. However, we cannot let our fleet descend in the same sectarian madness that is tearing our homeland apart. If we must eliminate a small number of dwarves to protect a larger group of dwarves, then so be it. Anyone who has signed up for our venture has made a promise not to bring the ailments affecting the Vulcan Empire to our gathering. I will not be lenient to anyone that has violated our rules. As it should, old friend. Are you ready to speak? Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to the men. Venerable Orthox remained silent for a moment. Do I even deserve to address them? I failed them in the field of battle. We all failed on the battlefield that day, Orthox. My responsibility for our defeat is even greater than yours. General Kebranor said, we can't dwell on it anymore. We need to look forward, and to help our men do that, they need to pursue a new dream. What we need the most in this dire time is a visionary who can lead them to a new home. Can you do that, old friend? Can you regain your old fire and present a strong image that people are willing to follow? I shall make an attempt. Kebranor smiled and patted Orthox's shoulder. That is all I am asking from you. Your people need you. Go out there and make yourself heard. Time passed by as the fleet carriers that nominally belonged to the Molten Hammers finished stocking up on goods and personnel. Venerable Orthox stepped onto the bridge of the Great Ram and nodded to General Kebranor before he stood at the center. He looked down at the deck. A large hammer had been painted on this exact spot. It conveyed both strength and resistance to many dwarves. Now, the high-tier expert pilot sought to draw strength from this same symbol as well. A tech held out his outstretched hand at the side. Broadcast going online in 3, 2, 1, you're live. Lights shone on the beardless expert pilot from above as he attracted the attention of tens of thousands of Vulcanites. Men, each of you have made a choice. He began without much thought. I made a choice as well. Due to the civil war that has erupted throughout our entire state, our superiors sought fit to pull us out of the doghouse. His lips curled into a contemptuous sneer. Yet rather than calling upon us to protect our civilians and seek a resolution of this conflict, we instead received orders to bully and rob the livelihoods of other civilians. No matter which province they live in, they are still fellow dwarves. To treat them as our opponents just because a bewitching statue told us to do it is madness. I don't know about you, but I will not allow myself to be a part of his dwarf-on-dwarf violence. Venerable Orthox spread his arms. I am immensely pleased that you share my sentiments as well. Each of us has pledged an oath to protect the Vulcan Empire from threats that seek to undermine it. We may not be able to fulfill this oath on a literal basis, but we can still fulfill the spirit of our duties. The greater population of the Vulcan Empire may be lost to us, but the people we have gathered in our evacuation fleet can still be saved. Through our efforts, we can preserve some of the best parts of our culture while offloading the rotten elements that have put our once great state beyond redemption. Though the dwarven expert pilot sought to phrase his point in an aspirational light, he and many other dwarves knew full well what they were truly trying to do. They were deserting their own state and absconding with valuable military assets while they were at it. Instead of trying to save every Vulcanite that still wanted to be saved, the former soldiers were turning their backs on these dwarves. The deserting dwarves could only do so much with the power and influence they had left. Still, the evacuation fleet was able to bring away enough dwarves to keep the essence of their state alive. Each of you knows where we are heading, Venerable Orthox said as he lightened his tone. Smiling Samuel has no place for us anymore. The rest of the Fermi star cluster hates us. I seriously doubt that any other state in the galactic rim will welcome the arrival of close-knit dwarves like us. There is only one good destination available to us, and that is the Red Ocean. The dwarf paused and closed his eyes as he imagined how their dwarven evacuation fleet would fare in the new galaxy. It is in this new region of space opened up by the MTA and CFA where we can truly do dwarvenkin justice. The old galaxy is already occupied by an endless amount of human polities. Setting up a dwarven state in this environment constantly forces our people to resist the greedy humans. I have no doubt we will encounter the same treatment in the new frontier, but the territories there have yet to be divvied by all of the pioneers. It is there that we shall found a proper dwarven state. Talk of founding a potential new state finally prompted Venerable Orthox to smile. Our people's first attempt at erecting a sovereign dwarven state has failed. Our society was flawed and our culture was too beholden to religious influences. We shall address these vulnerabilities and seek to build a more tolerant and open-minded state. As much as we hate the tall folk for mistreating our fellow dwarves, we cannot cling to this grievance if we wish to build a healthy culture. Our second dwarven state shall cast out the darkness and lead us to a brighter future. Not as an empire, but as a republic, a true enlightened state where dwarves like us will be at the forefront of this age. For a brighter tomorrow, for a brighter tomorrow. The feed ended at that point as Venerable Orthox had spoken enough. The man felt lighter now that he had expressed his thoughts and shared his vision with the men that were willing to take part in this new adventure. Good job, Orthox, General Kebranor complimented. Your speech wasn't as professional as most, but you spoke from the heart, and that has touched our men. A brighter tomorrow indeed. I merely wish to prevent the darkness that has swept over our state to be kept at bay when we make our second attempt. True, true. We will need your leadership and vision in the times to come. Shouldn't you be speaking to some of our dwarven masters in order to secure the ludicrous amount of MTA merits required to pass through the Beander Gate? Don't get me started on that. The beardless general palmed his face. We need their merits and funding, but they all want to take charge of our evacuation fleet. Each and everyone thinks they should become the next Vase Larkinson. Venerable Orthox scowled. TCH, that is enough of a reason to push back against this notion. Mech designers must never be in charge. Chapter 3330. It has come, your belly's grown bigger. I would hope so. Our baby daughter is getting more ready to pop out. Gloriana smiled as she and her husband rubbed her bulging belly. I guess with all of the delays, our first child will have the privilege of being born in the Milky Way after all. She shall be our final gift to our home galaxy before we chase after a more ambitious tomorrow. Meow. Clixie climbed up on the bed and sniffed at Gloriana's body. The cat rubbed her head against the exposed belly, not that the pregnant woman noticed. We have stayed in Amswick way too long, Vase. When are we finally going to move? It shouldn't be long, now. I'm just waiting for the final act to begin, he mysteriously said with a grin. I'm impatient to leave for the Red Ocean as well, but you can't rush certain matters. For what it's worth, the extra delay has been good for us. Not only did we manage to make up for the personnel we lost, we also performed enough repairs to the graveyard that she can serve as an adequate defensive ship once again. Her overall integrity is still a matter of concern, though. These makeshift repairs don't go deep enough. All of that heavy kinetic fire from the Slug Rangers has stressed and cracked many parts of her internal structure. Repairing these sections without access to complete drydock facilities will be a long and painful journey. Vase shrugged as he shifted out of his bed. The ship will hold. The graveyard will be able to pass through the Beander Gate without falling apart at the other side. Vivian Sai has assured me of that. We can slowly fix the remaining damage once we have reached the Red Ocean. A drydock is nice but not essential, especially once we have the diligent Ovenbird in our hands. Gloriana scrunched up her face. Have you reconsidered renaming our upcoming capital fleet repair and construction vessel? I cannot for the life of me understand why anyone thinks it is a good idea to give a dignified capital ship a name that is more fitting for a party boat. Hey, we all need some levity in our lives. It's just a label, honey. I don't want our clan to turn all stiff and serious all of the time. What matters more is that the Ovenbird can meet the needs of our fleet. It is the only capital ship that can fix other starships. I don't need to tell you how crucial that is in the Red Ocean. One of the benefits of delaying their main journey was that the shipbuilders were able to apply additional upgrades and refinements to the two capital ships the Larkinson clan had ordered. Both the diligent Ovenbird and the Gorgonean received expensive new modules that should hopefully make them much more useful in the times to come. As the couple both went into their separate bathrooms to freshen up and ready themselves for the day, they met again to partake in their breakfast and talk about their various issues. Most of their discussion related to the Bulwark project and the Chimera project. Both of them had progressed substantially, with the former only a week away from completion. Venerable Janzi didn't have to wait much longer to receive her impressive expert mech. I want us to be in our best state once we refit and overhaul the Shield of Samar. Gloriana insisted. You're too distracted with all of this dwarven stuff lately. I hope you wrap up this nonsense as soon as possible so we can finally get back to what we should really be doing. We're mech designers, not revolutionaries, you know. Vase coughed. You don't need to remind me. Everything I am doing is so that I can design better and more impressive mechs. I am not living out a power fantasy or anything. His wife rolled his eyes. Well, please tell me when you finally have your fill of megalomania. Playtime doesn't last forever. I'm not playing around. I'm engaged in serious business here. It's not easy propping up the clan. If ruling the clan is too hard for you, then you should try and delegate your responsibilities to someone competent, such as myself. Yeah, that would go well with the clan. I'm good, thanks for the offer. Once they finished their breakfast, Gloriana headed over to the design lab straight away as usual while Vase departed for his office. Meow. Clixie ran after him and brushed her body against his legs. Hey, there, you want to keep me company today? Meow tilde. Vase picked up the furry cat and scratched her chin as she squinted her eyes in pleasure. Clixie was a fine replacement for Lucky, who had wandered off again. Vase even heard reports that Lucky snuck onto shuttles that brought him to other capital ships. Oh well, Vase had plenty of pets these days. Once he reached his office, he put Clixie on his desk while he started his morning duties. He quickly signed off on some proposals from the chief ministers while listening to Gavin's morning briefing. As usual, his assistant was voicing concern over the expeditionary fleet's continuous delays and his continued obsession over the dwarves. Vase brushed aside these concerns like usual. Few Larkinsons understood that Vase did not in fact obsess over the dwarves. The Vulcan Empire was an obstacle to him regardless of whether it was ruled by humans or dwarves. Gavin soon made way to Minister Sheddarin, who had become a regular visitor as of late. The old and sophisticated man sat on a familiar chair with a pleased expression on his face. You look happy, Vase pointed out. I do. I have received explosive news from my sources since yesterday evening. I did not rush to inform you at first since this could still be an overblown rumor. I waited for other contacts to corroborate this development. Well, let it out then. What happened? The Mech Trade Association has washed its hands of the Vulcan Empire. Though nothing has changed on the surface, the MTA will no longer take any special measures to protect the autonomy and independence of the Dwarven state. The Vulcanites have lost their shield. Truly. Vase leaned forward as he squished Clixie's back with his hand. They're fair game now. I am 90% certain that is the case, sir. I am not the only one who believes the game has changed. I have been paying attention to the troop movements of the Empire of the Lost along with other states that are situated within reach of the Vulcan Empire. Since this morning, they have abruptly transferred more military assets to the border areas. They have even pulled away mech regiments that were originally assigned to defend strategic star systems such as Amswick. The mech militaries of all of these states must have moved more assets to the borders that the public had yet to know about. What was clear was that the Lost and other local humans had reason to drop their fear of the Vulcanites now that the latter ostensibly lost the support of the only patron that had allowed them to live in safety all this time. Wheels began to spin in Vessa's mind. He knew that the coming days would become a lot more exciting. The time of sitting around and waiting would soon be over. How have the Vulcanites reacted to this development? Not much. The old man chuckled. Their government has never advertised their secret agreements with the MTA. It won't do to inform the human-hating Vulcanites that they have been relying on the shelter of one of the most powerful human-centric organizations for all of these decades. The dwarves are too proud and cannot stand losing face in such a manner. One of the central myths of their people is that Dwarvenkind is better than the rest of humanity. Any notion that dwarves must beg to retain the favor of the tall folk is so alien to the Vulcanites that it won't be accepted even if it is true. They'll probably dismiss it as fake news, or something. Vase scoffed as he mimed quotation marks with his fingers. In my long career in public service, I have witnessed over and over again that there are a surprising amount of people who can't admit the truth even if it is staring them right in the face. Anyone who cries out, fake news, is simply unable or unwilling to accept reality. Sometimes it is for a selfish reason. Other times it is an expression of ignorance. Those are the worst in my opinion. Indoctrination has a way of making people think that something wrong is right and vice versa. The so-called statue war is the most recent example of how it can be abused. The Vulcan Empire was a powerful case that illustrated the faults of indoctrination. If the Vulcanites were taught to think for themselves, they wouldn't have easily fallen for the statues made by Vase. Critical thinking was already in short supply in religious states, but the Vulcan Empire was one of the worst that he had ever seen. If the Vulcanites weren't taught to blindly embrace their faith, they wouldn't have gotten into a rat race where false prophets were able to hijack a religious movement that could have given the dwarves the pride and confidence they needed to succeed in human space. If the Vulcanites didn't hate the tall folk so much, they might be more willing to accept the favor and goodwill of other humans. The central government shouldn't feel pressured to keep its complicated relationship with the MTA a secret. More dwarves would have returned to sanity if they knew early on how much they relied on the association's guarantee to maintain their prosperity. We've reached the tipping point, Vase whispered. His words rang true as further news arrived later that day. War. War has come. Everyone in the expeditionary fleet stopped what they were doing and checked the news. The local media had exploded. 5 second-rate states have jointly published a declaration of war against the Vulcan Empire. Their attack and invasion fleets are already crossing the border into the Smiling Samuel Star sector as we speak. More reservists are being called for service, and the Allied states will begin a comprehensive recruitment campaign in order to muster the troops that are not only needed to take back the Smiling Samuel Star sector, but to occupy it so that we can rebuild our human homes in our old star systems. Currently, the Empire of the Lost, the Mosley Confederate, the Consolidated Kingdom of Nemea, the Potsdam Republic and the Cameron Collective have all agreed to act in coordination and unify their strategic outlook for their joint invasion into the Vulcan Empire. We have even received information that we have yet to corroborate that the 5 Allied states have already carved out the provinces of the Dwarven state for themselves. Few Vulcan military units show signs of halting their attack on their fellow dwarves. This will likely change in the coming days, but the Statue War has already inflicted considerable damage to the Vulcan Empire's war readiness. Their defenses are in disarray, their mech armies are displaced, and their infrastructure is partially on fire. Even if all of the dwarves stop their infighting right this moment, they can only fight the 5 Allied states to a standstill at best. If more human states join the anti-dwarf alliance, which will certainly happen, most military analysts predict that the Vulcan Empire will succumb from the weight of an all-encompassing human offensive. The more Vase read and watched the news, the more he grinned. All of these stories were music to his ears. Ha 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 ha. Vase raised his head and laughed. It has finally happened. I knew the Empire of the Lost and the other human states couldn't resist the temptation. The Vulcan Empire is too juicy to ignore. Just as well, their invasion will pave the way for my re-entry into the Smiling Samuel Star sector. This was what he had set out to do from the start. The entire Vulcan Empire had to be removed so that Vase could finally retrieve his damned Timpala steel. Chapter 3331. Land grab. The ambitious plan to undermine the Vulcan Empire had succeeded. Vase, Minister Shedarin and Calabast had each contributed their own expertise to push the Dwarven state into the abyss. The two advisors recognized that while the Vulcan Empire was strong on the surface, its interior had several vulnerable cracks. Shedarin keenly recognized that the Vulcanites were too immature as a people and that their state was not as well run as it should. Religion was the greatest fault line of the Vulcan Empire, and it was the only element that could make its citizens forget about their hatred against the tall folk for a time. Calabast grasped the finer psychology of the extremist dwarves and knew what was needed to push them into militancy. She had gone on missions before where she was tasked with triggering groups of people to perform actions they would otherwise refrain from doing by finding the right handle to push them into action. Of course, she wasn't the only professional who recognized that the religious nutjobs among the Vulcanites could become their own worst enemies. There were plenty of dwarves who were quite aware of this fault line, and their animosity towards the tall folk meant that they were not that easily fooled by false flag attacks and other mundane tricks. This was where Vase came in. Unlike other people, he possessed the unique capability to arouse the faith of the Vulcanites. Though no one knew why Vase was so familiar with Vulcan, the glow he created recently worked so disturbingly well on the citizens of the Dwarven state that both of his advisors were surprised that the unwitting victims descended into civil war so quickly. Vase didn't expect the dwarves to get hoodwinked at such an enormous degree. After all, any decent mech designer could establish a clear connection between the mysterious statues of Vulcan and Vese's design philosophy. It appeared that Shedarin's judgment that stupid people tended to double down when they were proven wrong was correct. His expertise, experience and ability to read other people were invaluable to the Larkinson clan. Without his contribution, Vase would have never been able to push the Vulcan Empire to the brink. What was even more impressive about Shedarin was that he never counted upon the Civil War to single-handedly take down the Dwarven state. No matter how badly the dwarves beat each other up, as long as the Mech Trade Association maintained a considerable interest in keeping a strong Dwarven state intact, it would never allow human states such as the Empire of the Lost to invade the Smiling Samuel Star sector. In fact, there was even a chance that the MTA would have stepped in to straighten the Vulcan Empire up. Whether they acted covertly or overtly, there was little that Vase or anyone else could do to stop the Mechers from rescuing the dwarves from their own troubles. This was why drawing out the worst impulses of the Vulcanites was such a brilliant approach. The sectarian strife that had broken out between the two sides was not a regular civil war. It was not a struggle between rich and poor or oppressed and oppressors. Instead, the cause of all of the bloodshed was due to a difference in opinion on whether Vulcan was a dwarf or human. Even though there was a host of beliefs and attitudes associated with each interpretation, the fact that the dwarves were killing each other on a mass scale for a reason as banal as disagreeing whether their god was tall or short looked ridiculous. Shedrin predicted that as the Vulcanites continued to show more ugly behavior, the MTA's patience for these people would quickly wear thin. The Mechers consider themselves to be the most enlightened group of people in the galaxy. The Pernusser mentioned to Vase. They place themselves above the so-called space peasants and rule human space from an ivory tower. Even if they treat us like cattle, they still have certain expectations for their chattel. If the pigs they rear are too violent, dirty and unappetizing, it is not worth it to keep them anymore. This was the crux of their plan to collapse the Vulcan Empire. The behavior of so many dwarven citizens was so abhorrent and antithetical to the ideals of the Mech Trade Association that it had generated an enormous amount of disgust. The advantages of allowing the dwarves to keep an entire star sector for themselves no longer justified the cost of tolerating all of the excesses of the Vulcan Empire. A disaster like this would have never happened if the Vulcanites maintained a closer and more intimate relationship with the MTA, but obviously this was not the case. In the end, the dwarves not only bit the hand that fed them, but also acted so abhorrently afterwards that they showed no redeeming factors. It would have been surprising if the MTA did not opt to wash its hands from this quarrelsome group of ignorant dwarves. Once the MTA withdrew their guarantee, the Vulcan Empire was fair game to the surrounding human states. After so many decades of living alongside a xenophobic dwarven state that was filled with people who believed that the tall folk were the problem of all of their ills, it shouldn't be a surprise that the Vulcan Empire's neighbors did not like to live alongside the Vulcanites. Now that there was a golden opportunity to get rid of the dwarven cancer, the human states instantly moved into action. What surprised Vase a lot was that the temporary alliance of human states moved in so quickly. He would have thought that the onlooking humans would have been content to sit back and relax while the dwarves kept expending their manpower and using up their war-making potential on each other. Time is of the essence. Shedrin illuminated Vase. The more time passes by, the greater the chance that a new variable will come and change the equation. For example, the two dwarven factions might wake up to the fact that they are just weakening each other so that the tall folk outside could take over Smiling Samuel at a bargain. A powerful external state or organization might come and back the Vulcan Empire. The MTA might change its mind. To the humans, this is the first time that the Vulcan Empire is vulnerable to attack. Anything can happen that could close this window of opportunity. The best way to prevent these changes from occurring is to move quickly and decisively. I see. It still sounds like a big gamble, though. Second-rate states aren't weak, Patriarch. Each of them has built up a formidable military machine. While it is true that there is still a gap between the might of a regular second-rate state and one that has gained complete control over a star sector, the Vulcanites have provoked too many enemies and cannot defend against concerted attacks from each direction. If the dwarven war machine was still in peak condition, then the defenders might be able to stall the invading human forces. As it is, Vase slowly smirked. The dwarves drew too many mech armies from the border in order to fight each other. Their military deployments are all messed up and completely in the wrong position to resist external invasions. Minister Shedrin nodded. Correct. Part of the reason why the Lost and the other invading humans launched their invasion so quickly is because they are afraid that the dwarves will eventually wake up to the fact that they have failed to guard their front doors and transfer their mech armies back to their border strongholds. Once the fortified star systems at the edge of Smiling Samuel have returned to full strength, it is much harder and costlier to take them down. Capturing these fortified star systems was one of the most essential steps to launching a successful invasion. Vase was reminded of the Komodo War where the Hexers initially managed to overrun the Friday Coalition's crestfallen stars. Though it was easy enough to bypass them in space navigation, leaving these military fortresses and bases intact left the invasion troops vulnerable to getting cut off or ambushed from multiple directions. Only by taking them away from the enemy would an invasion force truly be able to expand into the interior of enemy space. Since it was too costly to fully fortify every region of space, most states only fortified their key strategic nodes as well as the star systems at the border. As long as any attackers managed to overtake the latter, at least half of the most difficult steps of conquering an enemy state were in the bag. Vase fully realized how much of an advantage the human alliance had gained. It seems these human states are highly confident in their ability to fight the Vulcan Empire's armed forces head-on. He noted, that is certainly the case. The 5 states that have made a move so far are only the first movers. They have taken a larger risk in order to capture the most desirable provinces first and expand their claims. The other states in the region that have adopted a wait-and-see attitude will not stand by for long. Once this second batch joins in, the Vulcan Empire simply cannot resist the flood of foreign troops. The civil war along with the initial human invasion already stripped away the Vulcan Empire's illusion of strength. For a long time, the Empire of the Lost along with other neighboring human states lived under constant fear of the powerful Dwarven state. Yet with so many displays of weaknesses, it was impossible for the humans to keep fearing the dwarves. Once they broke their psychological barrier, the human rulers would definitely make a move in order to project strength. As a result, a huge stampede took place where many different human forces invaded a star sector that they previously regarded as taboo. In the beginning, only the invasion troops of the original alliance moved in. Afterwards, more human states joined the party and dispatched their own troops on short notice. Even though all of these human powers fought on the same side, they also treated each other as competitors. Faster, faster, faster. We need to grab as many wealthy provinces as possible. Don't let the stinking Mosleys take away the territory that rightfully belongs to the Lost. Sir, we can't sustain the pace of our invasion. Our troops are running thin and our supplies are wearing thin. Then concentrate our forces and take over the enemy's key star systems. As long as we hold the crown jewels in our hands, none of our rivals can take them away anymore. We'll overextend ourselves if we penetrate too deeply into enemy territory. Without cleaning up the periphery, the dwarves can still encircle and cut off our forward troops. Then tell headquarters to put the private sector to work. Those mercenaries back home are too weak to assault the main systems, but they're just right to take over the lesser and more rural star systems. Many mercenaries are undisciplined and unreliable. Their presence in Smiling Samuel will cause major disruptions in the war theater. Is it wise to invite them, sir? Just do it. As long as we give enough rewards, the unruly mercenary corps can still be harnessed. With their help, we will not only be able to grab more land, but also divert Dwarven attention away from our main forces. As long as we hold more territory in the end, everything is worth it. Now let's move before our rivals come up with the same idea. Once the Empire of the Lost started contracting mercenary organizations on a large scale, the other states quickly followed suit. Everyone seemed to smell a gold rush in the Vulcan Empire. While the states were mainly preoccupied with conquering territory, the various private sector forces were in it for a different reason. Loot. Loot all of these wealthy Dwarven planets. Grab as much booty as you can, boys, because a chance like this doesn't come twice. A plundering season had begun as a multitude of human mercenary corps descended upon the Vulcan Empire like a school of piranhas. With the human mech armies occupying the attention of most Dwarven military units, the Vulcanites did not have many forces left at their disposal that could resist the raids conducted by the mercenary fleets. It was under these increasingly more chaotic circumstances that the expeditionary fleet nonchalantly entered the Vulcan Empire once again. This time, the Golden Skull Alliance was far from the only human force that had entered Dwarven territory. It attracted considerably less attention this time, which was exactly what Vase wanted. Chapter 3332, Vase the Plague Carrier. The Larkinsons, Glory Seekers and Crossers entered the territory of their enemy once again. Not many of them thought this was a good idea. They all retained bad memories of their first entry into the Vulcan Empire. However, the circumstances were different this time. The expeditionary fleet might not have been able to get back up to its previous strength, but the mercenaries contracted by the Larkinson clan made up for a lot. With at least 10,000 extra protectors by its side, the Golden Skull Alliance became even less appealing as a target. You're moving in too soon, Vase. Chief Minister Raymond Billingsley Larkinson said to Vase over the comm. Relax. The Vulcanites have greater threats to contend with than us. Vase replied to the projection. Even if they have finally smarted up and stopped their ridiculous civil war, there are way too many human invaders for them to spare any attention to us. We'll be avoiding all of the major hotspots where most of the Dwarven troops are concentrated. What if there are Vulcanites that will stop at nothing to take revenge on us? We have attracted a lot of heat if you didn't know that already. We're spending a lot more effort scouting the way ahead. Also, were a lot more on guard against the dwarves this time. The Black Cats are constantly monitoring different indicators to see whether there are any dwarven forces going after our fleet. All of that sounds nice, but I have heard nothing that makes me confident that our safety is guaranteed. You are relying on too many assumptions about the dwarves that we won't end up well if any of them turn out to be wrong. That is also why we almost met our end last time. Vase grimaced. Raymond indeed made a good point. They had been too overconfident and did not assume that the dwarves would be crazy enough to attack the expeditionary fleet despite obtaining a special permit. Back then, we did not fully account for the internal dynamics of the Vulcan Empire. We know a lot more about the dwarves now that we're entering their territory for the second time. I think we can trust our intelligence organization to account for all of the ways the dwarves might plot against us, assuming they can even spare the attention. That was still highly questionable. All of the core star systems held by the dwarves were under threat. The Vulcanites could not afford to lose too many of them and had decisively concentrated most of their mech forces to these key nodes. Under these circumstances, it was stupid to withdraw at least 4 mech divisions to go after the Golden Skull Alliance and its mercenary escorts. Even if the Vulcan Empire had a lot more forces at its disposal, its military forces had to cover a lot of important star systems. Removing 40,000 from the defensive line might lead to an early collapse and loss of a strategic location. Even though the war situation looked awful to the Vulcanites, the stubborn dwarves did not intend to lie down and let the human invaders walk all over their stocky bodies. As long as they withdrew their forces from their outlying provinces and concentrated their defenses in the center around the Erebran province, they could still hold out for a moderate amount of time. As long as they bought enough time and forced the human invaders to occupy a large amount of dwarven territory, the invasion would inevitably slow down. It was not easy to hold all of those conquered dwarven territories. The dwarven residents of all of the conquered planets did not like their new human overlords and did not hesitate to take up arms and mechs to form local resistance movements. The only way to clean up these troublesome planets was to wipe out all of the dwarves who lived there, but no one dared to do so. Not only did the MTA take a dim view on war crimes, butchering Vulcanites wholesale was extremely bad optics. It was one thing to take down the Vulcan Empire. It was another thing for humans to wipe out every dwarf in the Fermi star cluster. No matter how much the local humans hated their dwarven neighbors, they still had to make sure their conduct conformed with the galactic norm. In any case, there were plenty of ways to make the dwarven problem disappear after the main invasion was done. Just like how the Vulcanites slowly displaced the human population when they took over Smiling Samuel, the human invaders finally had the opportunity to turn the tables. Of course, none of the aftermath had anything to do with Vase. He just opened up the Vulcan Empire for his own purposes. Just as the Empire of the Lost and all of the other human states took advantage of his deeds, Vase also exploited their invasion to attract all of the attention of the dwarves away from him and his fleet. Due to this, the relationship between the expeditionary fleet and the other human forces were a bit complicated. For example, no one wanted to get close to the supposed masterminds of the Vulcan Empire's fall from grace. Whenever the Golden Skull Alliance encountered another ship or fleet, the latter always tried to keep its distance. It was as if those other human forces were afraid of causing misunderstandings and attracting the ire of the Larkinson clan and its increasingly infamous patriarch. Not even well-equipped military fleets wished to remain in the presence of the foreigners that had upended the entire geopolitical situation of the Fermi star cluster. Why are they avoiding us so much? Isn't it obvious? The states that have dispatched these troops are afraid of setting you off. They don't want to become the next Vulcan Empire. That was a ridiculous reaction. Vase didn't think he was that scary. Of course, the leaders of the Feral province also held this sentiment and paid for it. With the Vulcan Empire as the grand prize, the leaders of the various human states did not want to take any risks. They had all instructed their own troops to avoid the Golden Skull Alliance like the plague. Sooner or later, Vase would leave this star cluster and continue his journey to the Red Ocean. The people of the Fermi star cluster couldn't wait for him to finish his business and send him off. The sooner this walking disaster left their neighborhood, the better. Vase didn't mind being treated as a plague carrier. He didn't want to provoke any further trouble either and happily watched as his fleet traversed deeper into the war-torn interior of the Vulcan Empire. Much of the attention of the human invasion forces was placed on the rich and wealthy second-rate provinces of the Dwarven state. On their part, the Vulcanites also concentrated their defenses at their superior territories. This gave the expeditionary fleet a peaceful and mostly quiet ride to the Paramount province. In historical terms, the site of the former paramount kingdom carried a lot of weight. It was the birthplace of the Dwarven Revolution and the place where Vulcan initially revealed himself to the dwarves. However, neither side spared any attention to it. The human second-rate states didn't even bother to conquer the impoverished third-class provinces. The dwarves had no choice but to make the practical decision to defend their critical territories rather than their worthless ones. As a consequence, the expeditionary fleet did not encounter any friction by explicitly tracing a route through the neglected provinces. Since Vase was in a hurry, his fleet did not waste time on following a difficult, winding route. Instead, it cut forward at a brisk pace, disregarding any local presences along the way. The local garrisons and defense fleets posed no threat to the Golden Skull Alliance. The tech difference was too big and the limited number of second-class mechs they used to field had all been transferred over to the core provinces. They're not even putting up a token resistance. Vase contemptuously said. The Vulcan Empire was on fire right now, so how could the Third Raiders entertain any thoughts of stopping the expeditionary fleet? None of their forces would even be able to survive getting close as the Amaranto could easily shoot down their ships. What the dwarves were preoccupied with instead was evacuating from their homes. It appeared that a lot of Vulcanites no longer possessed any confidence that dwarven superiority would allow them to vanquish the human invaders. Starship after starship took in a flood of refugees and goods. Only a fraction of the population would be able to escape from the scary tall folk this way, but it couldn't be helped. Vase hadn't seen an evacuation of this magnitude since the Sand War. All kinds of dire and desperate scenes occurred throughout the Smiling Samuel Star sector. Couples got separated. Wealthy businessmen had to abandon much of their wealth. Anarchy reigned in the streets as law and order had collapsed. So many tragedies took place in dwarven space that the Larkinsons felt increasingly more guilty for triggering all of this chaos. The main culprit responsible for making their lives hell remained unmoved, mostly. Was he guilty for making the lives of so many dwarves miserable? Certainly. Did it matter to him? Nope. He snorted. Back when the dwarves conquered Smiling Samuel, they must have driven a huge amount of humans to death or desperation. I'm just giving them a taste of their own medicine, that's all. The Vulcanites are anything but innocent. It was too bad that not everyone in the clan saw it that way. Venerable Janzi was just the loudest voice that expressed disapproval at all of the suffering that Vase had wrought. Even so, the latest course of events only reinforced his power. A lot of Larkinsons admired what he had done and were glad that he managed to get payback on the Vulcanites for their attack. I still don't understand you, Vase. Kedis spoke as she worked with him to refine the Chimera project's latest iteration. I'm no angel, but even I wouldn't go as far as collapsing an entire state and doom all of its citizens, many of whom don't have anything to do with us. Couldn't you have found another solution to get what you want? Those Pershams still seemed friendly at the time. You could have just hired them to fetch whatever it is you're looking for. If not, there are many other groups that are willing to do stuff for payment. Vase shook his head. That's not a viable solution. I don't want any dwarf getting their hands on my objective. This is something I have to do myself. You make it sound as if you're willing to detonate a nuclear bomb if that is what it takes for you to get your way. He directed a pointed stare at her. Don't be silly. I'm not that crazy. The MTA would be on me in a second. I am a proper, law-abiding mech designer. I never engage in acts that would implicate me. That's not logical behavior. Kedis swept her arm around her. And you think riling up the dwarven crazies isn't damaging enough? The scheme you've pulled off is far more destructive than any nuclear bomb. He. Vase deviously checked. You're completely correct, and that's the beauty of it. We're mech designers, Kedis. Our main job is to spend the least amount of resources to produce the greatest possible effect. I don't think the effort you put in is anything less than deploying a weapon of mass destruction. Don't be silly. I made sure not to do anything that would trip over the MTA's taboos. My consciousness is completely clean. What those dwarven fanatics chose to do after receiving their gifts has nothing to do with me. They chose to give in to their violent impulses on their own accord. You're responsible for more deaths than almost any other human in the galaxy. You're being silly again, Kedis. We're mech designers. Vase emphasized. We make products that are used to kill people every day. We're not culpable for the acts committed by our customers who use our products. Was this truly the case? Kedis wasn't sure. Chapter 3333, Guilty People. Kedis was just one of many Larkinsons who expressed their misgivings at what had happened. Several more people voiced their doubts and concerns to Vase. From Gavin to Raymond, all of them regarded him with a bit more fear rather than respect. The change in attitude grew worse as the expeditionary fleet kept traveling through Vulcanite space. It was one thing to hear about the tragedies from afar. It was another thing to be in the same star system where frantic evacuations took place and where tragic circumstances happened at an unimaginable scale. It led to a lot of difficult discussions in the Larkinson clan. Few clansmen thought they should engage in this kind of business in the first place. We are a clan of soldiers and warriors. I'm fine with killing the dwarves across the battlefield, but destroying them in such an insidious way just seems wrong. We can't beat every opponent in a straightforward battle. The Vulcan Empire is so strong that we couldn't have defeated it any other way. Should we have even bothered with attacking them like this, though? Don't you remember what happened a few months ago? The dwarves tried to kill us all. They don't get to play innocent now that they're on the receiving end of an attack. All of this discussion caused Vase to fall into a contemplative mood. Though he still stuck to his stance that he shouldn't feel guilty about anything, he was slowly starting to consider whether he might have gone too far this time. Well, at least we've managed to reach the Paramount Province without encountering any hindrances this time. That is enough of a justification. The Paramount Province was one of the quieter territories of the Vulcan Empire. The war had yet to reach this far on a massive scale. Just like elsewhere, the local dwarven forces were more interested in evacuating from their homes than to fight a futile battle against the human invaders. Slowly but surely, the expeditionary fleet slowly reached the quiet and uninhabited star system where Vase had stashed his batch of Timpala steel during his last mastery experience. Everything I've done is for this. It better be worth it, he muttered under his breath. His intuition told him that Timpala steel was definitely a remarkable substance even for something as amazing as the Mech designer system. Vase even thought that since the system was actually the metal scroll of legend, feeding it a metal exotic of extremely high worth and potency should definitely result in a huge upgrade. Though he consciously tried to rely on the system as little as possible these days, it was undeniable that they shared a symbiotic relationship. The stronger it became, the more benefits Vase received. As someone who was hungry for improvement, he did not mind leaning on the system if it offered amazing options that he couldn't get anywhere else. The mastery and superpublish opportunities it provided to Vase were already invaluable enough in itself. Perhaps upgrading it with Timpala steel would unlock another powerful feature that could enable Vase to expand his Mech designer competences. His breathing grew heavier when he began to anticipate all of the rewards he might gain from completing his first supply mission. The system better not skimp out this time. During their journey through the first territory that the original Dwarven rebels had taken over, the expeditionary fleet encountered an acquaintance. The scouts dispatched by the mercenary escorts had already given Vase advance warning about the familiar presence, so he wasn't caught off guard. He had mixed feelings about the only dwarves who took the initiative to intercept the expeditionary fleet. Whereas many dwarves and humans avoided him and his forces like the plague, the people who clearly wanted to meet with him did not have as much fear. The Pershams already befriended him before hostilities broke out. They were the few friendly and amiable Vulcanites that the Larkinsons had met who did not hold any hostile attitudes towards the tall folk. The dented coin was situated light hours away from the emergence point of the expeditionary fleet. She had made no attempts to close in an rendezvous with the powerful human visitors. Seeing that the Pershams clearly sought him out, Vase couldn't hold back his curiosity. He accepted a call over the galactic net. A projection of Director Olivier Persham appeared in front of Vase. The dwarf looked much more aged, tired and stressed, for understandable reasons. "You're a hard man to reach, Patriarch Larkinson." The middle-aged dwarf spoke with his deep voice. "I've been trying to call you for months, but you've never picked up until now. Do you really think so little of us dwarves?" Vase inwardly sighed. Faced with one of the victims of his actions, he felt his conscience acting up again. He tried to suppress this unwelcome and unproductive impulse as best as possible. "I've been busy, as you can clearly tell. Also, I no longer require your services. As you can see, we have no problems with navigating through Vulcanite territory." His cold tone did not make Olivier happy. The head of the Persham Chamber of Commerce looked disappointed. A few seconds passed in silence before the dwarf spoke up again. "Why have you done this, Patriarch? I don't understand. The Feral Province is certainly guilty for trying to kill you, but there are many dwarves who are still decent. Why must you implicate them as well? They don't deserve to lose their lives and livelihoods." My friends and family in the Paramount Province are all crying because their worlds have collapsed. They have never known any homes aside from the planets they live in. Now, they are all scrambling to get aboard the few ships that can take them away from the humans who will never treat them well. Vase let out an annoyed grunt. Don't try to pretend your people are squeaky clean. One of the reasons why your fellow dwarves aren't comfortable with human occupation is because of how poorly you treated the original occupants of all of these star systems. The empire you built sits on a foundation that consists of an endless amount of human bones. That's because we had little other choice at the time. The Vulcanites who rose up needed to keep beating and conquering the humans around us. If we kept giving them room to breathe, they would have tried to attack us and rob our people of the space we needed to live decent lives. We were under constant existential threat unless we cleared the entire star sector of humans that could threaten a dwarven state. Vase probably figured that this was true. The dwarves already attracted a lot of notoriety from the start. Sooner or later, their human neighbors would have acted in order to contain or neutralize the new threat. History went in the other direction, though. Due to numerous happenstances and improbable circumstances, the Vulcanites managed to beat all of the human states in Smiling Samuel. There is little point in talking about morality at this point. Vase said with a tired voice. What is done is done. I do not regret my decisions. While I do not enjoy the ordeals that the average citizens of your empire are going through, the events leading to this collapse did not start from me. Your own people had already laid the seeds from the beginning. Director Olivier Persham came into more contact with foreigners in the outside galaxy than other dwarves. He possessed enough perspective to know what Vase was talking about. While the internal propaganda of the Vulcan Empire always painted the dwarves in the right, those who were more aware of the complete history knew that the Vulcanites were not exactly innocent. Even in modern times, the dwarves frequently rattled their sabers and expressed an open intention to defeat all of their neighboring human states. Was it any surprise that the latter rightfully considered the Vulcan Empire to be an existential threat that had to be eliminated as soon as possible as long as there was a chance? Another silence fell as Director Olivier did not manage to receive any explanation that could satisfy him or give him closure. The dwarf slowly clutched his graying beard. Do you have something against us dwarves, Patriarch? Did we do something to you that caused you to seek our downfall? Nothing like that. Vase shook his head. You're just humans but shorter to me. It's everyone else who keeps acting as if dwarves like you are a separate species. You Vulcanites are the worst in this regard. You not only try to separate your identity from the rest of humanity, but also claim to be superior to us. A few of your people even think that's enough of a justification to go on a crusade against the tall folk. If you dwarves didn't encourage such a close-minded attitude, perhaps you would have been able to prevent your own collapse. Technically speaking, Vase did set the Vulcanites up on this path during his last mastery experience. His carelessness and his casual behavior back then not only set up the Vulcanites for success, but also precipitated its fall. This was why he sometimes considered the citizens of the Vulcan Empire to be his children, but only rarely. Seeing that this conversation wasn't accomplishing much, Director Olivier moved on to the last point he wanted to address. I have one final question to ask before I take my family out of this star sector. Are you, Vulcan? Vase let out a deep breath. He had a feeling his former dwarven friend would ask this contentious question. Do I look like Vulcan? He asked back as he wasn't comfortable with supplying a direct answer. I can't say. Olivier looked pained. I have worshipped Vulcan longer than you have lived. My daughter, my family and all of the dwarves from my home planet have given their unquestionable devotion to the god that has helped to liberate our people. We worship the true Vulcan. It's just, when I equate the Vulcan described by the priests and portrayed in our scriptures to a devil like you, I don't know whether I can still maintain my beliefs. You're probably not the first Vulcanite who is undergoing a crisis of faith at the moment. Your people are suffering from an unprecedented disaster and Vulcan hasn't lifted a hand to help you out. Vase mildly said, maybe, it is because we spurned our god. Olivier lowered his eyes. It would explain much, I think. We invited his wrath due to our presumptuous actions and now we're suffering the consequences of that. We were too arrogant and self-righteous to know right from wrong. It is no wonder our god has exacted his punishment on our people. Wow, Olivier, your god sounds like a cruel and petty man. He must be enormously bored and prideful to stomp the sandcastle that he helped erect. The dwarf shrugged. Maybe so. I think I have a better idea of what our god is truly like now. The kind, caring and benevolent Vulcan that we have always kept in our hearts might not have existed in the first place. We were fed a false image that has led us on the wrong track. It is a pity that our realization came late. Vulcan won't save us. He will never save us. Our state is doomed. The most I can do is to take away the few dwarves my ships can carry and try to eke out a life elsewhere. You should try out the spaceborne life by setting up a space caravan. Vase sincerely suggested. Many states won't welcome you dwarves, so why not turn your starships into your new homes? Sure, this kind of life is hard to adapt at first, but there are many benefits that you sorely need. At the very least, your existence won't make any human state feel threatened. I think this is the best way for you and your family to keep on living. This proposal did not sit well with Olivier. Our homeland means more to us than you can ever think. It is too hard for us to let go of our existing homes. Still, we have little choice at the moment. We will take your suggestion under advisement. Goodbye, Patriarch Larkinson. I hope you will recognize the magnitude of what you have done one day. The conversation ended and the dented coin eventually made its way out of the star system. Vase had the feeling that Olivier was probably the last amiable dwarf he would speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel too for a long time. Chapter 3334. Tryon ends revisited. A long time ago, a hijacked ore transport ship called the TR-3851 passed through an unremarkable red dwarf star system. The stopover was situated relatively close to the Dasala system where the legendary rebellion initially broke out. The ship did not stay too long here. After a bit of preparation and cleanup, he programmed the navigation system to take the vessel to the nearest substantial MTA outpost. Despite the betrayal of Guillaume Greybeard and his confidants, Vase kept his promise to the Dasala resistance movement. He did not lay the sins of the ringleaders on the feet of the rest of the escaped dwarven slaves from the mining planet. Perhaps he should have sent his conscience on vacation that time. If Vase did not enable the excited dwarven rebels to fulfill their wish, they wouldn't have gone on to spark a storm that completely swept the smiling Samuel Star sector and turned it into a bastion of dwarven supremacy. If the old Paramount Kingdom was still alive, Vase was certain he could have waltzed to the Tryon N system, pick up his special package, and leave with no one paying any special attention to one of countless human fleets passing through the star sector. In hindsight, all of the complications he encountered ever since he stepped foot in Smiling Samuel could have been avoided. The Vulcan Empire is ultimately an indirect creation of mine, he whispered to himself. I guess it is rather poetic that it shall also end at my hands. Now that he had finally reached his destination, his mood became more heavy and subdued. With the Vulcan Empire collapsing under the weight of its own flaws, Vase continued to think back on his past actions and their consequences. This was hardly the only case where he flapped his wings like a butterfly that eventually altered the course of history and led to major changes. Releasing Sigmund, supplying living mechs to the Hex army, killing a powerful cadre of the Five Scrolls Compact, enabling the rise of the Vulcan Empire, the list went on and on. Vase was pretty sure that no other journeyman in the galaxy had triggered so many epical events in their lifetimes. Yet despite all of the influence he exerted on human society, Vase did not consider himself to be anything more than a mech designer trying to find his way forward. It wasn't his fault that obstacles constantly entered his path and forced him to employ extreme measures to go forward. This was also one of the reasons why he felt compelled to take a hard stance on the Vulcan Empire. Only by creating enough deterrence would people stop getting in his way. Vase needed to create an image where anyone who wanted to plot against him had to think twice whether they could bear the consequences of doing so. Since his previous acts failed to achieve the desired effect, he simply had to dial up his punishment and hope that would be enough to make people afraid. Considering the reactions of all of the third parties the expeditionary fleet met along the way, Vase knew he had achieved his purpose this time. I hope a portion of this reputation sticks once I reach the Red Ocean, because it will be a lot harder for me and my clan to throw our weight around in that shark tank. This was his greater goal. Despite his public denials, Vase was certain that his involvement in the Vulcan Empire's collapse would become a part of his public record and his personal history. The people in the Fermi star cluster who witnessed the Vulcan Empire falter and collapse in real time knew exactly how horrible Vase could be, but the same could not be said for all of the pioneers and power players in the Red Ocean. Vase knew that he needed to stand out from the crowd and avoid being seen as a punching bag that could easily be bullied in the cutthroat new frontier. The notoriety he acquired by masterminding the end of a powerful second-rate state would continue to form a powerful impression even to people who originated from the more prosperous parts of the Milky Way. All in all, despite all of the setbacks he suffered, he actually made plenty of gains. The pressure generated by conflict always brought out his potential and enabled him to develop powerful new solutions that would all be useful in the long run. Whether it was developing a design spirit incarnation based around craftsmanship to discovering one of the most promising hidden properties of masterwork mechs, Vase was certain that he and his clan made enough gains to increase their chances of survival once they reached the Red Ocean. After all, the enemies over there are much more powerful than the Vulcanites. They won't give us a second chance when they launch an attack, he murmured. As he continued to contemplate his gains from this adventure, he received a call from General Verl. "What are your orders, sir?" "Oh." Vase woke up. "We've arrived at the target system. Please instruct the fleet to head to the inner asteroid belt. I'll provide further instructions when we reach this place." General Verl looked surprised. He didn't expect that Vase would go through all of that trouble to enter the Vulcan Empire just to reach a small and inconsequential red dwarf system. However, he knew that it was not his place to ask for clarification, especially on a remote channel. "Very well, sir. Do you require the Andrenity to deploy her mining mechs to mine the asteroids?" he asked. "During the past months, our clan has slowly filled out her crew complement. She is almost at optimal capacity and can perform most simple mining operations." Vase initially wanted to say no, but he changed his mind. The buzzing activity might help with disguising his true purpose. "Do that, please. I know this asteroid belt probably doesn't contain any precious minerals, but it will be good to give the fresh crew a bit of practice." It took time to reach the inner system, but fortunately the delay only amounted to a number of hours. Red dwarf stars possessed less mass than yellow dwarf stars, which allowed incoming fleets to emerge closer to the center of the star system as a rule. The journey proceeded quietly and without incident. While Vase was sure that the Vulcan Empire planted automated listening posts and the like, he wasn't concerned. He had already instructed Calabas to put the blinding Banshee's interference capabilities to work. Right now, the espionage ship had fully deployed her emitter arrays, causing her long and thin surface to look like a black cactus. Strong disruptive energies spread from the starship, covering a wide portion of the expeditionary fleet. Most forms of long-range observation became scrambled as any emissions escaping from the area of effect turned fuzzy due to excess noise. Of course, the ships and mechs closest to the blinding Banshee suffered greatly from the disruption as well. Each of them had to enter a hardened mode where they had to fall back to more primitive forms of communication. All of this caused considerable irritation among the people in the fleet, but it couldn't be helped. Vase wanted to maintain at least some discretion. Since he had a handy capital ship like the blinding Banshee at his disposal, why not make use of her capabilities? It's pretty nice to build up a diversified fleet composition. The greatest shortcoming of the Larkinson fleet was its lack of combat-capable vessels. However, the lack of monotony was not entirely bad as his fleet currently possessed a high adaptation level that was great for survival purposes. As time went by, the fleet just happened to whiz past the old gas giant where Vase had once dumped a lot of potentially incriminating evidence from the TR-3851. It's still the same, huh? Though a lot of time had passed since the TR-3851 entered the Trion N system, the current universe was much older than that. In stellar terms, virtually no time passed for the gas giant at all. It would continue to remain in the exact same state for many ages. This gas giant has lived past the rise and fall of who knows how many powerful alien civilizations in the galaxy. Compared to the lifespan of ordinary organisms such as myself, it is so enormous that it is pretty much immortal. There was no comparison between him and this giant planet. So many people in human society were desperate to live up to 500 years, 600 years or maybe even a bit more. Yet no one set their aim at 10,000 years or 1 million years. It couldn't be done. There was a limit to life-prolonging treatment serum. Though the details about the most valuable versions of this product were scarce, Vase was pretty sure that none of them had reached such a ridiculous level. Even those old fossils who have lived through the age of conquest have to exit the stage sometime. Vase looked forward to that time. He vaguely guessed that most of the high-level policies of the Big Two were still determined by this band of highly respected but inflexible geriatrics. It explained why nothing much had happened in the preceding centuries. The people who lived through the worst periods of the Age of Conquest had become deeply traumatized by what they experienced. As a result, the policies of the MTA and the CFA had always been highly reactionary towards the excesses of those dark times. Even after 4 centuries of rebuilding, these tendencies still remained strong. Vase should know since he took advantage of them to strip the Vulcan Empire of the MTA's backing. Still, the current order might not stay quiet for much longer. The opening of the Red Ocean is the prelude to a change in approach. Vase didn't come up with these ideas himself. It was Minister Shedderin who shared his profound perspective on the evolution of human civilization. According to him, the gradual turn from preservation to expansion was indicative of a generational shift among the leadership of the Big Two. With all of the careful old leaders out of the way, their replacements who weren't burdened by the nightmares of the past could finally begin to implement their grander and bolder visions. As a result, human civilization would definitely look a lot differently a century from now. With humanity's strength, it was impossible for the Big Two to limit their ambitions to just the Red Ocean. There are plenty more dwarf galaxies, and there's also the other half of the Milky Way that we haven't conquered yet. Will we begin to take over all of those territories in my lifetime? His eyes shone as he contemplated this exciting future. It appeared he was born at the right time. After all of this waiting, humanity was ready to rise again. This time, everyone had thoroughly learned from all of their mistakes of the past, so there was no way that they would falter so easily this time. Sir, we're approaching the inner asteroid belt. Our fleet shall soon maintain a stationary orbit while the Andrenity begins to deploy her mining mechs. Vase nodded in understanding. Stay on guard and pay special attention to sneaky bastards that are hiding in stealth. It's likely that there is no one out there, but it's best to make sure. Oh, please perform a thorough survey of the asteroid belt and send all of the scanning data to me. Try to record the appearances of as many asteroids as possible. You don't need to penetrate too deeply and find out their mineral composition. Though his orders sounded unusual, his subordinates were used to them. They proceeded to perform their tasks without any hesitation. It's not easy picking the right asteroid from all of these spinning rocks. Vase frowned as the first detailed optical scans poured in. He already turned dizzy as he looked at 100 different asteroids. Even if I know how the right asteroid should look like, this will take a fair bit of time. Chapter 3335. X marks the spot. When Vase chose to bury his stash of Timpala steel inside an asteroid, he did not record any precise coordinates or anything. Neither did he plant any beacons or leave any surface clues. He was too afraid that others might sniff out these clues and unearth his buried treasure ahead of time. The only details he recorded in his mind was the general orbital map of the Trion N system and the appearance of the key asteroid. By accounting for the passage of time, Vase was roughly able to calculate which slice of the asteroid belt he needed to start his search. This was a crucial time-saving step. If Vase really didn't have any clue where his desired rock could be found, he would have to order his men to scan the complete ring. However, since he was able to narrow down the search area, the operation became a lot more manageable. The fleet did not have to disperse too many assets in order to develop a good overview of the asteroids in the current zone. Even so, I still have to sift through a lot of rocks. Vase muttered. He was a mech designer though. Faced with a static problem like this, he could easily engineer ways to simplify and automate his search. He put his programming skills to use and developed a sorting mechanism that filtered the asteroids by mass, dimensions and other factors that he could still recall about the place where he buried his treasure. He briefly had the illusion that he was an old-fashioned treasure hunter looking for a buried treasure by tracing back the X on a primitive paper map. Just like all of those stories, it was always a challenge to figure out the definite coordinates of where the promised treasure was hidden. I really hope the asteroid I'm looking for hasn't collided into anything. He muttered. Although it looked as if the asteroids in the belt were obediently orbiting around the star at the same velocity, Vase knew that a lot of collisions took place on a regular basis over time. If the hook-shaped asteroid that he was looking for happened to smash into another large obstacle, it could have broken apart or received a jolt that catapulted it out of its regular orbit. Although the odds of that happening to this particular rock was small, Vase was still worried that such a complication might have taken place. If he wasn't able to rely on the details he remembered to complete his objective, then his simple search would truly turn into the equivalent of finding a needle in a haystack. Come on, it has to be here somewhere. If he had more time and resources back then, he would have been able to arrange a more convenient hiding space. Yet because Vase was reaching the end of his mastery trip, he could only make do with burying most of the Timpala steel that the dwarves managed to bring out of Dasala X in a seemingly random space rock. It was the most secure choice he could make at the time. No one was bored enough to deep scan every single asteroid with powerful and expensive scanners in a star system, especially one centered around a worthless red dwarf. Vase found it rather ironic that an immensely valuable exotic such as Timpala steel could be found in the places that the most powerful players such as the Big Two routinely dismissed. Whether it was the Dasala system or the Trian system, only yokels bothered to rummage around these places. A silent beep sounded in his mind. His self-created sorting program found a probable match after running through the scans of thousands of asteroids. That quick, when Vase mentally called up the scanning data of the rock in question, he froze for a few seconds. It's the exact same rock. Now that he was able to look at the precise image, he no longer held any doubts. It was the same rock. Even after decades of tumbling around in this silent belt, the large rock only suffered a bunch of minor collisions. Perhaps its mass had been reduced by a bit and perhaps its edges looked a little differently from what he remembered, but he could still recognize enough unique craters and other distinctive marks to be 99.99% certain that he had stumbled upon his X. His body shook with excitement. He came close to boarding a shuttle straight away, but he quickly suppressed his impulse. He needed to keep his head cool. Just because he was close to his objective didn't mean it was already in the bag. He was most afraid of others fishing his prize just as he was about to take it into his possession. In order to obscure his goal and prevent any potential sneaky bastards from swooping in at the last second, Vase began to formulate a plan. He needed to retrieve the package in person. He trusted no one else for this job. He wanted to submit it to the system on the spot in order to minimize any problems that might occur after the Timpala steel was brought back to the spirit of Bentime. I need to move quickly, though. Eventually, he decided on a fairly simple but time-consuming plan. He instructed his subordinates to prepare a large shuttle and load it up with mining and drilling equipment. Vase then boarded it with a small entourage consisting of himself, Lucky and his honor guard. Head over to this asteroid. He instructed the honor guard who sat behind the helm today. We're going to dig a hole. Yes, sir. The well-trained Kinners didn't ask why Vase randomly wanted to go out to dig a hole in a worthless space rock in person. It wasn't their business to know these kinds of secrets. Their job was to protect him and bring him to safety if necessary. Meow. Lucky slapped his articulated tail against Vess's helmet. The cat was pretty annoyed at being pulled out of his cozy rest. Don't complain, Lucky. I need you by my side to guard against any eventualities that might happen. Meow meow. The shuttle ride proceeded slowly as if Vase wasn't in a hurry. When it finally reached an asteroid he designed earlier, the hatch opened up. Several guards brought out a heavy drilling machine and anchored the device on the surface of the space rock. The drilling machine was relatively simple, so the guards were easily able to set it up. Soon, it began to drill a hole through the surface. The diameter of the cavity was wide enough to fit a single soldier in heavy combat armor but not much more. Vase, who was wearing his unending regalia, stood patiently at the side while Lucky was randomly zipping around. This is going to take a while. Half an hour passed. They didn't just drill one hole, but several ones, each at different points on the surface of the asteroid. There was no rule or pattern to the digging. Vase had drawn random spots on the diagram and told his lackeys to drill the holes to a certain depth. Each time they completed the job, Vase floated through the narrow hole and poked around for 15 minutes while he activated all of his interference devices. He accomplished nothing of note and reached the surface without showing anything special. He then repeated this routine half a dozen more times before he was done with the asteroid. Pack up our gear. We're heading to the next asteroid. They continued to perform this monotonous operation on other random asteroids. Vase was sure that anyone who was paying attention to him was probably able to figure out that he was looking for something. Yet his behavior showed that he wasn't sure where his objective could be found. He could only perform a manual search by picking out the most likely candidates. So far, his search did not seem easy. He was slowly closing in on the right asteroid, though. The hook-shaped rock that was floating around peacefully amidst lots of other rocks continued to lure him closer. After mindlessly exploring 7 empty asteroids, a lot of time had already passed. Lucky yawned as Vase and his crew boarded the shuttle once again. Meow. I know it's a long day, but this is just a small ordeal. Please bear with it a while longer. Even Vase yawned after spending so long to keep up the charade. He still stuck with his plan, though. Once the shuttle pressed down on another asteroid, the honor guard brought out the drilling machine without any delay and began to drill at the first point that Vase had selected. When Vase stepped onto the surface of the hook-shaped asteroid, he did not show any excitement. He had deliberately suppressed all of his excitement by adopting a calm and more emotional mental mask. On the surface, he exhibited the same boredom and lack of confidence as before. Even Lucky was fooled by his subdued demeanor. Vase yawned again as he mindlessly watched his guards drill a hole at the wrong place. It was only when they were about to drill their fifth hole that Vase secretly became more alert. This time, the guards were drilling a hole in the deepest pit of the asteroid. Several decades ago, a possessed dwarven body had tunneled at this approximate location. The coordinates and the angle of the current drilling operation did not exactly coincide with the drilling operation of the past. Vase deliberately fudged the details a bit so that the drilling machine did not exactly bore through the hole made in the past. If that happened, the machine would encounter a lot less resistance than before. Though the chance was small, such an anomaly might get picked up by someone. "Let's go down again, Lucky," he said as the drilling machine had reached the specified depth. Meow. Vase and his cat floated down the freshly made hole. Once they reached the bottom, Vase activated his interference countermeasures. He not only made use of a couple of jammers, but also went as far as to call up his system comm in order to activate its privacy shield. This was the strongest form of signal blocking that he had at his disposal. He was confident that not even the MTA could penetrate through it unless one of its agents was really close. Meow. Lucky finally noticed that Vase was acting differently this time. Now that he was certain that no one could see through him, he finally dropped his act and grinned. "We're almost at the finish line, buddy. Just wait a while longer. I just need to dig a bit more." During his previous tunnel jaunts, he already developed a habit of digging in random directions with the help of a powerful handheld mining tool. Therefore, his current pattern did not deviate from the one he set before. Vase leveraged his implant to calculate the coordinates of his original stash so that he could figure out the direction of where he needed to dig. This way, he angled the mining tool at a downwards angle and steadily began to create a new hole. He was quite wary of accidentally damaging the container that may have degraded over time, so he did not dare to dig too fast. Eventually, he stumbled upon an empty pocket. He immediately halted his forward progress and instead worked to widen the hole in the area around his find. When a light shone through the newly made tunnel, a very familiar reinforced metal box rested on the other end. Its crude construction, low-quality materials looked so familiar that Vase had a feeling he had the illusion that he had just made it yesterday. To think that he had left this treasure box behind in a time before his birth. Meow. Lucky looked befuddled. "Be careful, let me handle what's inside. Its value is beyond measure." Right now, Vase was afraid that Lucky's hunger would get the better of him. A material such as Timpala steel should probably be an irresistible meal to the gluttonous gem cat. Vase was already prepared to launch Blinky in case Lucky wanted to take a bite. Seeing nothing drastic had happened, he moved through the tunnel and slowly reached the reinforced box. Before doing anything else, Vase deployed additional safeguards by unpacking a collection of sheets that was mounted to the rear of his unending regalia. He quickly built a simple metal hut around the tunnel that further helped with dampening and blocking signals. After making several cautious sweeps, which included throwing a pile of luminescent dust particles in the cavity to detect possible infiltrators, Vase finally felt secure enough to retrieve his prize. "Let's open this box." He drew out a multi-tool from his tool belt and began to cut through the reinforced container. Since it was made out of cheap third-class materials, it didn't take long for Vase to open his box. His eyes widened as he keenly looked through his helmet. The chunky material was neatly preserved inside the box. Even without scanning it, he recognized that it was the genuine article. Its appearance was an exact match to his memories and the passage of time had not affected it in the slightest. A huge weight lifted off his shoulders. He was afraid that the MTA or someone else managed to trace his route back then and dug up his stash ahead of time. It turned out that he had worried in vain. "It's finally within my reach." Chapter 3336, System Update. Vase did not delay any further. He grabbed hold of the Timpala steel with his gauntlets. Meow. Lucky finally discovered the remarkable nature of Timpala steel, but before he could dart in to have a bite, the strange material shimmered before the chunk dematerialized out of existence. Meow. There was no question what had happened. The system had finally acted and absorbed the ore that could be refined into the substance known as Timpala steel. Strangely enough, the system did not devour all of the ore. It apparently didn't need all of it and wasn't inclined to absorb any excess. Only a narrow sliver the size of a finger was left of this mysterious material. Meow. Lucky did not hesitate in the slightest. The cat did not ask for permission and darted forward in order to stuff the finger-sized chunk of ore through his gullet. Pure pleasure radiated from his body as he deposited the ore without even bothering to break it up with his teeth. That would take time which Vase could have used to pry it out of his maw. "Well, I'll let you get away with it this time." Vase scoffed at his pet's greedy behavior. "Let's consider this your compensation for all of the stuff you had to go through recently." Meow tilde, the cat's metallic exterior already began to ripple. This was an indication that his body was morphing as a response of what he had absorbed. Sure enough, Timpala steel is definitely not an average material. Lucky had eaten a great variety of exotics over the years. Average exotics no longer provided him with any measurable upgrades. Only the more powerful and special ones could upgrade his attributes and functions. The tremors quickly came to an end, though. Lucky did not look much different from before. Perhaps his exterior had turned a little paler than before, but the uncertainty level was too high to be sure about this change. Not enough, Vase judged. What Lucky obtained was doubtlessly useful to him in some way, but the crumbs left behind by the system hardly sated the cat's appetite. While the cat was enjoying his own little reward, Vase paid attention to what happened next. He mentally received a couple of brief messages despite not activating the system's interface. Congratulations for completing your first S-ranked supply mission. By fulfilling the sole objective of Material Supply 3, you have overcome difficult odds to source a pinnacle material. You have received 1 use of the Inventorize ability. You have received 10 golden lottery tickets. His eyes shone brighter as he finally obtained his long-awaited rewards. Though the rewards yielded by the golden lottery tickets were often random and unpredictable, Vase should have a decent chance of drawing a truly valuable prize with 10 drawing opportunities. Maybe it's too much for me to hope I'll get a reward akin to the Grand Dynamo, but whatever else I can get won't be too shabby hopefully. What Vase truly valued was the Inventorize ability. This allowed him to materialize and dematerialize a single possession. As a paranoid bastard, Vase was always afraid of losing access to his possessions. This ability suited him just fine. As long as no one was powerful enough to block or hinder this capability, he would always have a solution at hand. He had thought a lot about which valuable item he should use this reward for. The capability of being able to recall any possession should never be spent lightly. The first time he gained access to the Inventorize ability, he did not hesitate much before he used it on his system comm. There was no safer way to carry it, hide it and keep it hidden from organizations like the MTA than to store it in an intangible state. With that, Vase was much more assured he would be able to preserve his greatest secret. Now, he was faced with a new opportunity to turn another crucial possession into his inseparable loadout. Vase hadn't made up his mind yet. Despite months of mulling over this question, he had not come closer to a definite answer. My unending regalia is a rather obvious choice. Not only does it offer me protection against both material and spiritual attacks, but it can be enhanced through spiritual means due to the nature of its primary material. It can also protect me from exposure to hostile environments. Vase wasn't worried about the unending regalia becoming obsolete. Just like the ship of Theseus, as long as the overall object was the same, it did not matter if Vase updated its configuration over time. Only when it was completely destroyed would the Inventorize ability lose its target. This turned his unending regalia into an excellent investment if he prioritized defense and survival. What was even better was that the suit of armor consisted of a complete set of integrated systems and modules. It could do more than offer protection. It could also integrate scanners, incorporate a minifab, mount integrated weapons and so on. As long as it didn't take up too much space, Vase could stuff it with all kinds of useful goodies. It's a highly compelling choice, that's for sure. In fact, it would have been even better if Vase was able to inventorize an even greater machine such as a mech, an enormous bot or even an entire starship. However, the system wasn't that generous. Vase had already inquired about the limits of this reward. He couldn't go too far. The unending regalia was already on the large side, and it wasn't even that bulky compared to other suits of combat armor. The only reason why Vase hesitated to inventorize his unending regalia was because there were a couple of other compelling choices. The hammer of brilliance that he recently made housed his incarnation. Though it was not too remarkable at the moment, over time its continued exposure and growth alongside Vulcan would definitely turn it into an exceptional totem. The greater its power, the more difficult it was to retain it. While Vase was sure that he could accommodate Vulcan in another home, losing the hammer that was made out of scarce and priceless unending alloy would hurt a lot. In the long run, inventorizing the hammer of brilliance so that Vase would always have a hammer that had endless growth potential by his side. It was not only an invaluable tool for various production-related activities, but could also serve as a weapon in a pinch. Maybe its lethality was far behind the Amastendera, but it was a lot more foolproof. Maybe I should consider inventorizing the Larkinson Mandate as well. It was not only the core artifact of his clan, but also the home of the Golden Cat. Perhaps it was not an indispensable object to Vase, but it was of immeasurable value to the Larkinsons as a whole. However, Vase was more inclined to serve his immediate needs first. Both his unending regalia and his hammer of brilliance were much more important to his survival than a special book. After all, if he ever ended up in a personal crisis situation, he doubted he would be able to solve his problems by swinging around a big tome. Well, I can make up my mind later. Even if I make a suboptimal choice, I still have 4 more supply missions that I need to complete. It was at this time that Vase received another notification. The Mech designer system is currently undergoing an upgrade. During this time, it is inaccessible and not responsive to any commands. Thank you for your patience. A small presence in his awareness had dimmed. Vase could vaguely feel profound fluctuations taking place in another realm. Well, it doesn't look like it will wake up soon. This was another hopeful sign. The Timpala steel that Vase had just delivered to the system had to be a powerful supplement for it to take an extended break to integrate this extraordinary material. Vase was deeply curious about the properties of Timpala steel. What did the system seek to gain from it? He doubted it was because it wanted to obtain a tougher shell. Oh well, since I'm unlikely to get my hands on any more of this material, it doesn't matter too much. After Vase made sure he completed his objective, he began to clean up the site. Lucky, meow. Lucky slowly woke up from the bliss of his surprisingly fantastic snack. Vase pointed at the empty metal box. Eat, meow. I said eat. I need you to get rid of the evidence. Lucky made an ugly hacking motion. Meow meow, I know it tastes like crap to you, but I need every trace of this box gone. I can't bring it out of this hole and I can't destroy it with my weapons either. If I fire at it with my Amastendera, I'll just vaporize it, which will cause a lot of particles to spread around. I can't afford to leave such traces behind. Only you can make it disappear entirely. Meow www. His cat looked aggrieved again. Remember who brought you here and allowed you to eat a precious substance in the first place. This is a material that even the system was greedy for. You've eaten the meat, now it's time for you to eat your veggies. It took a bit of time, but Lucky eventually did what was necessary. Tears seemed to leak from Lucky's eyes as he begrudgingly ate the low-quality metal container until there was nothing left. He felt as if he had been downgraded to a garbage disposal bot. Vase and his cat soon emerged out of the hole while looking hardly any different from before. Though Lucky's mood was more subdued, Vase did not exhibit any evidence that he had completed his long-awaited objective. Let's go drill another hole, he instructed even though it was completely redundant. An hour passed by as Vase suppressed his happiness and continued to act out his charade. The more holes he drilled, the smaller the chance that someone would find anything suspicious when they retraced his activities in this asteroid belt. Vase began to yawn again as he looked forward to ending this exhausting but incredibly fruitful day. Just as he thought about leaving this damned star sector and completing his journey to the Beander Gate, a sudden development occurred. Sir, an asteroid several 100,000 kilometers away has exploded. Vase looked puzzled as he responded to the emergency notification. Did something hit the asteroid? It's not an artificial explosion. We are detecting powerful energy emissions. Wait, we've detected the emergence of a starship. It appears that the vessel has been hiding in this asteroid belt for an extended period of time. What? Vase signaled his honor guard to abort the drilling. They quickly brought back the heavy gear to the shuttle while Vase and Lucky entered as well. As the shuttle was making a beeline back to the Spirit of Bentime, Vase received further updates about the unveiled presence. He even received a live feed from a long-ranged optical sensor. It displayed a small frigate with typical Vulcanite design characteristics. TCH. More dwarves. Will I ever get rid of them? Vase exasperatingly said. He did not even want to wait any further to assess why this dwarven frigate was here or whether she posed a threat. Vase dialed General Verl. Your orders, sir. Tell Venerable Stark to bring out the Amaranto and fire her most powerful shot at this unknown frigate. Don't shoot to disable. Destroy the ship utterly. I don't want any crew or module to remain intact. Are you sure, sir? A single dwarven sub-capital ship poses no threat to our fleet, especially at this distance. Just do it, Vase insisted. Though Venerable Stark hadn't gone out to patrol, she and her fellow expert pilots had always remained on standby during this quiet but sensitive time. It only took 3 minutes for the Amaranto to launch into space. It did not fly too far away and only sought to find a position where it could gain an uninterrupted firing angle on the distant frigate. Though the distance was rather extreme, it was still doable for a precise expert rifleman mech to hit a frigate-sized vessel. Venerable Stark had to take her time to aim though. She minutely adjusted the precision aiming mechanisms of her expert mech in order to ensure the angle of fire was exactly right. Even a microscopic deviation was enough for her attack to miss by several kilometers. Once she judged that her aim was true, she mentally pulled the trigger. A full-powered resonance-enhanced laser beam soared forward at the speed of light and almost instantly struck the bow of the distant dwarven frigate. Yet when the beam faded, the ship was completely intact. That's impossible. Wait, we're detecting a new source of emissions. It's a mech. The long-ranged optical sensor detected that the Amaranto's powerful laser attack had been blocked by a resonance shield. Vase immediately grew suspicious. Though the distance was too far to capture more detailed readings, his instincts became increasingly more unsettled the more he looked at the feed. This mech, the more the image cleared up, the more Vase and every other observer was able to get a glimpse at the dwarven machine. It's an expert mech, and not a cheap one considering how easily it blocked the Amaranto's attack. It doesn't appear to carry a physical shield. It must be an offensive expert mech. Is it stronger than the Gatekeeper? Ves's panic suddenly spiked. That's not an expert mech. That's an ace mech. Chapter 3337. A greater height. Vase never encountered an ace pilot and ace mech before in his entire life. Back when he lived in the Bright Republic, these existences were too powerful and distant to the likes of him. They only showed up occasionally in second-rate states, but even then they were treated as the trump cards and the crown jewels of their respective people. Whereas an average citizen still had the opportunity to get in touch with an expert pilot if they tried hard or if they were lucky, ace pilots were too grand and special for others to approach. The descriptions that Vase had read about ace pilots was that they were much more closer to gods than humans. There was no way that anyone could mistake them as average and that they were noticeably less bound by human constraints and conventions than normal. Their willpower was legendary, and it took an unimaginable amount of struggle and introspection for them to rise above the height of other expert pilots. They were so driven to pursue their goals, ideals or convictions that not even reality could stop them from fulfilling what they perceived to be their duty. They were living saints, inhuman warriors and soldiers whose excellence put them close to the apex of human society no matter their origins or background. Each of them possessed an incomparably honored status in the Mech Trade Association. Should they ever feel disgusted or become alienated with the states they originally owed their loyalty to, ace pilots always had the option to become a part of one of the big two, which would completely propel them to entirely new heights. It was because of the latter that cultivating and keeping ace pilots into service was incredibly challenging. Third-rate states simply couldn't afford the resources required to commission and maintain a powerful ace mech. Even second-rate states were enormously burdened by the huge amount of requirements they had to fulfill in order to retain a small group of ace pilots. Yet it was worth it. To those who could afford the enormous expense and trouble, the value of an ace pilot equipped with a fitting ace mech was immeasurable, both on and off the battlefield. In times of peace, an ace pilot was a national symbol, a hero beyond compare and a model that every mech pilot in a state aspired to follow. No one knew how to pilot mechs and fight with them better than an ace pilot. Their piloting skills were so inhumanly powerful that they could even guide the training of expert pilots. This meant that the expert pilots who managed to obtain the tutelage of a saint faced fewer bottlenecks and could potentially save years of groping around in the dark. Ultimately, this led to a collective increase of strength in the high-level combat strength of an entire state. It was not incorrect to say that a single ace pilot was the strongest contributing factor to enabling the rise of high-tier expert pilots. This was also the main reason why Patriarch Reginald Cross was close to advancing to ace pilot himself. The tutelage and training provided by his father played an indispensable role in his relatively rapid advancement. Yet no matter how close he was to becoming an ace pilot, the enormous wall in front of him couldn't be overcome with just a casual push. There was a vast difference in strength between high-tier expert pilots and the freshest ace pilot. What was more horrible was that once an individual managed to succeed where thousands if not tens of thousands of expert pilots had failed, their impressive qualifications enabled them to enjoy a rapid period of development right afterwards, causing their effective combat strength to soar in a single decade. Once they became a half-god, it would be a long time before they encountered another bottleneck. While junior ace pilots were noticeably weaker than senior ace pilots, properly speaking both of them still belonged to the same broad tier. Whereas senior mech designers had to struggle immensely in order to realize their design philosophies, a junior ace pilot only needed a good ace mech and a good training environment to slowly work to becoming a senior ace pilot. Once they reached this point, a senior ace pilot had become one of the foremost mech pilots of human civilization. Since god pilots almost never showed their might in human-to-human conflicts, ace pilots were the pinnacle soldiers that states could deploy in their wars. Even then, ace pilots rarely intervened and only fought the battles that truly mattered. The loss of each one was incomparably painful. Not only would their fall inflict a huge morale blow to friendly troops, but it would also deprive a state of a high-tier expert pilot training machine. This led to a custom where ace pilots were treated in a similar fashion to weapons of mass destruction. They were too destructive and risky to deploy in battle, so they were most often used as a form of deterrence. The existence of a sufficient number of ace pilots was often enough for a losing state to give its opposition some scruples. A state or organization with an ace pilot is a completely different beast. There were many reasons for that, but just their amazing combat power was enough to upend the equation of many battles. When the expeditionary fleet initially discovered that an unknown dwarven frigate and dwarven ace mech had emerged from hiding and aggressively accelerated closer, every human panicked. Even though an ace mech was just a single machine, no one dared to take it lightly. The emergence of the dwarven frigate at this time was obviously not a coincidence. The fact that this new group was heading directly towards the intruding human visitors did not bode well for the latter. No one had forgotten that Vase had essentially triggered the collapse of the Vulcan Empire and the deaths of a huge number of dwarven citizens. How could a Vulcanite ace pilot ever stand by when the culprit responsible for ruining his or own state happened to be so close? Even from a distance of over 100,000 kilometers away, Vase could faintly feel an intense hostility directly pressing on his heart. "We need to get out of here. We're evacuating towards the nearest Lagrange point, but our larger and slower vessels can't exceed the acceleration of an ace mech in a frigate-class vessel. According to our current estimates, the unknown enemies will enter our defensive envelope 40 minutes before our main vessels can jump out of this star system. Only our faster and smaller sub-capital ships can evacuate safely. Then transfer our civilians as well as any non-essential personnel we can spare to these swift boats and get them out of here first. We'll strain their life support systems if we do that, sir. They can't take on too many passengers without performing time-consuming modifications. Then put them into vac suits and transfer additional supplies over to them. Be creative. This is an emergency right now and we can't risk our civilians." The entire expeditionary fleet was scrambling due to the appearance of a single mech. It sounded absolutely ridiculous for the Golden Skull Alliance to become so spooked by a single machine, but this was no joke. Even if the enemy ace mech wouldn't be able to beat tens of thousands of mechs, it could certainly wipe out a huge chunk of the fleet in the process. When a shuttle speedily returned to the Spirit of Bentime, Vase and Lucky raced to the bridge. Every ship in the fleet had entered red alert. Alarms were ringing through the corridors and red lights flashed as if to emphasize the urgency of the moment. For now, the expeditionary fleet considered the current threat to be no weaker than the feral punitive fleet they fought off earlier. How strong is an ace mech? I have no idea. I heard they can fight against 1,000 mechs at once. Peef. Just 1,000. Try at least 10 times as much. I've heard stories where they wiped out entire mech armies by themselves. That's only under ideal circumstances where the ace mech is able to force the enemy to fight on its terms. Not many Larkinsons possessed a clear idea on the actual combat performance of ace mechs. This was a deficiency in knowledge that couldn't be helped. Though ace pilots and ace mechs were famed and admired throughout human space, much of the public information about them was too general. Even the footage of ace mechs in action hardly clarified anything. They just existed to propagandize the saints and make them look cool. Vase wasn't any better off. The mech design universities didn't teach anything about ace mechs because the chance that any graduate would ever get to work with them was too minuscule. This kind of high-end knowledge simply wasn't accessible to Vase and everyone else in the Larkinson clan. This was a potentially fatal flaw. Knowing your enemy was extremely crucial in finding a way to beat it. Without knowing the properties of an ace mech, Vase couldn't be sure what measures he needed to take to defeat such a monstrous opponent. Fortunately, the Larkinson clan wasn't alone. Marshal Ariadne Woden, Patriarch Reginald Cross, we need to talk on an emergency channel. Vase shouted in a priority channel as he continued on his way to the bridge. The current crisis situation did not provide him with the luxury to calmly talk about the current issue. Every minute counted as the enemy at the rear continued to close in at a steady rate. Once Vase reached the bridge and sat on his observer's seat, he set up a privacy screen and accepted an impromptu conference call between the other leaders of the Golden Skull Alliance. He quickly noted that Patriarch Reginald had brought along Professor Benedict as well. He didn't mind the added presence as a senior mech designer most certainly possessed a greater insight on ace mechs. Together with Patriarch Reginald's second-hand information on ace pilots, the duo from the Cross clan definitely knew more about their current opponent than anyone else in the fleet. You did it again, Vase. You provoked another powerful enemy. Professor Benedict tiredly sighed. Vase felt quite miserable about that. How could he know that a frigate carrying an invaluable ace mech had been hiding in this asteroid belt for months if not years just to see whether someone would come and sniff around? There was definitely something fishy about this, but the immediate crisis was too acute for him to get distracted about these superfluous topics. We don't have much time, so let's put the non-essential matters aside. Vase said with a touch of urgency in his voice. What can you tell me about the enemy closing in on our heels? You don't want to fight against a proper ace mech, Reginald said with a grave expression. His eyes turned gloomy as he thought about the distant enemy. Even I don't want to fight against this dwarven machine. The gap in strength is too big. Vase looked a bit shocked. He always saw the Cross Patriarch as a glory hound obsessed with challenging strong opponents to stimulate a breakthrough. Another powerful enemy had come to his doorstep now, but instead of accepting the challenge like usual, Reginald resolutely refused to contemplate the idea of fighting an ace mech. Are ace mechs truly that strong? The three older people in the conference call shared deep glances with each other. You have no idea, Patriarch Vase. Marshal Ariadne shook her head and broke the silence. In the Komodo War, the ace mechs of the Friday Coalition or the Hexadric Hegemony only took action a handful of times so far. Each time they acted on their opponents, an ocean of mechs fell without inflicting any harm. Not even a whole mech division has a chance of victory against such powerful machines. This is no longer an opponent where overwhelming numbers can ensure victory. The pressure on Vase grew heavier now that he became a little more aware how dreadful it was to be targeted by an ace mech. Chapter 3338, The Mountain Hammer, Meow. Lucky nervously crawled onto the shoulder pad of the unending regalia. Against armored infantry or a lone mech, the cat was confident he could fight them off. Resisting an expert mech or an ace mech was another matter, though. Extraordinary mechs possessed too many advantages over Lucky. Not only did the machines enjoy a powerful scale advantage, the addition of expert pilots or ace pilots resulted in a powerful synergistic relationship where they could leverage awesome powers that were no less impressive than Lucky's capabilities. The Gem Cat's powerful phasing abilities allowed him to pass through any solid obstacles, but the resonance shields of extraordinary mechs gave him no chance to sneak into a cockpit and assassinate the pilot. In fact, even if their resonance shields broke, expert pilots could still sense a presence like Lucky sneaking around. As long as they expended some effort, they could launch a powerful attack that could certainly overpower the cat's defenses. If Lucky happened to become an enormous mechanical monstrosity that was at least the size of a mech, then he might be able to put up a decent fight, but he was currently the size of a common housecat. Even if miniaturization was amazing, there were hard limits to how much power could be stuffed in a limited volume. Lucky needed to go through an exponentially greater amount of development to even match up against the likes of an expert mech. Hey, don't panic. We'll try and get out of this. There's still a bit of distance between us and the enemy. Vase reached out and gently patted his pet. He continued to listen carefully as the crossers gave Vase a brief overview on what made ace mechs different from lesser machines. I won't speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel much about ace mechs. My mech designer can tell you more about them. Patriarch Reginald gruffly said, what I can tell you is that ace pilots are irresistible. You can still kill them if they are not in their mechs, but that never happens for obvious reasons. The MTA would never let anyone get away with assassinating an ace pilot. As long as its investigators employed their full technological capabilities to investigate a suspicious death, the culprits and the ones who ordered the hits would get exposed sooner or later. Though Vase heard sporadic rumors over the galactic net that some people managed to get away with such a horrible deed, it only ever happened in the galactic center where the technology level was high enough to frustrate the MTA's search capabilities. Patriarch Reginald continued his explanation. As for when they are piloting their ace mechs, that is when they truly unlock their strength. An ace pilot's will is so grand and heavy that a saint can only leverage his complete potential with the help of an incredibly strong medium. Once his condition is met, the result is a combination where something close to a god has descended onto the battlefield. That was quite a bombastic description, but it was too vague for Vase. What he needed wasn't fairy tales, but solid data. Can you be more concrete on how powerful ace pilots can be? He asked. For example, can you give us a quick estimate on whether our current lineup of mechs and expert mechs can defeat the ace mech? Much to his relief, none of the others answered that it was impossible. That meant there was still a chance. We roughly know our own strength. Marshal Ariadne stated. That is not enough for us to determine whether our chances of defeating the enemy ace mech are realistic. Similar to expert pilots, there is a broad range of ace pilots that can range from strong to almost invincible. None of them are weak, mind you, but as long as their ace mechs aren't too exaggerated and haven't progressed too much, it may be possible to take them down, but only at a ruinous cost. While the Glory Seeker leader talked, Vase just received a critical report from the Black Cats. Sorry to interrupt you, but our intelligence service has just obtained critical intelligence about the ace mech that just showed up. According to our investigation, the ace mech is a known machine in the Vulcan Empire. It is the Olympus Mons, a famed hammer-wielding ace mech piloted by Saint Yul'America, the Mountain Hammer. She once served in the elite 5th Imperial Giants Mech Regiment, which is one of the honor guard units that is responsible for protecting the Grand Regent of the Vulcan Empire. Everyone's eyes widened. This was an incomparably great identity. It was natural for the head of state or head of government of a powerful second-rate state to enjoy the highest degree of protection. As long as an ace pilot was loyal enough, he or she would not look down on guarding the highest leader of a state. According to the intelligence brief that Vase received, the 5th Imperial Giants was not just one of the Grand Regent's protection duties, but also enjoyed a rich tradition. It was one of the best-performing units in the rebellion and had always been based in the Erebran province, the center of power of the entire Vulcan Empire. The reason why this mech regiment was called the Imperial Giants was because they were one of the few units that had been given the privilege of becoming the honored guards of the Emperor of the Dwarven State shortly after its founding. Of course, since the Vulcan Empire's throne was empty, the Imperial Giants defaulted to protecting whoever occupied the office of Grand Regent. If she's one of the big Dwarven chief's personal bodyguards, then what is she doing here? Marshal Ariadne asked. With the Vulcan Empire assaulted on all sides, shouldn't this Dwarven saint? The report states that Saint Yul'America and her Olympus Mons disappeared from the Erebran province almost 11 years ago. Could they have been staying on that Dwarven frigate that camouflaged herself as an asteroid for all of this time? Reginald questioned with a frown. If that was true, then the patience and dedication that this so-called Mountain Hammer showed was certainly superhuman. Let's get back to the question at hand. Vase said, how strong is an ace mech? How strong is the Olympus Mons? For now, it doesn't appear to be able to threaten us, but it will be a different story once it comes close enough to put its hammer to use. Can we repel it by bombarding it with all of our ranged mechs? Unlikely. Patriarch Reginald shook his head. In the Garland Empire, it is a well-known rule that ordinary mech pilots should never bother to attack ace mechs. The reason for that is the domain field that these powerful machines can project in an area around their frames. What can this field do, exactly? Domain fields, or Saint Kingdoms as they are sometimes referred to, are superpowered resonance fields that can stretch across kilometers. Ace pilots have much greater control of what goes on in their territory. They can easily block or weaken a massive amount of incoming ordnance because they all have to go through the target's domain field first. The effectiveness of the domain field is not low, so a single ace mech can easily block the attacks of entire mech divisions even if they aren't oriented towards defense. There are still limits to how long an ace pilot can keep up a domain field. Marshal Ariadne added, the issue is that they can potentially sustain their domain fields for hours. Resonance-empowered attacks launched by expert pilots can deplete them a lot faster, but the differences in strength are too great most of the time. Besides, we only have a single ranged expert mech at our disposal. That was bad news. The existence of something as strong and ridiculous as a domain field provided ace mechs with the capital to massacre tens of thousands of regular mechs while using their superior defenses and mobility to retain their initiative. No amount of regular mechs could stop these potent machines from pushing through their attacks or withdrawing if a powerful response was about to arrive. Patriarch Reginald sighed. Let me give you a bit of context, Patriarch Vase. Are expert pilots strong, you think? Sure. According to a resonance meter, an expert pilot measures from 1 to 67 lavares. An ace pilot measures between 67 to 1545 lavares. In practice, no ace pilot will stay under 100 lavares for long. Their strength will quickly outpace that of an expert pilot to such a degree that each and every saint can crush dozens of venerables. This is why expert pilots are weak. Vase shuddered underneath his unending regalia. Do you really see yourself as weak? That is how I always saw myself. Patriarch Reginald replied in a ridiculing tone. Expert pilots are only strong to normal people. At our level, my fellow expert pilots and I are practically children. Our ability to leverage our will to produce true resonance looks impressive at first, but it is actually too weak and crude. Our proud resonance shields and resonance abilities are poor copies of the real deal. It is only at the level of an ace pilot that the laws of reality can finally be overridden by the laws mastered by the individual saints. This was a new concept that Vase had never heard of. This was genuine high-end information that only a select group of people knew about. Some of the traits about domain fields sounded similar to how he and his design spirits employed their own domains. However, they weren't capable of overriding one law for another. When an expert pilot advances to ace pilot, his strongest combat means and the skills he has mastered the most will become sublimated into something greater. Reginald said, for example, a swordswoman such as Venerable Dice will undoubtedly develop a domain field that is at least based around swords. They've moved beyond the level of mere specialties or techniques. They've evolved into that pilot's personal kingdom, a field where he can exert his strongest attacks with much greater strength, variety and control than before. This is already close to how actual god pilots fight. Vase understood the gist of the cross-patriarch's message. To put it simply, expert pilots were merely upgraded versions of regular mech pilots. They were powerful to be sure, but they still possessed many of the weaknesses of mortal pilots. They were the equivalent of children who could pretend they were as strong as their parents, but in practice they just fumbled around with their toys. Ace pilots were above this level. They grew up into their teens or early adolescence and could already perform some of the more simple tasks of adults. They had already made significant strides to transitioning into a transcendent life form that their force of will already carried the power of a god in some ways. The more Vase learned about ace mechs, the less confidence he held that his fleet could repel the approaching dwarven ace mech. Massed numbers no longer appeared to be as helpful. The only available options that might truly cause this monster to pause was to employ his expert mechs or his battle formations. Soon, Vase received another notification. One of our scouting bots just came close enough to perform a reliable measurement on the resonance strength Olympus Mons. The readings currently average at 647 lavares. Everyone looked heavy while Patriarch Reginald's eyes widened. Out of everyone, he knew what this meant most of all. This was already 11 times more lavares than what the cross-patriarch was able to reach with his Bolvar Rage. Yet that was a misleading comparison. The lavare scale was not linear but more complex. In practice, the Olympus Mons was at least 100 times stronger than the Bolvar Rage depending on the criteria. The former could easily crush a company of expert mechs while only incurring light damage at most. That was why ace mechs were often considered to be the equivalent of weapons of mass destruction. There was just no stopping them once they unleashed their awe-inspiring might. Vase softly gulped. As an ace mech who measures at 647 lavares an opponent that we can even resist. Chapter 3339. True friends. With each minute that passed, the oppression that the Olympus Mons exerted on the expeditionary fleet increased. Despite the immense distance at this time, everyone felt as if they were being chased by an indomitable bear that kept gaining on them. As long as the powerful monster finally caught up, their bodies would easily get torn apart by just a single bear slap. Of course, the running humans did not give up their chances of survival. While they were fleeing, some of the humans started to fire their weapons at the looming threat. Even if the hide of the bear was too thick to suffer any damage from these attacks, there was always a chance that it might help. This was what happened right now. While the Golden Skull Alliance was preparing its faster ships to escape ahead of time, the ranged mechs of the Larkinson clan had already begun to fire back at the approaching threat. It was extremely difficult to achieve a high hit rate at this distance. Energy weapon discharges such as laser beams exhibited the highest degree of accuracy, while physical weapons such as Gauss rifles were much less reliable at extreme ranges. Even so, none of the transcendent punishers, eternal redemptions and bright warriors armed with ranged weapons dared to slacken off too much. Ammunition and energy cells could easily be replenished later on. Lives could never be restored once they were lost. Commander Melkor of the Avatars of Myth, Commander Xianxia of the Penitent Sisters, Commander Cinnabar of the Battle Criers, Commander Casella of the Living Sentinels and so on were all exhorting their own subordinates to shoot at the closing dwarven ace mechs as if they were in the middle of an apocalypse. Don't get paralyzed by fear. Just shoot as fast as your weapon systems can handle. That enormous resonance shield projected by the ace mech looks impressive but probably costs the ace pilot a huge amount of effort to maintain. As long as we drain its energy, the ace mech won't be as scary anymore. So what if we're about to die? Our deaths will have meaning as long as we achieve an important goal. Right now, we must buy enough time for our civilians and other clansmen to evacuate from this star system. This dwarven frigate can't chase all of our starships, especially if we split up. Most of us might not make it out of this star sector alive, but our clan shall definitely live on due to our valor today. Resisting against a single ace mech was the greatest challenge that every mech pilot in the clan had faced up until now. They were so horrified that hardly anyone thought they could get out alive. Fortunately, they were trained and disciplined enough to maintain their composure. They clung onto their duty like a lifeline and did their best to fire their weapons if possible. Even the melee mech pilots such as the Sword Maidens prepared themselves for a suicidal charge. No matter how invincible the opponent seemed, they would never give up without a fight. Our sacrifice will have meaning. Fight not for your lives, but for the lives of our fellow clansmen. We are soldiers. This is the time for you to discover what it truly means to serve. Though General Verl was glad that the Larkinson army held up so far, he feared that this was only a temporary condition. Once the Olympus Mons came close enough to envelop its opponents into its domain field, it would be hard for any mech pilot to remain brave when they were being crushed by the ace pilot's enormous will. When Verl took a look at what the other mechs in the fleet were doing, he began to frown. Why are you hesitating? So far, only the mechs of the Larkinson clan opened fire. The Glory Seekers and the Cross clan had yet to take action against the approaching dwarves. The roughly 10,000 mercenary mechs that guarded the outer perimeter of the fleet did not take action either. During his emergency discussion with the other leaders of the Alliance, Vase couldn't help but bring up these points. From what I've heard so far, the domain fields of ace pilots are almost impossible to overwhelm through massed regular attacks, but it should still be possible. If you guys join in on the attack, we stand a better chance at overwhelming the Olympus Mons. Neither Marshal Ariadne nor Patriarch Reginald provided an immediate answer. It was clear to the both of them that the surprised dwarf enemy was primarily interested in attacking Vase and maybe his clan. They were the primary culprits behind the Vulcan Empire's rapid collapse. As for them, they were accessories as worst and bystanders as best. There was no way the Vulcanites held the same degree of animosity towards them as Vase. Their prospects of survival were actually much greater as a consequence, provided that they split up immediately and distanced themselves from the Larkinson clan right away. Ves's mood darkened as he saw this response. Though his allies hadn't said no, they were considering it. He had learned a long time ago that times like these tested whether he could truly count on his friends and allies. This was also why he held high respect for people like the Sword Maidens. They had faced these kinds of circumstances with the Larkinson clan before and always stayed true to their oaths and loyalties. His trust in them was ironclad. As for the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan, it appeared their willingness to share the misfortunes of the Larkinson clan was not as absolute. Professor Benedict decided to enlighten Vase about an important detail. The mercenary organizations that you've hired to defend the fleet against attackers will not act this time. A standard mercenary contract stipulates many exceptional circumstances where the contractors are not obliged to fulfill their normal duties. Squaring off against a hostile ace mech will definitely trigger a force majeure clause. There is absolutely no way that mech pilots for hire are willing to die for something as trivial as money. Damn it, Vase gritted his teeth. You can never count on mercenaries when you need them the most. Even the larger and more powerful mercenary organizations still shared the same flaws as their smaller cousins. None of their mech pilots were truly willing to die for a cause that was greater than themselves. They only truly cared about earning as much money as possible while keeping their lives intact. As long as either of these conditions could no longer be met, they could no longer be counted upon to perform their services. Vase did not bother to ask Shetterin to persuade the mercenaries to help the expeditionary fleet out for this reason. No matter how much money the clan was willing to throw at them, nothing was more important than preserving their lives and company assets. He let out a deep sigh. Then what about you two? Can I count on the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan to abide by their commitments? He did not want to play any games at the moment. He wanted to know straight away if the Golden Skull Alliance actually meant something to them or if they were too selfish to rely upon in the long term. Patriarch Reginald was as direct as ever. He did not agonize over the decision. The Cross clan shall always meet its commitment. The Larkinson clan is our ally and our comrade in arms. We have fought against Ace Mechs before. The Olympus Mons shall have to resist our fire as well if it wants to destroy the Larkinson clan. Of course, the last time the Cross clan fought a proper battle against an Ace Mech, St. Hemington Cross was still alive back then. The Crossers were far from being able to resist another Ace Mech now that they were only a shadow of their former glory. That made Vase appreciate Cross Patriarch's decisive commitment even more. Expert pilots were difficult to work with on some matters, but there were times where their honor and their decisiveness worked out in his favor. It was not for nothing that high-level expert pilots made for awful politicians. Vase grinned. Thank you, Patriarch Reginald. Your willingness to share our pressure is much appreciated. Our clan will certainly remember this favor and hold your people in higher regard. The Cross clan was undoubtedly placing a bet on the Larkinson clan, but Vase didn't mind. Their relationship would certainly grow closer as long as they were able to survive this disaster. Seeing that Patriarch Reginald made such a reckless but potentially rewarding choice, Marshal Ariadne could not continue to stall for time. She needed to make a split-second choice while taking various interests into account. She not only needed to choose what was best for Gloriana, the Woden dynasty and the Hexadric hegemony, but also her own troops. The Glory Seekers are Hexers, the older woman said with a sardonic smile. We have never shirked our duty. Our people have fought and died against plenty of overwhelmingly powerful opponents in the Komodo War. We are no strangers to fighting against impossible odds. Thank you, Marshal. Vase sincerely expressed his thanks. The assistance of your troops is much appreciated. I owe you a favor as well. I am quite aware that I've been dragging you into a danger of my own making once again. Strictly speaking, you don't need to help my clan, but your willingness to do so warms my heart. I will definitely repay my debt to you both. The two allies acted quickly now that their leaders gave their word. The ranged mechs of the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan opened fire at the distant enemy. Their entry into this heavily lopsided battle not only raised the morale of the Larkinsons, but also gave everyone a greater illusion that they might be able to fight their way out of this crisis. As for the mechs deployed by the mercenaries, they distinctly distanced themselves from the Golden Skull Alliance. While the mercenary vessels still matched the pace and heading of the expeditionary fleet, their current pattern of behavior made it clear that they would not do anything to hinder the Dwarven Ace Mech from completing its objective. Whether the addition of the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan made any difference, Vase didn't know. All he could do was to hope that the additional weight of fire would cause the Olympus Mons to crumble before it reached its objective. While the Golden Skull Alliance did its best to chip away at the defenses of the enemy Ace Mech, the emergency meeting moved on to analyzing its combat capabilities. Vase briefly smiled. Our intelligence analysts have gathered additional data on the Olympus Mons, most of which is public but some of it is not as obvious. He projected rare footage of the Olympus Mons back when it was still in service in the Ereborn province. As an aggressive state, the Vulcan Empire loved its parades. It frequently used these events to strengthen the national pride of the dwarves and reinforce their sense of superiority over the tall folk. Vase displayed a short clip that had been recorded more than a decade ago where the Olympus Mons demonstrated the might of an Ace Mech in front of an audience of high-ranking provincial dignitaries. The distinctive rust-red coating of the Olympus Mons was instantly recognizable. The larger-than-average dwarven mech wielded an enormous, two-handed maul as it flew towards a fleet carrier. The capital ship was only 1.9 kilometers long and was built in the early days of the Vulcan Empire. By the time of the recording, the dwarven fleet carrier was already hopelessly out of date. Though the decommissioned military vessel could have been sold to the private sector for a lot of hammers, the Grand Regent decided to employ it for a more worthwhile purpose. Saint Yulamerka resonated with her powerful Ace Mech. Her strong and unique bond with her partner machine allowed them both to evoke a much stronger version of true resonance. An entire sphere around the ace mech became enveloped with light and pressure, causing the audience of provincial officials to gasp. The Olympus Mons raised its hammer. Though the heavy maul looked large enough to smash any mech to pieces, it was still hopelessly small compared to the size of a 1.9-kilometer-long fleet carrier. Yet as the famed mountain hammer kept resonating more and more with her mech, this enormous hammer began to glow brighter and brighter in orange until a large energy manifestation ballooned from the physical weapon. Soon, an enormous orange energy hammer had emerged above the Olympus Mons. The weapon stretched for over a kilometer long and looked far more threatening and powerful than any of the energy manifestations evoked by the Larkinson clan's battle formation. Ship break strike. The giant orange hammer struck the fleet carrier, transferring an enormous amount of kinetic energy and creating an impact that was no less than getting rammed by another capital ship. The entire fleet carrier's side not only caved in, but the rest of her strong and sturdy metal hull cracked and shattered as if she was a broken vase. Tons of metal debris flung out in each direction as the broken, bent and utterly ruined hull of a military capital ship drifted away from the Olympus Mons. At the time, this display was explicitly meant to reinforce the power of the Grand Regent over the provincial governors. Now, it gave the leaders of the Golden Skull Alliance a pretty good impression that nothing in their arsenal could withstand the Dwarven Ace Mech's mountain blows. Chapter 3340. Mustering courage. Commander Melkor did not know much about what Vase and the leaders of the Golden Skull Alliance were talking about, but evidently they were actually thinking about fighting an Ace Mech. This was an incredibly dangerous course of action, though the sudden appearance of a powerful Vulcanite mech did not signal good tidings for the expeditionary fleet. If they did nothing, they were liable to get destroyed anyway. The Larkinsons were proactive by nature and did not like to place their destiny in other people's hands. Instead of kneeling in front of a dwarven enemy and begging for mercy, Melkor and many other Larkinson soldiers would rather keep their backs straight and resist their inevitable doom. Against a threat that was more overwhelming than anything that Melkor had confronted up until now, his pride, dignity and responsibility as a leader did not allow him to falter. We have beaten warships. We have beaten dark gods. We have beaten professional mech militaries. An ace mech is not much stronger in comparison. The good news is that it is alone. Don't worry about anything else. Just summon up your courage and do your best to wear down its defenses. As individuals, we are not a match against an ace mech. Together, even saints can fall at our hand. For the clan. Ranged mech companies, invoke the illustrious one. It looks like the enemy ace mech is burdened by the need to defend its mothership, so do not worry about missing. Ever since the avatars of myth developed their own crooked method of activating a battle formation, they had developed it further. First, they were only able to invoke the Golden Cat. She was the easiest design spirit to invoke as every Larkinson was already bonded to her by definition. If that wasn't enough, the bright warriors they piloted also carried her presence. The Golden Cat's greatest boons were her effect on morale and her ability to allow for a certain degree of skill sharing. This had many useful applications and was adaptable in many situations. Melkor knew that this was not enough, though. There were many more design spirits at the Larkinson clan's disposal and several possessed strong and distinct specialties that synergized better with certain roles. Since invoking specific design spirits was not only challenging, but also depended a lot on alignment and fit, an avatar mech pilot could not call upon any of them. It just wasn't doable. For this reason, Melkor and his staff decided to give his mech pilots the choice to specialize in invoking only a couple of them at most. Spreading themselves too thin would do them little good. It was much better for the avatars to spend their time deepening their understanding and connection to the most useful and compatible design spirits. Night mech pilots specialized in invoking xianxia, which fit their inclinations extremely well most of the time. Lancer mech pilots did not have a clear choice at the moment, so their choices were largely based on preference and fit. Some chose to invoke Lufa in order to clear their minds of any distractions. Others chose xianxia in order to increase their odds of survival upon the dangerous moment of impact. A few even threw themselves onto Bravo. The ranged mech pilots of the avatars of myth all settled for the illustrious one. Since none of the bright warriors were armed with Gauss rifles or other physical weapons at the moment, there weren't any other viable alternatives at the moment. It was not easy to get started with the illustrious one. It was an entity modeled after a sentient alien race that was quite weird to say the least. The avatars who chose to bond with the illustrious one persisted, though. They only needed to rewatch the footage of the Amaranto in action in order to remind themselves what they were working towards. Since the Amaranto demonstrated the strength and potential of the illustrious one most clearly, the avatars benefited from an excellent model to base their own approaches. Enough time had passed since the Battle of Fortia Zentra for the bulk of the ranged mech specialists to get their foot through the door. Each of the mech pilots in question clutched the luminaire crystal medallions hanging on their necks. After centering their thoughts and doing their best to reach out to that unfathomable blinding existence, their eyes shone a bit as they experienced the majesty of an entity that was much stronger than they could ever hope to become. "Please, allow us to borrow your strength." The illustrious one answered their pleas. Though the help he could provide was limited due to the limited bandwidth of the rudimentary connections, he was still able to do enough to give the Avatar mech pilots a little push. Load light beam attack phase crystals. The Larkinson clan had a lot more luminaire crystal rifles at its disposal this time. The clan prioritized its production after confirming its incredible effectiveness in the previous battle. The overall damage output of the ranged mechs had increased by at least 20% on average, but that was not the most valuable gain from this upgrade program. The inclusion of multiple attack modes including the ability to fire light beams was a crucial advantage. Making it standard issue for this unique weapon system was meant to give the Larkinson army a lot more teeth against expert mechs. Since these light beams work so well in stripping the resonance shields of expert mechs, it should be effective in this case as well. Bombard the ace mech with light beams. We'll peel back its fancy shell no matter what it takes. If 1,000 beams isn't enough, then we'll flood it with 1,000,000 beams. If 1,000,000 isn't enough, then let's try 1,000,000,000. The weight of fire from the Larkinson clan was formidable. The Avatar ranged mechs were more eye-catching than most. Each of them glowed and their crystal rifles also began to glow in rainbow colors, allowing them to output more damage at marginally greater precision. The other legions of the Larkinson army did not slack off, though. The battle criers fought with gusto and the living sentinels fired their rifles in volleys in order to maintain a consistent pace. Of course, the absolute leader among them was the Amaranto. Huddled safely behind a purpose-built defensive enclosure on the exterior hull of the graveyard, the masterwork rifleman mech fired one high-powered shot after another. Venerable Stark did not pace herself because the Olympus Mons was too formidable of an opponent. It was no use conserving her reserves against a single opponent. It was better for her to front-load most of her damage so that the Dwarven Ace mech would be in a weaker state if it reached the expeditionary fleet. The Olympus Mons is like a mountain looming closer over our heads. She gritted her teeth as she experienced the horror of St. Ylamerika to a much greater degree than other mech pilots. In fact, every other expert pilot was also able to sense the enemy ace pilot's oppressive will from afar. The mountain hammer was just that strong, and it did not help that she directed her hostility towards the Larkinsons. That last part was potentially fatal. The extraordinary willpower of an ace pilot was much heavier and more condensed than an expert pilot. Once an enemy entered the range of a domain field, they needed to do their best to retain their own sense of identity and pride. As long as mech pilots began to falter, it was all over for them at that point. If any mech pilot wanted to achieve greatness one day, they had to show enough courage and resilience under pressure to maintain their wits in these circumstances. No Larkinson mech pilot wanted to crumble for this reason. Along with duty, ambition drove them to resist as much as possible. As long as they passed this hurdle, they would come out as better warriors than before. The minutes passed by as the tension continued to rise. The mercenary mechs had already distanced themselves from the expeditionary fleet by at least 10,000 kilometers and showed no sign of supporting the desperate resistance effort against the approaching ace mech. It was all up to the ranged mechs of the Larkinson clan, the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan. For a long time, only beam weapons fired at the distant opponent. It was only when the ace mech came closer that the mechs armed with Gauss rifles started to fire their hefty weapons. At first, their hit rates were fairly low. It was much harder to ensure a tight spread, but as the ace mech continued to catch up to the fleeing expeditionary fleet, it became easier and easier to hit the target. The Olympus Mons was like a moving mountain. It flew in front of the unknown dwarven frigate and projected its glowing domain field around the entire vessel to protect her from damage. So far, it appeared that the ace mech's domain field was just as strong as the beginning. Despite all of the beams and projectiles pouring the will-infused energy field, the expeditionary forces slowly began to lose confidence as they perceived their attacks achieved no noticeable progress. Did we even drop its defenses by a single %? It's as if we're punching a mountain. Attacking it will only break our fists in vain. We're like flies buzzing around a giant. Shut up, stop damaging people's morale and keep shooting. Whether we're achieving something or not, we don't have any other choice. The heroic effort to resist the advance of an ace mech began to look increasingly more like an impending tragedy. At 50,000 kilometers, the Olympus Mons caused everyone to feel as if they were staring at an avalanche from below. At 20,000 kilometers, the Olympus Mons pressed onto the mech pilots as if they were standing on a heavy gravity planet. At 10,000 kilometers, the Olympus Mons made it seem as if a moon was falling right onto their heads. Every individual experienced the escalating pressure differently. For example, other than the expert pilots, the best ones off were the MTA mech pilot embedded in the Larkinson army. If the situation wasn't so dire, Jessica Quentin felt close to losing her composure. She had thought that the Battle of Fortia Zentra was the last time the Larkinson clan stupidly provoked a powerful enemy. It appeared her optimism was misplaced. I think I understand now why so many mech pilots broke through in the Larkinson clan. She wheezed. Their patriarch of theirs just can't stop entering one crisis after another. The Olympus Mons came closer without anyone able to stop its advance. Many ranged mechs had overheated to a dangerous degree or had to return to their carriers in order to replenish their ammunition or supplies. Yet despite throwing out enough ordnance to destroy many dwarven capital ships, the Olympus Mons showed an ability to resist and negate damage that far surpassed any second-class capital ship. Vase looked sick as he observed the unstoppable advance of the Olympus Mons. The combined firepower of the Golden Skull Alliance, including that of the Amaranto, achieved little aside from making Saint America breathe a little deeper. If ace mechs are this powerful, then I can't imagine how effective god mechs truly are. It's no wonder that people say that god mechs can pummel any CFA battleship. The degree in which they can distort reality in their favor is even more powerful than what is happening in front of my fleet. He thought that expert mechs were already unreasonable for being able to resist a lot of material damage, but at least they had to pay attention to the light beam attacks of his luminaire crystal rifles. However, against the defenses of an ace mech, this weapon system did not attain any advantages. The luminaire crystal rifles might as well be oversized flashlights as far as the Olympus Mons was concerned. Watch out, it's activating a ranged weapon system. A machine gun module poked out of the chest of the Olympus Mons and fired a rapid burst of 200 rounds in the span of a couple of seconds. These small, glowing rounds streaked across space at a stupendous velocity and shredded an entire mech company of avatar mechs into pieces. Even though the rounds were so small, the force they delivered upon impact was as powerful as a heavy hammer strike. With every bright warrior mech struck by multiple rounds, their armor simply didn't stand a chance. The machines shattered and the cockpits inside their chests broke as well. No, the avatar mech pilots inside did not even have the time to eject. The Larkinsons suffered their first casualties. Chapter 3341, Alpha Strike on a standard mech. The machine gun module mounted on its chest hardpoint would have been classified as a light or ultralight weapon system. Enemy mechs wouldn't have taken such a small and weak weapon seriously. Its rounds were too light and the firing mechanism could not propel them forward at impressive speeds. The chances that a small machine gun module could penetrate the armor of a mech was practically minimal. The only chances they could inflict meaningful damage was if they struck the internals of a mech, but more powerful weapons could do that job even better. One of the few advantages of a light machine gun weapon system was that it took up minimal capacity. The requirements were low and their small caliber allowed a mech to carry a lot of ammunition. Their firing rate could also be high. This made them suitable for attacking lighter targets at a distance. They excelled at clearing infantry, shuttles and unreinforced structures. Vase had never seen a humble light machine gun hardpoint wipe out an entire mech company within seconds. The horrible rust-red coated ace mech had demonstrated its overwhelming power advantage by launching its first attack on the expeditionary fleet. How many rounds does it have? In his tentative judgment, the Olympus Mons shouldn't be stuffed with them. It was primarily a melee mech, so its ranged weapon modules were mostly meant to swat flies from afar or intercept incoming ordnance. It was unrealistic to conclude that this small but formidable machine gun was stocked with enough ammunition to shred every mech of the expeditionary fleet. What if the Olympus Mons is equipped with a dimensional magazine? Dimensional storage containers existed but were prohibitively expensive. They usually didn't show up in second-class mechs in a more resource-poor region like the Galactic Rim, but there were always exceptions. The design budgets of ace mechs were much more exaggerated than that of expert mechs. If a state wanted to provide an ace pilot with the absolute best it could afford to spend upon, investing in a dimensional magazine and other applications of high technology made a lot more sense. Vase felt a chill running through his body. The Olympus Mons was clearly unbeatable at close range, but if it was able to employ its auxiliary weapon module to annihilate entire mech armies at a distance, then the Larkinson mechs were already in the killing zone. The Mountain Hammer appeared to be taking her time. Though, the machine gun module never spat any further rounds, but its mere existence practically doubled the Dwarven Ace mech suppression. Keep firing. Avenge the fallen and don't let this ace pilot think it can shoot at us with impunity. Now that it had entered into true fighting range, the resistance had intensified as every mech pilot was cognizant that they didn't have much time left before their fleet came under threat. However, despite not excelling at range combat, the Olympus Mons already possessed the capacity to threaten the ships of the expeditionary fleet. After unveiling its light machine gun, a plasma turret unfolded from its left shoulder. The larger weapon system charged up for a few seconds before releasing a bright plasma lance that struck one of the combat carriers of the Cross clan. The Hippial runt has been struck. She's suffered a massive hull breach. The ship has lost power. She's drifting away. This wasn't all. The plasma turret slowly charged up and fired once rapid plasma lance every dozen seconds or so. Each strike vaporized right through the armored hulls of the combat carriers and struck the engineering bay. If their power generators or propulsion systems hadn't been melted to bits, the catastrophic damage the ships suffered was enough to put them out of commission anyway. A lot of people were horrified at the ranged capabilities of the Olympus Mons. They all understood that if they faced a ranged ace mech, they probably would have already died from the beginning. The mere thought of facing a superpowered version of the Amaranto was enough to collapse all thoughts of resistance. This isn't much better, though. Vase grumbled. Meow. Lucky nodded as his metallic body shivered as he clung to the unending regalia. The Olympus Mons generated an increasing amount of despair among the people in the fleet. The Dwarven Ace mech's secondary weapon systems were already so formidable. Once it came close enough to employ its heavy maul, the power and lethality of its attacks would probably multiply by 100 times. Vase couldn't even think of dispatching expert mechs like the Riot or the First Sword to contend with this monstrous machine. I've managed to uncover additional information through my contacts in the mech industry. Professor Benedict's projection said, the Vulcan Empire's mech industry is quite impressive for its age, but it is clear that its native masters are not good enough to design an ace mech of this caliber. According to the information I've obtained, the Olympus Mons is actually designed by a team led by an experienced Dwarven master mech designer from the Galactic Heartland. Even though he is not a Vulcanite, the master volunteered his services to assist the Vulcan Empire. That explained much. Vase shared the same suspicions as well. Even if the masters of the Vulcan Empire did their utmost, it was too difficult for them to design a mech this high-end. Dwarves stick together, Vase observed. The Vulcan Empire disgusts a lot of humans but also inspires a lot of dwarves throughout the galaxy. Even if these foreign dwarves live too far away to relocate to this star sector, they can still provide a lot of funding and technical assistance by remote. That's one of the biggest reasons why this state expanded so quickly. Even though dwarves were a minority group in human space, a huge amount of them were still scattered across the galaxy. Even though many of them were poor miners or average citizens in their respective states, there were always geniuses and lucky bastards among them who had achieved much greater success than others. One of the success factors of the Vulcan Empire was that its dwarven population successfully managed to squeeze donations out of rich and powerful foreign dwarves. By appealing to their shared biological heritage, the Vulcanites became quite proficient in begging for handouts from powerful dwarves who were based in the Galactic Heartland or even the Galactic Center. Otherwise, how else could a band of former mining slaves and a swarm of dwarven immigrants transform the smiling Samuel Star sector into a dwarven stronghold? What else did you find out? The Olympus Mons is faster than you think. The senior mech designer seriously explained. It not only possesses a short-range boosting system, but also a medium-range cruising function. Aside from that, it is equipped with a powerful directional shield generator, a foldable shield and axe, incredibly resilient ECM and interference shielding, and can operate in multiple environments including underwater. Vase grew dizzy from all of these features, and that was just the more basic capabilities of the Dwarven Ace mech. Do you know anything about the more extraordinary capabilities of the Olympus Mons? Professor Benedict responded with a brief smile. These details are hard to come by. The Vulcan Empire guards those secrets carefully. From what I have discovered, the Olympus Mons is an ace mech that is designed to operate a domain field based around three central concepts: mass, physical force and hammers. These were the laws or concepts that Saint Yulamerika based her battle method around. All of her attacks and techniques were physical and kinetic in a way that transcended ordinary limitations. Vase just had to recall the short burst of machine gun fire the Olympus Mons had released to confirm that the ace mech was truly designed to hit as hard as possible. The Olympus Mons is attacking again. Though the Mountain Hammer did not appear to take her opposition seriously, she did not allow the Golden Skull Alliance to attack her ace mech with impunity. With another burst of machine gun fire, a seemingly unending streak of glowing rounds tore through the hull of 3 Larkinson sub-capital ships at once. "We can't wait any longer." Vase stood up from his chair. "General Verl, commence our Alpha strike. The range isn't optimal yet, sir. The Olympus Mons will see our mechs coming. That dwarven ace pilot is still underestimating us at the moment. There's a good chance she won't try her best, so let's strike before she changes her mind." The Larkinson army finally made its big move. For the first time, it employed all of its battle formations at the same time. The melee mechs moved first. Venerable Joshua had even hopped into the cockpit of a customized Valkyrie Brunhild mech to play a role. Though it was much worse than his Valkyrie Prime, he had no other choice at the moment. He felt more vulnerable than ever, but that did not stop him from participating in this high-risk attack maneuver. "It doesn't matter if I pilot a regular mech, a prime mech or an expert mech. My chances of surviving against an ace mech is equally low in all 3 instances." With the Valkyrie Brunhild leading a large formation of penitent sister mechs, their mech pilots steadily began to reach out to the superior mother. Approaching from another angle was a smaller but more sharper formation of Sword Maiden mechs. Led by the first sword, Venerable Dice had the illusion that she was thrown right back onto the battlefield of Eon Corona 7. Back then, Venerable Foster and her regenerating expert mech proved to be the bane of her sisterhood. "I will not let that happen again," Dice vowed as her expert mech gripped the decapitator. "Sisters, let us pierce through this veil and slay this beast." The battle criers led by Captain Dietrich were more subdued but did not stray from their mission. They had a poor run as of late and it seemed that this time wouldn't be much better. "We need to show our best. Even if we fall, our mech legion shall be remembered." In the rear, Commander Town and the Eye of Ilvain also stood ready. The Rod of Ilvain was suspended right before the Legion commander's artillery mech. Though Commander Town did not foresee much optimism ahead, he did not let that dictate his actions. "Ilvain, lend us the power to defy the future." Even though Saint Merica had to know what was coming, the Olympus Mons calmly allowed the advancing battle formations to approach unimpeded. General Verl was not inclined to look a gift horse in the mouth and commanded his units to action. "Battle criers, spread your wings." A massive energy projection in the form of angel wings appeared over the battle crier battle formation. These pure and white wings made a powerful flap forward, causing it to separate and launch hundreds of mech-sized feathers forward. Those feathers each exuded a glow that was capable of disrupting, suppressing and negating many different spiritual energy manifestations. Once the feather volley reached the edge of the domain field of the Olympus Mons, the massive glowing barrier finally rippled. "It's working." Unfortunately, the feathers didn't have enough power to pop the domain field outright. It was already good enough for this opening move to destabilize the ace mech's intimidatingly resilient defensive field. "Penitent sisters, show them how women fight." "You heard the general, let this ace mech hear your roar." Venerable Joshua cried. The huge visage of the superior mother in her most womanly aspect emerged as well. The giant female projection thrust a finger forward, causing it to release a sharp and concentrated energy wave that thrust through the same spot that the battle criers had just attacked. The domain field exhibited further damage as the remote poke seemed to have penetrated much further towards the Olympus Mons. "Sword maidens, thrust your great swords." A giant greatsword stabbed forward, causing it to pierce through the channel that had already been made. This time, the sword of Lydia had almost penetrated close enough to hit the Olympus Mons. Unfortunately, it was just short by a couple of dozen meters. Eye of Ilvain, pass judgment on this dwarf. As hundreds of transcendent punishers began to align themselves to the great prophet at the same time, the large rod of Ilvain glowed increasingly more white as a large and vague energy silhouette of a stylized eye appeared in front. This giant eye seemed to gaze at the secrets of the Olympus Mons. Once it discovered a weakness, the transcendent punishers all fired their weapons at once in specific orientations. Some of the artillery attacks hit the field around the damaged zone. These strikes seemed to hit sensitive spots that further destabilized the domain field. Other attacks ran straight through the tunnel excavated by earlier empowered attacks. Whatever the case, the Olympus Mons had become more vulnerable than ever before. "Venerable Stark, the time is now," Vase shouted as his wuxia energy started to drain from his body again. Blinky had already transferred to the Amaranto. With the help of the wuxia crystal embedded on his forehead, he channeled all of the incoming wuxia energy onto the expert Mech's exclusive crystal rifle. The Amaranto fired a blindingly bright light beam. The thick and powerful beam instantly passed through the gap in the domain field and struck the Olympus Mons, dealing a mixture of extraordinary energy and kinetic damage. As the brightness faded, everyone closely watched their feeds to see the result of the collective super attacks of the Larkinson. "No, it's still alive." Vase looked ashen as they saw that the Olympus Mons had remained completely intact. After all of that effort, though the Larkinson clan had made a valiant effort in breaking through the domain field, the Ace Mech's directional energy shield had managed to block the Amaranto's maximum power strike. "Look, the domain field is already repairing itself." With just a single effort, Saint America reversed all of the damage the Larkinsons had inflicted on it. Not even the storm of attacks launched by thousands of other ranged mechs had managed to get past the defenses of the Olympus Mons. Their impact was like a gust of wind as far as the powerful dwarven Ace Mech was concerned. The Ace pilot began to make her own move. Hammer Storm. Hundreds of spinning hammer projections appeared in her domain field. They orbited around the Ace Mech and the frigate at increasingly greater velocities. Though no opponent was currently close to this deadly hammer party, its appearance caused every melee mech pilot to lose confidence. They instinctively knew that if they tried to close in, their machines would get smashed apart by one of those many spinning energy hammers. Chapter 3342, Bloody Challenge. The massed ranged attacks of the entire Golden Skull Alliance failed to threaten the Olympus Mons in the slightest. The Alpha Strike that combined all of the battle formations of the Larkinson clan failed to do more than pierce a hole in the enemy Ace Mech's domain field. Vase had even gone as far as to drain his body of much of the wuxia energy he recovered in the past months to empower the Amaranto's super attack. Yet even the Masterwork Mech's most powerful strike failed to get past the Ace Mech's extremely powerful technological energy shield. With the huge amount of power an Ace Mech had at its disposal, just this defensive solution alone was enough to resist the attacks of thousands of regular mechs for a long time. "And this is supposed to be an offensive mech," Vase despairingly said as he collapsed back onto his seat. Dwarves generally designed and built their mechs to be tough, but this was ridiculous. "Moreau," Blinky tiredly returned to his mind as he was reduced to an exhausted and diminished state. The spiritual cat definitely couldn't put up any further fight in this condition. He wasn't the only one who was no longer in a state to fight. Many Larkinsons, glory seekers and crossers were finally starting to crumble. Morale sank throughout the fleet as no one saw any hope of victory anymore. Even if they expended a huge amount of effort to overcome the Ace Mech's powerful domain field, what then? It still possessed a powerful energy shield that was far more impressive than anything a regular mech or expert mech typically possessed. Then there was the physical armor of the Olympus Mons itself. As an Ace Mech, the exotics used to form its armor plating had to consist of an extravagantly expensive mix. Such defenses couldn't be overcome quickly, especially if it was designed to resist attacks from other Ace Mechs. No one thought they had any chance of overcoming the stupendously powerful defensive layers of this dwarven technological monstrosity. Not even Patriarch Reginald thought his Bolvar Rage could make a significant dent. If his hybrid expert mech kept its distance, then its varied weapon systems simply wouldn't overcome the defenses of this supermachine. If the Bolvar Rage tried to get close to launch strikes with its axe, then those spinning hammers would either crack or push out the expert mech without giving it a chance to reach its target. If my father's Ace Mech was this good, he would have survived the treacherous ambush that led to his death. Saint America and her powerful Ace Mech certainly deserved to be part of the Grand Regent Honor Guard once. The powerful and technically superior dwarven machine could practically foil any assassination attempt, whether it was launched by a swarm of mechs, a squad of rogue expert mechs, or even a bomb planted at a public site. The reality-defying capabilities of a fully equipped Ace Mech were just that potent. Patriarch Reginald ached to grasp this level of strength more than ever. Even as he admitted his inferiority in front of Saint America, he yearned to reach and exceed her more than ever in this intense moment. Just the proximity to the mountain hammer's heavy and oppressive will was enough for him to feel his limits loosening. In fact, Many mech pilots grew a little more mad while they stared right at their doom. Though thousands if not tens of thousands of mech pilots had already given in to their despair, the most firm, desperate and courageous mech pilots all tried their best to maintain their fighting posture until the end. Seeds bloomed in their hearts as each of them vowed to grow strong enough to smack this overwhelming threat aside. Others wished to surpass Saint Merica so that they would never be on the receiving end of this treatment again. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. You think those spinning hammers scare me? I'll break each and every one of them. Even if I'm an ant in your eyes, I'm still taller than you, dwarf. It didn't appear that Saint Merica was paying attention to the mewling cries of the weak and pathetic humans. Their resistance was quaint, but ultimately futile. The Olympus Mons didn't make haste to wipe out the human mechs and ships before it. Saint Merica continued her steady advance while making sure her domain field covered the frigate flying close behind her ace mech. Should we split up? Vase asked. Since the Olympus Mons is being restrained by the need to protect its mothership, it should not be able to chase hundreds of different ships that are flying in every direction. General Verl shook his head. We will lose our ability to combine our strengths and coordinate our assets. Besides, with the ranged capabilities demonstrated by the Olympus Mons, it can already shoot all of our mechs and ships down. What's the right decision, then? There were no good answers now. The Larkinsons and its allies had already emptied their entire bag of tricks. In the face of absolute power, all of the trump cards that the Larkinson clan was so proud of turned out to be nothing but gimmicks and parlor tricks in front of an actual ace mech. As Vase tried to rack his mind to figure out if he could squeeze one more means of attack that might actually work, he received an emergency call from one of his advisors. Patriarch, Minister Shedderin urgently addresses him with an uncharacteristically raised voice. Our clan needs to cease our attacks. We are not forming the correct response to the enemy's challenge. What? With the attack methods demonstrated by this ace mech, Saint Merica clearly possesses the power to wipe our entire fleet from existence. However, it has only fired its machine gun and its plasma turret for a short amount of time. Don't you think that is suspicious? According to my behavioral analysis, our opposition isn't seeking to destroy us. I've studied Saint Merica, and she is a consummate professional soldier who is also dedicated to serving on behalf of the dwarven people. She isn't the type of mech pilot who revels in our despair or wishes to prolong our agony. Vase frowned as he thought about this issue. The only reason why the Saint isn't doing her best is if she or her ace mech are impaired or if she is tasked with testing us. Minister Shedderin finished. I believe that the dwarves are probing us instead of destroying us. We have no choice but to play their game and seek to pass their challenge. Do you have a guess? Vase asked. According to her record, Saint Merica is also a believer in Vulcan, though not a fanatical one. Much like many other older dwarves, she is much more dwarf-centric than obsessed with Vulcan. I predict that proving your connection to her god may be the answer to Saint Merica's challenge. That actually makes a lot of sense. Vase grew a bit looser. I'm glad I have you around to think on my behalf. Who knows how long it would have taken for me to make this realization myself. Shedderin's projection responded with a brief bow. I am at your disposal, sir. I suggest you act quickly. Saint Merica's patience should already be running thin. Vase acted straight away. Even though he had just exhausted his mind and body due to his earlier stunt, he had yet to reach his limit. Come on Blinky, help me out for a moment here. I need as much juice as you can pump. Morou, the purple cat did his best to push away his need for rest and began to channel additional spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Vase reached out and grasped the hammer of brilliance. Unlike Vase, his incarnation was still in prime condition. Come on, me in another form. It's showtime. Vase did not need to say anything further as Vulcan already shared many of his thoughts. He began to do something weird. He tried to embody a design spirit that was technically an extension of himself. He began to channel Vulcan in his mind and embody his incarnation. A vast amount of power flowed in his mind. Some of it began to restore his exhausted reserves while the rest began to overflow his mind and body. This is different. We're much more compatible with each other. When Vase tried this trick with other design spirits like Ilvain or the Golden Cat, he always had the feeling that he was trying to fit a cube in a spherical container. This time, his incredibly high alignment with Vulcan caused this move to feel as if he was neatly slotting in a cube-shaped container. The pressure was much lower and he felt as if he could channel many of Vulcan's abilities. Vase was highly aware that his state imposed a substantial burden on Vulcan, so he did not revel in it for too long. Soon enough, an enormous energy manifestation of Vulcan appeared in front of the expeditionary fleet. It was larger, more substantial and more convincing than when Vase projected his own image during the Battle of Fortia Zentra. Back then, Vase hadn't created his incarnation yet. Its existence this time made a powerful and substantial difference that increased the authenticity of his display. With the glowing hammer of brilliance in hand, the energy manifestation that appeared in space stared directly at the Olympus Mons. It's slowing down. The hammer storm has disappeared. For the first time since they showed up, the ace mech and the dwarven frigate slowed their advance. Soon, they came to a relative stop a few kilometers away from Vulcan's projection. Look, the rear hatch of the dwarven frigate is opening up. Something is emerging. All of the members of the Golden Skull Alliance held their breath as they hoped this would be a turning point in this one-sided battle. The Olympus Mons turned around to remotely drag over a small object that the ship had ejected into space. The object, which glowed with resonance, drifted over to the ace mech. Soon it stopped above the outstretched palm of the Olympus Mons. Is that a flag? It's a banner. It looks quite shabby. If it isn't protected by the domain field, it is liable to snap at any time. Wait a second, isn't that the famed banner of Vulcan that went missing a couple of decades ago? Why is it here? The banner of Vulcan was credited with inspiring the early dwarven rebels to fight for their freedom. It was ostensibly crafted by Vulcan himself and represented the sacred and most holiest artifact of the Vulcan faith. Its supposed theft more than 20 years ago was one of the most painful tragedies of the Vulcan Empire until recently. Its absence led to a substantial loss of confidence in the Vulcan faith and gave the dwarven god cult a golden opportunity to benefit from the traditional faith's misfortune. Though many Larkinsons didn't think the banner of Vulcan was anything more than a dusty historical relic, Vase knew differently. Isn't that my own work? The massive energy projection of Vulcan stared straight at the banner that had absorbed the prayers of a huge amount of Vulcanites over a span of several decades. Even when it went missing, trillions of Vulcanites still prayed to this renowned and impressive artifact. Exposure to all of that dwarven spiritual energy changed the formerly weak totem in a profound way. It glowed in its own right as it concentrated an immense amount of spiritual energy, more than what the hammer of brilliance inherently possessed. Vase could practically taste the age and weight of history of what he created during his last and most significant mastery experience. He never thought he would be reunited with an object of his past in this dire and desperate moment. Sheddarin was right. This was a test. The dwarves hadn't set out to destroy the culprits who caused the Vulcan Empire to collapse. They just wanted to test whether Vase truly had any relations to Vulcan. Of course, if the Larkinsons were unable to satisfy the dwarves, Saint Maerka would have no qualms in squashing the humans who triggered a dwarven calamity. Vase acted quickly once he realized all of this. He did not delay any further and prompted the giant energy manifestation to reach towards the banner of Vulcan. From the moment they touched, a sense of harmony overcame Vase. There was no incompatibility or rejection. Though the banner of Vulcan was a living totem that had grown far past its original state, it was still an artifact made by Vase in his guise as the dwarven god. It recognized its creator. Pure delight overcame Vase as he momentarily forgot about all of his existing concerns. His professional interests somehow rose up as he eagerly explored the exceptional condition of a living totem of his own creation. The banner of Vulcan had experienced more growth and evolution than all of his other totems put together. "You're beautiful," Vase said as his eyes shone with brilliance. Wait, what are you doing with my banner?" As Vase had become mesmerized by reuniting with his old work, to outside observers it was clear as day that the dwarven artifact and the projected image of a human Vulcan were related to each other. The glows of the two seamlessly blended with each other. It was as if they were originally part of a greater whole. That was all of the confirmation the powerful dwarves needed. The Olympus Mons drew back the banner of Vulcan and guided it back through the rear hatch of the dwarven vessel. Then, the ace mech fearlessly pointed to the giant Vulcan before motioning for it to enter the same ship. "Is it?" asking Vulcan to step aboard. "No, you idiot. The dwarves don't want to send an illusion to their ship. They're inviting our patriarch to step inside." Chapter 3343. Humbling realization. Throughout this entire farce of a battle, the enemy never took the Golden Skull Alliance seriously. Over 10,000 mechs armed with ranged weapons did their best to flood the Olympus Mons with destructive firepower. They ranged from bright warriors armed with the new Luminaire crystal rifles to Eternal Redemptions whose ultra-heavy Gauss cannons were meant to crack the defenses of extremely tough and powerful machines. Yet what did they ultimately accomplish? Almost nothing. The Ace Mech was like an umbrella that effortlessly withstood the incoming firepower like drops of rain. It gave out the impression that it could stand in the rain for days and not let a single drop pass through its cover. Its defense coefficient was so ridiculously high that not even 100 expert mechs put together could compare. Not even the much-anticipated Alpha Strike posed a significant threat to the Dwarven Ace Mech. To see the most powerful offensive trump cards of the Larkinson clan combine their awesome power in a coordinated fashion was an unforgettably grand experience, but the ultimate effect only poked a hole through just one of the Ace Mech's defensive layers. The message conveyed by the famed mountain hammer of the Vulcan Empire was loud and clear. She and her Ace Mech could have easily crushed the entire Larkinson army and the rest of the expeditionary fleet without ever coming close to defeat. The power gap was just that vast. Vase, who sat powerlessly on his observer's seat, chuckled helplessly as he took in the apparent defeat. I was too naive to think the Vulcan Empire was a pushover. I got too carried away with the thought that it is a flawed state that is rife with internal division. Its military is still strong and its crop of ace pilots are truly close to godlike in strength. My clan is far from contending against even a fraction of the power of a second-rate state. A true second-rate state was enshrined by at least one ace pilot. Without such a powerful guardian, it was too vulnerable against other states that did enjoy the services of one. The extravagant combat power of an ace mech was enough to overrun any expert mech, and their soft power was also far-reaching. If an ace mech was backing up a mech army, then the combination turned into an extremely powerful war machine that could either form an impenetrable wall or an unstoppable spear. Aside from encountering opposing ace mechs, there were only a couple of ways for such an army to falter. Ace mechs were powerful but extremely expensive and difficult to maintain. A lack of funding, resources and high-level expertise could easily cause these transcendent machines to degrade over time. Ace pilots also had to be handled properly. They all fought for a specific reason. If they ever became displeased or disaffected by their employers, they might decide that they could no longer fight for a particular state or organization. This happened quite a lot, especially when states morphed over time. A typical example was when a formerly well-run state decayed into a corrupt and tyrannical state. Since ace pilots were typically soldiers who dedicated their entire lives to uphold certain ideals, it was difficult for them to tolerate serving a master that pursued the opposite. The threat of driving away an ace pilot was one of the more subtle reasons why states rarely fell to this extent. Even the most selfish and decadent rulers knew they couldn't mess around too much. Otherwise, their states would lose too many high-level protectors and only make them vulnerable to getting conquered by stronger rivals that had their affairs in order. I wonder why Saint Yil-America has left the side of the Grand Regent. Vase frowned in thought. The Vulcan Empire is burning all around her. The Dwarven citizens need her more than ever. What motivation is strong enough to ignore her people's suffering and remain hidden in this obscure star system? He had a feeling that he would find out the answer soon enough, because he was about to meet with the opposing dwarves in person soon. Vase slowly lifted himself from the observer's seat and began to move to the hangar bay. Every clansman around him did not look happy at how the fighting came to a standstill. They were all aware that the only reason why they still existed was because the opposing Vulcanites allowed them to exist. The fact of the matter was that the Larkinsons, glory seekers and crossers were at the mercy of the dwarves. If the enemy ever changed its mind, the entire Golden Skull Alliance minus the evacuated civilians would all perish without a doubt. The expeditionary ships halted their forward acceleration under the silent instruction of the Olympus Mons. The Ace Mech never took the initiative to communicate directly to the humans, but any soldier could easily interpret the powerful machine's standard military gestures. While Vase made his way down the nearest hangar bay, he was quickly joined by a number of leaders and advisors. There is a high chance that the Vulcanites here belong to a different group or faction from the ones that we are familiar with. Minister Shedderin provided his analysis as he walked while wearing a luxurious vac-suit. Do not assume that the dwarves we're facing have sided with the Central Authority or the rebels. Their goals are likely at a higher level than the objectives pursued by more vulgar groups. That is likely why Saint America chose to be here. Since we are presumably meeting with a high-end group of Vulcanites, it is best if you allow me to accompany you and speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on your behalf. Vase frowned. I think the dwarves want to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to the man who assumed the identity of Vulcan, not a stand-in puppet. Still, I would love to have you by my side. We'll see whether the dwarves will mind your presence. Shedderin was clearly a civilian and exuded the vibe of an officious dignitary. Vase was hoping to slip him into the inevitable meeting with the dwarves. "You'll come with me as well, Lucky," Vase softly said while he reached out and petted the gem cat that was perched on his unending regalia. "If these dwarves insist that I should remain on board their ship as a guest, then, you know what to do. As long as you can neutralize the threat, anything goes." "Meow," Lucky responded as he nervously swung his tail. Even though the dwarven vessel was too small compared to the capital ships of the Larkinson clan, Vase did not underestimate the danger she posed. Just the Olympus Mons hovering right outside was a massive hurdle that he needed to overcome before he could ever think about attempting an escape. The identity and motivations of this dwarven group is highly suspicious. Calabast's projection said, "We have been trying to decipher whatever clues we can find from analyzing the appearance of the dwarven frigate and the pattern of behavior shown so far. Although she doesn't look like it, the vessel is actually extremely high-end. What you see on the surface is definitely a form of misdirection." It was difficult to make detailed scans of a ship that was under the protection of a domain field, but the Black Cats managed to make many observations and found out a couple of elements that didn't quite make sense. This was not a cheap frigate-class starship, that was for sure. Once they reached the shuttle, only Vase, his honor guard and Minister Shedderin remained. There wasn't much of a point to bring anyone else. That would just endanger more Larkinsons. "Let's go." The shuttle slowly emerged in space and flew towards the ship where Vase, or Vulcan, was expected to enter. The closer the shuttle flew to the other side, the more Vase and everyone else aboard the shuttle experienced the pressure exuded by the Olympus Mons. The powerful will-infused domain of an ace pilot that was amplified by a compatible ace mech was much more horrible than the glow of any design spirit. Vase realized that even if they were roughly existences at the same tier, their capabilities differed enormously. A powerful ancestral spirit like the Superior Mother might be good at forming bonds with lots of hexers or lending her power to certain mech pilots, but these were mostly assisting functions. Ace pilots were different. As long as they were in their ace mechs, they excelled like no other at leveraging their immense power in direct combat. Their skills and abilities were fully geared towards winning battles in the material realm. This was why the battle formations that Vase had previously been proud of worked so poorly against the ace mech. A matchup between a design spirit and an ace pilot was like a contest between a city mayor and a trained soldier. If the competition was about who could best perform an administrative function, then the mayor would likely win. If the competition was about who could vanquish over the other in a fighting arena, then the soldier held absolute superiority. High-ranking mech pilots truly rank at the top when it comes to direct combat. Vase sobered up as he sensed that some of his hubris had faded away from his mind. As of late, he had been focusing too much on leveraging the power of his design spirits. His focus on developing his battle formations was a distortion of what mech combat should actually be. His design spirits shouldn't be doing the bulk of the fighting. That was not what they excelled at. Instead, they should continue to focus on facilitating the mech pilots who were truly needed to win battles. Did that mean that he should stop employing his battle formations? No. Vase merely recognized that continuing his development on them would ultimately sidetrack him from achieving his goals. Mech designer creed was that their profession existed to serve mech pilots. It was not his job to diminish or replace the role of mechs and mech pilots. The original reason why he employed design spirits in the first place was because he thought they could assist the users of his products even more. Vase needed this humbling reminder. He just wished it didn't come in such a painful way. When the shuttle crossed into the Saint Kingdom of the Olympus Mons, everyone aboard the shuttle felt as if they had entered the territory of an apex predator. One that was not only aware of its prey, but also harbored clear hostility towards the entrants. Even someone who was as spiritually dull as Minister Shedderin was able to read Saint Merca's undisguised hostility. "We have stepped onto the web of a watchful spider," the old diplomat said as his body shook under his vac-suit. "I have met presidents and cabinet ministers under the protection of other ace pilots before. I can tell you that they are constantly watching. Nothing happens without their awareness." Vase grew concerned. "Can they read minds?" "I cannot answer that. They can likely read what people are thinking or feeling to varying degrees depending on the individual strength and power of the ace pilot in question. Some are better at reading people than others. All of them can sense hostility and danger, though, as that is what they are most accustomed to anticipating in battle. You should not think of attacking our hosts. Hey, I've already figured that out. I'm not stupid to think I can turn the tables." This was one of the few situations where Vase felt truly powerless. Unless Saint Merca ever took a break and exited the cockpit of the Olympus Mons, Vase could not let down his guard for a single second. He needed to temper his behavior and make sure he did not act suspiciously in any way. He wouldn't even be able to get away with drawing his Amastandira. The shuttle transmitted a soft bump. "We've arrived, sir." Vase let out a deep and nervous breath. "Let's hope the dwarves are generous enough to look past my previous deeds." Chapter 3344. Admission. The small hangar bay of the unknown dwarven frigate was clean and largely empty. There was no dwarf in sight and Vase was not able to glean a lot of relevant clues. "It looks like Calabast is right," Vase concluded. The tools, parts and the overall quality of the interior construction were all high-end. The ship was built with Vulcanite design principles in mind, but everything looked a lot more expensive and high-performing than typical. There was a distinct lack of decorations, though. The overall look of the interior of the frigate was devoid of needless decorations and symbols. The deck and bulkheads were left uncoated, allowing Vase to get a clear glimpse at the spotless clean gunmetal gray alloys. Of course, this was just the hangar bay and did not reflect what the rest of the starship was like. Whoever was in charge didn't appear to care about grandeur as much as other powerful Vulcanites. That was strange because many dwarven leaders had a tendency to overcompensate by displaying their wealth and power in an ostentatious manner. This did not appear to be the case this time. Vase increasingly became certain that he was dealing with a different breed of dwarf. When he lifted up his weary body from his seat and exited his shuttle, he was quickly met with another setback. Meow. Lucky flung away from Vess's armored shoulder. The gem cat looked confused and tried to fly through the hatch, only to flatten himself against an invisible wall. "Sir, our way out is blocked. We can't get through," Nida said in a concerned and distressed tone. The tall bodyguard wore a massive suit of heavy combat armor that could bulldoze through many obstacles. Yet even she couldn't get past the invisible barrier that prevented anyone else inside the shuttle to step aboard the dwarven frigate. Minister Sheddarin frowned as even his frail and unarmed form got denied passage. "I was afraid of this. The owners of this vessel only extended a single invitation. It appears you must proceed on your own, Patriarch." Vase looked depressed. He was still dealing with the consequences of expending much of his worklaw energy. How was he supposed to keep his head as sharp as possible in his upcoming talks with his hosts? Meow meow. Lucky waved his paw as if to say goodbye before curling up on a chair in order to catch a quick nap. "Gee, thanks for the vote of confidence," Vase replied in a surly tone. He was no stranger to confronting difficult situations by himself. He just didn't do it lately because he increasingly became used to acting like an actual patriarch. This was a throwback to the past as far as he was concerned. Before he founded his clan and relied on his subordinates to take care of business, he regularly got his hands dirty. Vase just had to place himself back to his past mindset where he did not lean on anyone to solve his immediate problems. "I can do this," he softly said. As he continued to step out of the shuttle unimpeded, he suddenly encountered another surprise. The gravity. The artificial gravity set to the ship was much higher than Vase was accustomed to. According to the readings of the unending regalia, the artificial gravity was set as high as 4.6 grams. My suit and I weigh almost 5 times heavier. Fortunately, Vase had anticipated such a problem beforehand. He just didn't expect the operators of this ship to dial the setting so high. He mentally activated a command that caused the gravitic backpack mounted on the modular slot of the unending regalia to go active. Although it was a high-end model, the gravitic backpack struggled to generate a local gravity field that offset the local gravity by 3.6 grams, thereby restoring the weight of Vase and his gear to their normal levels. Vase was too tired to resist excess gravity forces and he did not want his physical condition to drag down his thoughts any further. He carefully strode forward. The shuttle behind him grew more distant until it disappeared from sight entirely as he passed through an empty corridor. "Well, this ship offers a generous amount of ceiling height for a dwarven vessel," he muttered. The ceiling was actually lower than what it should be compared to the interior of a human starship. Nida, who was already tall, would have to permanently bow down her body if she attempted to pass through this hallway while wearing her powered combat armor. Initially, Vase wasn't sure where he should move. He still hadn't encountered a single crew member. The dwarves hadn't even dispatched a bot that could lead the way. Okay, this is clearly not the right direction. He soon found out that he could only follow a single route. If he attempted to walk in the wrong direction, his armored body would bump into an invisible barrier that was impassable with his level of strength. Vase could already tell that these walls were generated by Saint Merica. Vase was fully in the scope of her Saint Kingdom. Perhaps mechs might be able to employ enough brute force to overcome this resistance, but infantry could forget about escaping from the clutches of an active ace mech. Ace pilots make too much of a difference. The more he experienced the overwhelming power of an ace pilot, the more he yearned to gain the services of one himself. Unfortunately, none of the expert pilots of his clan came close to reaching the next level. It would take decades for them to develop their resonance strength and further flesh out their convictions. It looks like I will have to lay low in the Red Ocean for a long time until then. My clan can't confront any power that enjoys the protection of an ace pilot. This single incident had taught Vase and the rest of the Golden Skull Alliance a lot of crucial lessons. Until they were able to harness the power of an ace mech like the Olympus Mons for themselves, they could forget about exploring the Red Ocean without worry. First he needed to make sure to pass the immediate hurdle. There was no guarantee that the dwarves would let Vulcan off today. His boots clanked against the deck until he apparently reached his destination. A frigate was not a large ship class, and their overall layout generally followed the same template, so he had a good idea of the compartment he was about to enter. A large blast door slowly slid open, allowing him to glimpse some sort of ceremonial hall that was set up as a Spartan seat of power. The bare metal deck and bulkheads were slightly more spruced up than usual. Banners related to the Vulcan Empire hung from above while various symbolic markings had been painted on the deck. This was the first time he encountered actual dwarves. A procession of dwarven guards equipped with the Vulcanite version of heavy combat armor stood at the sides of the hall. The bulky black equipment that caused them to look like oversized metal dwarves were coated in black. Their decorative golden flourishes added both a ceremonial and martial look to them. The heavy rifles and other armaments were both heavy and powerful in a way that few elite infantry units could match. Praetorian Guard. They were the best of the best in the Vulcan Empire. Every dwarven infantry soldier aspired to join the elite bodyguard unit that was considered to be good enough to protect the Grand Regent of the Vulcan Empire. Why were they here? What was the reason why the most elite and honored soldiers of the central government chose to leave their posts and hold themselves up in this obscure but extremely well-built dwarven starship for at least a decade? Step closer. An electronic voice boomed up ahead. Vase quivered a bit inside his unending regalia. The cadence and force behind this distorted voice could only come from a genuine leader who knew his way around with power. The deck softly clanked as Vase strode past a corridor formed out of a score of heavily armed guards in black. The helmeted guards did not move or show any visible reaction to the passage of a tall folk. The worst part about this was that Vase couldn't even extend his spiritual senses to get an impression of other people's emotions and spirits. The oppressive domain field that Saint Merica constantly maintained with the help of her ace mech was saturating the surrounding space with her powerful presence. It acted as a form of interference that caused Ves's formidable spirituality to remain confined in his body. Blinky wasn't even able to exit his mind due to this oppressive atmosphere. Vase eventually stopped in front of a set of broad, metal steps. They slowly led up to a massive metal throne that was fabricated with the sharp, angular style of the Vulcanites. It was a piece of art in itself. The armrest and backrest was shaped to depict numerous hammers, mechs, and dwarves. If Vase had the time to appreciate this throne, he would have recognized that it depicted the origin story of the Dwarven Rebellion. Unfortunately for him, one big form blocked his view of a third of the massive throne. A large and heavy metallic form sat on the throne like a tyrant who knew he was in charge. The armor of the apparent dwarven leader was surprisingly plain. It was a rather sober work of clean and uncoated metal that was shaped to form a functional set of armor. Despite the lack of frills, its size, thickness and blockiness conveyed a sense of weight and authority that far outstripped any leader that Vase had met in person. His unending regalia looked like a toy compared to this larger and taller dwarven suit of armor. A familiar object rested between the legs of the giant metal dwarf. The banner of Vulcan draped on the armored form as if it belonged there. Vase was able to sense that the dwarf was also able to harmonize with the aged and powerful artifact. Vase had the illusion that there was no one in the Vulcan Empire that best represented its dwarven population than this armored figure resting on his throne. You are Veslarkinson. Correct. Vase simply replied. You are a mech designer by profession. That is also correct. I am an independent journeyman and led my own mech company. You are the patriarch of a clan. A clan I've founded, actually. The imperious metal face mask of the giant metal dwarven armor remained unmoving as its wearer scrutinized Vase. You are Vulcan. The critical moment had come. Vase knew he had to respond carefully lest he sick the Praetorian Guard on himself. He carefully removed his hammer of brilliance from his external tool belt and clutched it with his gauntlet. He stretched it forward, allowing its glow to echo with the more aged and developed aura of the banner of Vulcan. It was like comparing the same wine from a different vintage. The newer bottle was fresh and light while the older one was thick and heavy. Despite their differences, both wines still shared enough traits to make it clear that they shared the same origin. Vase answered as he channeled his incarnation to a small extent. His aura instantly altered in character. I am Vulcan. Saint Merca and anyone else who was discerning enough should be able to read the truth from his statement. No matter how absurd it sounded, Vase knew he had no choice but to admit this secret. He was in someone else's turf right now and he held no power to deny anyone's requests. A long and disconcerting moment of silence passed. Vase grew shaky as his massive and impactful admission of truth failed to generate any response from the armored dwarves. Neither Saint Merca, the Praetorian Guard, nor this big armored figure showed any apparent response. Vase couldn't take it any longer. Excuse me, sir, but may I know who I am speaking to? He tentatively asked. The dwarf on the throne finally reacted. The squarish, bulky metal armor slid from the throne and stood on two metal pillars. With the banner of Vulcan gripped to the side, the heavy armored form slowly descended from the steps. Boom! The armored figure was subjected to the full force of 4.6 grams, which caused his boots to collide onto the steps like hammer blows. Vase estimated that the entire suit of armor massed at least 1,200 kilograms, which meant that the powered armor was currently hauling around a weight that was over 5 tons. Once the dwarven leader reached the bottom of the steps, the armored suit still towered over Vase, and that was when he wore his unending regalia that added a bit of height to his own stature. I am the sovereign of the Vulcan Empire. Boom. I am the ruler of the Vulcanites. Boom. I am the dwarf who every other dwarf must answer to. Boom. I am the Iron Emperor. Boom. When the giant metal figure finally stopped right in front of Vase, the intimidating metal face mask slowly slid open, revealing a bald, dark-skinned dwarven head that looked strangely familiar. Glowing, cybernetic yellow eyes stared down at Vase's thinner and shorter armored form. And I am the one you shot in the head. Ryan. Vase gasped in utter shock. How could he be alive all this time? Chapter 3345, A Strange Recollection. It all made sense. The Vulcan Empire called itself an empire, yet strangely enough not a single dwarf had the guts to crown themselves as emperor. Instead, the effective head of government settled for taking up the office of Grand Regent. This was a position that implied that the official was merely a stand-in for a true dwarven ruler. In public, the Vulcanites explained that the reason for adopting such an unusual hierarchy was because the throne of the emperor was reserved for Ryan Aiden, the legendary dwarven mech pilot and hero who not only served as a vessel for Vulcan, but also handed the dwarves their first and crucial victory. Without Ryan Aiden, the dwarven rebellion at Desala X could have never overwhelmed the guard force of House Cantus. Without Ryan Aiden, the dwarven people would have never been introduced to an inspiring and unifying god known as Vulcan. Without Ryan Aiden, the dwarves would have never been able to catch the attention of the MTA, thereby enabling the escaped slaves to start a movement that eventually concluded with the founding of a dwarven state. Every single Vulcanite was raised with the founding myths of their state drilled into their ears. Though Vulcan was their god, Ryan was the messiah who spread the deity's glory to the dwarves. Yet as far as everyone was concerned, Ryan Aiden, the legendary dwarven hero of the rebellion, died a heroic death shortly after the Desalan rebels succeeded in overcoming their human opponents. The later stages of the rebellion did not involve Ryan in the slightest. Many other dwarven heroes and visionaries rose up as the years went by and accomplished far greater feats than a poor mining slave who was barely able to pilot a mech. Even Vase thought that he had managed to finish the job and leave no traces of his past involvement behind. It turned out that he was wrong. Very wrong. Catastrophically wrong. As his shock finally began to fade, he continued to stare up at the intact, bald head of the dark-skinned dwarf. Aside from losing his hair, growing more mature and gaining a lot of augmentations, Ryan did not look that different from the past. Of course, his personality and demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Vase did not recognize any trace of the young and brash dwarven miner from before. What stood in his place was a powerful monarch who exuded strength, certainty and a disturbing amount of awareness. I am pretty sure I shot you in the head with a pistol. Bits and pieces of your brain should have been splattered across the deck of the TR-3851. The dwarf responded with a single acronym. MTA. That caused Vase to turn bitter. Those meddling bastards. It figures. The Mechers are one of the few people who have the capability to bring a body like yours back from the dead. How much did they know? How much did you retain? Nothing much, Ryan replied in a slightly more measured tone of voice. Too much damage has been done to my brain. What hasn't been shattered had already decayed for several days. When I woke up again, I became a different person from the Ryan Aiden you knew. I was hardly a functional individual at the time. His expression turned cloudy as he remembered how invalid he had been after his restoration. On the other hand, Vase relaxed for a bit. He was most afraid of the MTA learning about what transpired during the time he possessed Ryan. Unless the Mecher doctors lied to the dwarf, it was unlikely that anyone learned anything incriminating. It seems you got better, though. Much better. You even managed to become an emperor. Why don't you lead your people? That is a long story. The Iron Emperor slowly stepped backwards until he was able to rest his metallic rear end on the steps. His forceful demeanor toned down a bit as he continued to recount his past. It took years for me to become a functioning dwarf again. My brain was severely damaged and the MTA was unwilling to spend too much of its own resources on restoring me further. I already served my use when they extracted what little memory I retained of the initial rebellion. Sounds just like them, Vase said in a sympathizing tone. He relaxed a bit further. He no longer felt as threatened as before. While Ryan was definitely still in charge, he seemed more interested in reminiscing about the past with a former companion than taking revenge for getting headshotted. Vase was not out of danger, though. He had no idea whether Ryan planned to turn the tables after he was done. He just recognized that he was powerless to stop the Dwarven Emperor from doing whatever the heck he wanted. If that was the case, Vase might as well accept the reality of the situation and act like himself. His current impression of the Iron Emperor already made it clear that the devil tongue treatment would never work on this dwarf. I do not begrudge the Mech Trade Association, Ryan said in his electronically altered voice. I have gained a new life. I spent years to learn how to stand, walk, speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel and think with all of my physical and mental impairments. I underwent numerous operations where my body became more functional by integrating cybernetic limbs, implants and organs. I have become half a machine. Well, the title of Iron Emperor certainly suits you. Vase jested a bit. It was no joke to Ryan, though. By the time I became whole enough again, too many years went by. I returned to a star sector that has already changed, and an empire that I had no hand in making. Vase could understand why Ryan would feel alienated from his former dwarven rebel friends. The latter went through so many challenges and experiences that they grew into vastly different people. A lot of foreign dwarves had traveled to Smiling Samuel as well in order to support the dwarven cause. Did you have a place in the Vulcan Empire? The dwarven leader took a few seconds to reply. No, the Vulcan Empire was not my home. Its people are alien to me. I felt I had no place, but I needed to find meaning in my existence. I eventually revealed myself to the Grand Regent, but refused the offer to sit on my real throne. Why? Because I was not capable back then. Ryan answered. I was broken and only recently remade. I did not understand statecraft. I have no knowledge of economics. I have not been introduced to military strategy. My diplomatic qualifications are zero. I was inept at politics and intrigue. I may not have been a clever dwarf back then, but I possessed enough knowledge to know I would have been a poor steward for the Vulcanite people. Vase looked at the steady, strong and well-spoken cybernetic dwarf and could not believe that Ryan had improved so much. You sound like a truly capable leader to me. You would definitely do well if you sat on the throne today. Ryan slowly shook his head. What you see and hear today is reflective of decades of constant learning. I worked hard to understand how to manipulate the levers of a state and how to lead an empire. I received anonymous instructions from the best and most renowned dwarven scholars of the galaxy, and I received the best cognitive augmentations that the Vulcan Empire can provide. There must have been a point where you have become smart and capable enough to lead the Vulcan Empire in the open, did you not? Vase raised his eyebrow. I did not want to. The Vulcan Empire has already chosen its own way, one which I do not agree with. Only a small group of dwarves, including the Grand Regents of the time, has ever known about my current existence, and that is what prefer. If not for recent events, I was content to watch over the Vulcan Empire from the shadows until my body has finally shut down entirely. Then, I came around. Vase lamely said. Yes, you did. You laid an ambush here, for me. Vase followed up. You claim you lost your memories when the MTA pieced your brain back together, but how did you recall enough information that you knew that I buried the chunk of Timpala steel ore in this star system and in this asteroid belt? If the Mechers knew that much, they would have already scanned the entire asteroid belt from one end to the other end with their high-tech scanners. There shouldn't have been any Timpala steel for me to retrieve. He knew that he was taking a risk by bringing this matter up, but he had to solve this contradiction. He would never feel comfortable if he knew that there was a possibility that the MTA knew exactly what he was doing in the Trine-N system. At least Vase did not have to worry about any MTA snoops eavesdropping on this conversation. A Saint Kingdom was not a joke. Only another ace pilot could resist the reality-distorting effects of a powerful domain field. I did not lie, Vulcan. Ryan firmly answered. My memories of the attempt to escape from DESALAX was truly scrapped. It was only long after the MTA gave up on me that I gradually began to recall what happened. How? Vase looked puzzled. This sounded impossible to him. The MTA's medical tech is insane. It knows how the human brain works to a much better degree than almost anyone else. They should have definitely been able to retrieve at least that much detail. Hehehehe, the Iron Emperor eerily chuckled. You are a god, are you not? What happened to ME was a miracle, from Vulcan. From YOU. Ryan's armored limbs softly patted the pole of the banner of Vulcan. The control and strength exertion of that massive dwarven suit of armor was so precise that the weaker metallic pole did not incur any risk of damage. The faith of my people restored my memories. Vase was gobsmacked. What the hell? How could one of his totems magically heal a brain-damaged dwarf to the point where he regained memories that weren't present anymore? This entire notion was too ludicrous for Vase to accept. Yet, hadn't he witnessed a similar miracle, once? He recalled the strange, continued existence of the four aspects of Lufa. Despite being made of low-quality, disposable biological tissue, the living statues continued to remain healthy long after their expiration date. How? Vase had no idea. All he knew was that spiritual shenanigans were at work somehow. He understood far too little about spiritual phenomena to form a logical explanation of how these miracles happened. He understood why it happened, at least in the case for Ryan. As the so-called Iron Emperor continued to hold the banner of Vulcan like a cherished heirloom, it was clear that he had bonded to it to an insanely high degree. Both of them had grown and supported each other over many years. Not only that, but the banner of Vulcan was also an eyewitness to the successful breakout attempt on Desala X. Even if Ryan's memories couldn't be restored, the living totem could have just transferred its own memories to the dwarf. Vase didn't know what to think about this situation. It turned out that Ryan either remembered everything or at least enough to know about the truth behind Vulcan. He was accustomed to breaking dwarven heads, not putting them back together. The banner of Vulcan which he created as a tool to inspire the dwarves had gone way past its initial specifications and morphed into a spiritual miracle generator. All of this could have been avoided if Vase had done a proper job at killing Ryan. You were thinking about how you should have been more thorough at ending my life at the time, didn't you, Vulcan? Oops. Busted. Chapter 3346, Imperial Ambitions. This was a strange reunion. Every time his consciousness traveled back to the past with the help of the system, he did what he was supposed to do in order to experience what it was like to pilot a mech before returning to the present. Of course, battles where mech pilots needed to risk their lives rarely revolved around trivial matters. Many of the mech pilots that the system randomly picked out to host his consciousness became involved in greater events. Whether it was breaking out of a pocket space or sparking a slave revolt, a mech pilot only fought best when they committed their entire lives for a cause that was greater than themselves. This was how expert pilots were born, and it did not miss his notice that a noticeably high proportion of mastery hosts broke through or became exceptional in another way. Assuming the system had the power to choose the destination of a mastery experience, it was more effective to select a mech pilot with the potential for greatness. It was only when they threw everything they had for a cause they believed in that their piloting approach maximized all of their potential, allowing Vase to observe firsthand how a given mech type should ideally be piloted. That was all Vase cared about, really. He never forgot that learning a mastery was supposed to benefit him. He never put much thought about what his hosts gained out of these brief time jaunts. After all, the events happened so far away from his present location and so far back in time that it was impossible for his past deeds to come back and affect his present circumstances. At least, that was what he had always assumed. It appeared he had to correct this presumptuous conclusion. Now that he came face to face with a familiar mastery host of the past, Vase regretted that he had acted with so little regard for the ripple effects he created in the timeline. It was worse when Vase actively traveled to a region where his past self once intervened. This vastly increased the probability of sparking a highly undesirable confrontation and reuniting with an old friend. In other words, Vase brought this upon himself. The Iron Emperor was the fourth individual who could make Vase feel as if he was nearly completely exposed. Calabast and Sigrund were the first ones to pierce through his veil of secrecy. Both of them subsequently blackmailed him with the information they gained. After that came Master Willix, whose authority and vision were far too great for Vase to resist against. It was fortunate that she only grasped one of his lesser secrets and not his greatest one that would instantly bring the entire MTA down on his head. Now, a disgustingly clever, wise and observant version of Ryan Aiden joined this club. The current Ryan was more comparable to the likes of Minister Sheddarin and Senator Tovar than the stupid, gullible dwarf of the past. Even a pig would turn into a scarily smart and competent statesman after receiving the equivalent of trillions of hex credits worth of cybernetic implants, genetic modification and tutoring from some of the best teachers in the galaxy. What also turned Ryan into a formidable individual was how much time had passed since he started his new lease on life. So much time had passed since the beginning of the rebellion that he had gone through many life experiences and matured each step of the way. All of this resulted into a dwarf that truly deserved to be regarded as the emperor of the Vulcanites. Vase even admired Ryan Aiden a bit for working so hard all of this time. The determination he showed was much more impressive than any other dwarf or human for that matter. Step by step he studied and improved his skills until he was truly able to lead the Vulcan Empire to a greater future. Why didn't it happen, then? Why didn't Ryan step out of the shadows? With the current crisis engulfing the Vulcan Empire, his people needed his leadership more than ever. Are you wondering why I have decided to remain in the shadows after so long? Vase tentatively nodded. He did not feel as uncomfortable in Ryan's presence than before, but he was always mindful that his life and future was still in the Dwarven Emperor's hands. Just his powered Dwarven armor was strong enough to flatten Vase like a bug, especially when the local gravity was as high as 4.6 grams. Fortunately, Ryan did not look like he was eager to repay the round that Vase had fired through his head. Instead, the dwarf continued to sit upon the steps of his throne while carefully caressing the banner draped over his thick, armored legs. I have already revealed one of my reasons for staying out of the forefront of the Vulcan Empire. The Vulcan Empire has already chosen its leaders. Not good ones considering what has happened on their watch. Vase pointed out. The cybernetic dwarf shook his head. My grandnephew is doing the best he can do with the resources he has available. Even I cannot suppress the conflict between the Vulcan faith and the Dwarven god cult. I should know. I have already tried. You sound like you're not entirely happy with the state of the Vulcan Empire. Look at what has happened. The armored dwarf waved his giant armored hand. The foundation of the Vulcan Empire was flawed from the beginning. The dominoes of its own fall had always been in place. The events that transpired after your actions are solely the fault of the Vulcanites themselves. Vase took a second look at Ryan. The Dwarven Emperor's analysis of the situation matched disturbingly well with Sheddarin Pernus's own views on the stability of the Vulcan Empire. You call yourself the Iron Emperor, but how can you rule when there aren't any people under you anymore? The state founded in your name is collapsing at the seams. Bang! Ryan's armored fist clanged against the step. The Vulcan Empire is a state founded in your name, not mine. The quality of its culture and institutions reflect the quality of the source that inspired their creation. If my current self was in charge at the time, I would have never allowed the Vulcan Empire to lay the seeds of its own destruction at the onset. That sounded strange. Vase had never heard a head of state disparaging his own empire. You don't believe in your own state. Do you believe in the stability and survival of the Vulcan Empire? Ryan asked as his cybernetic yellow eyes stared straight at Vase. No, Vase truthfully replied. When I first heard about it, I always thought it sat in a precarious position. Now that I have visited it and experienced the charm of your subjects, I think even less of this state. Since you can think about this, why would I be different? Did you think I was identical to the other Vulcanites you have met? Who reflexively fall back on their religious fanaticism and their acquired sense of dwarven supremacy. Kinda, fool, Ryan flatly said. Unlike nearly every inhabitant of the Vulcan Empire, I have kept my distance from its society. For decades, I constantly tracked the growth and evolution of my state from the perspective of an observer. This has allowed me to shield myself against the lies, distortions and propaganda that has warped the dwarves who live there. I know the truth, and the truth has set me free. If you know how awful your Vulcanites truly are, then why didn't you put more effort into changing them? I mean, just look at how they sound. If they aren't arguing about whether their god is a human or a dwarf, they're constantly shouting slogans on how they wished to exterminate every tall folk in the galaxy. That is why my fellow dwarves are imbeciles. The brutal statement shocked Vase. He never thought that Ryan in his current, impressive state would admit that. What shocked him even more was the implications behind these words. Vase began to develop a suspicion about why Ryan never bothered to intervene after all of this time. You gave up on the Vulcan Empire, didn't you? He asked. You saw what your fellow dwarves have created in your absence and thought that it was too far gone for you to salvage. Ryan's grim face loosened up and smiled. You get it now. I indeed think little of Vulcan Empire. It is a rotten state that should never have existed. What is happening now would have happened sooner or later. At least now I no longer have to wait in suspense. You don't sound like you take your position as emperor seriously at all. Are you really content to hide out here and watch as trillions of dwarves lose their rights or get displaced? Vase looked confused. The overwhelming number of dwarven citizens were doomed from the start. They were already beyond saving. There is nothing I can do to avoid their current fates. Vase felt a shiver run through his back. The realism displayed by Ryan was too brutal and cold-hearted. He was completely unlike the other Vulcanites who always stood up for their fellow dwarves. If Ryan clearly hadn't identified himself as a dwarf already, people would have mistaken him as a human. Ryan's armor let out a lot of noise as he slowly stood up from the steps. His heavy, armored body stepped closer to Vase. I never thought about ruling the Vulcan Empire or saving its citizens because they are all beyond saving. So you're just going to do nothing at all and just hide out here until your body expires? The Dwarven Emperor fell silent for a moment before he spoke again. When the MTA brought my body back to life, I woke up as a different person. I do not consider myself to be the Ryan that you and my former rebel comrades knew. I am a different person, and lived a different life. However, the one trait that I share with the Ryan that I used to be is that I am a dwarf. From the moment I woke up again, I have always sought the meaning behind my return. Why did I come back to life? What is my purpose in life? With the rights and privileges that I have enjoyed throughout my life, I have gradually realized that I am burdened by a heavy responsibility, one that only I can fulfill. And what is that responsibility? To lead the dwarves to a better future than now. Ryan raised an armored fist. Most Vulcanites are beyond saving, but that does not mean that I have forsaken Dwarvenkind as a whole. In fact, it is the opposite. Only by removing the cancer that is the Vulcan Empire can our species truly move forward. What is it what you are trying to accomplish? Ryan carefully gripped the pole of his banner. Look at the Vulcan Empire. Look at the state of the Dwarven diaspora. Where do my people live? They live in different parts of human space. Correct, and that is exactly what is wrong with Dwarvenkind. Why, aren't you guys humans as well? Vase frowned a bit. I do not believe so. Ryan spoke as he stepped closer to the person who murdered his past self. Too many people seem to have the impression that dwarves and humans share the same identity as different strains of humankind. Yet does your attitude and behavior reflect this stance? No. In practice, dwarves are treated as a separate species. No human treat dwarves as equals. Instead, we are being looked down upon, both literally and figuratively. Vase could do little to excuse such behavior. He had seen it happening many times himself. The galaxy wasn't fair and humanity was still too flawed to let go of its biases and prejudices. I can't deny that has happened, but heavy gravity variant humans don't call us that. Ryan exploded into Vess's face. For the first time since this meeting, Ryan had finally lost his cool. We are not human, both from a cultural and biological standpoint. You have already admitted yourself that dwarves are treated more poorly than other humans. Our physiology have also diverged so widely from baseline humans that there is a state of reproductive isolation between our two species. Boom! Ryan had stamped the deck with his armored leg, causing Vase to momentarily shake from the nearby vibration. Dwarves are not human, not anymore. We are a separate species, but almost nobody realizes that. As the Emperor of Dwarvenkind, it is my duty and calling to make my people recognize the truth. As soon as my fellow dwarves recognizes that they were never human and will never be treated as their equals, I can finally lead them to their real destiny. And that is, Ryan's enormous armored suit bent down until his dark and bald face rested close to Ves's helmet. I shall lead them onto an exodus from human space and found a real empire for the dwarves. The Iron Emperor finally revealed his true ambition. My ultimate goal is to found a sovereign nation, one that is not under the sway of the MTAORCFA. These human organizations will no longer be allowed to dictate and limit the development of Dwarvenkind. Only by creating our own star nation in a galaxy that exists outside of human space will Dwarvenkind truly be able to match and exceed humanity's glory. Ryan arrogantly looked down at Vase. So no, I will not take charge of the Vulcan Empire. It is a handicapped state that sits right inside humanity's backyard. I refuse to become the empty slave. Vase couldn't count the amount of times he was shocked today. Of all of the ambitions that he had ever heard from a person, no one had ever been as bold as Emperor Ryan, who openly wanted to defect from human civilization. Chapter 3347, Callous Disregard. The reborn Ryan Aiden had struggled to find his purpose for many years. Why was he brought into this reality? Why must he wake up day after day and make use of the life that he had regained? What was his purpose? He struggled long and hard to find answers to each of these questions. As the Vulcanites who became aware of his existence showered him with wealth and opportunities, he calmly took his time to resolve his doubts and live a life with meaning. With all of the help and resources the Vulcan Empire provided to him, Ryan gradually expanded his vision and became more capable of looking at the state of Dwarvenkind from a more detached perspective. He lamented how dwarves were being treated but did not believe the Vulcan Empire was the solution to their problems. One day, he gained an epiphany. The entire model of how dwarves lived by attaching themselves to human society was flawed. Humanity was strong. There was no doubt about that. The problem was that humanity strongly believed in the superiority of its own kind. Anyone who visibly deviated from the human template were often treated poorly due to various reasons. This was a fundamental trait of humankind. It emerged as a means to make humans stand out from other alien races and reject the ideology of cosmopolitanism that had almost caused humanity to lose its independence during the Age of Stars. Humanity succeeded in preventing itself from becoming the playthings of alien races, but the same cannot be said for the dwarves. Ryan explained as he calmed down a bit from his earlier reaction. Although the shackles aren't always literal, it is unquestionable that too many dwarves live in bondage to their human masters. How many impoverished dwarves like my own self live on mining planets and suffer from a lack of opportunity? How many dwarves are treated as less than people despite living in the same society as other humans? Vase still looked shocked after hearing Ryan's radical ambition. I get that, I truly do. You're still mad, though. Human civilization is the strongest power in this galaxy. There is nowhere you can go to escape the reach of humanity. Even if you set up a truly independent star nation in the Red Ocean or some other dwarf galaxy, humanity will come knocking at your door sooner or later. I don't think the Big Two will look kindly at your attempt at seceding from human civilization. Ryan smirked. The cosmos is larger than you can ever think. There are other galaxies and space regions out there, VES. The dream of founding a truly independent dwarven star empire does not have to be attained in a single step. This is bound to become a step-by-step process where I must patiently accumulate the tech, resources and manpower needed to free the dwarves. If anyone else claimed that they could lead the dwarves to founding a star nation on their own, Vase wouldn't have taken the claim seriously. Yet Ryan was a much more exceptional dwarf than any other Vulcanite, and he sounded as if he was absolutely serious about fulfilling this grand ambition. This was the purpose that Ryan had settled upon to justify his second life. Without a goal that could continue to drive him forward, there wouldn't be much point for him to continue his existence. This was the answer to his existential problem. Ryan slowly reached out with his heavily armored arm and patted Vase on his own armored shoulder. In a way, I have you to thank for giving my species an opportunity to attain freedom. You created me, Vulcan. You instilled the seed of a separate dwarven identity when you first came around. Now, The seed you have planted in my mind in the form of a kinetic round has bloomed into a tree that shall guide Dwarvenkind out of human civilization and find a home that is free from the big twos. Hegemony. Vase twitched his mouth. You're welcome. If I have to be honest, I don't think you have any hope of escaping the reach of human civilization. You're a pretty clever dwarf, so you should know how formidable humans can be. The Big Two won't tolerate your attempt to set up a separate nation that can potentially pose a threat to humanity in the future. The precedent alone is a major threat to our society. If one minority group breaks off one day, 3 more minorities will declare independence the next day. I have already accounted for these reactions. My master plan is decades in the making and is more thorough than you think. I have no intentions of overestimating the Big Two. I will start small and remain discreet for many years to come. So what do you intend to do, exactly? The mention of a master plan aroused Vess's curiosity. He didn't just want to know how Ryan intended to do the impossible, but also wanted to learn whether the dwarf's future actions would affect him and his clan in any way. First, I will evacuate the sinking ship that is the Vulcan Empire with a hand-picked group of loyalists and talents. I thought you said that the Vulcanites are a stupid and flawed people. I did say something of that nature, but my description applies to an entire culture, not a single individual. Ryan patronizingly corrected him. The Vulcan Empire may be a detestable state, but it can still function as a talent factory for smart, talented and clear-headed dwarves. I have spent many years to gather the best and brightest citizens of the Vulcan Empire at my side. Loyal subjects such as Saint Merca support my dream and will unquestionably follow me as I endeavor to become the true emperor of Dwarvenkind. That was quite a clever approach. No wonder Ryan had no attachment and did not hesitate to disparage the Vulcan Empire. To him, the flawed dwarven state was merely a talent factory to him. While many Vulcanites that grew up in Smiling Samuel were either average or awful individuals, there were always exceptions. The name and reputation of Ryan Aiden was so great that he had no problem recruiting the greatest citizens of the Vulcan Empire. The people who served the Iron Emperor aboard this modest frigate were probably just a fraction of this secessionist organization. The ambitious dwarven leader must have amassed at least 1 million dwarven followers. An elite organization that consisted of the best scientists, mech pilots, soldiers, engineers, academics, artists and other vital occupations of the Vulcan Empire had unlimited prospects. By preventing the fat and garbage from polluting this group, the Iron Emperor was free to start a new star nation that was much more enlightened and better run than the current dwarven state. In other words, the Vulcan Empire was just a test run. The dwarven star empire that Ryan truly wished to rule over was the real deal. Though Vase admired Ryan's guts and ambitions, he felt quite worried about what might ensue because of this. What if the secessionist dwarves succeeded and managed to create a star empire that rivaled human civilization? He couldn't hold in his concerns. Do you harbor any animosity towards humanity? Truthfully, no, Ryan calmly replied. It sounded like he really meant it. Humans are just ignorant, a trait that many dwarves share as well. It is the nature of life that one species hold their interests above other species. Humanity's poor treatment of dwarves is an incurable flaw. It is in the best interests of both our species to separate from each other in an amicable fashion. Generating further hatred and negativity will only distort the dwarven people and reduce their chances of survival. Just look at what the Vulcan Empire has wrought to see an example of that. Dwarves must learn from this disaster and realize that we must move beyond our racial grievances in order to thrive. To Ryan, the Vulcan Empire served as an excellent example of what dwarves shouldn't do. It sounded cruel, but the state he was nominally in charge of was just a disposable tool to him. Once it served its purpose, it no longer had a reason to exist. In fact, it would have been even better for the Vulcan Empire to crash and burn. The more drastic its collapse, the more effective it served as a bad example to follow. What discomforted Vase quite a lot was how casually Ryan dismissed the well-being of most of the citizens of his current empire. Although he talked a lot about trying to free and improve the lives of Dwarvenkind, in reality he had no qualms condemning billions if not trillions of Vulcanites to death, captivity, exile or foreign occupation. In order to realize his ambitions, Ryan decided that he could not afford to be dragged down by the dregs of his race. The vast majority of them were too ignorant, hateful, biased or just plain stupid to earn their emperor's appreciation. Vase even suspected that Ryan would gladly dump them all into a black hole in order to cleanse the dwarven race of its ugliest members. All of these revelations caused Vase to gain a more complete understanding of what Ryan was like. He took it upon himself to shoulder a great responsibility and one that compelled him to make a lot of cold-hearted choices. Was Ryan ultimately right? Vase didn't dare to pass his judgment. The game that the Iron Emperor decided to play was so high level that a simple mech designer simply wasn't qualified to give suggestions. There was one nagging question, though. Vase couldn't figure out what Ryan intended to do with a certain aspect of dwarven society. If I may ask, does Vulcan play a role in your hypothetical dwarven star empire? Though Vase didn't necessarily need it, it would still be great if his incarnation gained a powerful source of spiritual feedback. With the Vulcan Empire flushing down the toilet, the god that bestowed its name to it was about to lose a hefty amount of spiritual input. Though Vulcan could still rely on other sources of spiritual energy, it was best if his incarnation could gain the support of as many dwarves as possible. Ryan did not immediately answer. Apparently, this was a complicated subject if the Dwarven Emperor had to think about his response. Religion is a flawed and primitive social construct, he stated. He was definitely a secularist, it seemed. I became even more convinced of this truth after seeing how religion has torn the Vulcan Empire apart. Besides, despite your claims, now that you have come before me, it is plain to me that you are not an actual god. You are something different. At best, you are human. Who happens to wield special powers. Am I correct, Patriarch Larkinson? Well, at this point there was not much point to denying Ryan's well-reasoned suspicions. The Dwarven Sovereign was too smart and observant to be rebuffed by lies. Vase lowered his head. I guess your description is accurate. I can't explain how I am able to do all of these things, but it's complicated. Interesting. I have learned many secrets throughout my years and I have my theories. They are irrelevant, though. The mysteries of humanity are mainly relevant to your species. If Dwarvenkind wishes to emerge from the shadow of its parent, then dwarves like myself must follow our own path to power. Ryan raised the banner of Vulcan and harmonized with it. Although the phenomenon wasn't resonance, it was similar to it in a way that only many years of bonding could produce. You asked me whether religion will play a role to our species. The answer is yes. Faith is a powerful motivator that can dispel fear, unite different people and control their thoughts. I will never be able to rally enough dwarves by relying on my own individual capabilities. This was a surprising response. With how rational Ryan sounded, Vase would have thought the Dwarven Emperor would aim to rely on logic and reason to base his independent dwarven nation. You plan to continue to leverage belief in Vulcan? Correct. Ryan slowly grinned. Vulcan may be fake, but your powers are real. I shall need them in order to bring Dwarvenkind to prosperity. As long as I succeed, I shall become the highest ruler of a sovereign dwarven empire, but you shall be its second founder. My future subjects shall forever revere your contributions by worshipping you as their god. Are you not pleased? Chapter 3348. Loudspeaker. Vase already suspected it for a while, but now he was truly certain. He was not going to die today. Ryan did not harbor any great resentment towards the person who killed his previous self and the person responsible for causing his entire empire to collapse. The Iron Emperor was a truly fitting title for this cybernetic and heavily augmented dwarf. By losing most of his memories of his past along with all of his emotional attachments, he lacked the empathy of most people. As far as he was concerned, he started off his second life as someone who was already an adult. His abnormal development trajectory molded him into the leader that the dwarven people truly needed, but that was not necessarily good news for the citizens of the Vulcan Empire. The Vulcanites who hated the tall folk and unflinchingly believed in the most ridiculous notions about their god were undesirable subjects that needed to be wiped out from existence to avoid spreading their poisonous ideology any further. From that perspective, Vase did not make Ryan angry for inflicting so much death and suffering onto his fellow dwarves. Instead, it was more accurate to state that Vase did Ryan a favor by getting rid of the trash. Combined with the fact that the Iron Emperor apparently wanted to continue to make use of belief in Vulcan to further his control over his subjects, it was clear that killing Vase was counterproductive to his goals. Besides, Ryan had matured so much that it sounded as if he had long made peace with the fact that Vase caused his first death. This was why Vase relaxed enough to join Ryan in setting on the bottom of the steps. Though their respective suits of armor made it clear that their status were very different, for now he genuinely had the illusion that they were merely two old pals who reunited after a long time of separation. It helped that this was actually the truth in a way. Ryan even played it up by ordering a bot to deliver an iron mug of ambrosia for each of them. Soon, They began to loosen up a bit by enjoying their drinks. This isn't the original recipe. It tastes much better. Vase smacked his lips as he looked impressed at the Emperor's swill. Your rushed attempt at brewing an alcoholic beverage back then was wholly inadequate. It is a wonder we did not all die of methanol poisoning. Vase winced a bit. Did anyone ever tell you that your electronically distorted voice gets rather tiring to hear over time? You should tone it down a bit. There must be a setting available to you that can make you speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel closer to a normal person. Ryan scoffed at this suggestion. I am an emperor. I stand above other dwarves. I must comport myself as a sovereign at all times if I wish to command the respect and loyalty of my people. I have studied the biographies of many famous leaders and dynasties. One of the most persistent reasons why empires decay and fall is because their sovereigns no longer took their responsibilities seriously. If I wish to continue to lead Dwarvenkind for my entire lifetime, I must never slacken and show weakness. Vase paused in his drinking. That sounds way too harsh. I get why you're so driven, but you're not an expert pilot. You're a living person. You are incorrect. I told you earlier that I am half a machine. Although I did not mean this literally, my mechanization has made it easier for me to detach my emotions and my baser needs. From the moment I chose my calling, I have no more need for love, hatred, fear, regret and so on. They are only sources of weaknesses to me. Only clear thinking is required to lead Dwarvenkind to greatness. It sounded logical, but Vase could not accept it. He himself was an emotional person by nature and he had always relied on his own affection to lead his clan. It was unthinkable for Vase to throw away his heart and rely solely on cold hard logic to rule over the Larkinsons. Perhaps this was why Vase could not get behind the Iron Emperor's approach. Ryan sounded like a monster to him, and one of his own making. The fact that the pretentious dwarven bastard spoke with such a loud, distorted voice and walked around in such a thick and massive suit of armor didn't help. It was useless to continue this discussion. Ryan had prepared a long time for the grand endeavor that he wished to undertake. There was no way he was open to suggestions from others, especially someone who did not really know what he was talking about. Once Vase and Ryan finished their mugs of ambrosia, the latter began to address the true reason why he sought out Vulcan. When I regained more of my memories of my past self, I knew you would return. Timpala steel is an exceptionally valuable exotic that is scarce even in other parts of the galaxy. The only reason for you to bury it in this asteroid belt at the time was to return someday to retrieve this prize. So you set a trap for me. Vase flatly said, I cast a net for Vulcan, and I managed to catch a mech designer. Why, I mean, you just told me earlier that you want to make use of religion as a tool to control the masses, but can't you do that without my help? I could, but I need more than that. If I truly wish to gain the enduring loyalty and obedience of Dwarvenkind, I must stand out from them in a way that unquestionably puts me on top. That is difficult to accomplish as there are still many first-class dwarves in human society WHO have managed to promote to high stations. It is necessary but almost impossible for a second-rater like myself to demand their submission. Vase understood now why Ryan banked on religion despite his obvious lack of faith. His power was too insufficient at his current stage. Though the revived dwarf talked a big game and painted himself as the emperor of all dwarves, such a claim was hard to enforce when there were many other powerful dwarves who possessed much more wealth and power than a loud-speaking hillbilly from the galactic rim. The self-proclaimed Iron Emperor did not have the foundation to overpower or outspend the dwarven first-raters. Yet he needed to do so in order to truly gain access to the power, tech, resources and manpower needed to found a rival star empire that could truly compete against human civilization on an equal level. So what kind of measure worked best at swaying the most elite and privileged dwarves in existence? By hoodwinking them with religion. Belief in Vulcan was unique in that it was highly compelling to every dwarf. It was a faith that was uniquely tailored to the dwarven race and affected both rich and poor, male and female, third-rater and first-rater and many other groups. Ryan smiled knowingly at Vase. The power of religion transcends the classes. With your peculiar traits, your divine persona shall be the means I plan to use to unite all of Dwarvenkind. The Vulcan Empire has already proven the viability and effectiveness of this approach. I shall merely be repeating this experiment again but without all of the excesses in the first attempt. This was still a difficult plan to pull off. First-raters were far more difficult to persuade than second-raters. Each of them were incredibly arrogant towards their lessers, and Vase doubted that they would fall for this scheme so easily. There was also a huge flaw to this plan. What makes you think the dwarves who embrace your dream will let you take charge of them all? Vase questioned. Just because you can persuade the first-class dwarves to believe in Vulcan doesn't mean they think that you should call the shots. They can just retain their belief in Vulcan and force you off your throne. The Iron Emperor did not look fazed. Instead, he smirked. Did you think I overlooked this possibility? What you have just said is the reason why I have squatted in this asteroid for so many years. I waited and waited for your arrival, that I was even prepared to sit still for at least another century for you or your agent to take the bait. That sounded pretty extreme to Vase. What do you want from me that is worth all of that waiting? The most important point of this reunion had come. Ryan had already explained what had happened to him, what he had done since his revival, and what he planned to do for the future. Now, the conversation finally turned to a topic that was directly related to Vase and his own future. Ryan's bulky armor shifted as he slowly raised himself up to his feet again. Vase also stood up as the mood in the ceremonial chamber grew heavier. As I have said before, I intend to use religion to gather more dwarves to me, but I must also find a way to guarantee my leadership position in the most decisive manner possible. The only way for me to accomplish both is to tie them together. You must anoint me with the power to rule over the dwarves. What? How the hell am I supposed to do that? It is quite simple, Vulcan. You are a mech designer. WHO is famed for creating artifacts. Ryan expressly directed his cybernetic eyes towards the hammer of brilliance that was attached to Ves's external toolbelt. One such as this, for example. Vase possessively clutched the handle of his hammer. This is not for sale. This is a craftsman tool that I use to make fancy stuff. A high and noble sovereign such as you doesn't need such a crude instrument. Your hammer is anything but crude. Seeing it makes me even more confident that you are able to deliver what I require. What I need is not a hammer, but a symbol of authority that is tied solely to myself and imparts your blessing and approval of my reign over Dwarvenkind. You mean? Ryan's cybernetic eyes glowed brighter. A crown, in other words. I need you to craft a crown of your own design that meets my requirements. I'm just a mech designer, Ryan. Aren't you asking too much from me? Vase nervously replied. I have studied your work extensively, Vulcan. Your mech designs and your artifacts all possess qualities that transcend regular products, as befitting of an individual WHO claims to be a god of craftsmanship. I should know, because I have studied one of your works in depth. The Iron Emperor gazed lovingly at the banner of Vulcan that he constantly held by his side like an old and constant companion. It was hard to refute Ryan when he knew Vase so damn well. The banner of Vulcan already functions as my scepter. Once you make a crown for me, I will complete my collection and will truly leave no doubt that I am the anointed emperor of Dwarvenkind. Okay, so let me get this straight. You went through all of this trouble and waited so many years in this empty stars system just so you can seek me out and commission a crown from me? Vase asked in an exasperated tone. Boom. Ryan stepped closer until he stopped right in front of Vase again. If that is the way you interpret my actions, then yes, I am commissioning a crown for you. I expect you to do your best and craft a masterwork, because only a transcendent artifact is remarkable enough to convince the dwarven first-raters to follow their true emperor. The Iron Emperor threw an encouraging smile at Vase. You and your people can go free after you have completed my commission to my satisfaction. I have no interest in enduring the company of you humans any longer than necessary. I give you my promise as Emperor that you and your people are free to leave the Vulcan Empire and run off to the Red Ocean. What you do there is not a concern for Dwarvenkind. Up until now, Vase didn't think that Ryan was so bad. He might be a heartless dwarf with delusions of grandeur, but his logic and rationality meant that he was very realistic. This time was an exception, though. Do you know how impossible it is to fulfill your demand? I may have made a few masterworks here and there, but it is too much to ask for a masterwork on demand. The dwarven leader's expression grew darker. You shall obey my will, Vulcan. I have learned that you work best under pressure, so let me give you an incentive to maximize your effort. You have 1 day to fulfill my demands. If you fail to meet my expectations, I shall command Saint America to finish the job and annihilate every ship and mech of your precious Golden Skull Alliance. Your clan shall come to ruin and your Larkin sons shall be buried among the surrounding asteroids. Work hard, Vulcan, and live up to your identity as the god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship. If not, a huge gun barrel that was as wide as a human head extended out of Ryan's underarm and pressed right onto Vess's head. I might decide to reciprocate the favor that you have given me all of those years ago. Vase gulped. Chapter 3349, Dwarf-Human Cooperation, What is happening over there? Gloriana wondered as she stared at the projection of the dwarven frigate. The expeditionary fleet had come to a relative standstill. The threat of the Olympus Mons crushing each and every mech and ship of the Golden Skull Alliance still loomed tall. Not a single Larkinson, Glory Seeker or Crosser dared to take any offensive actions. They had already thrown their strongest ranged attacks at the dwarven ace mech, only to find out how badly outgunned they were. Just a single mech could crush an entire fleet. Naturally, the mood among the Larkinsons was not so good. The pride they built up after defeating numerous difficult opponents in the past had already crumbled. However, the Larkinsons did not bow their heads so easily. Many of them already tried to come up with ideas on how to break the ace mech's hold over the fleet. Can we try to overload the power reactors of the Spirit of Bentime while attempting to ram the Olympus Mons? You idiot, the ace mech in that frigate are faster and more agile than any of our vessels. They can easily move out of the way of such an obvious attack. Then why not throw hundreds of ships in their direction? As long as we pay a sufficient price, we can turn an entire section of space into a destructive inferno. There is no way an ace mech's domain field can withstand so much raw damage. You're dreaming if you think the dwarves won't see us coming. Don't forget that the Olympus Mons excels at close quarters combat. Moving closer will only put us at its mercy. The power gap was not so easy to bridge. So far, none of the Larkinsons came up with a viable idea. It was just too difficult to counter an ace mech without an ace mech of their own. There was a reason why Saints received so much admiration. Stupid vase, Gloriana muttered as she hugged Clixie against her chest. Why must he force a confrontation against an ace mech? It's too soon. Meow. Her cat licked her linger. I need to teach him a lesson when he gets back. Our upcoming daughter can't handle the stress. Her hand reached down to caress her bulging stomach. The birth of her first child was growing closer and closer. Due to all of the delays, it appeared that her baby girl was about to spend her first days of her life in the old galaxy after all. Gloriana felt mixed about this likely outcome. Stupid vase, she muttered again. Time continued to pass as Gloriana tried to study the Olympus Mons as best she could with the sensor data that she had at hand. Though she set out to study its weaknesses, she spent most of her time admiring and gleaning insights from the high-end machine. Its design was simply too good for her to find an obvious vulnerability. As she became increasingly more engrossed in her studies, a chime abruptly pulled her out of her fascination. The projection of her husband in his stupidly resilient combat armor came into view. Vase, what is happening? Are you safe? I'm fine, I'm fine. Vase raised his palm in order to calm his wife. Look, my hosts aren't giving me much time to talk, so I need to keep this short. I've just negotiated a deal with the dwarf in charge here. He isn't interested in killing us and has agreed to let us all go as long as I satisfy his request. What do the dwarves want? Well, I can't say too much, but the guy who invited me over wants to commission a product from me. If all goes well, it will all be finished within 24 hours and we can go free. Since my new client needs me to do my best and isn't particularly interested in anything else from us, he has given us a credible promise that no more Larkinsons will die at the hands of his ace pilot. Though her husband hadn't revealed much, this entire arrangement sounded fishy to Gloriana. She was quite familiar with Vess's nervous tics, so she was definitely certain that he was understating their actual threat. Vase, look, this is the best outcome that we can get. As long as I do my job, we can all get away from the Olympus Mons without getting shot at. The big guy here has even offered to make sure that no other Vulcanite forces will get in our way as we exit the Smiling Samuel Star sector. Compared to the alternatives, this is clearly a win-win arrangement. She had serious doubts about this strange deal. Dwarven ace mechs didn't hibernate inside asteroids for many years without a reason. How could the dwarves here possibly know so long ago that Vase would come and dig up a couple of worthless asteroids? Why couldn't the mastermind behind this ambush contact the Larkinson clan through regular channels and commission a product the old-fashioned way? There were so many questions in her mind that she didn't even know where to begin. Unfortunately, Vase had to cut off his call shortly afterwards, leaving Gloriana with way too much uncertainty. You're keeping way too many secrets, Vase. What is it with you and the dwarves, and why do you keep pretending to be Vulcan? After Vase messaged several people in the expeditionary fleet, the doom and gloom had faded a bit. The hope of getting out of this confrontation alive calmed everyone down and informed them that there was light at the end of the tunnel. At the very least, it was unlikely that they would do anything rash. When Vase ended his last call, he sighed and turned to the giant dwarven armored form. He still couldn't get used to equating the poor and naive dwarven mech pilot back then to this larger-than-life dwarven emperor. Too much had changed over the years. "Thank you for allowing me to give my people a heads up," he said. Ryan smiled and patted his heavily armored palm onto Ves's shoulder pad. "You work for me now. It is in my best interest to help you reach your best condition. I am not a vengeful person like you, and I have no interest in pursuing a pointless vendetta that will only lead to losses instead of gains. As long as you complete my commission, I will write off your past deeds and we can both bid farewell to each other." All of that sounded nice, but Vase did not forget that Ryan just put a gun barrel against his helmet and that his guard dog had already killed a fair amount of Larkinsons today. The Iron Emperor had already made it clear that he was not a gentle leader. As long as things didn't go the Sovereign's way, he did not mind resorting to violence to enforce his will. Still, Vase reasoned that Ryan's promise to let everyone go was fairly credible. There was no way to predict what would happen to the crown if its creator died a sudden death. He was also the sole designer and creator of the crown. Though Vase intended to complete his commission honestly, there was no way Ryan or any of his staff could stop the mech designer from slipping in a couple of safeguards just in case. Neither Ryan, his band of highly skilled personnel, or even his pet ace pilot could interfere with the design of the crown. None of them were spiritual engineers and could not see or manipulate the key elements that defined living products. Just like how Vase had to rely on Ryan's honesty and goodwill to get out safely, the Iron Emperor also had to trust that Vulcan would keep his word and not sabotage his own work. This dynamic of mutual trust and restraint resulted in a subtle mood between the two figures. Though Ryan held all of the power in his hands, he could not solely rely on coercion to obtain what he needed. The dwarven leader badly needed a powerful and surproof means of obtaining the loyalty of some of the powerful and wealthy dwarves in human space. He had invested so much time, effort, resources and funding in his master plan that it would be reckless for him to ruin his entire layout just because he couldn't control himself. Once Vase realized this truth, he relaxed again. He agreed with Ryan that the best possible way for him to survive this ordeal was to cooperate as best as possible. "Let me bring you to your workplace. I have already prepared all of the resources and production equipment that you will need to complete my commission." The human and dwarf exited the ceremonial chamber and moved to the workshop where Vase was supposed to work. A squad of Praetorian guards silently surrounded them and easily kept up while staying vigilant for any threats. "I'm surprised you were willing to wait so long for my arrival." Vase carefully spoke. "Is the crown that indispensable to you? I'm certain that an impressive dwarf such as you could think of other ways of obtaining the support or backing of first-raters. The alternatives are unacceptable." Ryan spoke in his loud and electronically distorted voice that made him sound like a high-tech golem. "I have formed many plans and projected all of them into the future. The chances of failure were too great. I have long concluded that only an unquestionable symbol of authority that is blessed by Vulcan will allow me to achieve my highest goal. Without my crown, I deem it was not worthwhile to make my attempt at all. When I chose to await your return, I was already prepared to wait for centuries." That sounded quite extreme. "And what if I never came? Then I would die as an unfulfilled emperor. Before my passing, I would make sure to arrange other promising dwarves to inherit my dream and continue my legacy. Perhaps an heir of mine would take over my master plan and squat as long as needed before you or your own inheritor arrived." All of this sounded crazy to Vase. On one hand, he was flattered that the Iron Emperor thought so highly of his living totems. On the other hand, the thought that a dwarven stalker was literally willing to wait for his entire lifespan and beyond to commission a product from Vase was incredibly creepy. "You're crazy, you know that." Ryan directed a vicious smirk at Vase. "The line between genius and madness is a thin one. I thought you of all people should know that, Vulcan. You're too serious all of the time. Can't you take a break for once in your new life? You look like you haven't gone on vacation for decades. You do not understand. What others call madness is merely an inability to understand another individual's genius. Whether it is ignorance, bias, a lack of knowledge or a deficiency in cognitive abilities, those who call us mad or unqualified to judge us. Our work and our ambitions are so beneficial and far-reaching that we cannot allow the opinions of others hinder our great missions. Though Vase remarkably agreed with Ryan's stance, he did not like how the Dwarven Emperor put the two in the same boat. Ryan was absolutely bonkers if he could think he could single-handedly unite all of the dwarves and convince them to break all of their ties to human civilization in order to start up a rival civilization. It was hubris to think that the Big Two would just allow the dwarves to play in a different sandbox that was outside of their supervision. Compared to plotting secession on a galactic scale, anything planned by Vase was much more acceptable. No matter what, Vase always considered himself to be a member of humanity. Though he sought to keep his Larkinson clan independent, he never thought about stepping out of the umbrella of the Big Two. Though Vase didn't like the MTA and CFA either, they at least ensured humanity's dominance and survival in the galaxy. They performed essential services and truly safeguarded the human race as a whole. It was not a big deal to obey their rules. Is it truly better for Dwarvenkin to divorce itself from humanity? Chapter 3350. Excellent working conditions. When Vase entered the workshop compartment inside the Dwarven frigate, his body suddenly lifted from the deck and launched upwards until he smacked into the ceiling. If he wasn't wearing his unending regalia which automatically cushioned the collision, he would have suffered actual injuries equivalent to falling off an office building. God damn it, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Vase cursed as he lost control over his emotions. He quickly adjusted the setting of his gravitic backpack and slowly toned down its compensation power. The force pressing him against the metal ceiling slowly grew lesser and lesser until he slowly gained more weight. His armored form gradually drifted downwards until he softly landed on the deck. His gravitic backpack, which used to apply a counter-gravity of 3.6 grams on him, had completely fallen silent at this time. Vase didn't need it anymore because the artificial gravity in the workshop was set at 1.0 grams. This not only caused Vase to feel as if he had entered a human ship, it also caused Ryan's huge and bulky form to stomp less on the deck than before. I knew you were a human, so my technical staff prepared this workshop according to the finest human standards that we could meet. Ryan said as he ignored his guest's complaint. The layout of this workshop and the height of all of the interfaces are set to be as comfortable as possible for a person of your stature. I highly suggest you remove yourself from your armor in order to work more comfortably. I give you my word as Emperor that you will not be in danger. Under these conditions, it hardly mattered whether Vase wore his unending regalia. A personal suit of armor could never protect him against the might of an ace mech. Saint Merica could crush him regardless of what he wore around his body. In fact, Vase felt uncomfortable with her oppressive presence even now. Even if her hostility had faded a bit after he came to an arrangement with her emperor, he could never feel at ease when she constantly kept an eye on him as if she was standing right behind his back. Hey, Ryan. Those WHO are truly aware of my identity. Address me as, Your Majesty. You are speaking to the Emperor. WHO will truly unite Dwarvenkind under a separate banner from humanity. 1day. Yeah, and I'm your god, so I don't need to scrape and bow before your feet. Vase petulantly said. He was still pissed at the gravity prank that Ryan had just pulled off. Can you tell Saint Merica to remove her domain field from this workshop? I can't concentrate when she is staring at me from every angle. And if I can't concentrate, I will never be able to make a masterwork. Just saying. Ryan did not fear Vase at all at this point, so he transmitted an invisible signal that soon prompted the vigilant ace pilot to withdraw her formidable Saint Kingdom from the workshop. The departure of the Saint's obvious presence allowed Vase to breathe a lot easier. Though his unending regalia had shielded him from some of the pressure, the Olympus Mons was just too powerful to block. Vase reluctantly withdrew from his combat armor and left it to the side. It didn't matter too much if he attempted to make a casual product, but a masterwork artifact was a completely different matter. Now that the bulk of his protective suit no longer hindered his movements, he was able to perform much more delicate manual work. The removal of a solid barrier that was laced with bee-stone also enabled Vase to expand his spiritual senses and gain a better feel of his work. He took a good look at the workshop facilities. As soon as he spotted the quality and tech of the various lab and production equipment, he couldn't help but look impressed. These are first-class artisanal machines. Vase gasped. This wasn't the first time he encountered first-class equipment. He even worked with them when he made a deal with Master Willix many months ago, so he easily recognized what the Iron Emperor had painstakingly prepared for this critical job. Vase quickly walked over to a couple of machines. The material scanner and the miniaturized 3D printer were not the best in their respective class. The equipment models were already at least 20 years old and at least 2/3 of them appeared to be secondhand. In a first-rate state, these machines would have impressed no native. They were too basic, small and low-end to perform serious work. An overwhelming number of producers had already transitioned to working with materializers. Of course, there was still a role for traditional craftsmanship. Mech designers and other creators who wanted to create masterworks could not accomplish this feat with a single press of the button. They were highly cognizant that they still had to get their hands dirty if they wished to advance further up the ranks. As Vase spent a couple of minutes to survey the make and models of all of the first-class machines, he slowly furrowed his brows. You exchanged this stuff from the MTA, right? Why ask a question when you already know the answer? Because you're a bastard, that's why. I'm unfamiliar with all of this gear. I need hours to familiarize myself with their specs and operation. I can't possibly make a masterwork crown when I am not even proficient in handling my tools. The Iron Emperor only gave him 24 hours to craft a crown, which initially didn't sound so bad to Vase. Now that he knew that he was supposed to work in a high-end workshop, he became a lot less pleased about his time allowance. Fortunately, the dwarves had gone way overboard when equipping this workshop. He didn't think he would have to work with 80% of all of this fancy equipment, so that saved him a lot of time in studying manuals. Of course, the production equipment was only one factor that affected his output. Vase approached the material storage cabinets. He pressed a button that automatically extended a large drawer, revealing large samples of several strange and energetic exotics. EFV 343, Extreme Cold Titanium, Histam Alloy, Iron B. None of these odd names rang a bell to Vase, but the projected information screen summarized their important properties. These are all first-class materials. The economic might of a state that controls an entire star sector is greater than you realize. Ryan arrogantly spoke as he stomped over to the cabinets. In addition, I have solicited gifts and donations from many wealthy dwarven benefactors over the years. At least 30% of these materials are specialty products from far-flung star sectors. My foreign backers are eager to contribute to my great cause. If there was one thing politicians were good at, it was scamming their donors out of their money and other forms of support. Getting elected and staying in power was expensive business. The higher the stakes, the greater the sums. Vase looked even more troubled, though. I'm unaccustomed to working with all of these high-grade exotics. They're all impressive, but a good product isn't merely about slapping the most expensive materials together. I will not only need to spend a lot of time familiarizing myself with all of their nuances, but I also have to integrate them all in a single design in a way that creates synergies instead of conflicting energy reactions. My technical staff has already thought about that, Vulcan. They have compiled a set of documents that succinctly tells you what you need to know. Ryan spoke. Vase blinked. That will be helpful. Though he silently complained about how many hours he would have to spend to master the bare minimum of what this workshop had to offer, he was actually quite ecstatic at the chance of playing with all of these expensive toys. Chances like these didn't come very often, and he gained access to a lot more options that were previously out of reach. This was a chance for him to design and create a product that exceeded his usual limitations and provided him with a preview of what he could accomplish in the future. I expect you to deliver a work of excellence with these means. Ryan spoke, breaking him out of his fascination. The crown you make must reach the standard of a first-class product. Its design, features and material composition must all reach a standard that is worthy to be shown in first-class circles. Not a single element of the crown must suggest that a second-rater is responsible for making it. Have I made myself clear? Vase suddenly felt a lot less confident about this job. The conditions that Ryan kept bringing up made his job more and more difficult. You're asking a bit too much from me here. Sure, these tools and materials are excellent, but I'm just a second-class mech designer, you know. If you can give me more time, I can whip up a decent design that can satisfy your requirements. Forcing me to complete this job in a single day is too rushed. Ryan did not accept his excuses. You are Vulcan. You are the god of craftsmanship. You have a destiny with dwarves. Failure is not an option and success is within reach. Work hard and work fast. In the set of documents that we have prepared for you, I have written my complete list of requirements of what I expect from you. Make sure to meet all of them, because if you have missed even a single target, the crown is too flawed to be used for its intended purpose. You have one day. With those ominous words, Ryan stepped back and joined his Praetorian guard up a raised platform where he enjoyed a good view over the entire workshop. With how much the Iron Emperor was invested in the crown, there was no way he was going to take a break and let Vase out of his sight. Giving the mech designer his privacy was obviously not an option. It was already a great concession to make Saint Merica pull back her oppressive domain field from the workshop. In fact, ever since the ace pilot withdrew her presence, Vase was able to employ a lot more tricks than before. He could dispatch Blinky to snoop around the corners of the workshop. He could thoroughly scan Ryan's augmented and armored body with his spiritual senses. He could even materialize his Amastendira and fire a maximum-powered laser beam through Ryan's head. Perhaps a crude ballistic pistol wasn't good enough to kill Ryan permanently, but a big fat laser beam that was hot enough to burn an entire head would definitely accomplish the job. However, Vase was not naive to know that Ryan was under a lot of protection. Physically, the ship possessed numerous hidden security features that could instantly respond as soon as Vase made a threatening move. Ryan was bound to wear a shield generator or two, and his Praetorian guard probably possessed other defensive tools as well. It was even likely that Ryan wore some kind of personal teleportation device as well that could instantly remove him from a danger zone, thereby negating the effectiveness of bombs and other weapons that inflicted mass damage. Besides, even if all of this tech fell short, Saint Ylamerica was still paying attention, just not as close as before. With her incredibly effective intuition and her extremely fast reaction speed, she could suppress any material or spiritual form of attack before Vase even made his first move. Vase quietly shook his head. Even if he managed to assassinate the Iron Emperor, so what? Saint Merica would go absolutely crazy. There was no way to escape or resist her power at his current stage. Even Vulcan was like a toddler in front of the extraordinarily strong-willed half-god. Once he concluded that the chances of pulling off a daring escape attempt was close to 0%, he no longer entertained any useless thoughts and directed his attention to his latest commission. What kind of crown befits an emperor? Chapter 3351, Symbol of Authority. Symbol of authority. What was a crown? In ancient times, it was a fancy way of denoting authority. Anyone who wore an elaborate metal band on the head would instantly be recognized as the one in charge. Over the ages, the tradition of rulers wearing crowns became so strong that their association with power, authority and rights had become ingrained in the human consciousness. Crown equals ruler. Though monarchies suffered a decline as people no longer took the divine right of kings seriously, they underwent a revival after humanity spread across the stars. Many wealthy groups and individuals that invested so much into setting up colonies in distant planets wanted to enshrine their right to rule in a way that was compatible with inheritance. Putting a crown on one's head and calling yourself a king or emperor usually did the job. These terms and the associations behind them were classic templates that humanity was already accustomed to. It was enough to revive them and modernize them so that they worked well in a time where kingdoms and empires stretched across many star systems. Ryan Aiden did not spend all of that time explaining his background, motivations and ambitions for nothing. He provided crucial context to Vase on why the dwarven leader needed a crown and what it was supposed to accomplish. Just like all of those other rulers in the past, the Iron Emperor wanted to make use of its power and associations to assume leadership over the entire dwarven population. In normal circumstances, this is an absolutely silly idea that would never work in a million years. A crown might look impressive and make anyone wearing it look a lot more dignified, but so what? If anyone could become a boss by donning a crown, Vase would have long made one for himself and put it on his head. There was more to leadership than symbolism. Laws, rules, agreements, compacts, approval, wealth and other factors were much greater variables that decided who called the shots. There were way too many examples in human history where the person who actually wore the crown actually held precious little authority. Instead, it was the people behind the throne or the supposed vassals who actually called the shots. Vase recalled that the Vizia kingdom closely matched this pattern. Every Vizian respected the powerful ducal houses first and only paid attention to the royal house afterwards. To the commoners, the king was almost an invisible entity. Therefore, a crown could never make other people respect its wearer if they had no reason to do so. Crowns worked best if the rulers who wore them already gained the submission of the people through other reasons. The problem that Ryan handed to Vase was that the title and position of Iron Emperor only held sway in the Vulcan Empire. In the greater galaxy, any dwarf who ran around while claiming to be the emperor of all dwarves would be laughed at before being driven away like an unwanted beggar. This was because Ryan Aiden's foundation among the Dwarven galactic community was too inadequate. Sure, Ryan might have gained a bit of respect by becoming the head of a powerful Dwarven state, but that would soon be a thing of the past as the Vulcan Empire kept losing territory to the humans every day. The fall of the Empire and his complete lack of hands-on leadership during this time would definitely turn into a stain on his record. Since the Iron Emperor already had a history of abandoning his subjects, who would be crazy enough to fall under his banner? Since Ryan could not rely on logic, facts or incentives to command the respect of the dwarves, he wanted to resort to a time-tested solution that was capable of indoctrinating any person into giving their loyalty to others. The crown that I need to make isn't just about creating a symbol of temporal power. Vase murmured. It must also contain a religious element that suggests that Vulcan has given his divine decree that its wearer is the anointed leader of the dwarves. Both of these tasks were easy enough to accomplish to Vase. As a mech designer, his technical proficiency was high. Even though he had never made an actual crown in his life, he could quickly get up to speed by performing a bit of research. As for the religious element, Vulcan was his direct incarnation. Together with his increasingly more expansive spiritual engineering capabilities, he could fine-tune, specify and empower the glow of the Dwarven crown in many different ways. If his job was to make a crown that satisfied both these requirements, then Vase didn't need to make use of first-class materials in a first-class workshop. He could just whip something up in a couple of hours in his personal workshop aboard the Spirit of Bentime. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. Vase leaned his smooth-shaven chin against his palm as he reread the document that listed all of Ryan's demands. The dwarf was not that picky when it came to the style, appearance and exact functionality of the crown. The sovereign trusted Vase to design a crown that was fit for the purpose. Though the document actually listed a lot of restrictions, most of them were merely there to make sure that Vase did not design anything too crazy or radical. Ryan preferred to obtain a more classical-looking crown that did not defy too many conventions. After all, a crown was not a fashion statement. Well, I didn't plan to design anything too unconventional anyway. I can work with a classical style. Vase muttered. What Ryan actually paid attention to was whether the crown was good enough to do its job. The quality of its craftsmanship was the strictest requirement of this job. If Vase wasn't able to turn this crown into a masterwork, then he could say goodbye to everything. Combined with the need to turn it into a first-class product, the difficulty level of this simple-sounding job was high. What Ryan wanted was for Vase to make a Dwarven heirloom that would remain impressive to the highest echelons of society for centuries, if not millennia. This was why it could not look shabby in the slightest. No other crown in existence was allowed to outclass Ryan's symbol of authority. As Vase continued to read through the list of requirements, he found other troublesome points. For one, the crown had to be exclusive to Ryan Aiden. It would only show its approval and its strongest impression when it was worn by its designated wearer. Anyone else who attempted to wear this crown must receive its rejection. Vase turned around and looked up at the Dwarven leader who overlooked the workshop from above. Hey Ryan, what is your question, Vulcan? It says here that you want to turn this crown into your exclusive property. That is correct. Is there a problem? I recall that you have the capability to distinguish and discriminate against the users of your products. Your YL-Vane mechs and your Hexer mechs are noted for this property. Vase inwardly grimaced. This dwarf had studied him from top to bottom. It would be hard to hoodwink such a well-informed client. I'm not talking about that. What I truly want to bring up is whether you are sure you want to permanently tie the crown to you. I mean, you won't be around forever. What happens if you die a century or a couple of centuries later? I don't think your independent Dwarven state would be stable at that time. Being able to pass your crown to a capable or designated successor could be really handy at that time. Just say the word and I will incorporate a mechanism where you can allow other dwarves to inherit the crown based on bloodline, selection or other factors. Though Vase didn't particularly care about Ryan's grand venture, it would be a shame for his sovereign Dwarven star nation to collapse and come to nothing after its great emperor's passing. You do not need to concern yourself about the succession of my future empire. Ryan firmly shook his head. By the time my reign finally ends, my Dwarven nation no longer needs to rely on this crutch to ensure a stable succession of leadership. The crown is only needed to attain the initial loyalty of powerful Dwarven groups. IT must ensure they will respect my authority in the absence of an existing governmental structure that encourages compliance. In other words, the Iron Emperor needed to borrow the power of the crown in the early stages of the master plan. Once he succeeded in his initial goals and founded a strong dwarven nation, the culture and institutions he built up would gradually take over the role and provide a much more systematic way to ensure loyalty. In my lifetime, the crown must form a guarantee that no other challenger or rival can usurp my throne. Even if they take my crown, Vulcan must never approve their reign. Only this can guarantee that Dwarvenkind will grow and develop under my direction. All of this sounded logical, but Vase still found it strange that the crown should only work for as long as Ryan was alive. The dwarven leader was so unwilling to share power that he did not want to open up the possibility that others could depose him from power and take his authority for themselves. What a selfish dwarf. Didn't this mean that once Ryan died, it was of no concern that his new dwarven nation might collapse or split apart overnight? Well, you're the client, so I guess I'll make that happen. Ryan did not impose any other excessive demands. The crown didn't really need to come with any functions. It had to be as enduring and eternal as possible, so Vase was not allowed to incorporate any technological components to its design. However, the Iron Emperor did not say no to some additional bonus features. Making the crown levitate or enabling it to project a protective barrier were all allowed as long as Vase was able to accomplish it without resorting to electronic components. This is a bit too difficult for me. Vase frowned. I would have to play around with the more unusual first-class materials in order to implement something like this in a crown. The problem was that he had too little time to figure all of this out. He had no choice but to pare down his ambition and stick to a fairly simple and straightforward design in order to make a crown within the deadline. After familiarizing himself with all of the demands that he needed to meet, Vase decided to start by drafting an initial sketch of his proposed crown. I shouldn't adhere to the classic designs that are already familiar throughout history. This must be a crown for a dwarven civilization, not a human one. There needs to be a distinct break in style from the past. When Vase thought out crowns for dwarves, he imagined a thicker, heavier and more angular metal headwear. The crown for someone who called himself the Iron Emperor had to wear an item that looked close to iron in appearance, so metallic gray was the way to go. Whether it would be matte or shiny could be decided later. I should add jewels as well, preferably glowing ones. Vase gained a bit of inspiration when his thoughts turned into this direction. Instead of adorning his crown with regular jewels, why not incorporate luminaire crystals into them? That would not only bestow the crown with a cool light effect, but would also make it a bit more spiritually reactive. He could even turn it into a hidden weapon. Vase imagined a scenario where Ryan was cornered by enemies, only for them to get blasted by laser beams that streaked out of the Dwarven Emperor's crown. Ha ha ha, that's a cool idea. I should add it to the list. There was only one snag. Vase only knew how to make second-class luminaire crystals right now, but this was because he never had access to higher-quality materials and equipment. Yet now that Ryan provided him with a complete first-class workshop, Vase could quickly start making crystals out of genuine first-class exotics. That way, he would get something substantial out of this commission that he could take back to his clan and sit on until he found an opportunity to reproduce the formula for his own purposes. The best part about this move was that the dwarves would effectively be funding his research. Vase did not need to pay for any of the goods and equipment used to develop a first-class luminaire crystal.